1. I am the protagonist and novice seeking everything. 2 cups of coffee, one without sugar or milk, and the other with extra sugar and milk. Alright, sir, that will be 100. Hey, race your change of 60. Please hold on. Thank you. Dressed in a somewhat faded suit jacket devoid of any wrinkles, with short black hair, Subai smiled as he received the change from the waitress. Habitually, he cast a glance at the top of the female server's head. As Subai's thoughts stirred, an information box reminiscent of an NPC interface in a video game materialized above the waitress' head, visible solely to him. Name, Gulu. Gender, female. Friendship level, stranger. Gulu. Such a melodious name. Subai noted it briefly, silently acknowledging its charm, before retracting his gaze, his expression remaining inscrutable. After all, this phenomenon had accompanied him for a full 22 years, and he had long since grown accustomed to it, even mastering the art of indifference. In his childhood, Subai would observe the information boxes hovering above others' heads while listening to the elders' idle chatter, profoundly questioning whether he was possessed by a spirit. He once urged his parents to take him to a nearby temple or Taoist shrine for prayers. However, he soon learned a crucial truth: if he divulged his ability to see such things, he would be met with reprimands. As he matured, Subai came to understand a concept called games, which reignited his doubts about whether he was ensnared in a hyper-realistic game world. This contemplation led him to despair, even contemplating the notion of logging out from life itself. Later on, he discovered novels. Upon witnessing protagonists endowed with systems, cheats, and wise mentors, Subai experienced an epiphany. It dawned on him that he was not possessed nor trapped in any game. In fact, he was the protagonist. The best evidence lay in the innate system that rendered reality into a game-like experience. Though the system, which had accompanied him since birth, seemed to exhibit certain glitches, it nonetheless provided Subai with significant support. At the very least, it enabled him to remain in his hometown of Fengcheng after graduating last year, becoming a new intern detective at the Fengcheng Police Department. Within a year, he could shed the label of intern, a feat attributed in no small part to the system's information box. Soon enough, the waitress turned, carrying 2 cups of freshly brewed coffee, and smiled as she handed them to Subai. Your coffee is ready, sir. Snapping back to reality, Subai accepted the coffee with a slight smile. Thank you, Gulu. How did he know my nickname? Gulu was momentarily taken aback. Just as she was about to inquire further, she noticed the handsome young man had already exited the room and entered an unremarkable sedan parked by the roadside. As the passenger door swung open, Gulu caught a glimpse of a girl seated in the driver's seat, whose first impression was undeniably charming. Could she be his girlfriend? Gulu gazed at the now closed passenger door, lost in thought. Subai opened the car door and, once seated, handed over a coffee sweetened with extra sugar and crayon to his companion in the driver's seat. Here you go, thank you, master. Dressed in a white jacket and denim jeans, with large, sparkling eyes and a slightly cherubic face, the girl resembled an adolescent named Su Meng, who, after receiving the coffee, sweetly expressed her gratitude. Master, was that waitress just now your new quarry? As Subai prepared to take a sip from his first cup of coffee that morning, his motion paused, and he cast a bemused glance at Su Meng. Quarry, indeed. Su Meng nodded earnestly. This morning, as we were leaving, Sister Anya mentioned that your name is quite renowned in Fengcheng, either chasing girls or on the path to do so. Anya, Su Bei's lips twitched slightly in nonsense. I am merely a man of benevolence, but Sister Anya. Meng, you are new here and may not comprehend the depths of these waters. You must tread carefully. Anya has her grievances against me. Do not let her mislead you. If I were truly as she claims, we have been partners for nearly a month, and I have made no advances toward you. No seeing is believing. Subai clapped his hands, exuding an air of righteous conviction. All those rumors about me are slanderous. Besides, I prefer being. Ding-ling-ling, just as Subai was about to continue, his phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, he gestured to Su Meng before answering. Hello, Dr. Zhao, what can I do for you? Su Meng, with her large eyes, watched Subai attentively as he engaged in the call, remaining silent. After a brief interval, Subai ended the call and sighed. Su Meng observed him, her brows slightly furrowed following the call's conclusion. Master, was that a call from the hospital? Indeed, did they urge you for payment again? Correct. Subai took a deep breath, exhaling slowly as he tucked his old flip phone back into his pocket. He removed the cup lid and savored a sip of coffee, relishing its bitter essence, and replied in a subdued tone. Xiao Wei's treatment funds are nearly depleted. Thankfully, tomorrow is payday. Xiao Wei was his biological sister. 5 years ago, during a family trip, she had been involved in a car accident. Although she had been saved, she had since remained hospitalized at the Fengcheng Public Hospital for treatment. However, the compensation from the insurance company of the party responsible for the accident paled in comparison to the expenses incurred for his sister's medical care. Fortunately, 1 year ago, just as the compensation funds were nearly exhausted, Su Bai successfully graduated and secured a position at the Fengcheng Police Department. With the salary from the police force, the hospital's preferential treatment for public servants, and his evening part-time job, he was able to ensure that his sister could continue to receive relatively expensive yet invaluable treatment. Su Meng observed Su Bai, whose expression was calm, seemingly unfazed by the fact that he invested his entire monthly salary into his sister's care. She opened her mouth. I can. Do not. I haven't even said anything yet. I know what you intend to say. Su Bai glanced at Su Meng, a slight smile gracing his lips as he chuckled. Are you looking to lend me money, Miss Su? Su Meng responded promptly, Master, I am not in need of funds. This was the truth. Some work to sustain their livelihood, while others pursue work out of passion or to pass the time. Su Bai belonged to the former category. Meanwhile, the young lady from Su Corporation, Su Meng, evidently fell into the latter. Su Bai waved his hand dismissively. I am aware of your financial independence. I bear no qualms about borrowing from others, but I cannot bring myself to borrow from my apprentice. It would sound rather unseemly. Su Meng parted her lips to speak. At that moment, the radio connected to the Fengcheng Police Department crackled to life from the central console of the peaceful car, ZZZZ at Building 15 on Avenue 37 in the East District. Someone has reported a disturbance, claiming there are sounds of a struggle emanating from room 804 above. Su Bai seized the nearby walkie-talkie. Patrol Car 8 acknowledges, en route to the scene. Having finished speaking, Su Bai placed the walkie-talkie back down and turned to Su Meng. Let's go, it's time to work. Seeing the situation unfold, Su Meng opened her mouth, hesitated at the prospect of work, then stifled her words and started the vehicle. In the next moment, a notification tone rang in Su Bai's ear from the system that had accompanied him for 22 years, seemingly malfunctioning. Ding. For 22 years, I have been entangled in this experience. A novice seeks everything. Ding. Task name, Combat in Room 804. Task attribute, Daily Task Reward, 100 Experience. 50 Skill Experience. Accept decline accompanied by the chime heralding the activation of a new task in Su Bai's ear. A semi-transparent task description appeared within the confines of his retina. Acceptance. With a mere thought, Su Bai opted to undertake the task, watching as it shrank into the status of in progress. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting him to shake his head. I shall fulfill my duty. Yet could you enlighten me on when this insurmountable bug preventing upgrades will be rectified? Contemplating this notion ignited a familiar urge to voice his grievances. However, this sentiment had been expressed numerous times over the years, and now, the impulse to complain had dulled into mere habit. Indeed, the system that had accompanied him since birth, steadfast for 2 decades and 2 years, had encountered a persistent bug that left him stagnating at a single level. Ding dong. Game panel unfolded. Welcome to the Game of Life system. Player name, Su Bai. Title, Agent of the Federal Fengcheng Police Department, Intimidation Level 10 against lawful NPCs in Fengcheng. Identity, Junior Agent of the Fengcheng Police Department. Level 9. Experience, 1900, with a reserve of 5 million. You have met the experience requirement for leveling up. Please upgrade as soon as possible. Skills, none. Skill experience, 5 million upon reaching level 10. You may utilize your skill experience to enhance the levels of your required skills, thereby augmenting their potency. Game currency, 2 million. Once the shop module is activated within the game, you may use your currency to procure various items and tools. As Su Bai pondered, an exceedingly rudimentary panel materialized within his line of sight. The modest panel, square in shape, was divided into 2 sections. The left side displayed a projection of Su Bai as he currently appeared, with a level indicator reading LV9 hovering above his head. The right side showcased the previously mentioned, albeit simplistic, information regarding his experience, skill experience, and game currency. In the lower right corner of this panel, a button labeled Upgrade awaited interaction, yet its hue was a disheartening gray, indicating the impossibility of advancement. With each click, he was met with the notification, detected player is within a novice protection period, manual upgrades are prohibited. Please complete a main storyline task before attempting to upgrade. This notification had echoed in his ears for nearly a decade. Subai had been groping in the dark for many years, utterly perplexed about how to accept the so-called main storyline quest as described by the system, or rather, from where to obtain it. Within the game, he was well aware of how to accept quests. A stroll around the novice village revealed NPCs with available tasks indicated above their heads, and a simple dialogue would suffice. Even the most elusive quests could eventually be acquired with enough perseverance, even if it took a decade. However, this was a game, yet it felt far from it. He had no inkling of how to embark on this purported main storyline quest. Subai felt akin to a player trapped in a novice village on some gaming forum. Having leveled up solely by defeating lantern ghosts, yet still unable to discover the means to escape. To make matters worse, the system lacked even a button for complaints or customer service assistance. Consequently, Subai resorted to a rather simplistic approach. He would not overlook any task displayed by the system. Whatever quest was available, he would undertake it. From assisting elderly ladies across the street to helping lost children find their parents, from bravely confronting troublemakers on the bus to standing up for the oppressed, and from pretending to be a girl's boyfriend to hoping to transform that pretense into reality, Subai diligently pursued every task, determined to unearth the main storyline quest required for leveling up. Yet after years of effort, aside from accumulating a substantial reserve of experience points and skills amounting to millions, as well as a few million game currencies of no use since the shop had yet to open, Subai found himself not even catching a glimpse of the main storyline quest. Instead, he was misinterpreted by some as a mere jester. Heaven bear witness. Subai was merely completing tasks, unaware of how to refuse. Initially, he contemplated giving up, weary of seeking clues for the main storyline quest. Yet as he continued, it morphed into a habit. In his youth, upon realizing the nature of the system might be akin to a game, Subai developed a fondness for various online games, and could, with some reluctance, be deemed a high-level player. As a seasoned gamer, he firmly believed that any game, once designed, contained no tasks that were inescapably doomed to failure, save for plot-driven deaths. What if his current predicament was akin to that of the legendary player on the game forum? Trapped merely due to a lack of the key to escape the novice village? Thus, despite transforming experience into reserve points with each task completed, Subai remained steadfast in his conviction that one day, everything would illuminate anew. After all, the system hinted that within the shop, there might exist an item capable of curing his sister. This notion fueled his unwavering hope, for if he were to relinquish hope, it could spell the end for his sister's awakening. Subai pondered this as he gazed at the distant destination, blinking as he retracted the character interface projected onto his retina. At that moment, the control center of the police station transmitted some pertinent information. As Su Meng, who was driving, glanced at the incoming message on her phone, she handed it to Subai beside her, exclaiming in surprise, "Master, look, it's someone we know." Subai, upon hearing Su Meng's words, accepted the phone. Most of his salary and part-time income had been allocated to his younger sister Xiaowei's medical expenses, leaving him without a smartphone. As he scrutinized the information sent by the control center, he found it pertained to the tenant of room 804. Before him was a man with snake-like brows and a rodent-like appearance, rather unsavory in demeanor. Subai raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was a familiar face, Lu San. This individual was somewhat notorious, though not in a commendable manner. Just yesterday, Subai and Su Meng had dealt with this very character. Subai had graduated in September of the previous year and subsequently joined the police force in Fengcheng. During his internship, he shadowed his then mentor, now the team leader. And the first case he handled was that of Lu San. Su Meng, having joined the police force this year, was now under Su Bai's tutelage. And her inaugural case also revolved around Lu San. It could be said that upon Su Meng's official appointment, if she were to handle Lu San again, he would become something of a family heirloom in their professional lives. However, Lu San differed from other criminals. He was not guilty of heinous crimes but rather a plethora of minor offenses. Over the past year alone, this man, adept at breaking and entering, deception, and trickery, had been dealt with countless times. Just yesterday, he had attempted theft in someone else's home, only to be caught when the homeowner returned unexpectedly, resulting in him being beaten severely and rushed to the hospital for treatment. Yet, less than 24 hours had passed, and now? Wait a moment, Su Meng, having parked the vehicle by the roadside, appeared to have a realization as she turned to Su Bai. I remember Lu San was gravely injured and unconscious when he was taken to the hospital yesterday. Su Bai nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Master. Lu San was in critical condition yesterday. How could he be discharged so soon? Although he resides here, it does not necessarily imply he is inside. What do you mean? Master? Perhaps he is living with some of his dubious acquaintances. That makes sense. Su Meng's eyes brightened. It must be those dubious friends of his. Su Bai chuckled softly. Though Lu San epitomized a societal miscreant, it did not mean he lacked companionship. Birds of a feather flock together, after all. After a short while, Su Bai and Su Meng exited the vehicle, lifting their gazes to the dilapidated apartment building that had been constructed over 3 decades ago. Such aging structures were numerous. Yet most were concentrated in the DC district. Su Bai glanced at the corridor on the 8th floor, then turned his gaze to Su Meng, who had just alighted from the vehicle. What are you doing? He inquired. Su Meng retrieved several cards from her pocket and spread them across the hood of the engine. Her previously naive expression now bore a semblance of seriousness. Su Bai furrowed his brow and approached her, murmuring as he observed her intense demeanor, "What are you doing?" He had witnessed this moment yesterday when he had taken Su Meng on a mission, but he had refrained from asking at that time. Su Meng's expression was earnest. Divination. She began. Su Bai opened his mouth, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. Just then, Su Meng drew a card, opened her eyes wide, and exclaimed, "Master! It's the goddess of surprises." Su Bai, puzzled, replied, "So?" Su Meng tucked the card away with a tone of conviction. "This time, a surprise awaits us." Su Bai's lips twitched. The surprise he yearned for most was the resolution of the bug-preventing system upgrades. Beyond that, he sought no surprises. He shook his head in exasperation, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. "Let's go." "Oh," Su Meng replied, observing Su Bai's expression. She stuck out her tongue, pocketed the card of the goddess of surprises, and matched her pace with Su Bai as they approached the apartment building before them. These dilapidated apartment complexes lacked elevators, and the stairway appeared somewhat narrow, permeated by an inexplicable foul odor. However, upon reaching the 8th floor landing, another scent mingled with the unpleasantness. Su Meng couldn't help but wrinkle her nose. "Master, what is that smell?" "It's rather strange." Su Bai echoed her inquiry, yet, unlike the novice Su Meng, he was no stranger to this scent. It was the stench of blood. "What?" Su Meng gasped. Instinctively placing her right hand on her waist and drawing the issued firearm loaded with 12 bullets. Su Bai also instinctively reached for his gun, but he found nothing. Su Meng stared at the empty holster on Su Bai's waist, momentarily taken aback. "Master, where's your gun?" "It was confiscated by the team leader." "What?" Su Bai shook his head. 2 months prior, before Su Meng's arrival, he had apprehended a human trafficker during a solo mission. The trafficker had lodged a complaint against him, claiming he had surrendered, yet Su Bai had fired 2 shots. Lacking a second officer to corroborate his account, the team leader temporarily seized his firearm. Coincidentally, Su Meng had just joined, leaving Su Bai without his weapon and accompanied by a rookie. Su Meng pondered for a moment before offering her gun to Su Bai. "Master. Here, take it, you're more capable than I am." "No need." Su Bai cast a glance at the gun she extended, then looked up at Su Meng. "Never pass your weapon to anyone, even to me." Su Meng blinked and responded with a soft, "Oh." Although Su Bai did not take Su Meng's firearm. He refrained from displaying bravado and instead shifted positions, allowing Su Meng to walk slightly ahead of him. At this moment, the one wielding the gun held the upper hand. As they drew nearer, the scent of blood in the air intensified, emanating from room 804, their target, through the crevices of the door. With her handgun in hand, Su Meng leaned against the right side of the door, glancing nervously at Su Bai on her left. Su Bai, leaning to the left, silently signaled with 3 fingers. Su Meng bit her lip, her expression serious as she nodded in acknowledgement. Observing her response, Su Bai gradually lowered his fingers and, after silently counting to 3, swiftly positioned himself before the door to room 804. He then raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick, striking the door with immense force. Despite having been part of the system for 22 years and not yet breaking through level 9, Su Bai noticed that with each increment in level, his physical capabilities underwent remarkable enhancement. Even when he was merely at level 6 during his high school years, he had already distinguished himself as an exceptional athlete. It was this outstanding physical prowess that caught the attention of the Federal Jingzhou Law Enforcement University, which granted him admission prior to his high school graduation. By the time Su Bai completed high school and advanced to level 9, his physical condition had positioned him at the pinnacle among his peers and the over 30,000 alumni of the university. The explosive power behind Su Bai's kick was akin to that of a battering ram. With a resounding crash, the door shattered, flying inward and colliding violently with the wall behind it. Su Meng inhaled deeply, positioning herself beside Su Bai, her hands gripping her weapon. Her expression alert yet tinged with anxiety as she peered into the room. This marked her first encounter with a genuine crime scene, and her tension was entirely understandable. Su Bai sensed the apprehension emanating from his young apprentice and softly reassured her not to be nervous, before directing his gaze into the room. Before him lay a pool of blood on the living room floor, within which rested a lifeless body. The corpse was sprawled on its back amidst the blood, its upper garments torn asunder, and various organs, resembling dismembered parts, were carelessly strewn across the body and the sanguine pool. What a surprise! This was indeed a homicide. Su Bai mused to himself, catching sight of a baseball bat nearby, which he picked up before cautiously stepping into the room. Su Meng stood alertly by his side. Dead. Su Bai crouched beside the corpse, confirming its state amid the blood pool, then turned his gaze towards the 2 closed rooms connecting to the corridor. Pointing in their direction, over there. Su Meng pressed her lips together, her pale visage betraying her unease, but she nodded in agreement. It was evidently clear. The sight of the corpse profoundly impacted Su Meng, yet the peril had not yet subsided. She swiftly averted her gaze, fearing she might retch at such a moment. Taking a deep breath, she tightened her grip on the firearm and cautiously approached the 2 closed rooms. Su Bai, noticing her distress, followed closely behind. Bang! Be careful! Ah! Just as Su Meng reached the first room at the forefront, a resounding crash echoed as the door burst open, slamming violently against the wall opposite. Su Bai instinctively pulled Su Meng back, for had he not acted, she might have been struck against the wall by the forceful door. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted out from within the room. Su Meng's eyes widened involuntarily as she instinctively raised her weapon and prepared to pull the trigger. However, just as she was about to do so, the agile shadow, moving with the swiftness of a monkey, swiftly approached her and struck her hands from beneath, knocking the gun upwards. Bang! The trigger was pulled, and the bullet lodged itself into the ceiling above. Get back! Bang! Su Bai yanked Su Meng behind him as the shadow's hand descended. He quickly bent his right arm to shield his chest. The shadow strike landed with a thud against Su Bai's arm, causing him to stagger backward 3 steps before regaining his balance. Only to be taken aback as he recognized the figure before him, Lu San? This strength, was this really the Lu San who gasped for breath after a mere 50 meters? Su Bai was momentarily bewildered. As he felt the pain in his arm, confusion clouded his thoughts while he stared at Lu San. No, this was not Lu San. In Su Bai's memory, Lu San was a scruffy, rat-like individual, a societal scourge, akin to a sewer rat. Yet the Lu San before him wore a tattered white hospital gown. His furtive features now marred by an aura of menace, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. The present Lu San struck Su Bai as a desperate outlaw. Good heavens! The sewer rat had transformed into a man-eater? Su Bai's thoughts flickered back to the disemboweled corpse lying on the living room floor, and his mind raced as he glanced once more at Lu San. At the top of his head. Name, Lu San, Shaojing Tian, level, 10 realm, first-class martial disciple. Friendship level, dislike status, possessed. Note, due to numerous offenses. Having been killed, the soul inadvertently fell to this place, and a desperate fugitive, just arriving from the great wilderness, is currently in a state of possession. Su Bai was taken aback. Setting aside the rank and profession, what about this note? System, are you serious? What does it mean to be a desperate fugitive just arrived from the great wilderness? And what is this possession? Is this some sort of joke? Could there truly be another world? Just as Su Bai was overwhelmed by a whirlwind of thoughts, Lu San frowned at him, then his expression relaxed. And a sinister grin twisted his rat-like face. No, it's a mistake. It's merely a novice who accidentally stumbled upon the threshold of cultivation. Su Bai furrowed his brow. What? Mountain crumble. Just as Su Bai was about to speak, at that moment, Lu San roared, took a quick step. And before Su Bai could react, he lunged toward him, right fist clenched, leaving Su Bai no opportunity to respond, and struck down. Damn! Su Bai's eyes widened. Almost at the moment Lu San's fist descended, feeling the painful wind grazing his cheek, he bent down, opting not to evade but to retaliate. With a resounding thud, Su Bai's fist collided with Lu San's waist, then he sidestepped behind Lu San, seizing his left arm from behind, leaning against him, and with a firm grip, tensed his muscles. Boom! A powerful back throw slammed Lu San hard onto the floor. In the next moment, Su Bai dashed toward the handgun that Lu San had just knocked to the ground. With the gun in hand, he thought little of the martial artist's status. It was merely a matter of a bullet. If one shot wasn't enough, then 2 would suffice. Plenty of ammunition. However, just as Su Bai's right hand was about to touch the handgun, a furious shout erupted behind him. Watch out, master! Get away! Bang! Just as Su Bai was startled by Lu San's sudden appearance, Su Meng, who had momentarily been stunned, regained her senses and kicked at the menacing Lu San. Yet, Su Meng's kick had no effect. Lu San effortlessly seized her belt, roaring as he flung her away like a tossed stone, showing no mercy. Su Meng's back slammed against the living room wall with a thud, and she collapsed heavily onto the sofa below. Ah! That hurts. As Su Bai sensed the fierce wind approaching from behind, he wisely chose not to reach for the handgun just 3 steps away but instead rolled aside. Rising to his feet, he glanced at Su Meng, who was wincing in pain, clutching her back. Su Meng, a lackey of the authorities. Lu San, originally standing at a mere height of 1.65 m and possessing a physique as slender as a reed, now emanated an aura of savage danger. He retrieved the handgun that had fallen to the floor and, under Su Bai's astonished gaze, clenched it into a fist, distorting the firearm as if it were made of plastic. Damn it! He exclaimed, discarding the mangled weapon to the ground. Su Bai, staring at the iron object that could no longer be referred to as a handgun, opened his mouth in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. This defies science. His eyes remained fixed on the deformed gun while his peripheral vision swiftly scanned the surroundings. What bad luck! What? Su Bai snapped back to reality. adopting a combat stance and warily observing Lu San. A sinister smile crept across Lu San's lips as he spat onto the floor. I had hoped to stabilize myself upon arriving in this world, but it seems the lackeys of the government have come knocking. Su Bai frowned, bewildered by the implication of Lu San's words. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Lu San lunged at him without regard for martial ethics, prompting Su Bai to curse under his breath and quickly evade. Mountain crumble! Lu San roared, delivering a punch, then, seeing Su Bai attempt another shoulder throw. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he cut off Su Bai's escape route. You think you can try that again? I'm no fool. Su Bai, instead of advancing, retreated, enduring the forceful blow that Lu San struck upon his right shoulder. In a bear hug, he gritted his teeth and looked up defiantly. Neither am I a fool. Lu San momentarily froze, and in the next instant, Su Bai harnessed his strength, pushing Lu San backward. Thud, thud, thud. The impact resounded. Lu San's head collided violently with the wall, the sound of sharp metal piercing flesh echoed, and his eyes widened in shock as his assault on Su Bai abruptly ceased. Su Bai collapsed to the ground, pale and gasping for breath, suppressing the agony in his shoulders that felt as if they had shattered. He gazed at Lu San, who was now pressed against the wall. Lu San's pupils dilated, his body frozen in place against the wall. Had it not been for the blood beginning to trickle down from the back of his head, onlookers might have thought he was merely standing in punishment. In the next moment, his body, now uncontrollable, lurched forward, and with a thunderous crash, he fell face-first to the floor. A gaping wound appeared at the back of his head, bleeding profusely. As for the wall, a blood-stained steel nail, prominently visible after a painting had been dislodged during the struggle, bore witness to the confrontation. Su Bai, gritting his teeth against the pain, turned Lu San over and placed a finger at his nostrils to confirm he was no longer breathing, exhaling a sigh of relief. In the next moment. 5. The sword god of Shirley Slope, on the verge of emergence. A pearlescent sphere of light suddenly materialized from Lu San, cascading down to rest before Su Bai, who was seated on the floor. Upon landing, the orb playfully bounced twice. This is. Su Bai furrowed his brow and instinctively touched it with his right finger. In an instant, the sphere vanished along his fingertip. The next moment, a piece of information abruptly appeared in Su Bai's mind. Ding! Skill, Mountain Shatterfist discovered. Skill, Mountain Shatterfist quality, white practice levels available, 0-10 description, originating from the Great Wilderness, this is a martial technique of the lowest quality, reputed to shatter mountains with a single punch. Remark, the mountain shattered is certainly made of tofu, do not be deceived. Would you like to learn it? Accept decline, learning is not recommended. Is this a skill book? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, gazing at the translucent information box that had appeared before him, accompanied by the notification sound. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to learn. What a jest! This was the first skill book he had encountered in his 22 years of existence. Even if the mountain to be shattered was made of tofu, just the prospect of being able to break a piece of it upon mastering the skill compelled Su Bai to learn without reservation. 4. Only by doing so would he believe that he truly possessed a system, which in turn would allow him to anticipate finding something in the shop that could heal his sister. With a hum, as Su Bai focused his thoughts, an ancient book inscribed with Mountain Shatter Fist transformed into a stream of light, and a wealth of information surged into his mind. Split Mountain. Open Mountain. Shatter Mountain. The details of the Mountain Shatter Fist skill were instantaneously absorbed by Su Bai. Ding! Learning successful. Mountain Shatter Fist, 110. Congratulations, player, you have acquired your first skill. You may now attempt to upgrade it using your skill experience. Upon reaching the maximum level, there may be additional surprises in store. Ding! Task completed, combat in room 804. Task type, daily task reward, 100 experience, 50 skill experience. Ding! New task added, Mystery of the Great Wilderness task type, main quest task reward, unknown task description. When two worlds collide, what kind of scenes will unfold? As a player, what choices will you make? Subai, still reeling from the shock of acquiring a skill, listened to the notification sounds while gazing at the main quest that suddenly sprang before him. Reminiscent of searching high and low only to find the answer in a moment of clarity. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. A main quest? Am I dreaming? Subai felt a mix of disbelief and excitement at the sight before him, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, Accept! Accept! Sumang grasped her waist, her complexion pale as she approached, anxiously inquiring, Brother Bai, what happened to you? Subai, regaining his senses, turned to look at her. Sumang's large eyes brimmed with tears. You didn't. Subai, observing her ashen face, instinctively reached out his hands, about to ask if she was all right, when a sudden sharp pain pierced through his shoulders. Ah! Subai involuntarily cried out in agony, his body curling like a shrimp. Desperately enduring the overwhelming pain that surged after the adrenaline faded, gritting his teeth, damn. It hurts. It hurts so much. He seriously doubted that anyone lacking strong willpower would survive this ordeal without fainting on the spot. Fortunately, help arrived swiftly. Meng Meng, Xiao Bai, the team leader, sporting a square face and a hairstyle reminiscent of an old bureaucrat, bellowed as he rushed in. After a brief glance at the two lifeless bodies on the floor, he quickly diverted his gaze and hurried toward Subai and Sumeng, who had shifted to the sofa. The leader, known for his unrefined appearance, instinctively sought to embrace Subai affectionately. Subai's face paled. Don't come near. Leader, master is injured, no hugs. With a physique akin to that of a gorilla. Subai seriously doubted he could withstand such an embrace without permanently damaging his arms. Thankfully, the leader halted at Subai's urgent shout and Sumeng's frantic attempt to stop him, observing Subai's furrowed brow and the beads of cold sweat on his forehead. His expression darkened as he inquired, Injured? Subai forced a semblance of a smile. Meanwhile, Sumeng wiped the cold sweat from Subai's forehead with a handkerchief and nervously addressed the leader, Leader, master seems unable to move his arms. Before she could finish, the leader's expression shifted dramatically as he turned around, yelling at the agents who were still staring at the two corpses in the living room. Stop gawking. Where's the ambulance? If it doesn't arrive soon, all of you will be out on the streets. The agents at the entrance, hearing this, turned pale and began shouting for medical personnel in rapid succession. 10 minutes later, seated in the ambulance, Subai grimaced in pain. Don't move. It hurts. Endure it. The nurse, masked and expressionless, advised him, then, noticing his furrowed brows nearly resembling intricate patterns, softened her tone, Don't move, I'll be gentle. Subai remained silent, merely nodding, as the pain rendered him nearly speechless. Yet, at this moment, Subai's heart was not filled with pain. Instead, it burned with intensity. Even after the adrenaline had dissipated, he could still feel his heart pounding vigorously and excitedly. There was no other reason, he had finally discovered the main quest. Despite his current confusion regarding the primary quest, he had finally discovered the main task that had hindered his progression for nearly a decade, preventing him from advancing from level 9 to level 10. Wait a moment. The discovery of the main quest signifies that I can finally level up? This thought suddenly struck Subai, prompting him to swiftly summon his attribute panel. Ding! Game panel initiated. Welcome to the Game of Life system. Player name, Subai. Title, Agent of the Federal Fengcheng Police Department, Intimidation Level 10 against lawful NPCs in Fengcheng. Identity, Junior Agent of Fengcheng Police Department. Level, 9 Experience Points, 1,900, with a reserve of 5. 550, 100 experience points. You have met the required experience for leveling up. Please upgrade promptly. Skills, Mountain Shatter, White Quality, can be learned at level 10. And can also be upgraded in quality using skill experience, increasing the skill level cap with a single punch. I can cleave mountains, open paths, and shatter earth. Level 1 experience for upgrade 0-1000. Experience can be gained through skill usage, and skill experience can also be used to enhance skill levels. Skill experience 5,000. 0.50 game currency 2,000,000 quests. In progress, the mystery of the Great Wilderness quest type. Main quest rewards, unknown in the lower right corner. The upgrade button glimmered with resplendent golden light, no longer the dull gray it once was, but now radiant and surrounded by shimmering flow. All of this signified one thing to Subai. He could finally level up once more. Subai felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. However, just as he was about to press the upgrade button, memories of certain side effects that accompanied character upgrades suddenly echoed in his mind, compelling him to suppress his eagerness. During his middle school years, having first encountered video games, he had questioned whether he was living within a hyper-realistic game, leading him to impulsively shout and leap from the 4th floor. The pain was excruciating. As he lay there, nearly fainting from the agony, he clicked to upgrade. In the next moment, all injuries sustained from the leap vanished. By the time the bystanders at school comprehended the situation, they beheld Subai, miraculously rejuvenated, springing back to his feet. Upon arriving at the school, Subai's parents were aghast upon hearing the tale, gasping in disbelief. Subai's father immediately brandished his belt, while his mother seized her handbag, intent on disciplining Subai severely. Thus, considering the potential side effects of leveling up, Subai refrained from hastily pressing upgrade. Instead, after being examined by the nurse, he followed the ambulance to the hospital, where he was urgently admitted, and both of his arms were promptly encased in plaster. At the moment he beheld his injuries, Subai hesitated to press the upgrade button. In his youth, he was oblivious. Now, having matured, he realized that reviving in place would not earn him reverence from others, rather, it would likely result in being taken to a laboratory for study. Standing before the mirror in the hospital room, he scrutinized his reflection, observing his arms encased in plaster. An idea flickered in his mind: what if he painted the plaster to resemble metal? Wouldn't he then appear akin to a mechanical warrior? As he pondered this, he heard no sound behind him. Turning, he gazed at Su Meng, who, though in a better condition than he, required a day's observation in the hospital. Wrapped in bandages around her waist, she reclined on the bed, her head bowed as she perused some documents. Meng. Ah. Su Meng looked up, her expression adorably vacant. Master, what's wrong? Are you in pain? I'll call the nurse. Subai shook his head. No, what are you reading? A medical case? Whose? Lu San's. Whom? Subai raised an eyebrow. Su Meng pointed to the case she had requested from the hospital while he was busy getting his plaster cast. The hospital records indicate that when Lu San was admitted yesterday, he had multiple fractures. Under such circumstances, it's impossible for him to recover so swiftly. The report revealed that after a brief treatment, Lu San had left the hospital that very night, slipping away unnoticed by the circulating nurse. Within less than 24 hours, he reappeared before them, not only miraculously restored but even throwing her like a basketball. This was evidently quite peculiar. Observing Su Meng's puzzled and skeptical expression, Subai recalled the note he had seen above Lu San's head when he first encountered him, a fugitive just escaped from the wasteland world. The word soul-snatching lingered in his mind, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Soul-snatching? Ah. Su Meng blinked at Subai's utterance. Brother Bai, what did you just say? Regaining his focus, Subai removed his shoes and sat on his hospital bed, leaning against the headboard. He deftly shifted the topic. Don't dwell on it too much. After all, I'm already dead. Why not consider the bonus that has come my way? That is far more tangible. According to the regulations of the Fengcheng Police Department, if an officer responsible for a homicide case successfully solves it, they would receive a special monetary reward. Typically, this bonus amounts to around 10,000 federal coins, equivalent to approximately 40 days of Subai's salary or over a month of expenses for his sister's treatment. At that moment, a cool voice drifted in from outside. "Can't you have any aspirations? Sister Anya." Su Meng was momentarily taken aback, her face brightening with surprise upon seeing the person who had just entered. "What brings you here?" "To see you." Dressed in a fitted black long-sleeve t-shirt paired with sleek, form-fitting jeans that accentuated her long legs, Anya entered the room, her left eye adorned with a teardrop beauty mark. Sporting a pair of golden-rimmed glasses and cascading straight black hair that fell to her shoulders, she approached Su Meng with a smile, inquiring, "Are you hungry?" As the enticing aroma wafted from the bag she carried, Su Meng swallowed hard and nodded honestly. "Thank you, Sister Anya." "No need for thanks," Anya replied with a warm smile, which quickly faded as she turned her attention to Subai, who had remained silent since her arrival. Her tone shifted to a cooler demeanor. "Are you all right?" Subai waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not going to die." "That's good to hear," Anya nodded, choosing to say no more. Sitting on the bed, Su Meng fiddled with the meal Anya had brought, blinking her eyes and clearing her throat as she looked at Subai. "Master, you should eat something too." Subai gestured to his arms, encased in plaster and incapable of bending. "Forget it, you eat. Missing a meal won't kill me." Su Meng found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Anya, her expression stoic, retrieved a box of rice from the bag and added a portion of stir-fried green peppers and pork, Subai's favorite, on top of it. She stood up, preparing to approach Subai when suddenly a loud voice boomed from outside. "Where are my people?" Just as Anya was heading towards Subai's bed, the door swung open with a thud, revealing a robust figure with a square face, dressed in a formal manner, who entered with a clear goji berry cup in hand. The leader, Zhou, burst into laughter upon spotting Subai and Su Meng. "How are you feeling? Better?" Anya, who had just reached Subai's bedside, turned to face the newly arrived leader Zhou, holding her bowl and chopsticks. Zhou observed her as she set down her utensils and turned away with a neutral expression. "Ah! Leader Anya is here as well," she responded with a slight hum. Zhou shook his head, saying, "Leader Anya, I must say, if you hadn't confiscated Xiaobai's service weapon back then, perhaps he wouldn't have been injured today." Anya remained expressionless. "We received a complaint, and we must address it, that is the protocol, Leader Zhou." With that, she chose to say no more, thrusting her bowl and chopsticks into Zhou's hands. Perfect timing. "He can't use his hands well, so please assist him. I must take my leave." After speaking, Anya strode toward the door and exited the room. Leader Zhou lowered his gaze at the utensils in his hands, blinking in contemplation. "Wait a moment. What was I here for? Water. First, let us eat. Then wait for me to swallow first." Subai watched in bemusement as Zhou shoveled spoonful after spoonful of food into his mouth, beginning to regret his earlier restraint. After all, being fed by a burly man was hardly a pleasant experience. Several times, Subai nearly choked, but fortunately, he managed to endure. After finishing the meal, Team Leader Zhou, cradling his goji berry cup, gazed at Subai, who was leaning against the headboard, his eyes lingering on the plastered arms. He clicked his tongue and remarked, "How many days of injury compensation will this cost?" Subai felt a wave of darkness wash over him. "So, it seems you are not concerned about my injuries, but rather the expense of the compensation? Truly, you are a skin-flaying Zhou." On another hospital bed, Su Meng couldn't help but scowl. "Team leader." With a hearty laugh, the leader waved his hand dismissively. "Just kidding, don't take it to heart. Focus on your recovery. You could take 10 days or even half a month, as this time the Federal Department of Homeland Security will cover the expenses." The mention of the Homeland Security Department made Subai and Su Meng exchange a glance. Team leader, Subai inquired curiously, how did this involve the Homeland Security Department? With a creak, the leader, resembling a black bear in stature, plopped down at the foot of Subai's bed, causing it to visibly sag. When we brought the body back to the bureau to prepare for the autopsy, these fellows showed up and snatched the case away. Su Meng frowned. Snatched? Isn't the case quite clear-cut? Lu Sen committed murder, and we caught him in the act, then Subai killed him? The leader opened his goji cup and blew on it lightly. Who knows? Homeland Security is a federal agency, and they outrank us. If they want it, they take it. Money talks. As he spoke, the leader seemed to recall something and was about to take a sip of his energy goji when he glanced at Subai. This time, the injury compensation is at the federal standard, so stay a few more days. Subai raised an eyebrow. Federal standards? That sounded splendid. Thank you, team leader. The federal standard for injury compensation is 500 federal currency per day. If he stayed for 10 days, that would amount to 5,000 federal currency, a considerable portion of his salary. Subai mused over this, then felt a twinge of regret for not having applied to the Homeland Security Department upon his graduation last year. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. The Homeland Security Department is a federal law enforcement agency, and sometimes cases require one to be dispatched to other regions for extended periods. This did not align with Subai's priorities, as his sister was at Fengcheng Hospital, and he did not wish to be away from her. Thus, he had opted for the Fengcheng Police Department, a local law enforcement agency. The budget of the Fengcheng Police Department primarily stems from the Fengcheng City Council, with a small portion contributed by annual donations from major enterprises and wealthy individuals in Fengcheng. In contrast, the budget of the Homeland Security Department is directly sourced from federal funds. Therefore, in terms of salary and additional benefits, it surpasses that of the Fengcheng Police Department. Nonetheless, when comparing local departments, the Fengcheng Police Department, being in the Federal Economic Center, offers relatively high compensation compared to other regional police departments. Some local police departments do not provide any injury compensation, and if they do, it is typically around 50 federal currency per day at most. Thus, regarding the case that was seized by the Department of Homeland Security, Subai remained indifferent. After all, he was in dire need of funds. The department took the case, and he received the monetary compensation, an arrangement that appeared quite advantageous. Moreover, even if he were to resist, if the Department of Homeland Security was resolute in claiming the case, he would have no recourse to deny them. After all, the federal agency held more authority than the local Fengcheng Police Department. The hierarchy of power was evident. Consequently, Subai was quite at ease with the situation, and the team leader was aware of this, readily handing the case over to the Department of Homeland Security, thereby providing Subai with an opportunity to capitalize on federal resources, particularly given his financial struggles due to his sister's medical condition. However, Su Meng, who had just graduated and begun her career, did not grasp this reality. The case had been assigned to them, they bore the injuries, and it was they who had neutralized the suspect. They were merely a report away from closure when the Department of Homeland Security intervened. Unable to contain her frustration, Su Meng chose to discharge herself the very next day, reassuring Subai that she intended to confront the Department of Homeland Security for an explanation. You were the injured party, how can they simply reap the benefits? She declared. I am going home now to consult my uncle. Is this how the Department of Homeland Security operates? Before Subai could respond, Su Meng, determined to advocate for him, had already exited the hospital room. Subai opened his mouth, gazing at the departing Su Meng, yet he chose to remain silent. In truth, he felt that not working, while still receiving a salary and a daily federal injury allowance of 500, was quite favorable. Frankly speaking, since entering the workforce, he had not experienced such ease until that day. Nevertheless, advancement was still necessary. As he awaited Su Meng's hurried departure to the Department of Homeland Security, Seeking clarification from her supervisor uncle, Subai, plagued by shoulder pain that had deprived him of sleep, could no longer tolerate the turmoil within and the discomfort of his aching shoulders. He summoned his attribute panel and gazed at the once dull, now resplendent upgrade button. And with a thought, he selected to upgrade. The next moment, a chime resounded, announcing, "Upgrade successful." A sudden and long-forgotten sensation enveloped him, akin to being immersed in the perfect warmth of a hot spring, washing over Subai's heart and radiating throughout his being. In that instant, he felt an extraordinary lightness, as if his soul had transcended his corporeal form, accompanied by an indescribable sensation that began to permeate his being. In the following moment, Subai experienced a remarkable lightness, and the long-lost feeling of having all negative statuses lifted post-upgrade once again illuminated his vision. Name, Subai. Title, Federal Fengcheng Police Department Agent, Deterrent Power of 10 against lawful NPCs in Fengcheng. Identity, Junior Agent of Fengcheng Police Department. Level, 10. Experience, 100-1000, with a reserve experience of 5. 100, having met the required experience for leveling up, please upgrade promptly. Skills, Mountain Crushing Fist, White, 110. I possess a fist capable of cleaving mountains, forging paths, and shattering peaks. Skill experience, 5,000, 050. Game currency, 2,000,000. With a desire for recommendations, Subai mused, "It's impossible." Clenching his fist, he felt the plaster encasing his arms emit a sound as if it were about to crack under pressure, compelling him to abandon the notion of striking. It had yet to be 24 hours. Not to mention that the first day's injury compensation had yet to be received. The stark contrast between his previous state and his sudden recovery would undoubtedly arouse suspicion and misunderstanding. Patience is key, Subai thought to himself. He had not only recently acquired the system, it had accompanied him for 22 years, rendering him accustomed to its presence. Thus, with the pain in his shoulders dissipated, Subai relaxed, perched on the edge of his bed, gazing at the interface that displayed his level up. The most captivating aspect of the interface was the upgrade button, still aglow. Wait a moment. Subai blinked, instinctively focusing his thoughts once more on the upgrade option. In the next instant, a notification chimed, "Upgrade successful." Is it done? Subai raised an eyebrow, the voice resonating in his ears as he beheld the interface flash with golden light, revealing LV 11 hovering above his miniature avatar in astonishment. Had he leveled up again? Is it possible? Subai regarded the still resplendent upgrade button, now devoid of its prior grayish hue, and clicked once more. However, this time, the upgrade did not succeed. Ding! Insufficient experience. Players may draw from their reserve experience until depleted, to meet the requirements for normal leveling up. What does this mean? Subai blinked, his brow furrowing at the message reflected on his retina. Does it imply that as long as I continue to gain experience, even a small amount, I can automatically withdraw the remaining 3,999 experience points required to reach level 12 from my reserve experience? Wait a moment. This experience? Level 11 experience points, 04,000 reserve experience, 4,998, 200. Had I lost 1,900? Subai gasped. Had the required experience for leveling begun to double? To ascend from level 10 to level 11 requires 2,000 experience points, and progressing from level 11 to 12 demands 4,000. Thus, one might wonder if advancing from level 12 to 13 necessitates 6,000. A gasp escaped Subai's lips. In the following moment, he beheld his accumulated reserve experience and exhaled in relief. Although the experience required for leveling up had significantly increased, the reserve experience he had amassed over the years was substantial. With nearly 5 million points in reserve, it seemed plausible that he could elevate his level considerably. Feeling reassured, Subai nodded to himself and then shifted his gaze to the skills displayed on his interface. Upon reaching level 9, he had been unable to engage with the main quest, which had hindered his progression. Consequently, every task he undertook subsequently converted character experience into reserve experience. Yet skill experience remained unchanged. This implied that could he fully maximize his skills directly? A spark of realization lit Subai's eyes. Skill, mountain-shattering fist, white quality. Learnable levels, 10 level, 1 upgrade experience, 0-1000 skill experience, 500-0050. As Subai prepared to upgrade his skill, he suddenly noticed the arrow indicating a potential quality enhancement behind mountain-shattering fist. He blinked in curiosity. How does one calculate a quality upgrade? As if summoned by his thoughts, a dialog box materialized before him. Mountain Shattering Fist, white, to Mountain Shattering Fist, blue, requires 10,000 skill experience points. Enhancing the learnable levels to 15. 10,000 skill experience? Subai furrowed his brow. Harboring grave doubts about the system's assumption that his years of accumulated skill experience had arrived effortlessly. The 5 million points of character and skill experience were the fruits of a decade's painstaking labor, beginning from a mere 100 points. From initial bewilderment, Subai found joy in watching his experience surpass 1 million, leading him to actively seek out various tasks. No longer lost but rather determined to utilize his amassed character reserve and skill experience. And now? To demand 10,000 outright? Why not simply rob him? Subai shook his head in exasperation. However, he decided to prioritize enhancing his skill quality. He suddenly realized that perhaps the world he had inhabited for 22 years held secrets he had yet to uncover. Ding! Mountain Shattering Fist, Blue Eye possess a punch that can shatter mountains. Learnable levels, 15 level, 1 upgrade experience, 0-2000. Note, the higher the quality, the more experience required for upgrades. At present, this name barely resembles something significant, though it remains quite ordinary. Accompanied by a fleeting glimpse and a dramatically transformed skill interface. The numbers cascaded downward, ultimately settling at the skill experience of 4,990,050. Saving money felt as arduous as consuming excrement, while spending it flowed like water. Subai observed this scene and couldn't help but reminisce about the days when he sent money to the hospital each month, where 90% of his hard-earned salary vanished into medical expenses. Yet it was worth it. Subai firmly believed that with the system now available for upgrades, he would one day be able to revive his sister, who had become a mere shell of her former self. The financial burden was inconsequential, provided it yielded results. He would spare no expense. Much like the skill itself, with the mountain-shattering force evolving from white to blue quality, the experience required for upgrades doubled, however. The enhancement in quality alone was palpably significant. To illustrate, if the coefficient of the white quality mountain-shattering force at level 1 was 1, now it had undoubtedly risen to at least 1.5. Without a level increase, merely enhancing the quality resulted in approximately 50% more effectiveness. Subai lowered his gaze to his hands encased in plaster and felt that if he were to strike with all his might, he could bring the woman, Anya, to tears. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open. Subai looked up to see Anya entering, clad in a white coat and sporting long, straight black hair. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear? Subai raised an eyebrow. Upon entering, Anya paused at the sight of Subai on the hospital bed, momentarily taken aback. She then noticed the intensity of his gaze upon her, glanced down, found nothing amiss, and furrowed her brow, asking, "What are you looking at?" Subai replied candidly, "I was just contemplating whether I could make you cry." Anya, flustered, responded, "9, all stars." Anya regarded him with disdain. Subai was well aware of this sentiment. He and Anya had graduated from the Federal Phoenix City Law Enforcement University together and subsequently joined the Phoenix City Police Department. However, unlike Subai, who went straight to the front lines, Anya transitioned to internal inspection after her internship. In short, she became one of the internal investigators within the police department. Undoubtedly, for someone like Subai, who worked on the front lines, The internal inspections felt like an unwarranted intrusion. When he first joined the Criminal Investigation Department, eager to blend in, he naturally aligned himself with colleagues who criticized the internal inspectors. Ironically, Anya happened to overhear one such conversation and took the opportunity to make his life difficult in revenge. After all, aside from that one instance of disparagement, Subai couldn't recall having wronged Anya in any way. 2 months prior, when Anya had caused him trouble by confiscating his firearm, he had considered tearing off his badge and hurling it at her, shouting, "Damn it! You lot who only keep an eye on your own, enjoy yourselves while I resign." Yet, after some reflection, Subai chose to endure. After all, he truly needed this job. Without the identity of a police officer, if he ventured outside, his monthly salary would scarcely cover even half a month's medical expenses for his sister. The composed Anya, listening to Subai's words, gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "What did you say?" "Nothing." Subai cleared his throat and turned his gaze towards Anya, who had just entered. "Is there something you need, Team Leaderin? Or has someone lodged another complaint regarding my recent operation?" Anya chuckled softly, approaching the bedside of Subai. "What's this? Does Agent Su believe he has breached any regulations during this operation?" Subai nodded. "Indeed." "Oh? What is it? But I won't disclose it." A faint smile graced Subai's lips as he looked up at Anya, who was regarded by others as the noble flower of the Fengqing Police Department, yet, in his eyes, appeared rather unappealing. "Aren't you all experts in investigating your own? You could conduct your inquiry." Anya maintained her impassive expression and nodded. "Thank you for the lead, I shall do so." Anya then shifted the conversation, revealing the purpose of her visit. "I've received word that in a couple of days, individuals from the Department of Homeland Security may come looking for you." Subai furrowed his brow. "Looking for me? Why? Lu San is already deceased." "I'm not sure." Anya pulled a chair beside her and sat down, fixing her gaze on Subai. "Thus, I need to know everything that transpired the day you apprehended Lu San. Was there anything suspicious you encountered? Did Lu San utter any dubious remarks?" Subai raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Anya. "What do you mean?" "Literally what I said." Subai maintained his expressionless gaze on Anya, his peripheral vision catching sight of the data displayed above her head. Zizalala. Name, Anya. Gender, female. Level, target level discrepancy exceeds 5 levels, currently inaccessible. Realm, target level discrepancy exceeds 5 levels, currently inaccessible. Friendship level, target level discrepancy exceeds 5 levels, currently inaccessible. Subai stared at the series of star-marked data above Anya's head, his pupils involuntarily constricting. "You must be joking." Although Subai possessed a system capable of probing such information at any moment, he had learned to control this panel during his middle school years to prevent himself from mistakenly perceiving reality as a virtual game, which could lead to uncontrollable actions. However, Subai could swear that at least last month, when Anya had been making his life difficult, he had also viewed her information panel. Back then, her data had been similar to others, with the only exceptions being the race and friendship level being undetectable. But now, was this thing malfunctioning? Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open once more. She is the petite nurse delivering federally subsidized standard nutritional meals. Subai's thoughts immediately gravitated towards her. Upon closer inspection, he noted, name, Angel, gender, female, friendship level, ordinary. Subai frowned, not bad at all. In the next moment, he gasped internally as he redirected his gaze towards Anya, who sat cross-legged in a chair, also watching the petite nurse enter. Could this undercover agent within the police station be a concealed powerhouse? Should I follow the usual protocol before making my advances, or should I plunge directly into it? Subai's eyes fell upon the high-heeled shoes adorning Anya's feet, and an uncontrollable wave of thoughts surged forth. Oh, we have a guest, the petite nurse remarked as she pushed the meal cart into the room, preparing to serve Subai his lunch. Noticing Anya seated in the chair, regarding her with a frosty gaze, she placed the cart aside and turned to Subai. Call for me when the coast is clear, you two can chat for now. With that, the masked nurse cast a sidelong glance at Anya and then exited the ward. Anya turned her attention to Subai, who was leaning against the hospital bed. Her cold eyes flickered, and a charming smile graced her lips. Did I arrive too early? Subai regarded the icy demeanor of the woman before him impassively. What do you think? He was, in fact, quite looking forward to the petite nurse's feeding this afternoon, and it was certainly an opportunity he could embrace openly. Observing the smile on Subai's face, Anya rose and approached the meal cart. She lifted the lid to inspect the federally standard 4 dishes and a soup meal. Then turned to Subai. It's not exceeding the standard, is it? I'm indulging in the federally regulated meal this time. Did you think it was like our station's 30-credit meals? The bomb detection canines of the Department of Homeland Security have a standard meal worth 100 federal coins. One should not bite the hand that feeds, Subai remarked, frowning as he gazed at Anya's back. What? Nothing, Anya replied, covering the meal again as she turned to Subai. So, during your mission, you didn't encounter anything unusual, and neither did Lusan? Subai chuckled softly. Should I have noticed something unusual? None at all. So, is there anything else? Nothing further. Anya turned to Subai and offered a slight smile. I merely stopped by to inform you that the Department of Homeland Security may wish to speak with you in the coming days. Enjoy your meal, Agent Su. I shall take my leave now. With that, Anya made no delay, opening the ward door and stepping out. Subai sat on the hospital bed, gazing at the door with a furrowed brow. 10 seconds later, a kindly old caregiver entered with a warm smile. Subai's heart raced. 10. The arrival of the Department of Homeland Security, newcomers seeking recommendations. I despise you, Anya. As Subai indignantly consumed his nutritional meal with his right hand, which had miraculously recovered after just 1 day, he mentally berated Anya's diminutive figure. He did not wish for such swift healing, however. Faced with the choice between the miraculous recovery of his right hand and the indignity of being fed by an elderly caregiver, he unhesitatingly opted for the former. He had yet to cultivate the audacity to accept nourishment from a grandfatherly figure. Naturally, the sudden improvement of his right arm could not escape the notice of the attending physician. Initially intending to visit the intensive care unit on the 10th floor to catch a glimpse of his sister, Subai found himself spending 2 hours dissuading the doctor from taking him to the CT room for further scans, and an additional hour convincing the doctor of his robust constitution, which facilitated the rapid healing of his right arm, while his left arm still ached, necessitating a 10-day hospital stay for recovery. Once he had placated the physician and watched the bewildered doctors depart, the afternoon slipped away. However, Subai did not hold out hope for the evening meal to be served by a charming nurse, after all. While explaining why his right hand had healed faster than his left, he sensed an odd look from some of the nurses. Darn it! He attributed this misfortune to that wretched mole. Subai, in his frustration, harbored a deep suspicion that the sudden shift from being fed by a nurse to being attended to by an elderly caregiver was the doing of Anya, the internal inspector at the precinct. Though lacking concrete evidence, Anya certainly possessed ample motive. Frustratingly, Subai reflected on his 3 encounters with Anya. The first was upon their arrival at the Fengcheng police station, where he had initially chosen a formidable female mentor, only to have Anya intervene. The second occasion was last month, when she seized his sidearm upon their meeting, nearly leading him to an untimely demise. And now, this latest incident, where a nurse had transformed into a caregiver. Amused yet exasperated, Subai recalled the cryptic look Anya had given him upon her departure, as if to imply that someone from the Department of Homeland Security might soon pay a visit. Lu San? Xiao Jingtian? A desperate fugitive recently escaped from the wastelands. The Department of Homeland Security? Leaning against the headboard, Subai lowered his gaze, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The following day, Subai glanced at the time and called a colleague at the precinct. The call connected. Hello. By Gu, the team leader mentioned you were hospitalized. How is your condition? I apologize for not visiting yesterday, I was tied up with a task at the prison. Once I finished, I intended to come see you. Ah, I'm doing all right. Subai replied with a chuckle, gripping the phone as he spoke to his colleague, Chen Shan. Saner, are you at your computer now? Seated at his desk. Chen Shan nodded. What is up, Bai Gu? Do you need me to look up some information? Indeed, please assist me in locating information about Lu San. And send it to my email. Certainly. As Chen Shan spoke, he maneuvered his computer, suddenly recalling, however, with your antiquated phone, can you even check your emails? Subai chuckled, am I unable to enlist the help of the nurse for a mobile phone? Coincidentally, I might acquire the nurse's phone number. Of course, brother Bai. You never cease to impress. I would never resort to such underhanded means, it would be an affront to my charm. Listening to this overly arrogant remark, Chen Shan felt an urge to retort but found himself at a loss for a comeback, given the undeniable truth in Subai's words. At that moment, Chen Shan noticed an access denied message suddenly pop up on his computer screen and exclaimed, "What is this? Access denied." What? Chen Shan resumed his efforts on the computer, attempting to retrieve Lu San's information, but was met once again with the access denied message. Lu San's information has been flagged. I no longer have the authorization to access it. Subai furrowed his brow. Who has imposed this restriction? As he finished speaking, there was a knock at the ward door, and a man and a woman entered. At that moment, Chen Shan's voice reached Subai's ears. The department that flagged Lu San's information is the Department of Homeland Security, Brother Bai. Do you want me to call them? Subai interrupted decisively, no need. They have already arrived. He hung up the phone and turned to the pair standing at the door. The man was clad in a suit and leather shoes, appearing utterly unremarkable, the kind of individual who would be lost in a crowd. As for the woman, Subai's first instinct was always to note a woman's legs. And without a doubt, she possessed a pair of strong legs that suggested she could crush the skull of a frail man. Regarding the woman's face? Forgive him. But the impression she left on Subai was overshadowed by her powerful, long legs. If he were to assign scores, he would give her appearance a 7, while her legs would earn a 9. On a scale of 10. Subai closed his flip phone and directed his gaze toward the heads of the entering duo. He observed, name, Zhangxin gender, male level, 17 realm, 4th level warrior friendship level, ordinary. Name, Gu Hongyu gender, female level, 18 realm, 4th level warrior friendship level, stranger. Why do I have the peculiar sensation that just as I finally leveled up, the entire world seems to have upgraded alongside me? Such a strange thought flitted through Subai's mind. After all, before he discovered the main quest, it appeared that everyone before him was just like him, a mere, unremarkable citizen. However, upon leveling up, he found himself in a rather surprising situation. From the moment he encountered Lu San 2 days prior until now, 5 unfamiliar faces had crossed his path, 2 of whom possessed levels exceeding 10. Both being some sort of martial disciples. Thus, was it that I had previously been careless and overlooked something? Or was it merely due to my low level and inability to uncover anything without having found the main quest? It must be the latter. Subai's thoughts shifted to the undercover agent at the police station, the cold-faced Anya, and he silently nodded in acknowledgement. As a man and a woman entered, they exchanged glances. The man, named Zhangxin, smiled and approached Subai, greeting him, "Hello, Agent Su." "We are." Subai snapped back to reality, gazing at the smiling man, and interrupted, "You are from the Department of Homeland Security." Zhangxin was momentarily taken aback but soon recovered. Nodding and getting straight to the point, we would like to inquire about the Lusan case. Subai responded. I do not respond well to pressure, a novice seeks all assistance. Is this an inquiry, or merely a question? What? Zheng Xin, appearing to be in his early 30s, frowned at Subai, who had interrupted him once more. Agent Su, we are from Homeland Security. Subai leaned against the bed. Cutting him off again, that is precisely why I asked whether you are here to inquire or to question me. The Department of Homeland Security was not a clandestine organization. He was undoubtedly familiar with its reputation. Initially, the Federation had no such department. It was established, allegedly, in response to a major catastrophe that occurred in the Federal District 50 years ago, leading the Federal Parliament to enact a law the following year to create this agency, which seemed to have the authority to investigate anything they deemed necessary. It sounded rather intimidating, and when Subai was younger, he shared that sentiment. His parents would often warn him, if you misbehave, the agents from Homeland Security will come and take you away. However, as he matured, particularly after joining the Fengcheng Police Department, he realized that the Department of Homeland Security was not as formidable as it seemed. Due to the unique nature of the Federation, these agencies, which directly answered to the Federation, often had a strained relationship with local law enforcement. For law enforcement personnel, cases were paramount, promotions and salary increases depended on them. Thus, when the federal enforcement agencies would suddenly swoop in, claiming jurisdiction and seizing cases without regard, local departments naturally harbored resentment. Subai felt similarly discontented. Last year, he had already established a contentious relationship with the Department of Homeland Security. 8 months prior, there had been an arson case, and Subai had managed to uncover some leads. However, the Department of Homeland Security swooped in and commandeered the case, even taking away the clues Subai had painstakingly gathered over 3 days. In the aftermath, not only was there no bonus forthcoming, but even a simple letter of thanks was conspicuously absent. The tall Homeland Security agent, who had remained silent, frowned as he observed Subai reclining against the bed. Is there a distinction between the two? Certainly, it determines whether I am worthy of your cooperation. We represent the Department of Homeland Security. Subpoena. What? Subai smirked, extending his right hand toward the two. Let me see the subpoena. I will accompany you back to the office immediately. I will share everything without reservation. But if you do not possess one, then I am afraid I have nothing to say. This time, he was unperturbed by the Department of Homeland Security's usurpation of Lu San's case, for it was clear-cut. He could simply draft a case report, and the police department's homicide bonus would not be diminished for him. As for the fact that the Department of Homeland Security had elevated his injury compensation to federal standards, that was a trade he made using Lu San's case. However, one matter is distinct from another. The compensation offered by the Department of Homeland Security was merely enough for Subai to overlook their appropriation of Lu San's case, but should he choose to speak, the price would need to be adjusted. Yet, neither male agent Zheng Xin nor his female counterpart Gu Hongyu seemed to grasp this nuance. Although their dialogue was courteous, their underlying attitude exuded an unyielding sense of superiority, as if they believed, we are from the Department of Homeland Security, you will answer whatever we ask, and you must comply. And now, they expected his cooperation? What were they thinking? If he were to comply now and his colleagues found out, he would surely become the subject of ridicule, branded as someone who cowered before the Department of Homeland Security. Subai could tolerate being misunderstood as a man of compromise, but cowardice was utterly unacceptable. A man may be fickle, yet he must never be weak, let alone timid. Subai regarded the two agents, who exchanged glances after he finished speaking, smiled, retracted his hand, and offered them a reasonable suggestion. It seems you two have not brought a subpoena today. I'm afraid that means you should either leave now to procure one from the court and return, or... Of course. No court would issue a subpoena against a police officer without any evidence or legitimate reason, regardless of the requester being a Homeland Security agent. The federal government operates under a system of checks and balances. Zhang Xin furrowed his brow. Officer Su, we merely wish to understand the situation. Subpoena. This. I'm tired. Seeing that the two had neither a subpoena nor any intention of paying for consultation, it was evident they were attempting to take advantage. Su Bai yawned and declared, "Is there anything else? If not, I would like to rest. As you know, my injuries have yet to heal." Zhang Xin felt somewhat helpless. He had initially anticipated that this inquiry would be a straightforward affair. To his surprise, the individuals before him were precisely the type he most dreaded encountering: agents from the Department of Homeland Security, harboring certain biases. Such agents were the bane of his existence. If their involvement pertained directly to the case, it would be manageable. However, the fear arose when they engaged in discussions unrelated to the case, merely seeking to familiarize themselves. Matters that could be resolved with a few simple words, leading to harmonious exchanges, were instead marred by prejudice, creating an atmosphere of discomfort. Zhang Xin pondered this as he exchanged a nod with Gu Hongyu, then turned to Su Bai. "Very well, Investigator Su, I apologize for the disturbance." Su Bai closed his eyes, feigning rest. "Take care, no need for farewells." Observing this, Zhang Xin refrained from further comments and shared a knowing glance with Gu Hongyu before proceeding toward the ward's door. As Zhang Xin opened the door, Gu Hongyu followed closely behind. However, just as Gu Hongyu was about to exit alongside Zhang Xin, she halted at the threshold, turned, and inquired of Su Bai, "Did you kill Xiao Jingtian?" "Xiao Jingtian?" Su Bai slowly opened his eyes, regarding Gu Hongyu at the door with a composed furrow of his brow. "Who is Xiao Jingtian?" Gu Hongyu smiled faintly. "Xiao Jingtian is Lu San." "Yet Lu San is not Xiao Jingtian." Su Bai's brow tightened in confusion. It was best not to comprehend. Gu Hongyu smiled again, then turned away, only to pause as if struck by a thought, and turned back to Su Bai. "By the way, Xiao Jingtian has an elder brother who arrived a year earlier." Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Following her statement, Gu Hongyu fell silent, decisively exiting the room. After Zhang Xin and Gu Hongyu left the hospital, they made their way toward a black SUV parked not far away. "Where to now?" Zhang Xin asked. "Su Meng, the newly joined investigator." "Shouldn't he have any reservations about us? Her uncle is also with our bureau." "Very well." Zhang Xin opened the car door, started the engine, and then glanced at Gu Hongyu, who frowned as she settled in. "Why did you inform him that Xiao Jingtian is dead? His brother will surely seek revenge." Gu Hongyu pondered seriously for a moment, tilting her head to look at Zhang Xin, shrugging, and pursing her lips. "Because I wish to see him come to us for protection when the time arises." As events unfolded, Su Bai stood by the window of the ward, observing two agents from the Department of Homeland Security departing the hospital in a black SUV, their gazes flickering. In truth, when Anya had alerted him the previous day that agents from Homeland Security might come to inquire about the Lu San case, Su Bai had considered cooperating. After all, he was quite curious about the intricacies surrounding Lu San's situation. However, shortly after the thought emerged, he abandoned it. The reason, in part, stemmed from the principled nature of the agents, who refrained from engaging with federal investigators, yet, the predominant reason was something else entirely. Even if he complied, the likelihood was substantial that Su Bai would not glean the information he sought from the Department of Homeland Security. Collaboration has always been predicated on mutual benefit rather than unilateral sacrifice. Initially, he was somewhat indecisive. But upon observing the two agents who entered it smiling yet inherently imbued with a sense of federal superiority, he resolutely made up his mind. He realized that he could not extract what he desired from these individuals, so why should he readily divulge what they wished to know? Furthermore, there was that remark made by the female federal agent, Gu Hongyu, as she departed. Xiao Jingtian has an older brother, who arrived a year prior. What does that imply? Is it a threat that if I were to eliminate Xiao Jingtian, his brother would come seeking retribution? Ha! Let him come. A subtle smile graced Su Bai's lips, entirely undeterred by the situation, especially after he had reactivated the upgrade feature and could once again progress. He held great admiration for a saying among gamers, "Show us your health bar." As long as one possesses a health bar, not even a boss, let alone a deity, would deter a player from engaging. Perhaps I could extract the information I seek from Xiao Jingtian's brother. Su Bai turned and reclined back onto the bed, leaning against the headboard, eyes closed, pondering these thoughts. In the afternoon, having been discharged the previous day, Su Meng, with her cheeks puffed in indignation, stormed into the ward, intent on confronting her uncle at the Department of Homeland Security. Su Bai glanced at Su Meng's expression, which was a mix of humor and frustration. "So, what did your uncle say?" he inquired. "He told me not to get involved in this matter." "Really? That's infuriating." Su Meng flung her backpack onto the bed and plopped down angrily. "He said it's a matter for the security agency and the police department, that it doesn't concern me." "Why should that be? This case is clearly ours." Su Bai offered consolation. "Well, if the security agency wants the case, let them have it. It spares us the trouble of writing a closure report." "It's maddening," she retorted. "Just now, 2 agents from the Department of Homeland Security stopped me, saying they wanted to discuss things." "Did you say anything?" "Of course not. They snatched our case and then expected me to cooperate? I didn't even acknowledge them." "That makes sense." The agents from the Department of Homeland Security might have assumed Su Bai was a seasoned veteran and thought Su Meng would be more amenable. However, they seemed oblivious to the fact that while Su Meng was indeed a novice, taking away her case and then expecting her to cooperate was utterly unreasonable. Novices can be fiery too, and when they unleash their tempers, they can be even more formidable than seasoned veterans. Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle at the image of the 2 Homeland Security agents being rebuffed by Su Meng. Su Meng abruptly looked up, her gaze fixed on Su Bai. "Master. Do you not wish to know why the seemingly frail Lu San has suddenly displayed such remarkable strength?" Su Meng inquired, turning her gaze to the surroundings before settling on Su Bai. She whispered, "Moreover, that strength, he twisted my sidearm into a pretzel." Su Bai appeared to ponder this for a moment, lifting his eyes to meet Su Meng's. Name, Su Meng, gender, female, friendship level, friendly. Observing the rudimentary information panel above Su Meng's head, which had barely changed, Su Bai shook his head, not interested. Initially, he had presumed that perhaps Su Meng was a hidden powerhouse. After all, her uncle was a supervisor at the local office of the Department of Homeland Security. However, it seemed that, like him, she was equally oblivious to the situation. No, he realized, he possessed slightly more knowledge than Su Meng. Su Meng's large eyes widened in disbelief at Su Bai's words. "Why not, master? Don't you want to know the reason?" "I do not," he replied succinctly. "Oh," she said, slightly disheartened. Meng. Su Bai looked at Su Meng, intending to express that his principle was to remain uninvolved in trivial matters, but after a moment's reflection, he turned to her and said, "In our line of work, maintaining a sense of curiosity is beneficial, but remember, it is you who must command that curiosity. Do not allow it to govern you. A well-controlled curiosity can pierce through the fog and reveal the truth. However, a curiosity that is inadequately restrained will render you akin to a domesticated cat, perishing from its own inquisitiveness." Su Meng blinked in confusion. "What do you mean, master?" "There are indeed anomalies in this case," she continued. "I knew it, and then there's Lu San's circumstances before his demise." Su Bai interjected. "The Department of Homeland Security requires our cooperation. Remember, we are in a position of power." Su Meng opened her mouth, then paused. The next moment, she regained her focus and blinked at Subai. Master, are you suggesting that we can wait for those two agents from the security bureau to seek us out again? And then use this to negotiate? Subai shrugged, smiling. Whether to negotiate or not is up to you. Regardless, those two agents will certainly not approach me again. If my assumptions are correct, after their encounter with you, they will undoubtedly turn to your uncle to probe for information. Subai had never contemplated keeping Su Meng in the dark about what they had witnessed and heard in room 804. His intention was to use that information as a bargaining chip with the Department of Homeland Security, facilitating an exchange of valuable insights. The crux of the matter lay in obtaining the information each party desired. The specifics of who conducted the transaction were inconsequential. Thus, Subai merely cautioned his Navi apprentice, reminding her that while it was permissible to share this information with the Department of Homeland Security, they must never allow themselves to be exploited, even if the other party was her own uncle. A realization dawned upon Su Meng. I understand now, Master. Her eyes sparkled as she stood up, addressing Subai. I shall return home immediately and await my uncle. I must uncover the peculiarities surrounding this case. With that, she departed. Su Meng swiftly turned and exited the hospital room. Approximately 5 minutes later, Subai, seated on the hospital bed, lifted his head. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the plaster cast on his left arm shattered, revealing the robust limb concealed within. He stood by the window, gazing inward at the array of expensive, operational intensive care beds. Lying on one of them was a girl whose complexion appeared somewhat pale. However, had she possessed a healthy hue, she would undoubtedly leave an impression of being an adorable young lady. This was his sister, Su Wei. Following the car accident 5 years prior, despite surviving a grueling 72 hours of emergency treatment, his sister remained unable to open her eyes. At that time, the elders in the family had advised Subai to face reality, suggesting that rather than squandering the 3 million in compensation, it would be wiser to let go. But how could he possibly do that? The girl lying there was the one who had clung to him since childhood, calling him brother, and would share half of her favorite lollipops with him. Subai's gaze flickered, and suddenly, it seemed as though his sister on the bed had moved slightly. Perhaps that was a function of the nursing bed. Just as a surge of excitement washed over his face, he heard a voice from behind and turned to look. Before him stood a tall, striking woman with glasses, dressed in a white sweater and a white coat, who approached him while speaking and gazed at Su Wei lying on the monitoring bed. This newly introduced nursing bed, equipped with specially calibrated programs, effectively prevents the occurrence of bed sores, she explained. Subai's excitement faded in response. The woman then turned to him, reassuringly saying, Rest assured, Xiaobai, since last month, Xiao Wei's various data have stabilized. Subai nodded and took a deep breath. Xiaolan, thank you. The woman, Gao Lan, was a doctor at the hospital and, in a sense, could also be considered one of Subai's girlfriends. Gao Lan smiled gently. Why thank me? If it weren't for your assistance, my brother Gao Yi wouldn't have been able to graduate and join your precinct. If anyone should be thanking you, it's my brother. When you come home for the new year, let him express his gratitude properly. Subai raised an eyebrow. Gao Chang? The starting price for this monitoring bed in other hospitals is 30,000. Gao Lan gestured subtly to the seemingly ordinary yet advanced nursing bed beneath Su Wei. But my brother knows you dislike borrowing money. Coincidentally, he has an ongoing collaboration with our hospital, so he donated 3 beds, allowing Xiao Wei to use one for free. Why not just lend it to me directly? Subai replied, opening his mouth in surprise. Although he was unaware of the exorbitant price of 30,000 for the hospital bed, he understood that the cost for 3 beds would equate to that of a single one. After Gao Lan spoke, she seemed to recollect something. Withdrawing her hands from her pockets to grasp Subai's arm, inspecting him closely. I heard from Dr. Qian in surgery that your injuries were quite severe upon your arrival. How is it that you are already on the mend in less than 2 days? Subai smiled faintly. My physical constitution has always been robust. In truth, Subai did not wish to recover so swiftly. After all, a single day in the hospital would yield a 500 federal injury subsidy, a rare boon, indeed. Such fortunate occurrences do not present themselves daily, nor even yearly. However, there was the matter of Xiao Jingtian, who had an elder brother that arrived a year prior. Subai recalled the words of the female land agent as she departed, contemplating her remark before deciding to leave the hospital, as perhaps her words, though seemingly casual, bore greater significance. Yet, what if they did? At that moment, he had already accepted the main quest, and as long as he amassed experience, he could continue to level up before exhausting his reserves. Thus, rather than languishing in the hospital, milking the federal $500, it would be prudent to discharge himself and enhance his levels. At the very least, should Xiao Jingtian's brother indeed come seeking him, he would be prepared to face the unknown with equanimity. Gao Lan listened to Subai's self-praise and rolled her eyes in response. Such narcissism. Ha, she chuckled, confirming that Subai's arms were indeed unscathed before returning her hands to her pockets. As long as you're all right. I intended to check on you last night, but an emergency surgery came up, and I was utterly exhausted afterwards. Subai replied with a smile, it's quite all right, I don't mind. Gao Lan nodded, glancing at her wristwatch. It was nearly 5 o'clock. Wait a moment, shall we dine together? No, thank you, Subai shook his head. I only came to see my sister, I'll head home afterwards. Perhaps another day? Gao Lan regarded him for a moment before nodding. All right, just take your time returning. Don't drive too fast. Understood. I'll keep an eye on Xiao Wei, you needn't worry. I've always felt reassured about you, Subai stated. Then bid Gao Lan farewell as he made his way toward the nearby elevator. Once inside, Gao Lan withdrew her gaze. Observing a few nurses at the station who had been discreetly watching their conversation, their expressions impassive as they strolled toward the doctor's office. After exiting the hospital, Subai hailed a taxi, provided the address, and leaned back against the seat, closing his eyes. He and Gao Lan were in a romantic relationship, but their connection transcended the conventional understanding of a boyfriend and girlfriend. In simple terms, the two individuals are merely pretending. Though they have been in this charade for nearly 2 years now, despite having known each other for over a decade. Around the same time last year, Gao Lan found herself facing pressure from her elder brother regarding marriage. Coincidentally, Subai had returned to Fengcheng and happened to encounter Gao Lan at the hospital. Seizing the moment, Gao Lan thought of Subai and requested him to feign being her boyfriend to fend off her brother's incessant nagging about finding a suitable partner. As previously mentioned, Subai is inherently a rather passive individual, and Gao Lan's request inadvertently triggered a system mechanism, issuing a task. Thus, Subai acquiesced. Playing the role of a pretend boyfriend was a familiar endeavor for him. During his time at the law university, numerous female classmates had enlisted his help to masquerade as their boyfriends to ward off unwanted suitors. However, inexplicably, rumors began to circulate about him being a playboy and a ladiesman. Nevertheless, Subai remained unperturbed by the gossip, recognizing that rumors could not inflict harm. And each instance of pretense yielded him a handsome reward. Why not indulge in such an arrangement? Half an hour later, upon reaching their destination, Subai opened his eyes and gazed out the window. They had arrived. This was the place he had frequented in his youth to complete tasks, Fengcheng, East District. Old Factory Community. As soon as Subai alighted from the vehicle, he was enveloped by a sense of returning to the world. The streets were alive with the sounds of ringing electric scooters, and at the community entrance, rows of tricycles overflowed with an array of vegetables, fruits, freshly slaughtered fish, and meat. The bustling shouts of vendors mingled with an indescribable aroma that could only be referred to as the essence of life, wafting through the air. This was the very place where Subai had spent his childhood. Situated in the DC district, The old factory community shares a somewhat awkward position like many others in Fengcheng. To put it succinctly, the city council had aspired to demolish and rebuild this community for the past 2 decades, yet success remained elusive. On one hand, many residents found it difficult to part with their homeland, while on the other, disputes over relocation and compensation had yet to be resolved. However, none of this concerned Su Bai. He was indifferent to his living conditions if he had the means to improve his life. He would rather save that money for his sister's medical expenses. After all, a home is defined by the presence of loved ones, and for Su Bai, a house devoid of family was merely a shelter for sleep, nothing more. Hey, Xiao Bai, you're back. Indeed, Uncle Su. Just got off work, Xiao Bai. Yes, Aunt He. Haven't he bought any groceries yet? Here, take some from me. No need. Oh, come on, take it. By the time Su Bai passed through the community entrance and reached the base of his building, he found his hands laden with several bags filled with an assortment of vegetables, fish, and pork, none of which cost him a penny. This is not a matter of Su Bai leveraging his position at the Fengcheng police station, rather, it is the generous kindness of the community's aunties and uncles. Su Bai cast a glance at the bags in his hands, shaking his head in exasperation. The quantity was such that, not only today but perhaps even throughout the week, he would struggle to consume it all. Contemplating this, he extracted his keys and unlocked the antiquated entrance to the hallway, then hoisted the bags as he stepped inside. Goodness! Extortion? No, it should be voluntary. What? Observing from a distance were the territorial agents Zhang Sen and female agent Gu Hongyu, who had been trailing Su Bai since his discharge from the hospital, now watching him ascend the stairs with an armful of items. Zhang Sen and Gu Hongyu sat at a nearby stall, indulging in wontons while gazing at Su Bai as he made his way to the second floor. Did you see that? It's as if those people were practically forcing him to accept their offerings. Gu Hongyu furrowed her brow. Is he really that well liked? She recalled her visit to the hospital with her colleague, reflecting on Su Bai's demeanor, and then turned to the elderly woman tidying up the dishes beside her. Auntie. Who was that person just now, the one whom all the vendors were eager to give things to? Aunt Wang, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized whom Gu Hongyu was referring to. Oh, you mean Xiao Bai? Yes, everyone is just so fond of him. Aunt Wang chuckled at the skeptical look on Gu Hongyu's face and began to share stories about Su Bai. In essence, not every household in the old factory community had aided Su Bai's family, but conversely, Su Bai had undoubtedly lent a helping hand to every household in the community. Often more than once. From watching children to accompanying elderly neighbors to hospital appointments, and even providing free tutoring for local children. In summary, one could say this: while one could offend anyone in the old factory community, crossing Su Bai meant inciting the ire of the entire neighborhood. Here, even Gao Chang would find his words ineffective. Gu Hongyu listened, astonished, feeling a sense of unreality. The altruistic Su Bai described by Aunt Wang seemed a far cry from the aloof investigator she had encountered. Moreover, Gao Chang? Gu Hongyu frowned, her curiosity piqued. Auntie, who is this Gao Chang? Aunt Wang cradled the dishes in her arms. He is the head of the Changyi group in Fengcheng, our neighbor as well. For the past 2 years, he has been attempting to orchestrate the demolition of our area. We may not fully understand, but we know one thing: without Xiao Bai's consent, we will certainly not agree. After saying this, Aunt Wang turned and walked inside. Gu Hongyu regained her focus and looked at her colleague Jing Sr. Why do I feel like we are not talking about the same person? Zhang Sen savored the broth in his bowl. Let us not linger, we should take our leave, he urged. Are you still staring? If you continue, I fear we may find ourselves in grave danger. What? Gu Hongyu momentarily froze, then followed Zhang Sen's gaze to a nearby entrance. There, The woman who had just cleared the dishes was conversing with a group of individuals, occasionally glancing their way. Goodness! Gu Hongyu was taken aback once more. 10 minutes later, Subai received a call from a neighbor informing him that Wang Dima, who ran the wonton shop, had encountered two suspicious individuals inquiring about him. From Wang Dima's account, the seemingly unremarkable Zhang Sen was described as having a furtive demeanor, while Gu Hongyu was portrayed as a woman of questionable character. Upon hearing this, Subai briefly doubted whether Lu San had returned from the dead. However, Wang Dima's son promptly retrieved the surveillance footage, printed the photographs of Zhang Sen and Gu Hongyu, and presented them to Subai. It was then that Subai realized the individuals seeking information about him were from the Department of Homeland Security. Brother Bai. Yes? Wang Chang, who had not attended university and remained at home assisting in the family's wonton shop, looked at Subai while holding the photographs. Do you recognize these two strangers? Subai chuckled lightly. I suppose I do. Nodding, Wang Chang scrutinized Subai's expression. Are they trouble for you, Brother Bai? Subai laughed, glancing at Wang Chang. What, do you wish for me to be in trouble? Wang Chang quickly shook his head. That's certainly one happen. If these two are indeed causing you trouble, I'll alert the group. I guarantee that when they next set foot in our old factory, they will not return. Subai smirked, and not return? We are not a den of thieves. Wang Chang chuckled, that is precisely my point. It's good that you're not in trouble, and if you ever are, just let us know. The old factory as 2,000 men will stand by you. Subai smiled, patting Wang Chang on the shoulder. All right. Now hurry back to help your mother. Wang Chang quickly acknowledged and turned to leave. Subai stood in the corridor, gazing out at the street beyond the old factory, smiling to himself before he returned to his empty, somewhat cold home. It's chilly, Zhang Sen, lend me your coat, will you? Cold my foot. Zhang Sen, similarly curled up in the car, glanced at Gu Hongyu, who sprawled across the entire back seat. You're on the verge of breaking 5 extremes. Yet you claim to be cold? If anyone should be cold, it's me. With that, Zhang Sen wrapped his coat tighter around himself. Gu Hongyu pouted, then turned her gaze to the window. Just yesterday the weather had been fine, yet upon waking today, she was greeted with the sight of falling snow. Did you turn the heat up to maximum? I did. Zhang Sen lifted his gaze to check the instruments before retracting his head once more. Let us wait a moment. The water temperature hasn't risen yet. Once it does, the steam will follow. Gu Hongyu glanced up, her eyes landing on the dilapidated apartment building in the distance, where Subai resided. Curiously, she remarked, I doubt Xiao Jingnan will return so soon. By the way, what purpose does it serve for the bureau to have us follow discreetly? Zhang Sen shook his head. Xiao Jingnan may not have returned. But that doesn't imply there aren't his people in Fengcheng. If he learns of his brother's demise, he will undoubtedly seek trouble with Subai. Gu Hongyu nodded, then diverted her gaze to the satellite monitor resting on her lap, which displayed the entire old factory community. She watched Subai, who was joining the snow-clearing efforts, and blinked. Do you think this guy would be terrified if he knew who he had killed? Zhang Sen, his head lowered, arms crossed and eyes closed, intended to catch a bit more sleep, ignoring Gu Hongyu's comment. Gu Hongyu glanced at Zhang Sen, who offered no reply, then pursed her lips. She returned her attention to the notebook on her lap, observing Subai as he mingled with the neighbors in their snow-shoveling endeavor. If he realized he was in grave danger, he would likely be scared stiff. However, it seems he isn't as dreadful or deplorable as one might imagine. Gu Hongyu reflected on the information she had gathered from Aunt Wang yesterday, alongside the neighbors who had nearly surrounded them, contemplating her thoughts. Ah Chu! Brother Bai, you've caught a cold. Perhaps you should rest a bit, the rest can be handled by the brothers. No need, Subai replied. pinching his nose and waving his hand towards Wang Chang. "There's just a little left. Once we finish shoveling the snow, let us check the store at the entrance for some cardboard boxes to lay down by Building 2's entry. There are many elderly residents in Building 2. We wouldn't want anyone to slip and fall." Wang Chang nodded. "Don't worry, Brother Bai, it's already been arranged." Su Bai acknowledged with a nod. Refraining from further conversation, and donned his gloves once more, rejoining the snow-clearing team. After approximately 10 minutes had passed, Su Bai, standing in the corridor, rubbed his nose, which seemed unusually itchy due to someone mentioning him. He summoned his panel and observed the 100 experience points he had earned from the snow-clearing task. Without hesitation, he allocated the points for an upgrade. In an instant, the experience required for leveling up transformed into 6,000. Meanwhile, the reserved experience decreased by 3,999 points. Ding! Upgrade successful. Level 12. Upgrade experience 06,000. Su Bai trembled. Overwhelmed by the sudden bliss akin to a hot spring bath, desperately stifling any sounds of pleasure that threatened to escape him. Wang Chang. Brother Bai. Here. Su Bai felt a subtle surge of energy once again. Coming back to his senses, he called over Wang Chang, who was standing nearby and directing the arrangement of cardboard boxes. Tossing his shovel aside, he headed towards Building 2, saying, "I'll check on Grandma Lu to see if she needs any assistance. Keep an eye on things here, let the neighborhood kids enjoy the snow, but ensure their safety." Wang Chang took the shovel, patting his chest confidently. "Rest assured, Brother Bai." Su Bai waved his hand without looking back and walked towards Building 2. Wang Chang gazed at Su Bai's retreating figure, remarking, "Brother Bai is always like this. Whenever he is home, he helps the entire community." Zhao Chang, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. "Brother Bai has a warm heart, otherwise, he wouldn't have united our old factory neighborhood." Wang Chang concurred with a sigh. "What a pity." Zhao Chang offered a nod, not responding further. The pity, of course, was the car accident that Su Bai's family endured 5 years prior. Su Bai remained unaware of Wang Chang and Zhao Chang's conversation, spending the day helping wherever needed in the old factory community. Lending a hand at homes requiring assistance or maintaining order alongside Wang Chang at the community entrance when it was time for the stalls to open. Zheng Xin and Gu Hongyu sat by the roadside near the old factory street, observing Su Bai's various acts of altruism throughout the day. "I now believe that the old lady yesterday wasn't deceiving us," Gu Hongyu remarked, watching the satellite images of Su Bai mingling with a group, enjoying dumplings, occasionally greeting others and sharing cigarettes. Yet, despite his kindness, why is his demeanor towards us so unfriendly? Zheng Xin, sitting beside him, rubbed his forehead. "Perhaps it's because we are from the Federation, only the hostile agents from the local police station regard us as their own." So, Su Bai's indifference isn't personal, it's merely due to our affiliation with the Department of Homeland Security. Just then, Zheng Xin's phone rang. It was a call from their supervisor. The supervisor inquired whether they had observed anything unusual during their day of surveillance. Zheng Xin reported their findings in detail. Altruistic, the supervisor pondered the term for a moment before shaking his head. "All right, disband and return." Zheng Xin was slightly taken aback. "Supervisor, Xiao Jingnan." Initially, given Su Bai's attitude towards them, Zheng Xin and Gu Hongyu were reluctant to secretly protect him. However, after observing Su Bai throughout the day, Zheng Xin realized that his impression of Su Bai had been misconstrued. One thing was clear, he was willing to discreetly protect such an upright and kind-hearted agent. The supervisor abruptly interrupted. "The investigation into Lu San's death has been thoroughly completed, and the case report has been finalized. It was the newly appointed agent Su Meng from the Fengqing Police Department who eliminated the assailant Lu San at a critical moment. Our priority is to protect Su Meng, not Su Bai." Hearing this from the supervisor over the phone, Zheng Xin and Gu Hongyu exchanged a glance, momentarily taken aback. Was this case report to be taken seriously? Director, I do not comprehend, Gu Hongyu began. In the great wilderness, when malevolent individuals successfully seize control, it is Agent Su Meng who promptly identifies and neutralizes the threat to safeguard the lives of the populace. Do you understand now? The supervisor's voice resonated with authority, delivering a decisive tone. However, Zhang Xin and Gu Hongyu exchanged another look, sensing a hint of indignity in the operation. Unable to contain herself, Gu Hongyu seized the phone. Director, may I inquire as to why? You may not. And if I insist on asking? Gu Hongyu did not relent. Director. It was Su Bai who eliminated the individual who had just seized control of Shaojing Tian. I do not understand. Especially considering Su Bai possesses significant potential, Su Meng's uncle is the deputy operations supervisor at our Fengqing branch. Do you comprehend? Gu Hongyu heard this and opened her mouth to respond, but words failed her. I see. Then we shall disband the team. Understood. The supervisor's call ended. Furrowing her brow, Gu Hongyu returned her focus to the computer screen, where Su Bai was animatedly conversing with neighbors, seemingly preparing to head home. Zhang Xin retrieved the phone from Gu Hongyu's grasp and glanced at the screen displaying Su Bai, exhaling deeply. From a certain perspective, this is a positive development. Gu Hongyu lifted her gaze, frowning at Zhang. Senator Zhang Xin shook his head. At the very least, if the one who eliminated Shaojing Tian is the niece of the deputy operations supervisor, then the security measures are indeed quite robust. Although the Federation professes equality for all, it is widely acknowledged that there exists a disparity among individuals. Gu Hongyu turned her gaze to the window. He possesses the potential to perceive the true nature of this world. Opportunities will arise. Zhang Xin rose from the back seat and returned to the driver's position. As he fastened his seatbelt, he remarked, over the years, both our Federation's extraordinary individuals and those from the Great Wilderness have exhibited a marked increase in criminal activity. Discussions have been ongoing about whether to relax the restrictions on extraordinary training. He may have missed this opportunity, but as long as he remains alive, with his physique and potential nearing that of an extraordinary being, it is only a matter of time before he joins us. Gu Hongyu remained silent, quietly closing her laptop. Through the rearview mirror, Zhang Xin stole a glance at his colleague's expression. It was evident. On this day of surveillance, both individuals concurrently developed a fondness for Su Bai. However, the die was cast, and he found himself powerless against the predetermined arrangements. Thus, Zhang Xin refrained from further comments, instead shifting gears and accelerating away from the vicinity of the old factory street. As Zhang Xin and Gu Hongyu drove away, Su Bai, having bid farewell to his neighbors and returned to his doorstep, sensed something amiss and cast his gaze toward the exterior of the old factory community. To his eyes, he beheld an SUV, its brake lights aglow, gradually receding into the distance. Departed? No farewell? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, pondering this, before retracting his gaze, opening the door, and stepping inside. He then summoned his interface. Ding! Game panel activated. Welcome to the Game of Life system. Player name, Su Bai. Title, Federal Fengqing Police Department Agent, Deterrence of Orderly NPCs in Fengqing Region, 10, Identity, Junior Agent of Fengqing Police Department Level, 20 Experience to level up, 022,000 Reserve Experience, 489-0201 Skills, Mountain Shattering Fist, Blue Eye possess a punch that can shatter mountains. Practice levels, 15 level, 1 experience to level up, 02,000 Note, the higher the quality, the more experience required for leveling up. Currently, this title barely resembles something noteworthy, albeit still rather mundane. Skill experience, 499-0050. Su Bai made his way to the kitchen, poured himself a glass of cool boiled water, then leaned back on the sofa, gazing at the interface, fixating on his level, narrowing his eyes, 20. If equated to the realms of those two land agents, I should be akin to a level 5 martial artist now, right? 2 levels, 1 realm. Subai deduced this from the levels and realms of Zhang Sen and Gu Hongyu, who visited him at the hospital that day. Yet, a level 5 martial artist doesn't seem particularly impressive. Subai lowered his gaze, observing his clenched fist, furrowing his brow. Aside from the delusion of earth-shattering power that accompanied each level up, that sensation dissipated once the illusion passed. At present, Subai merely felt capable of effortlessly defeating his level 10 self just 5 levels. Beyond that, he sensed nothing. This martial artist classification must represent the most rudimentary realm, further ascension should unveil additional realms. However, contemplating further upgrades. Subai's gaze flickered as he glanced at the dimmed upgrade button in the lower right corner of his panel, which had once again faded after he reached level 20. Knitting his brows. Ding! Please complete the task mystery of the wasteland before clicking upgrade. New task, in progress mystery of the wasteland, twin moons on the same day. Task attributes, main quest task rewards, level 1, 1000 experience, treasure refresh voucher 1, unlocked after player reaches level 30. Used to refresh items in the treasure shop. Task notes, congratulations on successfully leveling up to 20 and catching a glimpse of a corner of the vast world, now. It is time to advance further. Double moons on the same day? Subai raised an eyebrow as he beheld the newly appeared and automatically accepted quest. What is this double moons on the same day? Moreover. Ding! Life skill, alchemy unlocked recipe, vitality elixir note, with the unlocking of life skills. You may attempt to concoct a vitality elixir. Upon successful creation, the alchemy skill will be activated. Life skills? Just then, the old flip phone in Subai's pocket rang. He retrieved the device and glanced at the caller ID, Su Meng. With a flick of his right hand, he tucked away the recipe that had just appeared and stepped onto the balcony to answer Su Meng's call. Hello, Meng. Master. On the other end, Su Meng seemed a bit anxious, calling out before instinctively lowering her voice, Master, you're not asleep yet, are you? Subai chuckled, not yet. What's the matter? Su Meng hesitated for a moment. Subai raised an eyebrow but refrained from probing further. After a while, Su Meng finally spoke, Brother Bai, I'm downstairs. Could you come down for a moment? Subai was slightly taken aback. 17, Master, could you let me take the credit? Novice seeking recommendations. As Subai exited the corridor, his eyes immediately fell upon the lively figure of Su Meng standing not far away. Dressed in a white sweater and an outer white down jacket, with a pink backpack slung over her shoulder, she appeared adorably plump and remarkably cute. Seeing Subai emerge from the corridor, Su Meng's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly ran over. Master, is there something that cannot be discussed over the phone? Subai, noticing the snowflakes adorning her hair, brushed them aside with curiosity. Are your family members not concerned about you coming here alone at night? If the DC district is considered the commoners' area of Feng City, then the vicinity of the old factory community is the epitome of a commoners' enclave. Even tourists visiting Feng City are never recommended to venture here by any tour guides. Of course, the security in the old factory community is quite good, however. It perhaps suffers from its proximity to the crime-ridden Xuanshan community, thus bearing the brunt of its reputation. In summary, very few people venture to this part of Feng City, especially after sunset. Su Meng did not respond to his question. Instead, she twirled her big eyes and pointed to the barbecue shop outside the community with a canopy. Master, I'll treat you to barbecue. As she spoke, Su Meng turned and dashed out of the community before Subai could respond. I'll go place the order, Master. Hurry up. Subai watched her ponytail sway and her backpack bounce as she hurried away, narrowing his eyes. This girl must have something on her mind, he thought to himself. He then glanced towards a discreet corner near buildings 2 and 3, where 3 or 4 individuals were lurking. A faint sound of footsteps emerged from the corner, and soon, Wang Chang and Zhao Chang, along with 5 or 6 others, strolled out, laughing as if they were apprehended criminals, one following the other. Wang Chang scratched the back of his head, forcing a smile. Brother Bai, are you free? No. We're on patrol tonight, he replied. As mentioned earlier, the old factory community is adjacent to the rather notorious Xuanshan community, so in the evenings, the neighborhood watch organizes patrols. Wang Chang quickly added, while Zhao Chang and the others nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother Bai, it just so happens we're patrolling tonight. Su Bai regarded Wang Chang and the others with a neutral expression, remaining silent. Wang Chang swallowed hard, seemingly remembering something. Brother Bai, you carry on. We'll go on our patrol and not disturb you. Su Bai continued to say nothing. Wang Chang then turned, signaling to his companions, and they hurried away. Su Bai finally withdrew his gaze, shaking his head in resignation as he made his way to the barbecue restaurant at the entrance. He had no choice. As the recognized leader of the old factory community, every action he took was subjected to scrutiny, especially regarding Su Meng's visit that evening. Undoubtedly, by the time morning arrived, the community's elderly residents would be subtly probing him with inquiries. Some of the more astute among them might even gather personal details about Su Meng, including her family background. By noon the following day. However, rather than dreading the impending gossip from the community's elders, Su Bai was more intrigued by Su Meng's unexpected visit. Had she returned home and exchanged information for something she urgently needed? As Su Bai pondered these thoughts, he pushed open the door, stepping into the chilly air outside. But welcomed by the warmth within the barbecue restaurant. Su Meng had already secured a table, having removed her white down jacket. She waved at him as he entered. Master! Over here! Su Bai approached, glancing at her fitted white sweater that accentuated her figure, and chuckled, What prompted you to treat me to barbecue? As Su Meng assisted him in unwrapping the utensils, she replied, You're my master, isn't it only natural for a disciple to treat their master? Su Bai nodded in agreement, looking at her with a smile. Is it just a meal? Su Meng's large eyes twinkled as she remained silent. I knew it, he remarked. Su Bai shook his head, and just as he was about to speak, the boss delivered a dozen skewers of lamb. Su Meng was somewhat astonished, so fast? Not far away, other patrons who had arrived before them were also preparing to speak, but upon seeing Su Bai, they instantly understood why the boss prioritized serving that particular table. The truth remained unchanged, in the old factory community, Brother Bai's reputation was unparalleled. Observing the astonished expression on Su Meng's face, Su Bai chose not to elaborate. Instead, he grabbed 2 skewers of perfectly grilled lamb, handed one to Su Meng. Took a bite, and then continued, Go ahead, what is it that you wish to discuss? Su Meng took a bite of her lamb skewer, its spiciness igniting her senses. After swallowing, she hastily sipped from a glass of coconut water before gazing at Su Bai, her demeanor cautious. Master, I must tell you, please don't be angry. Have you ever seen me angry? No. Su Meng shook her head, recalling her experiences at the Fengcheng police station, where she had never encountered any negative remarks about Su Bai's character, neither from her own observations nor in the idle chatter of her fellow interns. In fact, she had mentioned to her peers that her luck was exceptional, unlike others whose mentors often exhibited some temperament. As she pondered this, she glanced around before leaning in closer. Speaking in a hushed tone, Master, I heard them say that last year, you handled several cases but ended up giving them to others. Is that true? Yes. Why? Su Meng's tone involuntarily rose, but she quickly realized and lowered her voice again, her curiosity piqued as she looked at Su Bai. Why would you give away your accomplishments? I heard that if you hadn't, you would have already been a senior investigator, the first in our station to be promoted to senior investigator after just 1 year. Su Bai chuckled, not concealing anything from his young apprentice, it's merely a fair trade. Su Meng was taken aback, what? Su Bai shrugged, no particular reason. Compared to honor, I prefer money. It's a matter of mutual consent. Moreover, the police station wasn't naive. Typically, those capable of such actions had already established connections. Subai merely provided those second-generation officers, who were on the brink of promotion, with an excuse to leave early. Not to mention, those second-generation officers were indeed quite generous. The most crucial point was that Subai had no desire to leave the DC district. His home was here, and so was his sister. Furthermore, the department was well aware of this, otherwise, how could he command 3 times the basic salary? Subai contemplated this and curiously looked at Su Meng. What prompted this sudden inquiry? Are you planning to request something from me? Su Meng snapped back to reality, biting her lip, remaining silent. 18. I've heard that teacher-student romances are quite popular, newbies seeking recommendations. Subai observed Su Meng's expression and her pursed lips. The silence lingered. Good heavens! Had he struck a chord? The next moment, he couldn't help but chuckle. Then looked at Su Meng with a perplexed expression. Could you share your reasons? He was not angry, after all. Given Su Meng's prestigious background, even if she herself aspired to be an ordinary agent, her family would likely not permit their only daughter to face the perils of the outside world. However, the timing was rather coincidental. In the afternoon, Su Meng had just received his guidance and rushed home to consult her uncle, hoping to exchange the information she had for details they were unaware of. By evening, she had come to him, testing whether she could claim the credit for solving the murder case. From any perspective, this seemed unusually suspicious and abnormal. Su Meng bit her lip, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle. After Subai finished speaking, he did not press further but waited, enjoying the beef skewers before him while Su Meng wrestled with her thoughts. It must be said that Lao Nyo's grilling skills had markedly improved. After a while, Su Meng clenched and relaxed her small fists, appearing to reach a decision. She looked up at Subai and asked, Master, if I tell you, will you grant me the credit for killing Lu San? Subai glanced up briefly. You need not tell me. As long as you express your desire, I will grant it to you. Consider it an early gift for your initiation. After all, he had no intention of seeking a promotion or departing, so accolades held little value for him compared to monetary rewards. Whether credit was given to someone else or not mattered little to him, however. As Su Meng was his first disciple, he deemed it acceptable to bestow such a gift upon her. Su Meng opened her mouth, gazing at Subai's expression that conveyed just say it, and I shall grant it. Her large eyes sparkled as she bit her lip and quietly revealed to Subai what had transpired after she had staked out her uncle that afternoon. Initially, her uncle had maintained a formal demeanor, as it was quite ordinary for the Department of Homeland Security to take over a case from the local police. However, when Su Meng mentioned the peculiarities surrounding Lu San, particularly her remark about how she had intended to settle in for a few days before the government agents came knocking at her door, her uncle's smile faded, and he adopted a serious expression. After some time, once her uncle ascertained which department had taken over the case, he resumed his seat and inquired whether it was she or Subai who had killed Lu San. The Special Disaster Operations Group? Su Meng replied softly, nodding. That's the group that took our case. Subai nodded, noting the name. And then your uncle suggested you consult me to see if you could receive the credit for killing Lu San, so you might join this group? Su Meng's eyes widened, and her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Master Bai, how did you know? Subai chuckled as he looked at Su Meng. Was that difficult to guess? Very well. I agree. Su Meng's eyes widened once more in disbelief. Master, people aspire to rise, just as water flows downward. Subai chuckled. This is quite normal. This department, with its high caliber, likely has some unique benefits associated with it. Therefore, gaining entry sooner is certainly preferable to doing so later. If my suspicions are correct, this so-called Special Disaster Response Team consists of individuals who have cultivated extraordinary abilities, much like Zhang Sen and Gu Hongyu. Although I may not fully comprehend the intricacies of cultivation, it is evident that commencing early is far more advantageous than starting late. Thus, With my disciple presented with such a splendid opportunity, there is no reason for me to hinder her. Moreover, it is only Su Meng who has this chance. Had it been an ordinary apprentice investigator, they would be oblivious even to the direction in which this special department operates. As he spoke, Su Bai smiled and raised the coconut before him, gazing at Su Meng. Come now, Master wishes to congratulate you in advance. Once you arrive there, give it your all. Su Meng's large eyes glistened visibly with tears. Master, do you really want me to leave? Su Bai was momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in her expression. Witnessing the tears welling up in Su Meng's eyes. Did you not express your desire to go? With such a wonderful opportunity, of course, Master supports you. I wish to stay with you. A clatter emanated from the kitchen of the barbecue restaurant, as if something had fallen. Su Bai's expression darkened as he rose to glance at a nearby table of patrons. Upon feeling Su Bai's gaze upon them, the diners hastily lowered their heads, focusing intently on the skewers in their hands. Su Bai's brow furrowed slightly as he lifted the curtain. Before him, old Neo squatted on the ground, gathering various items that had fallen, and upon noticing Su Bai, he looked up with a smile. Those little rascals knocked all my things over. Su Bai narrowed his eyes at a group of individuals hastily fleeing the scene, then turned to old Neo. Wang Chang and his crew? Without hesitation, old Neo betrayed Wang Chang and the others. Yes, it's this bunch of rascals. Xiao Bai, you should keep an eye on them. They listen to no one else but you. Su Bai's gaze flickered as he silently prepared to leave. Old Neo stood up and blocked his path. Xiao Bai. Is there something you need? Old Neo moved closer to Su Bai, peering through the curtain at Su Meng seated at her table, before turning back to Su Bai. Your disciple, huh? Su Bai nodded. Indeed. Old Neo opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, yet after a moment of hesitation, he finally ventured, well. Student-teacher romances have been quite the trend lately. Hey, Xiao Bai, let me finish. Before old Neo could finish his thought, Su Bai had already turned to leave. Student-teacher romance? What is he thinking? Su Bai shook his head in silent exasperation, returning to his seat. He turned to Su Meng and offered an apology before asking, what were you about to say? Speak quickly, he urged, after this. I must return and properly train those mischievous little eavesdroppers. Su Meng's eyes glistened with tears. What just happened? Su Bai extracted a tissue from his pocket and handed it to her. It's nothing, please continue. Su Meng replied with a soft acknowledgement, then whispered. My uncle told me that this operation is actually to protect you, Master Lu San. No. He mentioned that the one named Xiao Jing Tian has someone even more sinister and terrifying behind him. Su Bai. Protect me? Indeed. There are even more terrifying figures lurking behind? Yes. Su Bai's lips twitched at her words. Were it not for his awareness of his apprentice's naïve and superstitious nature, he might have suspected he was dealing with a narcissist. To claim my achievements and expect my gratitude? How absurd. Su Bai smacked his lips and shook his head in disbelief, turning his gaze toward Su Meng. Your uncle possesses boundless potential. With such audacity, one must admit that your uncle is quite the adept politician. No wonder he has attained the position of Deputy Director of Operations at the Department of Homeland Security before turning 30. That's not it. Although Su Meng was somewhat naïve, she detected the sarcasm in Su Bai's words and quickly replied, what my uncle said is true, however. I can't fully comprehend it yet. He mentioned that the one we killed is not Lu San, but rather Xiao Jing Tian. He has an elder brother named Xiao Jing Nan, who is currently a wanted criminal by the department. If Xiao Jing Nan learns of his brother's demise, he will surely go on a rampage. Xiao Jing Tian's brother. Xiao Jing Nan? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, recalling the words spoken by the female agent Gu Hongxue during their time in the infirmary. So, the individual Guhan you referred to was indeed this Xiao Jingnan? Subai arched an eyebrow. After finishing her explanation, Su Meng glanced at Subai's expression, then lowered her head and said, "My uncle warned that if it becomes public knowledge that you were the one who killed him, Xiao Jingnan will undoubtedly seek you out. And you would be in grave danger." Subai regained his focus, observing the worried expression on Su Meng's face. He did not believe she was merely acting. She lacked the talent for such deception. "So, if they say it was you who killed him, you would not be in danger?" "There would still be danger," Su Meng affirmed, then shifted her tone. "However, if it were said that I was the one who killed him, my uncle would arrange the strongest protection to ensure that Xiao Jingnan would never return." As she spoke, Su Meng's voice gradually lowered. And she gazed intently at Subai's expression, whispering, "Of course, my uncle could also arrange for me to join this task force through this case." Subai looked at Su Meng. Understanding her implication, he realized why her uncle believed that seizing his accomplishments would not only provoke anger but also earn his gratitude. Indeed. In the eyes of Su Meng's uncle, this was a bomb. Even if Subai held it, it would merely be a dormant threat. However, if this bomb were in Su Meng's hands, through her adept manipulation, it could transform from a mere explosive into a dazzling display of fireworks. How remarkable! Subai nodded in agreement, sincerely stating for the first time, "Your uncle is a competent politician." Previously, his words had dripped with sarcasm, yet now they were genuine praise. At that moment, Subai recalled the pair from the Department of Homeland Security who had been lurking in a vehicle outside all morning, leaving just before Su Meng's arrival. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. Did Su Meng's uncle truly believe that after her visit, I would acquiesce to his demands? Subai pondered with a jolt. Meanwhile, Su Meng lowered her head, stealing glances at her mentor's expression from the corner of her eye. When her uncle had made such assertions, she vehemently disagreed with him, feeling that he was usurping her mentor's credit. Yet, when he warned that failure to comply could endanger her mentor, Su Meng hesitated. She had no desire to join any special disaster response team, but the thought of her mentor in peril was even more unsettling. Thus, half an hour later, with her head bowed, Su Meng followed Subai out of the barbecue restaurant, heading towards a street at the entrance of the old factory community. Not far away, a black sedan with its hazard lights flashing was quietly parked by the roadside. "Master?" she inquired. "Whom?" A bodyguard descended from the vehicle, opening the rear door. As Su Meng prepared to enter, she glanced back at Subai, who had his hands tucked into his pockets. "I will not join that department. I want to stay with you." Subai was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, Su Meng, her earlobes tinged with a hint of pink, turned and entered the vehicle without waiting for his reply. The bodyguard offered Subai a friendly yet formal nod before slipping into the driver's seat. Within 3 seconds, the car roared to life, whisking Su Meng away from his sight. Subai watched the taillights disappear, his gaze flickering. After a pause, he muttered to himself, "This damned charm of mine," shaking his head. Only after the lights vanished did he turn and stride back into the old factory community. In Building 2. On the 8th floor, Subai retrieved 2 ice cubes from the refrigerator, dropping them into a glass of water. He carried the glass out of the room and stood by the balcony railing, surveying the playground below. Before him, Wang Chang led a group of eager eavesdroppers as they jogged around the playground. Subai narrowed his eyes. In the next instant, he downed the icy water in one gulp and turned back inside. System, enhance the quality of Mountain Crushing Fist once more. Ding! Mountain Crushing Fist, blue, requires 50,000 skill points for enhancement. The practice limit will increase to 15 levels, with an additional attribute, damage increased by 5%. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Ding! Upgrade successful. Skill experience consumed, 50,000 points. Skill, Mountain Shatter, red, practice level, 15 grade, 1 upgrade experience, 3000 note, increases skill damage by 5%. Subai gazed at the retinal display, his expression unchanging as he noted the label indicating yet another potential enhancement following the upgrade in quality. Once more. Ding! Mountain Shatter, red, to Mountain Shatter, gold, requires the consumption of 100,000 skill experience points, allowing an additional 10 levels of practice. With the added attribute, for each level trained, all player punching and kicking skills are enhanced by 2% in damage. Should I upgrade? Ding! Skill experience consumed 100,000 points. Skill, Mountain Shatter, gold, practice level, 10 grade, 1 upgrade experience, 5000 note, universally enhances all current punching and kicking skills by 2% in damage. Let it be. Max out my skill level. With a mere thought, a series of incessant upgrade notifications filled Subai's ears, accompanied by the dazzling golden light that began to flicker before his eyes. A formidable and untamed aura erupted from Subai's being in an instant. Boom! A shockwave surged forth from Subai, sweeping outwards in all directions. Thud, thud, thud. On the playground, Wan Chang and others, while jogging, looked up at the 8th floor, their mouths agape in astonishment at the shadows dancing like demons within the window. On the second day, Subai arrived at the DC District's 38th precinct of the Fengcheng police station just in time at 8:59 a.m., a piece of bread clutched in his mouth. He swiftly located his time card and, with the clock still in his favor, hurriedly inserted it into the clocking machine. Success! He extracted the time card, glancing at the recorded time, and exhaled in relief. His full attendance bonus of 300 yuan was secure for the month. Placing the time card back in its designated spot, he took a bite of his bread and returned to his desk. As he awaited his computer startup, he sipped his coffee, followed by another bite of bread. And then his gaze fell upon a teardrop-shaped ring adorning his left hand. Item name, enigmatic ring. Item quality, gold. Function, unique, indestructible, automatically recalled if lost. Invisibility, can conceal oneself in high true level. Storage, possesses 10 slots for item placement. Description, once, there was an individual who, in the nascent stages of entrepreneurship, relied on this very ring to uphold justice and accumulate his first fortune. Subai's mind stirred with excitement as he withdrew his left hand. The teardrop-shaped ring seamlessly vanished from sight, leaving no trace of its existence. This was a reward that had unexpectedly dropped from the system after he maxed out the golden quality crumbling mountain skill the previous night. The system had indicated that this was a reward for reaching the highest quality skill level for the first time. A delightful surprise. Upon reviewing the attributes of the ring, Subai's anticipation grew for the game store that would unlock once he reached level 30. If such a powerful ring could be so casually awarded, one could only imagine the quality of items available in the game store. Subai desired nothing more than to find an item within the store that could save his sister. No matter the cost, he was prepared to expend his game currency. At that moment, a sliding sound interrupted his thoughts. Chen Shan, seated beside Subai and the one who had previously assisted him in querying Lusan's information, swiveled his chair to glide over to Subai's side. He playfully squeezed Subai's shoulder and exclaimed, "Impressive, Brother Bai. Truly, you are the #1 heartthrob of our precinct. With your physical prowess, it's no wonder the female agents in the information department sing your praises. Have you really recovered in just a few days?" Swallowing the last morsel of his bread, Subai's expression darkened at Chen Shan's words, nearly causing him to choke. Cough. Cough. Who on earth is maligning me? What do you mean by those who have used you praise you? Who has used me? He exclaimed, incredulous at the insinuation. That's not important, Brother Bai, Chen Shan chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Why not share a few tips with your younger brother? I too wish to possess such an admirable physique. This is quite significant, and I suspect you are the one behind this slander. Subai cast a skeptical glance at Chen Shan, then let out a dismissive snort, as a cybersecurity investigator. You should refrain from concealing inappropriate websites or materials for personal gain. If you adhere to a disciplined routine, you could be like me. Chen Shan, momentarily taken aback, responded. After all my efforts to secure a position in our bureau, what would be the purpose of becoming a cybersecurity investigator? Su Bai opened his mouth, contemplating this reasoning. After a brief silence, unable to counter, he could only silently give Chen Shan a thumbs up. Indeed. The ability to articulate such lewd thoughts with such calmness and apparent nonchalance was enough to earn Chen Shan respect. I too fall short. Chen Shan, noticing Su Bai's raised thumb, erupted into hearty laughter, waved his hand in a modest manner, and then lowered his voice to address the matter at hand. This morning, there are two issues. Which one shall we discuss first? I forgot to mention, as a cybersecurity investigator at the 38th Division, Chen Shan also bore the nickname the informant of the police station. He was not merely a source of information within his own division but was regarded as the go-to person throughout the entire Fengqing police system. This was due to the resources he possessed, favored by certain male investigators from other divisions, allowing him to ascend to the status of a well-informed figure within the police community. Does this concern me? If so, let's discuss that first. If not, feel free to choose. Su Bai was not one to indulge in gossip. He preferred to patrol the area in his cruiser and engage in routine tasks with the control center. At the end of the day, he could earn 5,000 experience points and 3,000 skill points from novels, and with a stroke of luck, that number could even double. Chen Shan shook his head. Apologies, both matters are relevant to you. Both? Su Bai looked at Chen Shan, a hint of surprise in his expression. Speak of the Bureau's affairs first. The external matters can follow. You may order them as you wish. Seeing Su Bai's reaction, Chen Shan refrained from further discussion and directly pointed to the nearby office of Ba Paizhou. The inspection team leader just visited Ba Paizhou. I inquired and learned from the assistant that the leader left with a standard firearm, which, upon identification, appears to be your justice gun. Hey! Where are you going? Without waiting for Chen Shan to finish, Su Bai sprang to his feet upon hearing that his gun had returned. I need my gun. You haven't heard the second matter yet. Discuss it when I return. Su Bai waved his hand without looking back. After all, nothing was more pressing than reclaiming his firearm. He strode directly to Ba Paizhou's office door and, without a moment's hesitation, pushed it open. Group. Su Bai's words faltered mid-sentence, for upon entering, he discovered not only Anya, the internal informant, but also a middle-aged man clad in a well-tailored suit, exuding the air of a successful individual, complete with gold-rimmed glasses. Ding. Name, Su Ban Cheng. Gender, male. Level, target level difference exceeds 5 levels, currently inaccessible for viewing. Boundary, the level difference exceeds 5 levels. Temporarily inaccessible. Friendship level, the level difference exceeds 5 levels, temporarily inaccessible. Hiss. Another formidable figure? No, wait. Su Ban Cheng. That name, it belongs to the uncle that Meng Meng spoke of, does it not? Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Behind him, Chen Shan, watching Su Bai standing at the door of Ba Paizhou's office, opened his mouth. The second matter is that Su Meng's uncle came to see Ba Paizhou this morning as well. Su Bai, listening to the murmurs behind him, regained his focus and smiled at Ba Paizhou, the square-faced veteran inside the office. Team leader, why is the door still open during discussions? I assumed there was no one inside. As his words fell, Ba Paizhou, seated at his desk, along with the bureau's Mo Nya and the seemingly refined Su Meng's uncle, shifted their gazes downward, landing on Su Bai's feet. Su Bai also glanced down, and his eyes fell upon a component that resembled the remnants of a door lock, quietly resting on the ground. Upon hearing the return of his sidearm, Su Bai was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement, failing to temper his strength. After fully unleashing the Bengtian force last night, the most immediate and noticeable change was in his physical power. with 10 layers of Bengshan force, each contributing an additional 2%. He found himself endowed with an extraordinary 20% increase in strength this morning, nearly causing him to misalign his own faucet. Despite the passage of a night, the sudden surge of power left Subai still grappling with control. His thoughts racing, he glanced up at his superior, team leader Ba Pai Zhou. "You ought to replace that lock, boss," he remarked. At this, Ba Pai Zhou's brow twitched involuntarily. Just then, a hearty laugh erupted from Su Ban Chang, who sat elegantly on the sofa, resembling a refined scholar. As the deputy director of the Department of Homeland Security, he directed his attention to Ba Pai Zhou. "Team leader Zhou, I believe this is our own Subai, the esteemed investigator." Ba Pai Zhou snapped back to reality, preparing to nod in acknowledgement. In the next moment, Subai stepped forward, extending his right hand with a smile toward Su Ban Chang. "Your judgment is impeccable, Deputy Director Su." Su Ban Chang paused slightly, rising to shake Subai's hand. "Investigator Su, you recognize me?" With a smile, Subai replied, "Meng Meng showed me your photograph. I must say, it hardly captures the unique aura of Deputy Director Su." He harbored no grievances against Su Meng's uncle. After all, their differing positions naturally led to divergent perspectives. From Su Ban Chang's viewpoint, it was reasonable to assume that if his niece garnered any credit, there was no need for gratitude towards Subai. Rather, it would be Subai who ought to express thanks to him. However, Su Ban Chang remained oblivious to Subai's extraordinary capabilities. Thus, Subai held no objections towards Su Ban Chang. With a hearty laugh, Su Ban Chang withdrew his hand. "That girl Meng Meng has always had a lackluster talent for photography. By the way, I still owe you my gratitude for looking after her. She holds you in high regard." Subai offered a slight smile, harboring no intentions of modesty. In this day and age, one must embrace their brilliance, showcasing their true abilities rather than concealing them under a guise of false humility. Had Subai fully grasped certain matters, he would never have presented himself as merely a level 10 when he was, in fact, at level 20. Observing Subai engage in what appeared to be a remarkable social display, treating the office as his own while conversing with Su Ban Chang, Ba Pai Zhou could only shake his head in resignation, casting a glance at Anya, who sat on another sofa. Ba Pai Zhou seemed to have witnessed something remarkable. Gazing at Anya, who was engrossed in a lively conversation with two others, as if watching a film. Anya, catching a glimpse of Ba Pai Zhou's gaze, turned her head. Ba Pai Zhou cleared his throat and averted his eyes. Su Meng's uncle and Subai discussed finding a time to share a meal together, mentioning Su Ban Chang. Noticing the time on his watch, he turned to Ba Pai Zhou to take his leave, saying, "Team leader Zhou, time is of the essence. I should return to the bureau now. I appreciate your assistance with Meng Meng's matters." Ba Pai Zhou replied affirmatively and stood up, offering, "I'll see you off." Su Ban Chang waved his hand to decline and smiled at Subai, saying, "Let us arrange a time to have a meal at my place, shall we?" Subai beamed, "Certainly, I will be there." Su Ban Chang smiled slightly, shook hands with Subai once more, nodded at Anya, and then departed the office on his own accord. Once Su Ban Chang had left, Ba Pai Zhou opened the goji berry cup in front of him and savored a sip, then rolled his eyes at Subai. "Could you please knock before entering next time?" Subai readily nodded, then his expression brightened as he ignored the lurking traitor in the sub-bureau, asking Ba Pai Zhou, "Boss, where is my gun?" Ba Pai Zhou did not respond to that question but curiously inquired about Su Meng's uncle. "Do you know why he came today?" Subai nodded. "Indeed. Meng Meng contacted me last night." "You agreed?" "Of course." Upon hearing this, Ba Pai Zhou's brow furrowed slightly, then he nodded, "That is fine. But it's somewhat regrettable." Subai chuckled, "Regrettable? What about the credit?" "I have no shortage of that, and I have no intention of leaving our sub-bureau. The DC area is my stronghold. Although a promotion would come with a pay raise, he would still receive an increase even without one. Therefore, Why venture into unfamiliar territory after being promoted? Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. Subai resonated deeply with this sentiment. Popeye Joe chuckled at Subai's words, but his amusement quickly faded as he realized that Subai indeed had the confidence to casually speak of acquiring credit. However, while ordinary achievements might be easy, opportunities to enter that department were likely scarce. Popeye Joe pondered this, soon recalling Subai's sister, and quickly felt at ease. Perhaps that's for the best. The danger level in that place is significantly heightened. With that thought, Popeye Joe shook his head and opened the drawer in front of him, retrieving a silver handgun of .45 caliber along with a fully loaded magazine. Placing them on the table, Subai's eyes lit up, and before Popeye Joe could steady the weapon, he had already grasped it, producing a sharp click as he readied his gun. Subai nodded slightly. The firearm, which had not been tampered with, was indeed the pistol that had been confiscated from him earlier. Soon, Subai tucked the gun back into his waistband and turned to Popeye Joe, saying, "Boss, I told you that guy was framing me. So, have you clarified the situation?" Popeye Joe remained silent, his gaze shifting to Anya, who was seated on the sofa, arms crossed and demeanor frosty. "The investigation is not yet concluded," she stated. Subai looked at Anya and remarked, "Then why return my gun? Are you concocting some sort of scheme?" Anya stood up, replying, "No, the suspect who filed the complaint against you is deceased." Subai was taken aback. "Deceased?" "Indeed," Anya confirmed, meeting Subai's gaze. "Our internal investigation only addresses existing issues. With the individual who raised the concern now gone, that issue ceases to exist. However, this serves as a lesson, Agent Su. I hope you take heed." With that, Anya made no further delay, bidding farewell to Popeye Joe before exiting the office. "Anya, I will smile. We are merely tasked with resolving issues. Now that the individual who raised the concern has passed away, naturally, the issue ceases to exist. I would like you to remember this." "Remember what? Should I recall the lesson of silencing those who pose questions?" Subai turned to look, observing Anya, who was striding away without a backward glance. He could not shake the feeling that there was something amiss in the words of this cold-hearted infiltrator within the bureau. "Boss. What is it? What do you mean by an infiltrator in this bureau? What else could it mean?" Bobby Joe glanced at Subai, who had turned to face him, twisting the goji berry cup in his hand. "Did not team leader Ren mention it herself? She is merely conducting her duties. The previous investigation into you was due to a complaint, and now that the suspect has perished, the complaint has, naturally, vanished." Subai blinked in confusion. Is that truly her meaning? Bobby Joe sipped from his cup of goji water. "What else would you think team leader Ren meant?" Subai shook his head. "No. That doesn't seem right. What is wrong now?" It dawned on Subai that this cold-hearted infiltrator might be setting a trap for him. "What?" Subai's eyes flickered. "I can't shake the feeling that this cold-hearted one is suggesting that the best way to avoid issues is to eliminate the one who raises them. If the questioner is silenced, the problem dissipates. Perhaps this cold-hearted infiltrator is laying a trap for me, waiting for the moment I attempt such a tactic. Ready to apprehend me." Bobby Joe opened his mouth, his brow twitching. After a moment, he managed a slight smile. "You are overthinking it. Team leader Ren is simply a bit aloof, as is customary for those in internal inspections. However, from what I gather, she is quite amiable." Subai raised an eyebrow, regarding Bobby Joe with skepticism. Bobby Joe, meeting Subai's gaze, could not contain his curiosity. "What is it?" Subai shook his head. "Boss, you were not this way before." Bobby Joe interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. "Enough, enough. Your firearm is returned, now take it and leave swiftly." I need at least 3 cups of goji water to recover from this conversation. Subai was left speechless. That's just pretentious. As for you, disappear. Farewell. Watching Bappi's ire rise, Subai quickly turned and exited the office behind him. However, just as he was about to head back to his station, he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. He halted, looking aside to see Anya, who, though she had just left the office, seemed to linger at the door. Ah! Subai's expression shifted to one of bemusement as he regarded Anya. Team leaderin. Have you been here all along? Arms crossed and leaning against the wall, Anya nodded slightly. Yes. What have you overheard? Let me think. With an unexpected smile that contrasted her aloof demeanor, Anya approached Subai, exuding the sensation of an iceberg blooming. You referred to me as a traitor and a cold-faced tiger. I have likely overheard these remarks. Unless, Agent Su, you have attributed to me other monikers of which I am unaware. Subai's gaze shifted upward. Name, Anya. Gender, female. Level, target level disparity exceeds 5 levels. Currently inaccessible. Realm, target level disparity exceeds 5 levels, currently inaccessible. Friendship level, target level disparity exceeds 5 levels, currently inaccessible. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. I am already at level 20, why does this still remain undisclosed? Just how high is Anya's level? Moreover, she has concealed it for so long, too deep, indeed. Subai stared at the continuous stream of starry symbols, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. In the next moment, Subai discreetly prepared to turn and leave. Anya's lips curled into a slight smile. Wait. Subai halted, listening to the approaching sound of high heels, drawing nearer, accompanied by an indescribably pleasant fragrance that enveloped him from behind. Anya reached Subai's side, turned her face toward him, and after a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, she revealed another faint smile. You made a wise choice. Subai blinked in surprise, looking at Anya. What do you mean? Anya explained, Lusan's case indeed possesses peculiarities. It is prudent to let the Department of Homeland Security take charge. After all, curiosity sometimes necessitates strength. Subai replied, Didn't the personnel from Homeland Security already seize this case while I was hospitalized? He yearned to inform the cold-faced tiger before him to cease her pretense, as he found riddles utterly irksome, and he was already aware of her elevated status. However, after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from voicing this thought. He was neither foolish nor naive. He understood that speaking carelessly in ignorance could invite unnecessary complications. Anya smiled. You understand what I mean. I do not. You do. I do not. Anya turned abruptly to leave, denying Subai the opportunity for further explanation. Yet, after taking 2 or 3 steps, she paused once more. Subai furrowed his brow, observing her stillness. In the next instant, Anya turned, her cold yet striking visage graced by another fleeting smile. I can smile, and it looks quite lovely, I merely do not enjoy smiling. With that, she departed without a backward glance, leaving Subai standing in bewilderment. Is she insane? Your propensity to smile has nothing to do with me. Regaining his composure, Subai watched Anya vanish down the corridor before murmuring to himself and returning to his seat. Remaining in place, he observed Chen Shan, who had been part of their earlier conversation, and with a swift motion, he pushed his chair closer once again. By go, what did our high-ranking flower say to you? Why? Chen Shan whispered, Come on, you know how many people at our police station consult me about every move of Captain and tell me, if we make money, we can split it 50-50. Get lost. Don't. There's a lot. Chen Shan was abruptly sent back to his seat by a kick from Subai, although he personally avoided eye contact with Anya. Believing that this traitor within the precinct, the cold-faced tiger, was constantly targeting him, he recognized that this was merely a personal grudge. He could never stoop to the base act of profiting from the gossip of others. An hour later. In the office of the Deputy Director of Action at the Fengcheng National Security Bureau. Knock, knock. Come in. Su Meng, seated behind his desk, looked up at Anya's entrance, a faint smile gracing his features. Captain, I was just wondering when you would come to see me. Anya stepped in. Her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the Deputy Director of Action at the National Security Bureau. In the office of the Deputy Director of the Department of Homeland Security, Su Bancheng, with a cheerful demeanor, rose to invite Anya to take a seat in the adjacent reception room. Anya cast a brief glance at Su Bancheng, remaining silent as she proceeded to the reception area. Su Bancheng followed closely behind, remarking with a smile as he approached her, "Would you prefer tea or coffee?" "Perhaps tea?" "We just received the latest batch last month." Anya abruptly interrupted him. "Enough with the small talk, has Xiao Jingnan arrived in Fengcheng?" Su Bancheng hesitated, glancing at Anya. Adjusting his glasses, and chuckling softly as he took a seat across from her, "Not yet." But if he were to learn that his brother had been eliminated shortly after taking over, he would likely come rushing here. Anya frowned. "I recall that you arranged for someone to track Lu San." Su Bancheng shrugged, leaning back in his chair, nodding. "Indeed, we did assign someone, but as you can see, who could have anticipated that Xiao Jingtian, freshly possessing a new body, could overpower one of our agents?" The body they had seen in Lu San's room that day was, in fact, one of their own agents from the Department of Homeland Security. This was the reason why, immediately following the incident, the department was informed and dispatched to the 38th Precinct to retrieve the two bodies in the case. Initially, the plan was for this Homeland Security agent to promptly secure and transport Xiao Jingtian after he had taken over Lu San. Yet, who could have predicted that someone arriving from the wasteland through possession would possess the strength to eliminate a third-level martial artist immediately after the takeover? As Su Bancheng spoke, he nodded candidly, acknowledging the oversight. "Ah, an oversight. Does Captain not believe it?" "Indeed," Anya replied, crossing her arms as she regarded Su Bancheng, who sat impeccably dressed and exuded an approachable charm. She coldly laughed. "You, Su Bancheng, are hailed as a prodigy by your esteemed elder, known as the Natural Tao Child, possessing unparalleled skills in heavenly mechanisms divination. It is no wonder you have ascended to the position of Deputy Director of Homeland Security at such a young age. Are you now claiming this is merely your oversight?" Listening to Anya's words, Su Bancheng helplessly shook his head and raised his hands in surrender. "If you do not believe me, there is little I can do." Anya nodded. "Very well. Then explain why, according to regulations, a possession target that should have been monitored by two individuals was, in this instance, under the watch of only one?" Su Bancheng pressed his lips together, clasping his hands. "I have investigated this matter. It was a unilateral decision made by a subordinate leader, and I have already reprimanded him." Upon hearing this, Anya laughed, but this time her smile was not the warm, spontaneous joy she had shown to Su Bai. Instead, it was a cold, disdainful smile that made the atmosphere feel even more frigid. A subordinate acting independently? Indeed. The young master of Su. Such words are merely a ruse to deceive the common folk. Do not attempt to present me with such nonsense. Speaking of which, has your heavenly mechanism divination revealed that your niece will indeed make an appearance this time? Thus, you cleverly maneuver to facilitate her inclusion in the special group, am I correct? Anya furrowed her brows as she regarded Su Bancheng, who merely chuckled in response. Are you satisfied with this answer? Meng Meng possesses a rather unique constitution, lacking a complete innate foundation, rendering her incapable of practicing our family's heavenly mechanism art. However, the selection for the special group is beyond my influence. Fortunately, through my heavenly mechanism divination, I foresaw this scenario, which allowed me to make appropriate arrangements. The outcome aligned with my expectations. No one was harmed, and the soul that had taken over Xiao Jingtian is dead, thus permitting Meng Meng to join the special group. Anya retorted with a cold smile. No one was harmed? What of the deceased agent from the Homeland Security? Su Banchang raised a finger, signaling her to remain calm, and called out towards the door, "Roger, please come in." As his words fell, the door swung open, revealing an agent who bore an uncanny resemblance to the one who had perished in Lusan's living room. "Commander." "Group Leader Anya," he greeted. Anya turned to observe the resurrected agent, her brow furrowing in disbelief. Su Banchang waved his hand dismissively. Roger nodded and exited the room. Turning back to Su Banchang, Anya furrowed her brow, as if a thought had crossed her mind, and tentatively asked, "A puppet of the heavenly mechanism?" Su Banchang nodded, a modest smile gracing his lips. "Just a little trick. I foresaw that Roger would encounter a fatal calamity, and I seized this opportunity to help him evade it. What do you think, Group Leader Anya? My arrangement is quite satisfactory, is it not? Roger has avoided his death, his cultivation speed will surely increase. And Meng Meng will seize this chance to enter the special group. It is a joyful and fulfilling tale, would you not agree?" Anya replied with a smile, joyful. "Vice Supervisor Su? Have you perhaps overlooked someone?" Su Banchang was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. "You refer to that Agent Su, correct?" Anya regarded him with an impassive expression, her meaning clear without utterance. Su Banchang nodded. "Indeed, that Agent Su is quite remarkable. However, do you know what intrigues me more?" Anya's brows knitted in curiosity. "What is it?" Su Banchang adjusted his glasses, a glint of cold light traversing from one lens to the other. "I concede that Agent Su is indeed a promising prospect, yet that is where my interest ends. I am more curious as to why Group Leader Anya has come here today, seemingly to confront me on behalf of Agent Su. Is that merely my imagination?" Anya remained expressionless. "He is an agent of my 3rd Division. Old Fox Joe must be aware of this matter by now, yet, Joe, Agent Su's mentor, has not come to hold me accountable. Is that so?" Anya narrowed her striking eyes, fixing her gaze upon Su Banchang. "Has your heavenly mechanism divination revealed whether Meng Meng will be able to join the special group if you fail to provide an explanation?" Su Banchang's expression darkened momentarily. In the next instant, he regained his genteel demeanor and offered a refined smile, stating, "I believe I now comprehend why several individuals under Captain An's command are so unwaveringly devoted to you. Furthermore, I have come to understand what it is that Captain An desires. By the way, there is a matter that I may have neglected to communicate to Captain An." Anya, known for her succinctness, continued, "This morning, upon my return, I took the opportunity to investigate what this officer Su might be lacking, so that I could present it to him during our meal together. Thus, I retrieved his records." "What?" Before she could finish her thought, Su Banchang stood up, snapped his fingers, and made his way towards the door, accepting the documents that Roger passed to him. "As a result of reviewing these records, I discovered that our officer Su is perhaps not as uncomplicated as he appears." With that, Su Banchang smiled and handed the documents to Anya. She glanced at them and read the title, Highway Accident Case File 922. At the age of 24, having undergone 5 years of dental extractions, Shubai exited the pharmacy behind him and proceeded towards the vehicle parked by the roadside. He entered the car and closed the door. From his pocket, he retrieved his handwritten notes regarding the ingredients for crafting the BUN pill. As he examined the list, he noted the items that had been checked off, alongside one elusive ingredient, dragon heartherb, which remained unchecked. Most of the other ingredients were nearly procured, though a few were out of stock, likely requiring about a week for replenishment. Unintentionally, Shubai allowed his police badge to slip from his possession. The other party promptly assured him that they would set aside a portion as per his request, awaiting his arrival for collection. However, the elusive dragon heartherb proved to be a challenge. Shubai had visited nearly 5 large herbal medicine shops in Fengcheng that afternoon, yet none could provide it. To be precise, 4 of the 5 shops claimed they had never even heard of dragon heartherb in their years of practice. In that moment, Shubai's thoughts turned dire. This formula provided by the system was akin to a misfit recipe, utterly incompatible with local resources. Given the technological advancements of the Federation, it was implausible that such a system could be fabricated. Thus, it was reasonable to deduce that this system might very well be a product of advanced technology from another world. Consequently, attempting to source materials for a formula from another realm in this world was akin to wielding an ancient sword to challenge the officials of the present dynasty. Yet, refusing to concede defeat, Shubai ventured into a fifth pharmacy. This establishment, known as Tongren, was presided over by an elderly physician with snow-white hair and a long, white beard, exuding an aura of wisdom. Presenting his credentials, Shubai approached the venerable doctor, adopting a tentative approach to inquire about the dragon heart herb. To his surprise, the old physician was indeed familiar with it. However, before Shubai could revel in his moment of hope, the elderly doctor furrowed his brow, explaining that this herb, which grows exclusively amidst steep cliffs and requires the presence of snakes along with favorable celestial conditions to form the perfect heart shape, had been out of circulation for 2 decades. The dragon heart herb primarily served as a supplementary remedy rather than a primary medicine, and given its rarity, it was not unusual for many practitioners to be unaware of its existence. Hearing this, Shubai felt disheartened, contemplating whether he should take a leave of absence to venture into the dense forests in search of it. Alternatively, he considered abandoning the quest entirely, as he had little interest in alchemy. Yet, after a moment's reflection, the elderly doctor mentioned that he had an old acquaintance who was also in search of the dragon heart herb, though he was uncertain if the man had succeeded in his quest. Shubai's spirits lifted at this revelation, and he promptly expressed his hope that the elderly physician could assist in establishing contact. The old doctor readily agreed to help. On one hand, it could be attributed to Shubai's courteous and polite demeanor, or perhaps it is simply because he is a law enforcement officer. It is well known that those who run medical practices are generally averse to offending the authorities. Shubai is fully aware of this. Thus, after receiving the old physician's agreement, he refrained from pressing for immediate contact, choosing instead to leave his contact information and take his leave. Half an hour later, Shubai returned home, his expression a mixture of resignation as he carried several bags of vegetables and meat sent by his relatives. Opening the refrigerator, he observed the already abundant assortment of ingredients within inside, and decided to take out the vegetables delivered a few days prior, intending to prepare them for dinner that evening. After retrieving the produce, he turned and walked to a corner of the living room, where 2 portraits hung on the wall. He took 2 incense sticks from the side, ignited them, and placed them in the incense burner. Gazing at his parents' photographs, he sighed, "Please, Mom and Dad, bless my little sister with recovery." As he spoke, Shubai lowered his gaze and noticed 2 teeth, appearing nearly desiccated after a year, placed in front of his parents' photographs on a small table. In the next moment, he lifted his eyes to the images of his parents on the wall, murmuring, "Once the new year passes, I shall retrieve those 2 teeth to honor you." A cold smile escaped his lips as he turned and headed towards the kitchen to prepare dinner. These 2 teeth did not belong to him, nor to his sister Sue, and certainly not to his parents. The reason for their presence was straightforward: they belonged to the individual who, 5 years ago, had driven recklessly, resulting in the tragic death of his parents and causing his sister to remain in a comatose state for 5 years. In fact, 5 years prior, when the family had planned a trip, he was meant to join them. However, that day he encountered an injured white fox, which triggered a task. In his attempt to save the creature, he had informed his parents and sister that he would join them later. The outcome was tragic. Meanwhile, in the office of the Deputy Director of National Security Actions, Anya looked up at Su Bancheng, who had spoken, frowning. "What did you say? You suspect that the missing driver has been killed by Shubai? That is implausible." Su Bancheng glanced at the Highway 922 accident case file in Anya's hands. This driver disappeared suddenly after the incident, did he not? Anya tossed the file onto the table before her, retorting. Do you have any idea how many individuals go missing in the Federation each day? Su Bancheng shook his head in resignation. Shifan, being so obstinate is pointless. My assertion is not without foundation. Anya scoffed. Very well, I'm eager to hear your insights, Deputy Director. Su Bai's demeanor throughout the handling of this matter has been excessively composed. Anya furrowed her brow. Leaning back in his chair, Su Bancheng replied, Before your arrival, I had already conducted all necessary investigations. I even met with the agent who handled the case back then. Do you know how he recalled Su Bai? Remain calm. According to the words of the investigator at the time, upon Su Bai's arrival at the scene, he was momentarily taken aback by the harrowing sight, but quickly regained his composure within a mere 10 seconds. Unlike the other victims' families, who wept and wailed, he calmly accepted the compensation from the driver and the insurance company. Throughout the entirety of this case, Su Bai exhibited an extraordinary level of calmness and rationality. Even the driver was astonished that he encountered such an accommodating family member. Or rather, one who was solely interested in monetary compensation. Anya furrowed her brow, remarking that this was because Su Bai needed funds to treat his sister. Su Bancheng nodded in agreement, noting that the investigator initially found it hard to believe that Su Bai would use the compensation entirely to save his sister. To his surprise, Anya could not help but shake her head, stating that all of this merely underscores Su Bai's deep affection for his sister, does it not? Su Bancheng nodded once more. In the next moment, he shifted the conversation, asking whether such a devoted family man as investigator Su would ever spare the life of the murderer who caused his parents' demise. Anya remained silent. Drinking can lead to murder. I cherish my family deeply, and thus, I am compelled to eliminate the perpetrator who has harmed them. Anya furrowed her brow at this absurd reasoning. Su Bancheng smirked, noting the fluctuation in her tone, indicating that she was indeed contemplating the possibility of such a notion. Anya scoffed, fixing her gaze on Su Bancheng. Do not attempt to mislead me with your baseless conjectures. I did not come here to listen to your unfounded speculations. Su Bancheng shrugged in silence. Indeed, his assertions were merely speculative. According to the available information, when the driver went missing, Su Bai had a solid alibi. At the very least, numerous residents of the old factory district could attest that Su Bai was present in the vegetable market at the time of the driver's disappearance. However, Su Bancheng employed his heavenly mechanism divination to speculate on the fate of the driver, resulting in an obscured outcome. This was implausible. The fate of an ordinary individual should not be shrouded in mystery unless he were not an ordinary person or if his destiny were intertwined with that of an extraordinary being. In such a case, the ordinary man's fate would not be preordained by fate itself but rather dictated by the extraordinary individual. Of course, he could attempt to divine the fate of an extraordinary being, yet he did not deem either the driver or Su Bai worthy of such endeavor. Thus, Su Bancheng chuckled lightly, remarking casually, I merely articulated my conjecture. Although lacking evidence, countless facts suggest that my assumptions tend to be accurate. Anya, expressionless, rose to her feet, disinterested in Su Bancheng's ramblings. Enough. I came here to inform you that apprehending Xiao Jingnan is your responsibility. However, should you escalate matters unnecessarily, do not blame us at Tianjin. Do not claim afterward that we have interfered with your case. Su Bancheng shook his head, also standing, and smiled as he replied. That will not occur. In fact, I seem to have forgotten to mention another detail. We have already identified one of Xiao Jingnan's subordinates in Fengcheng. If he intends to return, he will undoubtedly reach out to this individual first. Anya frowned, inquiring, who? Su Bancheng smiled enigmatically, offering no response. Anya cast a glance at him, then shifted her attention to the Highway 922 car accident case file laying on the table. Contemplating briefly, she grasped it and turned to leave Su Bancheng's office. Su Bancheng followed her out, watching as she entered the elevator before turning to Roger, who stood nearby. Clearly, she believes me. Roger stood respectfully in silence. Is there any news from Sun Qinya's side? Has the surveillance team reported whether Xiao Jingnan has contacted her? Not yet. If there are any developments, report them immediately. Understood. After finishing his remarks, Su Bancheng nodded and retreated into his office, closing the door behind him. Xiao Jingnan possesses formidable strength, yet it is insufficient to instill fear in Su Bancheng. This holds true in direct confrontations. However, should Xiao Jingnan resort to covert means? Intent on eliminating Su Meng, who was responsible for his brother's demise, even Su Bancheng may find himself at a loss. If anything were to befall Su Meng, Su Bancheng would undoubtedly face repercussions at home, where the elders might strip him of his title of Heavenly Daozi, branding him with the epithet shame of the Su family. In the old factory community, after finishing his dinner, Su Bai busied himself in the kitchen, washing the dishes. Compared to cooking for himself, he preferred the cafeteria at the precinct, not primarily for the taste, but for the convenience of avoiding preparation and cleanup. Nonetheless, the neighbor's overwhelming generosity meant that if he allowed the dishes to spoil in the refrigerator, it would be a waste of their kind intentions. He resolved to take the leftovers back to the precinct the next day, after all, returning home to a mountain of food with no one else around. He doubted he could finish it all. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the doorbell rang. Coming, Su Bai called, drying his hands with a towel before walking to the door and opening it. Standing outside was Wang Chang. Brother Bai, do you have a moment? Yes, come in. Su Bai stepped aside to let Wang Chang enter. Once inside, Wang Chang glanced back as Su Bai shut the door. Brother Bai, there's a lead, Shu. Su Bai interrupted, raising a finger to indicate silence. He proceeded to the bedroom and returned moments later, now holding a signal jammer shaped like a pen. Activate it, he instructed, placing the device on the coffee table before looking up at Wang Chang. Speak. I have a lead on Xiao Jingnan, Wang Chang began, his voice urgent. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So soon? Where? Wang Chang hastily clarified, well, it's not exactly a lead on Xiao Jingnan himself. But we've found someone who might be connected to him, a woman named Sun Qinya, the owner of the Night Rose nightclub on Peace Avenue in the East District. As he spoke, Wang Chang retrieved a surreptitiously taken photograph from his pocket and handed it to Su Bai. Su Bai accepted the photo and examined it. The woman depicted appeared to be in her 30s, with cascading waves of hair, striking red lips, and a vibrant red dress that accentuated her alluring figure. He glanced at the image briefly before tucking it away and gesturing for Wang Chang to sit on the sofa. He then approached the liquor cabinet, retrieved a bottle of bourbon, poured 2 glasses, and returned to the sofa, offering one to Wang Chang. Here you go. Thank you, Brother Bai. Wang Chang took the glass, settling into a seat. Su Bai watched him with a wry smile, then took a sip of his bourbon before asking, how did you discover this? Tell me. Wang Chang replied, Brother Bai, do you remember that skinny fellow from the 5th floor of Building 4? The one who was short and frail, whose father killed his mother because she cheated on him. Su Bai Mei's heart raced. Such matters need not be articulated, Shouho, I am aware. To speak without exaggeration. Within this old factory community, from those who have passed away to those who have just been born, there is no one Su Bai does not know. Whether due to nature or nurture, he has possessed an exceptional memory since childhood. Wang Chang chuckled lightly. Shouho works as a security guard at the Night Rose nightclub. And he is quite the small leader. I have released the person you were seeking. Upon hearing this, Shouho called, mentioning that Sun Qinya once drunkenly dialed Xiao Jingnan. He happened to be outside at the time and overheard the conversation. Su Bai furrowed his brow. This cannot be definitively confirmed as the person I am searching for. Wang Chang nodded. I concur. However, later Shouho revealed that on that day, Sun Qinya inquired when Xiao Jingnan would return to Fengchang. The voice on the other end replied that he would return once his brother arrived. Guess what? His brother is also named Xiao Jingtian. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Drinking and murder go hand in hand. Xiaojing Tian and Xiaojing Nan are away, not yet returned. The basic information aligns perfectly. Su Bai listened to Wang Chang's words, quietly nodding in agreement. At that moment, Wang Chang continued, handing over a document he had just grasped. Furthermore, based on what Shouho mentioned, we conducted an investigation regarding Sun Xinya and the Night Rose nightclub. Take a look, here are the details. Su Bai accepted the document, glanced at the source, and looked up at Wang Chang. The Haizhou Police Department? Sun Xinya hails from Haizhou. A few years ago, Deng San's father moved to Haizhou. And upon learning that you were searching for someone, Deng San contacted his father, leading to this information. Very well. Su Bai nodded. Although Fengcheng is renowned for its simple and unpretentious customs, the old factory community possesses its own distinguished reputation as well. Fengcheng boasts a rich cultural heritage, while the old factory is abundant in talent. As the oldest community within Fengcheng's historical district, the old factory has, over the years, nurtured countless skilled individuals. Su Bai, who has effortlessly won over both the older generation and the new wave of old factory residents through his own merits, has undoubtedly inherited these resources and connections. According to the information from the Haizhou Police Department, the proprietress of the Night Rose nightclub, Sun Xinya, departed from Haizhou to Fengcheng 10 months ago. Sun Xinya's life in Haizhou was quite straightforward. After graduating at 16, she worked diligently as a textile worker in a local factory. Accompanying this modest dossier was a photograph of Sun Xinya taken during her time in Haizhou. Su Bai retrieved a photo that Shouho had covertly taken earlier, placing the two images side by side for comparison. To put it plainly, the Sun Xinya of Haizhou and the Sun Xinya of Fengcheng are entirely different individuals, exhibiting a bizarre 360-degree transformation in style, comparable to a pure-hearted maiden juxtaposed with a flamboyant temptress. Instinctively, Su Bai reached for his phone, intending to call Chen Shan for assistance in retrieving Sun Xinya's records. However, as soon as he took out his phone, he hesitated. No, it wouldn't do. If even Wang Chang and his team could investigate Sun Xinya, the Department of Homeland Security would certainly have access to her records. It might be akin to Lusan's personnel file, which has likely been locked, if anyone within the police department attempts to access Sun Xinya's information. It could trigger an alert from the Homeland Security. Just then, Wang Chang observed Su Bai's actions. Brother Bai, are you looking to have someone retrieve this woman's records? Do you suspect she might not be the same person? Su Bai came to himself and nodded. That is indeed a suspicion. After all, these two Sun Xinyas not only possess completely different temperaments, but even their physiques have undergone significant changes. Wang Chang chuckled. Rest assured, Brother Bai, I can guarantee this is the same person, and the reason is, after arriving in Fengcheng, Sun Xinya spent a considerable sum to undergo a comprehensive enhancement surgery on her appearance and figure. By Gu, you would never guess who performed the enhancement surgery for her. Enhancement surgery. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Images of over 30,000 residents from the old factory community flashing through his mind like a carousel before settling on one photograph. Wang Chang, Luo Mei's father? Luo Mei was a girl from the old factory community, of the same age as Su Bai and Wang Chang. However, when she was around 7 or 8, her parents returned from studying abroad and took her away from the old factory community, subsequently opening a beauty salon in the central district of Fengcheng. Now, that beauty salon is no longer merely a beauty salon, it has evolved into the Luo Medical Aesthetic Group, touted as the foremost name in medical aesthetics in Fengcheng. It is said that when they went public last year, several members of the federal parliament came to support them. Wang Chang expressed his disbelief at Su Bai's quick deduction, indicating that he must be familiar with the person in question. Thus, after a brief mental scan, Su Bai naturally thought of Luo Mei. Wow! Wang Chang was momentarily taken aback by Su Bai's accurate guess. Impressive, Bai Gu, you figured it out so quickly. I thought you wouldn't get it. Su Bai smiled. After his surprise, Wang Chang, as if performing a magic trick, produced another document from his pocket and handed it to Su Bai. Indeed, Sun Qinya's surgery was performed at Luo Mei's beauty clinic. Here, Bai Gu, this is the relevant information regarding Sun Qinya's enhancement surgery. Su Bai was somewhat astonished and accepted the document. Observing Su Bai's reaction, Wang Chang chuckled, "Your matters are our matters, as residents of the old factory community." I shared Sun Qinya's details in our Loving Each Other group, and Luo Mei immediately recalled that she was the one who devised Sun Qinya's enhancement plan. Su Bai frowned. Am I part of the Loving Each Other group? You are not. What? Su Bai was regarded as a parental figure among them. Besides, if we added you to the group, would we dare to speak freely? Moreover, you don't even have a smartphone. Even if we gifted you one, you wouldn't accept it. Su Bai, disregarding Wang Chang's earnest discourse, focused on the document entitled Human Aesthetic Enhancement 3.0 Upgrade Edition. Upon opening it, a sharp sound echoed as he quickly closed it again, tossing it onto the coffee table. Wang Chang inquired, "What's wrong, Bai Gu? Is there an issue?" Su Bai shook his head, "No, it's just quite glaring." Wang Chang was momentarily stunned but then nodded in agreement. I felt the same way when I first received the documents from Luo Mei. Later, as I walked back, I began to wonder if the women I saw had also undergone technological modifications. Su Bai shook his head in exasperation. In comparison to women perfected by technology, he preferred those who were purely natural, untouched by such advancements. Thank goodness. Su Bai reflected on the myriad young women he had encountered over the years. And it seemed that each one was, without exception, a paragon of purity and authenticity. However, he resolved that it sufficed to identify a singular individual. It was indeed the same person. Wang Chang nodded solemnly. I have reviewed the comparative images from before and after the surgery, and I can confirm that it is unquestionably the same Sun Qinya. Su Bai acknowledged with a sound, and then, under Wang Chang's watchful gaze, he downed the bourbon in his hand in one swift motion. In Wang Chang's memory, this marked the second occasion he had witnessed Su Bai consuming alcohol in such a manner within this room today. To this day, Wang Chang vividly recalls the first instance from 5 years ago, when Su Bai, after finishing his drink, uttered those memorable words, "Drinking pairs splendidly with murder." In the heart of Peace Avenue, Su Bai stood gazing at the opulent, bustling Night Rose Club across the street. Fengcheng was divided into 5 districts, 4 surrounding areas, complemented by a central zone. Currently, Su Bai found himself in the DC district, the former old town of Fengcheng. And Peace Avenue was undoubtedly the most vibrant area within this district. In the mere span of 10 minutes since his arrival, he had observed at least 100 individuals entering and exiting the grand entrance of the Night Rose Club. However, it was essential to note that Su Bai had never visited this establishment before. To be frank, he had little interest in such venues, and his finances did not permit indulgence in their lavish offerings. Colleagues had described the club as a premier destination in Fengcheng, suggesting that a single night's expenses could rival their annual salaries and bonuses, perhaps even more. Fortunately, he was not here for leisure. A subtle smirk played at the corners of Su Bai's lips, exuding an air of cold determination. He retrieved a pair of silver-rimmed glasses from his pocket, adjusting them awkwardly before setting off towards the lively Night Rose Club. Anya's assertion rang true: the most effective, direct, and straightforward method of resolving issues was to address the individuals responsible. Problems arose from people; without them, there would be no issues. Thus, since all current dilemmas stemmed from Xiao Jingtian's brother, Xiao Jingnan, the solution seemed evident: eliminate Xiao Jingnan. Su Bai had not yet reached a state where he required his innocent apprentice to shield him from danger. Indeed, the notion of exchanging merits for protection against Xiao Jingnan had been proposed by Su Meng, who also sought to leverage this opportunity to join a particular special operations group. At first glance, it appeared to be a fair exchange. Subai would serve as a decoy in return for the merits he needed. Although Subai consented to this arrangement, it was primarily due to his regard for Su Meng and had little to do with the specifics of the transaction. Even without the threat posed by Xiao Jingnan, had Su Meng requested assistance, Subai would have willingly granted her the merits to facilitate her entry into that group. His disinterest in the group contrasted sharply with his keen curiosity about Xiao Jingnan. He yearned to understand the true extent of the terrifying reputation that surrounded him. The best defense was a proactive offense, a principle that Subai greatly admired. He was not one to rely on others. He firmly believed that one must be their own greatest support. What if the Department of Homeland Security fails to intervene? Or, given that Xiao Jingnan is so formidable, what if he discovers the truth about his brother's demise through other means? Furthermore, Anya, Su Meng's uncle Su Banchang, and the enigmatic Xiao Jingtian from the wasteland, what manner of beings are they? These are the inquiries that linger in his mind. Fortuitously, when one seeks slumber, a pillow conveniently presents itself. Thus, Subai approached. Identification, please. Dressed in casual athletic attire, Subai retrieved his identification from his pocket and handed it to the suited security guard stationed at the entrance. The guard scrutinized the document, comparing it to Subai himself, before passing it to another guard behind him. The second guard placed Subai's identification on a handheld verification device. With a beep, the screen illuminated, displaying the document's details, which were promptly validated. Several patrons, standing behind Subai, observed the scene with bemusement. A corpulent gentleman in a suit, resembling a 4-month pregnant woman and sporting thick glasses, addressed the security guard. Is it necessary to inspect identification? Is it not overly tedious? The guard glanced at the affluent individual, offering an apologetic smile as he explained, I apologize, sir. For security reasons, the higher-ups have mandated this protocol. Please bear with us. After all, they were merely employees, dutifully complying with directives from their superiors. The portly man's expression soured with impatience. Very well, expedite the process, please. Thank you for your understanding, sir. The security guard replied with a grin, and returned Subai's identification to him. Sir, your identification. I hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you. Subai replied with a slight smile, stowing away the returned document as he passed through the security gate and ventured inside. A mere counterfeit identification was trivial for Subai, who worked at the police station. The document he had just presented could hardly be termed a fake, as it indeed existed within the police station system. Naturally, this counterfeit was not registered in the records of the 38th precinct. Subai had not been foolish enough to use his own authority to fabricate a document for himself. After traversing the security checkpoint and taking a turn, Subai found himself in a vibrant hall, awash with bright lights and lively music. The dance floor was alive with revelers, the DJ's beats resonating loudly. The soundproofing was truly remarkable, he mused, as he surveyed his surroundings and spotted the restroom sign. Without hesitation, Subai made his way towards the lavatory. When had Su Qinya arrived? She was always present, residing above the nightclub. Had the skinny monkey mentioned how to access her? He expressed concern that you might forget. So he left a note in the restroom of the hall, placed inside the toilet of the third stall when counted from the left. He initially intended to retrieve it for you, but due to the end of their shifts and the daily health inspections, he could only resort to this method. Fine then. Quickly, Subai glanced at the restroom sign overhead, turned left, and after traversing the corridor, he pushed open the door to the men's restroom and entered, directing his gaze toward the third stall. Fortunately, it was unoccupied. Subai used his elbow to push the partition aside, entered, retrieved a pair of gloves from his pocket, and, after closing the door behind him, lifted the lid of the toilet bowl before him. To his surprise, a plastic bag containing paper was floating in the water. Subai extracted the plastic bag, closed the lid, and tossed the bag into the adjacent trash bin before sitting on the toilet seat and unfolding the folded paper in his hands. In the next moment, Subai's eyes widened in astonishment. The paper did not contain a map but merely a single sentence. Are you surprised? In the realm of technology, beauty is crafted. Subai felt a heaviness in his heart. Was he surprised? He certainly did not believe it was a jest from the thin monkey. If it was not the thin monkey's prank, then whose could it be? That question had become irrelevant. In the next moment, Subai heard the sound of polished shoes gliding across the smooth floor, the footsteps drawing nearer. Judging solely by the sound, it seemed that 3 or 4 individuals approached. A cold smirk escaped his lips as he crumpled the paper in his hand and tossed it into the trash bin, then rose to open the bathroom stall. He glanced toward the entrance of the restroom, where 3 well-dressed security guards, their expressions foreboding, strode in. Name, Chao Chi. Gender, male level, 13 realm, 2nd tier martial disciple friendliness, hostile. Name, Chao Tian. Gender, male level, 12 realm, 1st tier martial disciple friendliness, hostile. Name, Chao De. Gender, male level, 15 realm, 3rd tier martial disciple friendliness, unknown. Subai observed the trio of security guards who had entered the restroom. Arranged from left to right, each bearing a resemblance to the others. Among them, the highest-ranked, Chowda, spoke first, directing his gaze at Subai, who had emerged from the stall and was washing his hands while casually adjusting his hairstyle. Mr. Su Xian, our boss would like to invite you for a chat. Indeed. Su Xian, the name on Subai's forged ID. Subai lifted his head, meeting the reflections in the mirror of the 3 men blocking the only exit. Wary of any sudden moves he might make to escape. A faint smile graced his lips. Very well. Upon finishing his words, Subai turned to Chowda, the highest-ranking among them, and gestured with a smile, lead the way. The other 2 guards exchanged glances, incredulous. Could this fellow truly believe they were here to invite him? Unlikely. Chowda, however, was less preoccupied with such thoughts than his companions. Noticing Subai's willingness to cooperate, he too smiled slightly, disregarding Subai's audacious demeanor, and extended his hand. This way, Mr. Su. Subai chuckled softly and followed the 3 guards out of the restroom, rather than heading toward the main hall. They proceeded down the corridor from which they had come, eventually arriving at an unoccupied private room. Chowda reached out and turned a knob on a nearby ornament. With a crisp sound, an elevator embedded in the wall of the room was activated. Chowda turned to Subai with a slight smile, after you. Subai nodded without hesitation and stepped inside, followed closely by Chowda and his 2 companions. As the elevator doors closed without any indication, it began its ascent automatically. After approximately 10 seconds, the lift ceased its upward trajectory and came to a steady halt. The doors opened to reveal a lengthy corridor, which instantly unfolded before Subai's eyes. Mr. Su, this way, please. All right. Subai cast a fleeting glance at Chowda before following him out of the elevator and along the corridor. As they passed the first room, Subai's gaze drifted inside. He beheld the sight of several women, kneeling on the ground, accompanied by the sound of weeping. At that moment, a security guard stationed at the door shot Subai a fierce and warning glance before slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Instantly, the women's cries faded into silence. Before long, Chowda and his companions escorted Subai to the door of a room at the end of the corridor and knocked. A moment later, a sultry voice beckoned from within, "Come in." The tone was laced with a hint of seduction and languor, evoking a sense of desire simply through its sound. Chowda pushed open the door, gesturing for Subai to enter. Subai smiled and stepped inside, while Chowda once again closed the door behind him. Upon entering, Subai turned to glance at the now closed door before redirecting his attention to the room, which resembled the spacious ballroom on the first floor. His eyes were immediately drawn to a woman sitting on a nearby sofa, one leg elegantly crossed, her alluring red lips slightly visible from this angle. although her image was not entirely clear in photographs facing her now. Subai recognized Sun Qinya as a captivating beauty created by technology. Just then, a sharp crack of a whip reverberated through the air, followed by the muffled whimpers of a man whose mouth had been silenced. Subai followed the sound and beheld a scrawny man, clad in a suit, whose body bore the marks of a brutal beating, his mouth stuffed with a piece of seductive lingerie, veins protruding on his forehead. Behind him stood a muscular man, bare-chested, his physique robust. "You traitor! Crack! Ugh! You dare to consort with others! Crack! Ugh! Enough!" Subai's cold gaze fell upon the man wielding the whip, who was poised to strike again. "If you dare to bring that whip down, I will kill you." His tone remained eerily calm, as if discussing what to have for dinner. The man, taken aback by Subai's icy demeanor, hesitated momentarily. The next second, however, he sneered, tightening his grip on the whip, ready to lash out at the already prostrate man on the ground, whose back was raw from the beating. At that moment, enough! The man's movements froze as he turned to look at the technologically enhanced beauty seated on the sofa. Sitting on the sofa, Sun Qinya smiled gently, glancing at Subai and gesturing towards the two empty chairs opposite her. With a warm smile, she invited, "Mr. Su, please take a seat." Subai, his expression devoid of emotion, walked over, bypassing the vacant chairs, and, under the alluring gaze of Sun Qinya, made his way toward the sofa. "You dare?" The robust man, standing behind the slender figure, felt the authoritative words of his employer resonate. He halted momentarily, his pupils dilating, as the whip in his right hand, imbued with chili pepper essence, lashed out like a venomous serpent, slicing through the air with a hissing sound, aimed directly at the unsuspecting Subai's back. Crack! What? The muscular man's expression faltered. Subai seized the whip, turning to face him, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, bang! Subai swung the whip downward with great force, the implement crashing against the floor and shattering it beneath him. The man clutching the whip felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, causing him to stumble forward. In a swift motion, Subai vanished from his position, appearing directly before the robust man. His right hand shot out, clamping around the man's neck like a vice. Then, with a surge of power in his right arm, Subai effortlessly lifted the muscular man off the ground with a single hand. Seated on the sofa, Sun Qinya furrowed her brow. 29, I shall end your life, what concern is it of yours? Subai squinted, observing the robust man struggling in his grasp. Name, Chao Sheng. Gender, male. Level, 17. Realm, Level 4. Martial Disciple. Friendship Level, Hatred. Saint? The Great Saint Qi Tian? Subai pondered upon the name of the man writhing in his grip, recalling the Chao family as three brothers he had seen outside, Chao Qi, Chao Tian, Chao Da, and Chao Sheng. The name is quite imposing. Do their parents not fear that these four individuals possess fates too feeble to bear such grand titles? Yet 17 levels. Is the disparity in strength so profound despite the mere 3-level difference? Subai mused. Capturing this individual required little effort, and even the man's desperate struggles felt utterly feeble. Is the gulf in power so vast merely due to a 3-level difference? No. It must be the passive effects of the golden quality skill, Mountain Crumble. Subai raised an eyebrow. Skill, Mountain Crumble, Gold, Practice Level, 10 Skill Level, 10 Skill Description, Split Mountains, Carve Paths, Crumble Peaks, only now does it begin to show its true form. Note, increases the damage of all current fist and foot skills by 20%. This should be the additional attribute gained upon maxing out Mountain Crumble. An all-encompassing increase of 20% to all fist and foot skill damage. Although Subai had not actively employed the skill, the very act of gripping added a natural enhancement of 20% to his strength. That suffices. Sun Qinya, seated upon the sofa, could not contain herself as she rose. her voice resonating with intensity. Stop. Subai snapped back to reality, maintaining his grip on Chao Shang's neck. He turned to face Sun Qinya, flashing a smile that revealed his alabaster teeth. In the next instant, his right hand, still clutching Chao Shang's neck, exerted sudden force. Crack! A sound akin to brittle bone snapping echoed abruptly, and Chao Shang, who had been desperately clutching Subai's arm, abruptly ceased his struggles. Then, the light in Chao Shang's bloodshot eyes extinguished instantaneously, followed by his head tilting at an odd angle, crashing against Subai's hand with a dull thud. Subai released his grip, and with a thud, the lifeless form of Chao Shang fell to the ground, his neck crushed. Ding! Kill successful. Gained experience points 2000. Gained red potion 1. Lying on the floor, battered and bruised. The emaciated monkey gazed in astonishment at the lifeless body of Chao Shang sprawled before him, then looked up at Subai standing over him. The emaciated monkey had thought his demise was imminent, knowing better than anyone the terror of their boss. But now... Brother Bai. Stop? Subai cast a fleeting glance at the canister of red potion that had entered his inventory, then turned his gaze toward Sun Qinya, who was fixated on the corpse of Chao Shang. With a smile, he remarked, I warned him, should he dare to wield the whip, he must face death. A gentleman's word is his bond. Subai did not consider himself a gentleman, yet he placed great importance on his own promises. Sun Qinya's expression darkened to the utmost. Her eyes locked onto Subai as she uttered, Peak Level 4. Subai chuckled softly, disregarding her glare. Under her watchful gaze, he assisted the frail monkey, who lay bound on the ground, and untied him. Leaning weakly against Subai, the monkey whispered, Brother, don't mind me, just leave silence, Subai interjected. Pulling out a red potion resembling a soda can, which he had obtained from defeating Chao Shang, and placed it in the monkey's hands. Drink this. I will take you away shortly. For now, sit and consume the potion. The monkey stared at the unmarked canister in his hands, his parched lips parting slightly as he glanced up at Subai, who had turned away. Subai narrowed his eyes, observing Sun Qinya, who had shifted from the sofa to behind the desk, one hand concealed beneath it. Name, Sun Qinya. Gender, female. Level, 19. Realm, Level 5. Martial Disciple. Friendship level, Hatred. Notes, a reincarnated individual from the Great Wilderness, awakened 10 months ago. Reincarnation? Lu San's case seemed more like possession. How intriguing. Initially, it was about possession, and now it was reincarnation. What might come next? Perhaps a time traveler? Subai's imagination ran wild as he pondered these notes. In the next moment, he smiled at Sun Qinya and said, Miss Sun, my visit here was merely to seek an answer, but now, I find I no longer desire that answer. He swore that his sole intent was to glean some understanding from Sun Qinya regarding these individuals and the nature of their world, while simultaneously requesting her assistance in arranging a meeting with Xiao Jingtian's brother, Xiao Jingnan. After all, the terminology she had previously mentioned, such as Peak Level 4, was entirely beyond his comprehension. Subai possessed only his level, he was utterly ignorant of their so-called cultivation realms. And the only skill he had was the one dropped by the slain Xiao Jingtian. Why did Chao Shang not drop any skills? Subai mused, contemplating the matter of drop rates. In any case, Subai had come to this place with inquiries, not with murderous intent. He intended to depart as soon as his questions were addressed. Had he come to kill, he would have foregone the pretense, donned a mask, and charged in without hesitation. Yet, the moment he arrived, he witnessed Chang Wei engaged in a pft. Upon his entrance, he beheld a robust man, bare-chested, wielding a whip as he struck a frail figure. Consequently, he altered his decision. Sun Qinya, with a vigilant countenance, observed the transformation in Subai, who suddenly exuded an overwhelming sense of impending peril. He spoke in a low, grave tone, The frail one is under my command, he has betrayed my trust, and I must discipline him. This matter bears no relevance to you, Mr. Su. If you were in my position, would you not take action? Moreover, he is not dead. Subai, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully. Sun Qinya, sensing a wave of relief wash over her, had not anticipated that the frail figure, despite his treachery, was a pinnacle-level martial practitioner. However, her inner alarms blared as Subai first acknowledged her statement, then turned towards the artificial beauty, crafted by technology, who left no impression on him, and bestowed upon her a radiant smile. Thus, I shall take your life, it concerns you not. Sun Qinya's eyes widened in shock. Bang! At that moment, a resounding explosion reverberated through the room. The sound wave cascaded outward, shattering the windows lining the outer wall, their glass splintering into a spiderweb of cracks. The entrance door was flung open from the outside. The three Chao brothers, alerted by the commotion, hastily swung the door wide and peered inside. Their gaze fell upon their brother, Chao Shang, sprawled on the ground, his neck askew and eyes bulging with blood. They also witnessed Subai, propelled like a cannonball, hurtling towards the seemingly paralyzed Sun Qinya, who stood behind the desk. Boss! Brother! Boss! The Chao brothers gasped in horror. After a brief exchange of glances, Chao Qi and Chao Tian rushed towards their employer, while Chao Da, with disbelief and anguish etched on his face, dashed towards the lifeless form of Chao Shang. Bang! Subai's expression remained impassive as he delivered a powerful kick to the table that stood between him and Sun Qinya, his right fist coiling with formidable energy as he aimed it at her, mountain splitter. In an instant, a surge of immense force erupted forth, crashing into the artificial facade of Sun Qinya. Mercy? Compassion? Apologies, but such terms do not exist in Subai's lexicon. With a thunderous impact, Sun Qinya found herself deprived of even the chance to activate the alarm on the desk. Under the force of Subai's blow, it felt as though something had exploded within her, and in the next moment, her body was propelled backwards, soaring through the air. As she ascended, her expression transformed from shock and terror to a hint of disbelief, as if she had glimpsed something that should not manifest in Subai. The very next instant. Bang! Sun Qinya's back crashed heavily against the wall behind her, yet this was not the conclusion of the ordeal. The once formidable wall crumbled like fragile tofu at the moment of impact. With a resounding crash, Sun Qinya expelled a copious amount of blood mid-air. And after breaking through the wall, she fell heavily into the adjoining room, creating a sizable dent. Ding! Success in kill. Gained character experience 1500. Desolate. Subai landed, hearing the notification sound. With a flicker of thought, he turned to face the Chao brothers, who were charging towards him, and with a swift motion, he knelt and dashed forward, both rushing towards each other. Death! Crack! Crack! After two abrupt, sharp sounds, Subai darted between the Chao brothers, retracting his hands. The lean figure, rejuvenated by the red potion, appeared markedly improved, able at least to stand. At this moment, he gaped in disbelief at the Chao brothers, who stood with their backs to him, their heads eerily twisted 180 degrees. Thud! Thud! With expressions of incredulity, the brothers crashed heavily to the ground. Ding! Success in kill. Gained character experience 1000. Ding! Success in kill. Gained character experience 1000. Gained red potion 1. With a gulp, the lean figure struggled to swallow. Initially, he believed he had been transported to another world and had encountered individuals of monumental stature, envisioning a swift rise to prominence. Yet, his brother Subai was indeed his brother. With a sudden stroke, Subai, without a glance at the fallen Chao brothers behind him, approached the lean figure with an impassive expression, then bypassed him to directly confront Chao Da, who was crouched beside his deceased brother. In the next moment, Subai raised his hand, his right fist poised to strike down. At that instant, the lean figure regained his senses. Boss! Subai halted his fist, turning to the lean figure. The lean figure hurried to Subai's side, glancing at Chao Da, who was cradling his brother's lifeless body, and with a tinge of compassion. He looked at Subai. "Boss, Chowda has always been very kind to me. Can we?" Subai interrupted him directly. "Spare him? No. Ah. Bang. Ding. Success in kill. Gained character experience 1500. Gained red potion 1. Gained skill book 1. As the notification faded, a milky orb of light appeared on the floor, then, akin to possessing a built-in GPS, it seamlessly merged into Subai's being. Subai cast a glance at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, then turned to the dazed lean figure. "If I spare him, he might not find me. But do you think a man who has lost 3 brothers would refrain from seeking revenge against you?" The slender monkey opened his mouth, gazing at the lifeless body of Chowda sprawled over that of Chao Shang. He yearned to utter a denial. At the moment Subai raised his hand. It lingered for a fleeting instant. Chowda did not retaliate, he too was reluctant to take a life. However, he was averse to taking the risk that, after sparing Chowda, the latter would harbor no vengeful intentions, nor would he seek out the slender monkey to exact revenge. The murderer, Su Xian. After elegantly inscribing these words on a piece of paper, Subai clutched the note and affixed it to the wall, subsequently driving his pen into it with force. He was eager to observe whether the so-called Xiao Jingnan, upon receiving news of his lover's demise, would first pursue the killer of his brother or come to avenge his lover. After completing this task, Subai listened to the chaotic sounds approaching from outside. Then turned back to face the slender monkey. Remember, never gamble on human nature, especially not that of others. Move. With that, Subai seized the slender monkey and led him to the shattered window, peering down at the ground below. It was approximately 3 stories high. In the next moment, Subai assessed the drop and glanced at the slender monkey. "Can you jump?" "Yes." The slender monkey grimaced, nodding in affirmation. Subai said nothing further and leapt down. Thud. Subai landed deftly, while the slender monkey misjudged his angle and thudded onto the floor. "Ouch. Let's go." Subai swiftly pulled the moaning slender monkey to his feet, then single-handedly opened a vial of red potion, thrusting it into the mouth of the lamenting monkey without hesitation, and quickly urged him to flee outside. By the time the nightclub security burst into the room, Subai had already taken the slender monkey and slipped into a narrow alleyway. "Where are the people? Where are they? Damn it, boss! Boss!" Amid the chaos of the Night Rose nightclub, Subai had already led the slender monkey away. They navigated the unmonitored paths and reached the car parked in a nearby alley 2 blocks away, speeding back to the old factory community. Upon entering the house and closing the door, Subai dismissed the lingering slender monkey with a flick of his wrist, sending him crashing onto the sofa. With a thud, the slender monkey fell onto the couch, and as if triggered by some unseen switch, he yelped and jumped up, clutching his rear. "Ouch! Be quiet." The slender monkey, hands covering his backside, looked at Subai with tear-filled eyes. Subai, upon witnessing this, could not suppress a shiver, sighed, and pointed toward the guest room. "The medicine is in that room." The slender monkey hurriedly dashed towards the guest room, then, as if struck by a thought, glanced at Subai. "Boss, I'm injured." With a swift motion, Subai, who had already approached the liquor cabinet, cast an impassive glance at the slender monkey. The slender monkey, sensing the tension, immediately fell silent and retreated into the room, muttering, "I can handle it myself. I'll confront the mirror." Subai watched the slender monkey enter the room, his brow twitching slightly. He poured himself a glass of bourbon and downed it in one gulp. The fiery sensation of the bourbon quelled the agitation within his heart, which had become restless due to the recent spate of consecutive kills. He had once mentioned that during his middle school years, he came to understand the essence of gaming, to the point of doubting whether he was merely a player within a game, even contemplating a leap from a building at one point. However, There was one aspect he had never disclosed to anyone. His leap was prompted by a sudden realization that he seemed to occupy a transcendent position. In simpler terms, within a game devoid of rules and limitations, players could act with reckless abandon towards the so-called NPCs, akin to a natural disaster. He too felt this way. Subai had always regarded the NPCs adorned with information bars around him, yearning to fully immerse himself in the player's perspective. Although he eventually sought the help of a psychologist and underwent treatment, during which he diligently learned to manage the ebb and flow of others' information bars, the restlessness within him nearly subsided, not vanished. Today, after eliminating Suchinya, he sensed the stirrings of his player's heart once more. Fortunately, he had moved swiftly. Had he encountered security while still in the act, he feared he might lose control of this burgeoning player's heart. Seated on the sofa, Subai clasped the bourbon glass, sipping the chilled drink with a flickering gaze. Just then, the slender monkey, having applied a blood-activating ointment to his rear, emerged from the guest room. Subai looked up at the slender monkey. Name, Holyang. Gender, male. Level, 14. Realm, secondary. Martial disciple. Friendship level, admiration. Remarks, a reincarnated individual from the Great Wasteland. Indeed, Holyang, the slender monkey, hailed from that so-called Great Wasteland. Yet, Subai distinctly recalled that previously, Holyang's information bore no differences from Wang Chang and the others. There were no levels or realms. Was it only when these individuals remembered their origins from the Great Wasteland that their information bars would be recognized? What a useless system. What garbage. As Holyang, with his ointment applied, settled down opposite Subai, he was taken aback by the sudden remark, staring at Subai with a look of grievance. Boss. Subai regained his composure, gazing at the aggrieved Holyang across from him. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he remarked, I'm not speaking of you. Before a faint smile graced his lips. Skinny monkey, Holyang de Huangha. Seated opposite him, Holyang stiffened, unable to meet Subai's penetrating gaze, his eyes darting away involuntarily. Boss, what are you saying? I can't, he attempted to feign ignorance. Subai interrupted him directly, leaning against the sofa, cradling a glass of bourbon, and regarded Holyang, who had shrunk into himself like a quail. Did you say it yourself, or is this reminiscent of our childhood, where I had to beat you up before you came to our house for dinner? Should I give you a thrashing first this time? A vivid image flashed through Holyang's mind, causing him to shiver. He looked up at Subai just as he prepared to speak. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone broke the moment, emanating from Subai's pocket. He gestured for Holyang to wait, retrieved the phone, and raised an eyebrow at the caller ID. Rising, Subai stepped onto the balcony before answering the call. In the next instant, Su Meng's voice resonated from the other end. Master, there's been an incident at the Night Rose nightclub on Peace Avenue. Where are you? At home, Subai replied, frowning. Meng, shouldn't you be at home? Su Meng interrupted him, I'm coming to get you. Hello. Subai pulled the phone away from his ear, staring at the now disconnected call, his brow furrowing. Su Meng had not come to the precinct today, leading Subai to believe she had returned home for protection. So, what was the situation now? Wait a moment. Subai recalled Su Meng's last words before she hung up, snapping back to reality as he walked into the living room, heading towards the bedroom. 3 minutes later. Donned in a suit, Subai emerged from the bedroom, adjusting his collar while striding towards the door. He turned to the skinny monkey on the sofa and instructed. Stay here, organize your thoughts. When I return, I do not wish to go through the motions. The skinny monkey opened his mouth to respond. But Subai didn't wait for him to speak, he had already opened the door and stepped outside. As Subai reached the entrance of the community, a red sports car appeared in the distance, racing towards him like a flash of crimson lightning. Master! Su Meng, seated in the driver's seat, called out through the passenger window as she spotted Subai standing outside. There's no time. Get in quickly, or the case will be snatched away. Su Bai. About to voice a retort, observed Su Meng's urgency as she leaned over and opened the passenger door. After a moment's contemplation, he swallowed his words, bent down, and climbed into the sports car. With a resounding thud, as soon as Su Bai closed the door, Su Meng slammed on the accelerator. Instantly, the sports car surged forward. Su Bai felt his body pressed against the seat, watching the scenery blur past him at an astonishing pace. V-Room. Su Meng piloted the Red Lightning swiftly towards Peace Avenue. At this moment, the bustling Peace Avenue was illuminated brightly. Several patrol cars had arrived at the entrance of the Night Rose nightclub, where a dozen officers were diligently maintaining order. As Su Meng drove up in her sports car, bringing Su Bai along, they witnessed the customers departing the nightclub with expressions of dismay and confusion, guided by the officers. Su Bai, seated in the passenger seat, gazed at the scene outside, a look of bewilderment flickering across his face. What is this? Am I under investigation? He almost chuckled but shook his head and opened the car door. Wait a moment. Master. As Su Bai stepped out of the car, he turned to see Su Meng unfastening her seatbelt, retrieving her phone, seemingly preoccupied with something. Su Bai paused, then sat back down, peering at Su Meng's phone. On the screen was an application titled Electronic Divination. Su Bai's lips twitched slightly as he observed Su Meng, who was rhythmically shaking her phone as if drawing lots at a temple. What are you doing? He inquired, with her eyes closed and an expression of sincerity. Su Meng replied, divination. Moments later, a notification chimed from her phone. Su Meng opened her eyes, staring intently at the screen, where a fortune had appeared. Turning to Su Bai, she exclaimed, "It's a good omen, master." Su Bai felt a question mark materialize in his mind. What did you ask for? Don't be so superstitious. This is not superstition, Su Meng insisted earnestly, meeting Su Bai's gaze. This is a family tradition. Though I haven't mastered it, I rely on these methods for divination. If it were my uncle, he could discern fortune or misfortune with a mere calculation. Su Bai blinked in surprise. Is that true? He wanted to dismiss it as nonsense, but after a moment's contemplation, he chuckled softly and reopened the car door. All right then, let us go. Su Meng was taken aback, but quickly followed Su Bai as he strode towards the nightclub. Master, do you not believe? She called after him. Su Bai turned back with a grin, replying, I believe in my apprentice. Su Meng stood stunned for a moment, but once she regained her composure, she saw Su Bai had already shown his credentials and crossed the police line, making his way into the nightclub. Hurrying, she called out and caught up with him. On the top floor, as the elevator doors opened, Su Bai stepped out into the long corridor, which was now surrounded by police officers. When he and Su Meng arrived at Sun Xinya's office, they were met with a grim sight, for corpses lay on the floor, along with two familiar faces that appeared unexpectedly in this grim scene. Agent Su. Previously, the Homeland Security agent Zhang Xin had encountered Su Bai in the hospital. Upon seeing Su Bai enter, a subtle smile graced his face as he approached, extending his right hand and saying, "Good to see you again." Accompanying Zhang Xin was the female agent Gu Hongyu, whom Su Bai had also met previously. Standing behind Zhang Xin, Gu Hongyu smiled and nodded at Su Bai, acknowledging him. Su Bai averted his gaze, looking at the hand Zhang Xin offered. Rather than rebuffing him, he accepted the handshake and, with curiosity, inquired, "What brings you both here?" Zhang Xin chuckled softly, while Gu Hongyu explained, "Zhang and I happened to be nearby enjoying a late-night snack. Upon noticing a report of an incident here, we were intrigued and decided to take a look. Surely, Agent Su wouldn't mind?" Su Bai withdrew his hand, shaking his head with a grin. "Of course not. As long as you're not here to usurp my case. Investigating it yourself is fine. At the very least, I can maintain control over the progress of the investigation. As for how to conclude the case, that posed a challenge. However, the Fengcheng Police Department had numerous unresolved cases each year. One more or one less made little difference. In essence, while he was a law enforcement agent, Subai did not consider himself particularly imbued with a sense of justice. His thoughts flowed through his mind. And upon noticing the exchanged glances between Zhang Sen and Gu Hongyu after his statement, he raised an eyebrow. "You don't mean to imply that you both actually intend to take over my case, do you?" Zhang Sen and Gu Hongyu shared an awkward expression. After entering, they commenced a preliminary investigation in accordance with the school manual. Su Meng, who had returned to Subai's side, overheard this exchange and could not help but glance at the two agents from the Department of Homeland Security. "Last time, you snatched our case. And now you're here to take it again?" Zhang Xin and Gu Hongyu regarded Su Meng with bemusement. After all, while they had indeed taken their case, she had also appropriated credit from her mentor. What was with the loud outburst? Zhang Xin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, contemplating this silently. He then turned his gaze to Subai. "Indeed, we hope that you will entrust this case to us. The 5 individuals who perished this time were all extraordinary beings. However, federal law stipulated that while the jurisdiction of the Department of Homeland Security encompassed the entire Federation, their authority to directly take over a case only activated when it involved interstate crimes. For cases like the current one, they lacked the authority for direct takeover and could only request a jurisdiction transfer from the Fengcheng Police Department, which would only be granted if the latter consented. It was a procedural necessity, otherwise, federal law enforcement agencies could investigate any case at will, effectively rendering local police departments obsolete." Subai listened to Zhang Sen's request for jurisdiction transfer, a radiant smile breaking across his face. Zhang Sen reciprocated the smile, but in the next moment, Subai's expression shifted to one of sternness as he looked at Zhang Senator. "Absolutely not. What a jest. In a single sentence, you hand this case over to me. And when my colleagues find out, they will surely accuse me of being a traitor within the precinct. Not to mention, Subai is more aware than anyone of who the true perpetrator of this case is." Zhang Xin was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Subai, lowering his voice. "Agent Su, this case." "Enough," Subai interrupted decisively. "If the Department of Homeland Security desires this case, please have your director call our chief. Once approved from above, you may take the case without further ado. But for now, you may leave, our precinct has work to do." Zhang Xin seemed poised to say something, and Subai could surmise a hint of his intent. Although Zhang Xin would certainly refrain from disclosing the truth, his aim was likely to caution him that this case posed significant complications, far beyond the scope of an ordinary individual or police department. Yet, do I not harbor my own secrets? Am I not the actual culprit in this matter? Subai pondered, choosing not to look at Zhang Xin any longer and instead turned to Su Meng beside him. Meng. Master. Please escort the 2 agents from Homeland Security out." "Understood." Su Meng responded loudly as she gestured for Zhang Sen and Gu Hongyu to exit the room. Not only did Su Meng usher Zhang Sen and Gu Hongyu out of the room, but she also kindly escorted them to the entrance of the nightclub. "Do not let them back in." "Understood." The 2 patrolling officers stationed at the nightclub door nodded solemnly at Su Meng's words as they regarded Zhang Sen and Gu Hongyu. Su Meng smiled and waved farewell to Zhang Sen and Gu Hongyu. "Goodbye, gentlemen." "Wait," Gu Hongyu frowned, looking at Su Meng and spoke in a serious tone. "Agent Su, you must realize that this case is far from simple. It is not an ordinary homicide, it is an extraordinary murder case. Moreover, one of the victims was involved with Xiao Jing Tian's brother, Xiao Jing Nan. Such a case is beyond the capabilities of a local police department." Hearing this, Su Meng furrowed her brow, seemingly considering something before addressing Gu Hongyu. "I do not comprehend what you are implying." After speaking, Su Meng reiterated her instructions to the 2 officers at the door to prevent the 2 from re-entering, then turned and walked back inside. Zheng Xin and Gu Hongyu watched her retreating figure, exchanged glances, and subsequently turned to leave the cordoned area, returning to their vehicle. Once inside the car, Gu Hongyu's expression darkened. What is that Miss Su planning? She shouldn't be unaware of the nature of this case. Zheng Xin glanced at Gu Hongyu, seemingly coming to a realization. No, she is quite aware. Gu Hongyu looked at Zheng Xin, puzzled. Zheng Xin remained silent, responding only with an enigmatic glance. In the next moment, Gu Hongyu's eyes widened as a possibility dawned upon her. She turned to Zheng. Senator, are you suggesting we enlist her help? Zheng Xin nodded slightly, acknowledging this is the only plausible explanation. He and Gu Hongyu belonged to a specialized disaster response team tasked with handling cases related to extraordinary individuals. Whether it involved petty theft or grievous harm and arson, any incident featuring an extraordinary individual fell under their purview, regardless of whether the extraordinary individual was the perpetrator or the victim. The sole criterion for recruiting members into the specialized disaster response team was that candidates must have successfully resolved or prevented cases involving extraordinary individuals without any intervention from the team. Initially, higher authorities had contemplated recruiting directly from the general populace, but after further consideration, they abandoned that notion. The primary reason being that matters concerning extraordinary individuals were still predominantly safeguarded from the realm of ordinary citizens. One of the responsibilities of the Department of Homeland Security was to maintain and manage the protection of the general public, assisting them in filtering out any information related to extraordinary individuals. The second reason was that the Department of Homeland Security functioned as a law enforcement agency, thus, it was more sensible to select candidates from existing law enforcement bodies rather than creating a significant uproar by seeking individuals from the general society. After all, agents who could enter law enforcement agencies had already undergone scrutiny, and the ability to dismantle cases involving extraordinary individuals as a regular agent was a testament to their capability. Upon hearing this, Gu Hongyu's eyes brightened as she turned to Zheng Xin. So, you mean to say that this individual truly has a chance to join us? After returning to the bureau the previous day, she had reviewed Su Bai's file, noting the impressive record he had amassed since joining the police force last year. And she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. She even scolded the nepotism in her heart. In this moment, however, Gu Hongyu felt a surge of happiness at Zheng Xin's words. After all, one could only grasp the vastness of their world by becoming extraordinary. Yet, Zheng Xin did not share her enthusiasm. Instead, he regarded her with a questioning gaze. Do you genuinely believe this is a fortuitous opportunity? Gu Hongyu frowned. Isn't it? Zheng Xin shook his head in resignation, observing his attractive female colleague, who appeared to possess slightly more influence than he. Have you forgotten why we took notice of this agent Su? I know, Lu San. Who received the credit for Lu San's contributions? The young lady from the Su family. Do you understand what the first task for new members joining our team is? Of course, it's to conduct an interrogation. Gu Hongyu instinctively began to respond, then paused as realization dawned upon her. She looked up at Zheng Xin. Are you worried that Su Bai's entry will expose Lu San's issues during the review process? That shouldn't happen, right? After all, Su Bancheng is the deputy supervisor of operations. He should be able to keep this under control. Zheng Xin smiled lightly. The reason dark operations are termed as such is that all activities unfold beneath the surface. Once they are brought into the light, they cease to be dark operations. As Zheng Xin gazed through the car window at the Night Rose nightclub, he furrowed his brow and remarked, moreover, although Sun Qinya's strength pales in comparison to Xiao Jingnan, she is indeed a level 4 martial artist. You have examined the body, and it is evident that the strike was clean and decisive, leaving Sun Qinya no opportunity to resist. Gu Hongyu, recalling the recent examination of the corpse, nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the 4 bodies found on the floor of the innermost room exhibit the same clean methodology, devoid of any extraneous movements. The extraordinary individual responsible for Sun Qinya's demise must possess at least the strength of a level 5 martial artist. Zhang Xin nodded in acknowledgement. Previously, Agent Su was able to eliminate Xiao Jingtian because Xiao had only recently undergone a body takeover. This time, do you believe Agent Su can apprehend a level 5 martial artist? Gu Hongyu raised her eyebrows and without hesitation, nodded affirmatively. While it is conceivable that an exceptionally fit ordinary person might manage to kill a level 1 martial artist by sheer luck, a level 5 martial artist? Between Zhang Xin and myself, we might have confidence in a 2-on-1 scenario, but in a 1-on-1 confrontation, neither of us holds any assurance of surviving against a level 5 martial artist, let alone defeating one. Contemplating this, Gu Hongyu turned to Zhang Xin and inquired. So what now? Wait, if the young lady of the Su family is bold enough to act in such a manner, does our deputy supervisor Su remain unaware? Zhang Xin chuckled. It is quite probable that our deputy supervisor Su is indeed oblivious. If he were aware, he might have forbidden his niece from venturing out at all. Then what shall we do? Gu Hongyu pressed. We shall proceed with due diligence, Zhang Xin replied with a smile. We have encountered situations where agents have withheld cases from us before. If he chooses not to provide the information, we shall allow the higher-ups to resolve it. With that, Zhang Xin retrieved his phone and, without hesitation, dialed the number of Deputy Supervisor Su, with whom they had recently been conversing. As Sun Chenya was under the purview of Deputy Supervisor Su, it was only natural that he be informed of her demise. Upon returning to the room, Su Meng surveyed her surroundings and spotted Su Bai standing beside Sun Chenya's corpse. Su Bai's gaze was fixed on the forensic expert conducting the preliminary examination of Sun Chenya's body. Master, Su Meng approached Su Bai's side. They have been escorted out. Su Bai glanced at Su Meng, nodded, and then turned his attention back to the forensic expert. Old Chen, what have you found? The presence of Zhang Xin and Gu Hongyu was merely a subplot for him. For both professional and personal reasons, he would not transfer this case to the Department of Homeland Security. Whether the department would seek permission from higher authorities to take the case was beyond Su Bai's concern. The somewhat balding forensic expert, squatting beside the body, stood up, shaking his head with a peculiar expression. Observing this, Su Meng inquired curiously, Teacher Chen, is something amiss? Su Bai also regarded Old Chen with interest. Old Chen shook his head once more, directing the two forensic apprentices behind him to package the body for transport back to the bureau for further examination. He then turned his gaze to Su Bai, expressing his perplexity. It is somewhat difficult to articulate. I require additional investigation. After so many years as a forensic expert, this is the first time I find myself unable to identify the murder weapon. Su Bai raised an eyebrow in response. Su Meng, filled with curiosity, inquired, Teacher Chen, what do you mean? Old Chen furrowed his brow, seemingly struggling to organize his thoughts, yet failing to articulate them in a timely manner. Observing this, Su Bai chuckled softly and said, All right, Old Chen, you head back to the bureau. I appreciate your hard work. If you uncover any leads, give me a call, and I will come to find you. Regaining his focus, Old Chen nodded. Accompanied by his two apprentices and the packaged body, he turned and exited through the door. Su Bai tucked away his scene report and turned to Su Meng, asking, Where is the person who reported the incident? Su Meng shifted her gaze from Old Chen's departing figure back to Su Bai's words, pointing towards the room across the way, which was guarded by two patrolling officers. They are all arranged in that room. Su Bai nodded and proceeded in the direction indicated by Su Meng, who followed closely behind. The patrolling officers, seeing Su Bai and Su Meng approaching, opened the door, revealing 5 individuals inside, either standing or seated, engaged in a heated discussion. Upon noticing Su Bai and Su Meng's entrance, the 5 ceased their animated conversation, falling into an uneasy silence. Among them, a man standing by the fireplace, with a somewhat sinister expression and a scorpion tattoo on his left cheek, resembling the leader of the group, lowered his arms and addressed Su Bai, Officer. When can we leave? Yes, officer. We are not the culprits. Why are we being detained here? We want to go home. The man's words prompted the other four in the room to chime in, clamoring toward Subai. Subai surveyed the four individuals before his gaze settled on the tattooed man who had spoken first. He recognized this individual. When he had accompanied the three security guards from the Chow family, this man had been in the room where several sobbing girls were present. It seemed he was one of the assailants. Subai withdrew his gaze, focusing once more on the man. Lu Chang, is it? The tattooed man, Lu Chang, was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing his name, his expression shifted, and he regarded Subai with suspicion. Officer, do you know me? Subai offered a slight smile, refraining from elaborating, and glanced around at the other four, who had quieted somewhat after he mentioned their leader's name. He then turned back to Lu Chang. You were the one who reported the incident. Lu Chang hesitated before nodding. Yes. Where is the item? What item? The item you took from the crime scene. I didn't take anything. Subai's lips curled into a subtle smile. Are you denying it? Before you left with the thin monkey, you affixed a note to the wall, did you not? The murderer is Su Xian. However, when Subai entered the room, the note on the wall had already vanished. When Su Meng stepped out to escort the land agents, he had inquired of the first officer on the scene, who also had not seen the note. It was evident that someone had removed the note prior to reporting the incident. Nevertheless, Subai did not claim the note was his doing. Instead, he pointed to a small hole in the wall, deducing from the still damp ink that it had been recently written. Listening to Subai's assessment, Su Meng turned and dashed back into the adjoining room. After a moment, her eyes lit up as she re-entered. Master, there really is a small hole, and the ink hasn't dried. Subai extended his right hand towards Lu Chang, whose face had turned pale, and beckoned, bring it out. Lu Chang frowned. I didn't take it. He was aware of the note, but he was not the one who had removed it. Observing his reaction, Subai did not press the matter further, offering a smile as he called for the officers outside. Two officers entered the room. Sir, take them back to the station. Yes. The four individuals in the room were momentarily taken aback. Sir, this isn't our affair. Indeed, sir, we were the ones who reported it. Silence. Su Meng interjected, her voice firm amidst the clamor of the four men. Subai glanced at them. If you wish to avoid returning to the station, then simply produce whatever items you took from the scene, and you may leave. The four exchanged glances, their eyes converging on their leader, Lu Chang. Noticing the look from his subordinates, Lu Chang's expression soured, and he looked up at Subai. I don't know what you're talking about. Subai shrugged. No matter, a night at the station might clarify things. With that, Subai ceased further conversation with the four, waved to the officers, and disregarded Lu Chang, who seemed about to speak, as he exited the room with Su Meng, heading towards the first room near the elevator corridor. Subai surveyed the entire room, his eyes brightening as he approached a sofa that was conspicuously out of place. With a swift kick, he moved the sofa aside, revealing several items beneath, including a whip with what appeared to be bloodstains. This is rather careless of them, he remarked, following closely behind. Su Meng leaned in to observe the whip on the floor, her eyes widening. Master, have all the nightclub staff been released? Not yet, Su Meng shook her head. They confirmed they were patrons, recorded their IDs, and released them. The staff, however, remains in the lobby. Subai turned towards the elevator. Let us head to the first floor. Upon arriving at the dance hall on the first floor, the once dazzling lights had been extinguished, replaced by bright incandescent lighting that illuminated the entire hall as if it were daytime. Subai disregarded the line of impeccably dressed male attendants and young gentlemen to his left, striding directly toward the cluster of female attendants and princesses. The normally attired female attendants regarded Subai and Su Meng with curious glances. Behind them, the flamboyantly dressed princesses, adorned in easily removable skirts, averted their gazes upon the arrival of Su Bai and Su Meng. Although the Federation did not explicitly deem certain aspects of this profession illegal, it was neither declared entirely lawful. Regulations varied significantly from state to state. However, this line of work was, ultimately, rather disreputable. Yet, Su Bai's objective was not with these evasive souls. A mere glance revealed the group he sought. The 6 women, who were concealed behind a throng of princesses, with their heads bowed in silence, caught Su Bai's attention. He gestured towards them and instructed Su Meng, "Find a few female officers to escort them for a medical examination at the hospital, and then bring them back to the station." Su Meng looked on with some skepticism until one of the women among the 6 raised her head, revealing visible scars on her face. Remembering the whip that had been found earlier, she nodded at Su Bai. "Understood, master." Su Bai acknowledged her with a nod. Just then, the phone rang. He retrieved it from his pocket, glanced at the number, stepped aside, and answered the call. The next moment, the voice of team leader Ba Paizhou resonated through the receiver. "Are you at the Night Rose nightclub?" "Yes." Su Bai approached the entrance and noticed the vehicles of the Homeland Security agents still stationed outside the cordon, listening as the sound of a bottle being opened crackled through the phone. "Boss, did the director call you?" "Yes," Su Banchang contacted the director, expressing interest in this case. "Should we hand it over? What do you think?" Ba Paizhou shifted the still wriggling white plush foxtail draped over him aside, rose, and, taking his empty goji berry cup, wandered toward the living room. "Do you believe this case should be given to Su Banchang?" Su Bai smiled and replied, "I find it inconsequential. If I refuse, the higher-ups will insist, and there is little I can do about it. In truth, it matters not if it is handed over. I have already conducted a thorough examination of the scene, leaving no traces behind, and it appears the witnesses have been completely replaced. This includes the individual who claimed to have reported the incident, Lu Chang, along with his 4 subordinates, all of whom were devoid of any sign of status. Merely ordinary individuals. The group of men and women in the ballroom below is no different. It is almost certain that before Su Meng and I arrived, or rather, before the officers arrived, those with any standing in the Night Rose had been discreetly relocated. Clearly, these individuals seemed disinclined to engage with law enforcement. Therefore, should the case be handed to Homeland Security, I harbor no fear of them uncovering any clues about me. Naturally, if this case can be kept from Homeland Security and I can continue my own investigation, that would be splendid." Listening to Su Bai's words, Pa Paizhou let out a scoff. "Don't give me that. Don't think I can't tell what you're implying. Just tell me, do you want this case or not?" Su Bai raised an eyebrow. "Yes." "Then let's investigate. This is Fengcheng, and it's not for the Department of Homeland Security to call the shots here." Su Bai gazed at the screen, where Pa Paizhou had promptly hung up, standing still for a moment before shaking his head in disbelief. In the next instant, he seemed to recall something and turned to see Su Meng alongside several female officers, escorting 6 women dressed in police uniforms, their heads bowed. Su Meng approached Su Bai. "Master, I will head to the hospital now." Su Bai grasped Su Meng's arm. "Forget it, come back to the station with me." Su Meng was momentarily taken aback. Su Bai offered no explanation, simply leading her towards the red sports car parked nearby. Pa Paizhou's call had illuminated an important realization for Su Bai. According to his words, the one who had contacted the director regarding this case was none other than Su Meng's uncle, Su Banchang. Yet, Su Meng was right here. It was implausible that Su Banchang was unaware of this, but if he had known from the outset, he wouldn't have allowed Su Meng to meddle in this affair. Thus, once they were in the car, Su Bai turned to Su Meng, who had returned to the driver's seat, and furrowed his brow. "Did you sneak out on your own?" As her phone vibrated in her pocket, Su Meng instinctively paused, glancing at Su Bai. "Does your uncle not know you're here?" Su Meng opened her mouth, then lowered her gaze. "I overheard my uncle on the phone mentioning a case here." so I sneaked out to find you. Indeed. Su Bai inwardly mused. However, he could surmise the reason behind Su Meng's actions. Still. Aren't you worried about encountering danger? Don't forget, you're the one who killed Lu San. Didn't your uncle say that his brother, Xiao Jingnan, is terrifying? Don't worry, master, I calculated everything before I came out. What? Su Meng produced a card, imbued with a faint fragrance, labeled Goddess of Fortune. Her eyes crescent-shaped. There is no danger, and besides, I believe you can protect me. Su Bai opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Su Meng had eavesdropped on her uncle's call and then secretly ventured out to find him, taking him to assume control of the Night Rose case. Clearly. From the very beginning, Su Meng had been aware of the connection between the case and the so-called extraordinary beings. And knowing this, bringing Su Bai along could not possibly be a ploy to lead him to his demise. Thus, only one possibility remained. You intend for me to join the Special Disaster Response Team? Yes. Su Meng's crescent-shaped eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly. Master, you're so clever. I hadn't even said anything, and you guessed it right away. Su Bai rolled his eyes in exasperation. Cut to the chase and tell me why. Su Meng lowered her gaze. I've already mentioned that I don't wish to join the Special Disaster Response Team. I want to stay with my master. Unless he goes with me. Su Bai found this reasoning rather perplexing. Have you not considered that your uncle might be angered by this? Not at all, Su Meng replied, lifting her head with a smile as she retrieved her phone, radiating joy. I simply want to answer his calls, that should suffice. Su Bai glanced at the contact name displayed on the phone. 36, for Brothers of Scenic Beauty, seeking recommendations. This girl, for goodness sake, just answer the call. Sorry, the number you dialed has been blacklisted. Please seek the other party's forgiveness and try again. Su Bancheng stared at his phone. Having dialed 10 times in vain, each call rejected, and now his number had been directly blacklisted by Su Meng. He couldn't help but twitch his lips in annoyance. The next moment, he took a deep breath, placing his phone on the desk as he regarded the woman standing before him. She was an extraordinarily alluring beauty. Her face adorned with a gentle smile that made her appear anything but rigid. Dressed in an elegant, form-fitting dress paired with exquisite high heels. Her slender legs and perfect figure were enough to revive a man who had long lost his vigor. Chen Jin, with a seductive smile, remarked. I thought Meng Meng feared you the most, uncle. Su Bancheng chuckled lightly. For Meng Meng, she only fears me when she sees me. As he spoke, Su Bancheng shook his head and turned to Chen Jin. Have you discovered who killed Sun Qinya? Chen Jin shook her head. When I heard the commotion, I wasn't much quicker than anyone else. By the time we arrived at the room, both the Chao brothers and Sun Qinya were already dead. Su Bancheng furrowed his brow. The Chao brothers you mentioned, I know them. Sun Qinya's skills were lacking, which is understandable. But to kill the Chao brothers in a single strike? That requires a minimum proficiency of a level 6 martial artist. Indeed. Su Bancheng glanced at Chen Jin, nodding thoughtfully. Although martial artists are not true superhumans, having such strength and the motive to kill Sun Qinya is something I cannot fathom at the moment. Chen Jin pondered for a moment before looking at Su Bancheng. By the way, I do have a lead. Su Bancheng's interest piqued. What lead? This afternoon. I overheard the Chao brothers saying they had captured a spy. A spy? Su Bancheng turned to Chen Jin. What's the name? None. What? Chen Jin shot Su Bancheng an exasperated glance and rolled her eyes. Please, Chief, I've only been undercover for less than a month. And you won't let me use my charms. Just knowing this much is quite impressive. Su Bancheng chuckled. Chen Jin. You are merely a step away from advancing as a martial artist. Is it truly the case that the only path to acquiring intelligence is through the allure of your appearance? Chen Jin replied with a seductive smile, you must admit. If I were to pursue the route of seduction, I could swiftly procure any information I desired. Su Bancheng was at a loss for words. Enough. Fine. I shall cease the jesting. As he observed Chen Jin's face, which was a canvas of exasperation, he smiled briefly before his expression turned serious. Upon learning of this news, I made some inquiries this afternoon, and there is indeed an individual who has been missing since the afternoon. However, I do not know his name. He is referred to as Slim Monkey and is considered one of their own, albeit of low capability. Su Bancheng furrowed his brows. Slim Monkey? Yes, he vanished in the afternoon. And by evening, I intended to investigate. However, as soon as I exited the elevator, I was intercepted by the four brothers of Mountain, Clear Water, and Beauty. Wait a moment. Su Bancheng interjected, turning to Chen Jin. Who did you say? The four brothers of Mountain, Clear Water, and Beauty? Were they not accompanying Xiao Jingnan when he left Foam City? How did they suddenly return? When did they come back? Why did our intelligence not indicate this? Chen Jin was taken aback and glanced at Su Bancheng. You never informed me. By the time I arrived, the four brothers were already there. She did not finish her sentence. Su Bancheng had risen from his seat, seemingly struck by a dreadful realization. What is it? Chen Jin inquired, alarmed. Wait. Su Bancheng gestured for her to pause and dialed Su Meng once more. Upon discovering he had been blocked again, he cursed under his breath before calling Zhang Sen and Gu Hongyu, who were still awaiting news outside. The call connected. Su, where are you now? Still on location. What about Meng Meng? Have you seen her? She just left with Su Bai. What's the matter, Deputy Supervisor? Damn it. Su Bancheng rubbed his forehead and urged, you must pursue them immediately. No questions, just go. Hearing Su Bancheng's urgent tone, Zhang Xin and Gu Hongyu dared not inquire further and promptly ended the call. As Su Bancheng set down the phone, unease coursed through him. Chen Jin rose from the sofa. What is it, boss? Sun Qinya is dead, and the four brothers of Mountain, Clear Water, and Beauty are still alive. If Xiao Jingnan learns of this, they will certainly not survive. If they have seen Su Meng, what do you think they will do? Chen Jin paused. Then grasped the gravity of Su Bancheng's words. Master. Yes. You aren't angry, are you? On the way to the precinct. Su Meng gripped the steering wheel with one hand while casting furtive glances at Su Bai, who sat in the passenger seat, arms crossed and eyes closed. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Su Bai shook his head. No. Master is lying. Su Bai opened his eyes and gazed at Su Meng. With her cheeks puffed up, she resembled an adorable little goldfish. You are clearly upset, he remarked. I am not, she retorted. Su Bai shook his head helplessly with a smile. I am merely contemplating what course of action to take next. Even without the matter concerning Su Meng, he would not relinquish this case to the Department of Homeland Security. He had previously articulated his reasons. Rather than allowing others to investigate this case, it was preferable for him to scrutinize it himself. However, there was an undeniable dilemma in self-investigation. In a word, what could he present as a conclusion? It would be absurd to state that he investigated himself only to end up apprehending and convicting himself. In such a scenario, the significance of his relentless pursuit of this case would be lost. It would be more straightforward to return to the precinct and confine himself to a holding cell. Su Bai was pondering this predicament, searching for a way to conclude the case smoothly without implicating himself. Su Meng, driving, blinked her eyes. What should we do next? That's simple, she said, her spirits lifted upon noticing that Su Bai was not angry. Master, let us catch the culprit together. Then I can join you in the special disaster team. As she spoke, Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she began to envision the adventures that awaited her and her master in the special unit. Just the thought filled her with joy. Su Bai's lips curled slightly as he regarded Su Meng contemplatively. "Meng Meng, last time you mentioned that your uncle wanted you to join for some reason. What exactly is that reason?" Su Meng glanced at Su Bai and opened her mouth. Noticing her hesitation, Su Bai chuckled softly. "It's all right, if you can't share, that's fine." "No, master," Su Meng replied, her expression shifting to urgency. "I'll tell you, but you mustn't disclose it to anyone else." Su Bai nodded, indicating his understanding. With a sigh, Su Meng began, "Our family belongs to the Taoist sect." Suddenly, a loud brake interrupted her. The car came to an abrupt halt as Su Meng instinctively slammed the brakes, causing her to lurch forward. "Ouch, my bear!" she exclaimed, while Su Bai, seated in the passenger seat, remained fixated on the road ahead. Rubbing the stuffed bear she had just squished, Su Meng looked up, her expression frozen in surprise. "Master!" Before her stood three individuals, seemingly waiting on the roadside 100 meters away. Name, Sun Shan level, 17 realm, 4th level martial apprentice friendship level, undying bond name, Sunshine level, 18 realm, 4th level martial apprentice friendship level, undying bond name, Sun Shui level, 16 name, Sun Shou level, 17 the serene beauty of mountains and rivers? Just moments after bidding farewell to the formidable duo of the great sage, another pair, the mountain and river beauties, emerges. Moreover, what is this situation that leads to an undying enmity? Su Bai furrowed his brow, gazing out at the desolate road beyond the car window. This road had been recently constructed over the past few months, and due to its unavailability for traffic, not a single vehicle could be seen. Furthermore, as the 38th precinct was situated in the suburbs, the expanse of the road was devoid of any specter, save for the obstructive mountain and river beauties ahead. Reverse. Oh. Su Meng, realizing the urgency, swiftly shifted the gear into reverse and drove backward with full throttle. The mountain and river beauties, witnessing this, also took off in pursuit. Their speed akin to 80 miles per hour. With Sun Xinya deceased, they were certain that upon their leader's return, wrath would undoubtedly ensue. While they were oblivious to the fates of others, the mountain and river beauties were certain that their own demise was inevitable. Initially, they had been incensed, pondering who among the extraordinary in Fengcheng possessed the audacity to slay their leader's beloved. However, in a twist of fate, instead of locating the perpetrator responsible for Sun Xinya's death, they found themselves face to face with the agent who had brazenly ended their leader's brother's life. Should their leader return to learn of his beloved's demise, they would surely face annihilation. Yet, if they could eliminate the agent responsible for their leader's brother's death before his return, perhaps they might secure their own survival. Thus, the mountain and river beauties strategically positioned themselves, striving to preserve their lives. With a fierce roar, Sun Shan propelled himself into the air, twisting mid-flight, and hurled a steel rebar as if it were a javelin toward the vehicle. With a resounding thud, the rebar pierced the windshield, penetrating as effortlessly as a knife through soft tofu, crashing into the interior of the car. Su Meng, witnessing the steel rebar embedded in the driver's seat, was rendered speechless. This was not right. Prior to leaving, she had calculated her fortune, convinced that the goddess of luck was smiling upon her, indicating that no danger would befall her. How could this be happening now? In the passenger seat, Su Bai narrowed his eyes, inhaling deeply as he observed the approaching threat of the mountain and river beauties. Their speed was alarming. Stay still. What? Su Meng was taken aback, glancing at her master, only to see him unbuckle his seatbelt and roll out of the vehicle. Master! Stay put! Su Bai turned his head and shouted at Su Meng, who instinctively slammed on the brakes. He then stood up, his gaze fixed on Sun Shan, who was charging towards him with astonishing speed, ready to deliver a punch. With a swift motion, Su Bai countered, unleashing his right fist to collide with Sun Shan's attack. The impact resonated like a thunderclap. A sickening crack echoed through the air as Sun Shan's right hand shattered, his face paling instantly as he was sent reeling backwards. With a resounding thud, he crashed onto the floor before the other 3 comrades who were hastily approaching from behind. "Big brother! Boss! Big brother!" Su Meng, gripping the steering wheel and instinctively pressing the brake, gaped at the scene unfolding before her. "Oh my goodness! So it turns out my master is my lucky star? Big brother! Extraordinary ones! Let us go together. All right." Sun Shan, gritting his teeth as he rose from the ground, casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, seemingly indifferent to his shattered hand. He exchanged a glance with his 3 brothers, and together they lunged at Su Bai. Today, if they did not eliminate Su Meng, even if they managed to escape alive, they would still meet their demise upon Xiao Jingnan's return. Since death was inevitable, they resolved to fight fiercely for a chance at survival. Moreover, 4 against 1, the odds were in their favor. The 4 brothers of the mountain clear water flow surrounded Su Bai, moving as one entity. They split into positions from all sides and roared in unison as they charged at the encircled Su Bai. Die! Goat horns! Mantis blade! Feeling the fierce winds from all directions, Su Bai narrowed his eyes. Mountain collapse! Master! In the vehicle, Su Meng could not help but scream, instinctively reaching for the door to assist Su Bai. In the next moment, as she unfastened her seatbelt and dashed out of the car, she heard a deafening explosion, akin to a mountain crumbling. Her entire body shuddered instinctively as she turned her gaze towards the hood of the engine. In her line of sight, her eyes widened in horror. Boom! 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 The 4 brothers of the mountain clear water flow soared through the blood mist, crashing heavily onto the hood of the red sports car. Like broken puppets, they smashed the hood apart before rolling down to the ground like lifeless debris. Ding! Kill successful. Gained character experience 12,000. Gain game currency 200. Gain small blue potion 1. Gain transforming mask 1. Gain skill book 1. A soft white light burst forth from Sun Shan's lifeless body, transforming into a radiant glow that instantly enveloped Su Bai, who remained standing as if untouched by the chaos. Su Meng's mouth hung agape, her expression one of sheer disbelief. Su Meng seemed to have recalled something. She closed her mouth, hurriedly exited the vehicle, and rushed to the front of the car. There, she beheld the lifeless bodies sprawled haphazardly on the ground, their throats crushed mercilessly, and could not help but glance at Su Bai. Master! So you are also an extraordinary being. Goodness! What just transpired? Su Meng felt a pang of regret, realizing she had not witnessed the events as they unfolded. And by the time she comprehended the situation, the 4 assailants were already dead. Su Bai opened his eyes, once more suppressing the tumultuous hearts of the players, and approached Su Meng with a smile. I never claimed otherwise. At that moment, a scarlet mist, imbued with a sense of decay, abruptly emanated from the corpses of the 4 brothers, swiftly engulfing Su Bai. Master! Do not come closer! Su Meng exclaimed in alarm, her heart racing as she observed the decaying red mist enveloping Su Bai in an instant. Instinctively, she yearned to rush into the mist to rescue her master. Su Bai shouted, halting her in her tracks. In the blink of an eye, the ominous mist came and went just as swiftly, vanishing from Su Meng's sight as if Su Bai had absorbed it entirely. A red exclamation mark appeared suddenly before Su Bai's vision, and his expression shifted. Much like the crimson mist, a hint of decay marred his countenance. With a muffled groan, Su Bai felt as if the vital energy within him had been severed, creating an abrupt disruption that forced a sharp gasp from him. He instinctively crouched down and opened the notification signified by the red exclamation mark. Before his eyes, the game panel unfolded. Welcome to the game life system. Player, Su Bai. Title, Agent of the Federal Fengcheng Police Department, Intimidation Factor of 10 against lawful NPCs in Fengcheng. Level, 20. Experience to level up, 17,00022,000. Stored experience, 4, 890, 201. Current status, Decay Curse. The Decay Curse of the Great Wilderness Holy Sect. Afflicting the cursed, brings decay and depletes vitality. Portending disaster, it will erode your experience and reduce your level over the next 7 days. Method of removal: you may consume pills to alleviate the adverse effects or expend character experience to counteract this status. Note, this curse is truly debilitating. The Decay Curse? What is this? Subai furrowed his brow as he examined the status description on his attribute panel. At this moment, Su Meng realized what was happening and rushed to Subai's side, squatting down before him, her expression filled with concern. "Master, master!" she cried, her heart nearly breaking as she looked at Subai's despondent visage. "What is wrong with you? Do not worry, just don't touch me." "Oh. Oh. Su Meng quickly raised her right hand, nodding anxiously like a chick pecking at grain, her expression tense as she gazed at Subai, who was slowly rising from the ground. "Master, take it slow." Subai gradually stood up. "System. Disengage this." Just as he summoned the system, intending to rid himself of this bothersome state, his peripheral vision caught sight of headlights racing towards him from a distance. Moreover, there was the familiar scent of 2 land agents, Zheng Sen and Gu Hongyu. Subai's thoughts shifted, dismissing the idea of releasing this state for the moment, and glanced at the nervously watching Su Meng beside him. In the next instant, Subai rolled his eyes back and forcefully entered a shutdown state. This action startled Su Meng considerably. She watched as Subai, with his eyes rolled back, began to sway backward and, in a panic, shouted, stretching out her arms to catch him as he fell. "Master, hold on. Master." As she spoke, her expression morphed with fear as she imagined a dreadful scenario. Desperate to prevent her master from slipping into unconsciousness, she vigorously shook Subai, who lay in her embrace, in an effort to rouse him. Subai was jolted awake by her efforts. "Don't shake." "Ugh. Master." Su Meng leaned down, pressing her ear close to Subai's lips. "Master. What do you want to say?" "You're." Su Meng glanced down, her face flushed, and quickly shifted her position. "Master, please don't sleep. How about I tell you a ghost story?" Subai gasped for breath, then quickly and softly replied, "I'm fine, I just need a nap." He was an ordinary person, having just dispatched 4 extraordinary beings. It seemed unreasonable if he did not encounter any issues. Su Meng paused momentarily before witnessing Subai forcibly shut down again after his statement, prompting her to panic once more. Her words were cut short. Accompanied by the sound of tires screeching against the pavement, a black SUV sped towards them, and before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, Zheng Sen, seated in the front passenger seat, bolted out. Just as Zhang Sen prepared to inquire about the situation, he was met with the sight of the 4 once vibrant brothers now lying lifelessly on the ground, resembling nothing more than a heap of mud. Shock flickered across his face, and shaking his head to dispel disbelief, he rubbed his eyes and looked again at the 4 corpses. Hiss! Zhang Sen inhaled sharply. It truly is the 4 brothers of Mountain and Water. Gu Hongyu also came running from behind, initially curious about Zhang Sen's stunned expression. She too froze in astonishment upon seeing the 4 bodies. In the next moment, both Zhang Sen and Gu Hongyu's gazes fell simultaneously upon Subai, who was leaning against Su Meng, eyes closed and face pale. The 2 exchanged a glance, a flicker of astonishment passing through their eyes as they contemplated an inconceivable possibility. Before approaching Su Meng and Subai, with an expression of vigilance, Su Meng tightened her embrace around Subai, who had begun to emit faint snoring sounds, and called out to the approaching Zhang Sen and Gu Hongyu, "Stay back." As a local investigator from the Fengcheng Police Department, she inherently bore a disdain for federal agents, such was the norm. We are sent by Deputy Supervisor Su Bancheng. I need to examine him. Gu Hongyu offered a brief explanation to the wary Su Meng, while Zhang Sen, observing Su Meng's diminishing apprehension upon hearing his uncle's name, squatted before Su Bai, grasping his right hand and applying pressure. After a moment, he released Su Bai's hand. Su Meng blinked, regarding Zhang Sen. How is my master? Without awaiting an answer, Gu Hongyu took the initiative, mirroring Zhang Sen's actions as she took hold of Su Bai's right hand and began her examination. Watching Gu Hongyu's movements, Zhang Sen turned his gaze to Su Meng, wearing a reassuring smile. Do not worry, your master is merely experiencing a deficiency in vital energy. A period of rest will suffice for recovery. Upon saying this, Zhang Sen rose, retrieving his phone from his pocket to call the Fengcheng hospital. Meanwhile, Gu Hongyu completed her assessment and smiled at Su Meng. Indeed, it is just a minor deficiency. After speaking, Gu Hongyu stood up, her smile fading as she turned away from Su Meng and approached Zhang Senator. As she looked at him, Zhang Sen's expression grew notably grave after finishing his call. Once the ambulance arrived at the scene, Su Meng hurriedly assisted the doctors and nurses in lifting Su Bai into the vehicle, joining him inside as they sped towards Fengcheng Hospital. Zhang Sen and Gu Hongyu also entered their vehicle, following the ambulance towards the hospital. The atmosphere in the car was laden with gravity. Su Bai's condition was indeed one of vital energy deficiency. However, the reality of the situation contradicted what they had just conveyed to Su Meng. Su Bai's state was not one that could be remedied with mere rest. It was severe, seriously so. With an inexplicable tone, Gu Hongyu cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Sen, who was driving, and stated somberly, "Will he still be able to join us?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Sen shook his head. Their special disaster response team faced cases and adversaries of extraordinary nature. One could enter as an ordinary individual, but one could not remain ordinary indefinitely. Simply put, while an ordinary person might join their ranks, there was a chance to become extraordinary like them. After all, this was not a world governed by spiritual roots, with the right techniques and a guiding mentor. Anyone could transform into an extraordinary being. The distinction among the extraordinary individuals primarily lies in the varying degrees of their innate talents. There is no necessity to assess one's capacity for cultivation. However, there exists a category of individuals who are utterly incapable of cultivation. This refers to Su Bai's current state of depleted vitality. To put it more simply, one might say that his potential has been entirely consumed. Initially, Zhang Sen was astonished that the four brothers of Mountain and Water, though not true extraordinary beings, were merely steps away from the threshold of transcendence. How could they perish at the hands of an ordinary agent possessing immense potential? Yet, after Zhang Sen examined Su Bai's injuries, this perplexity was entirely resolved. The reason Su Bai killed the four brothers of Mountain and Water was that he employed the principle of mutual longevity with heaven and earth. He sacrificed his future potential to save them. Zhang Sen was suddenly enveloped by an indescribable feeling. It felt as though, just a moment ago, he had seen Su Bai as an extraordinary genius who, upon joining them, could soar above the rest, and in the next instant, he realized this genius had relinquished his gifts, reverting to being just another ordinary soul among the masses. Zhang Sen felt a pang of regret. No way. What? Zhang Sen snapped back to reality, looking at the suddenly vocal Gu Hongyu, who had retrieved her phone from her pocket and began dialing. Furrowing her brow, Gu Hongyu remarked, "I was looking forward to seeing this arrogant fellow join us and witness his reaction to our world." Zhang Sen was perplexed. "Who are you calling?" "Su Bancheng." Gu Hongyu addressed him directly, without the formal title of deputy supervisor, while waiting for the call to connect. She continued, "Su Bai is in this state because he was trying to save his niece. Now that such an incident has occurred, he must find a way to remedy it." Zhang Sen opened his mouth, about to interject, but upon seeing Gu Hongyu engaged in conversation with Su Bancheng, he withdrew his words and shook his head. He did not share her optimism. After all, Subai's depletion of vitality was a confirmed reality, nearly an irreversible one. Had Subai faced any peril previously due to Su Mang, the Su family might have sought a remedy, considering that even without cultivation, Subai's physical prowess and vitality practically screamed his extraordinary talent. Once he embarked on the path of transcendence, he would undoubtedly leave others in his wake. Thus, under such circumstances, a prominent family like the Sus would certainly take action. But what of the present? Subai, the once extraordinary talent, now reduced to an ordinary existence? Sometimes, innate talent is crucial. However, a gifted individual who has not matured into their potential is not truly a genius, let alone Subai, who now lacks any semblance of talent. Hence, Zhang Xin remained far from optimistic. Hello? Hello? Damn it! Zhang Xin glanced at Gu Hongyu, who sat in the passenger seat clutching her phone, and muttered a curse under her breath. What's the matter? Gu Hongyu's expression was somewhat grim. Damn it! I said so much, and he only replied with one sentence. What did he say? I understand now. Indeed. Zhang Xin silently acknowledged the outcome, feeling no surprise at all. After all, in his and Gu Hongyu's eyes, Subai's talent and potential were nothing short of exceptional. Yet, to some, talent and potential merely served as a stepping stone. In the Su family manner, after Su Bancheng hung up Gu Hongyu's call, he placed his phone on the table with a peculiar expression. Chen Jin, who remained in the study, lounging on the sofa with legs crossed while perusing a magazine, looked up and asked, So, did you catch the Mountain Clear Water Beautiful quartet? Su Bancheng nodded. They're dead. Is that true? Chen Jin paused, then chuckled. It seems our special disaster response team in Fengcheng has some strength after all. Su Bancheng interrupted, turning to Chen Jin, who wore a smile. Subai did it. Chen Jin fell silent, contemplating the name. Who? That Su investigator from the Fengcheng police station, your niece's mentor? Su Bancheng nodded again. Yes, that's him. By the time the special disaster team arrived, Mountain Clear Water Beautiful was already deceased. Chen Jin raised an eyebrow, setting the magazine down as she stood. You must be joking. I recall you mentioning that this fellow has considerable talent and potential, yet he is not one of our kind. Su Bancheng maintained a stoic expression as he gazed at Chen Jin. He is currently depleted in both energy and potential. Chen Jin opened her mouth. And upon hearing this response, she retook her seat on the sofa. Ah, I see. After all, a seemingly ordinary person endowed with potential and talent might be capable of slaying a recently possessed extraordinary being, but only to a certain extent. If the price is energy depletion, then it becomes quite understandable. It's akin to how some frail women can experience an adrenaline surge and lift a car in the face of their children's peril. However, this phenomenon is widely reported, while the aftermath of lifting a car remains unaddressed. Just like Zhang Xin and Gu Hongyu, who dare not reveal to Su Mang what the true consequences of energy depletion are. Su Bancheng sat in his seat, watching the 6 copper coins he had tossed onto the table, his gaze flickering slightly. Familiar white ceiling. The unmistakable scent of disinfectant. The sensation of a metal-framed bed. Subai opened his eyes and, within a second, comprehended his surroundings, involuntarily exclaiming, Damn! Again? If his memory served him correctly, it had been less than 72 hours since he was last discharged. Goodness! Have I recently formed a bond with the hospital? Subai pondered as he struggled to rise from his hospital bed, leaning against the headboard. He extended his right hand, gently massaging his brow while assessing his current condition. Not too bad. After a restful slumber, he noticed that aside from a slight soreness in his limbs, the overwhelming sensation of having 500 milliliters of blood abruptly drained from him had dissipated. Nevertheless, he clenched his fists, still feeling a lingering weakness. No! It wouldn't be accurate to label it as weakness. This sensation of frailty, Subai compared to his former level 20 state. Felt akin to a level 13 or 14. Hiss. Could it be that I've lost a rank? It seems prudent to minimize the use of the crumbling mountain technique. Recalling the sudden incident from the previous night sent a shiver down his spine as he considered his level, prompting him to summon his status panel. In the next moment, Subai breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that he still held a level 20. His gaze then fell upon the red exclamation mark above the miniature version of himself on the left. He clicked on it, and his current status information reappeared before him. Current status: Curse of Blood Depletion. The curse of the Great Desolation Holy Sect, afflicting the cursed. Causing depletion of vitality and ominous portents, it will erode your experience and lower your level over the next 7 days. Remedial measures: you may consume elixirs to dispel the adverse status. Level up, or expend character experience to counteract this condition. Level up? I have no idea where to find that dragon heartgrass. I might as well use my head to level up. Elixirs? Apologies, I haven't learned that. Expend character experience? I shall resort to this option. Ding. Do you confirm the use of 100,000 experience points to remove this adverse status? How much? Subai was momentarily taken aback, hearing the system's prompt. 100,000? I toiled all day yesterday and only earned about 17,000 experience points. Are they mad? To demand 100,000 outright? The system offered no explanation in response to Subai's inquiry, merely presenting a dialog box after his questioning: confirm removal, cancel removal. Subai smirked slightly. Despite his complaints, the discomfort of losing 5 or 6 levels overnight remained unsettling. Confirm removal. As the words left his lips, a voice echoed in his mind: removal successful. In an instant, Subai felt as if a substance was drawn from the void, merging into his very being. A tingling warmth spread through him, invigorating his vitality once more, accompanied by the exhilarating sensation of leveling up. Subai couldn't help but squint his eyes, his entire consciousness surrendering to this peculiar yet irresistible feeling of bliss. When he reopened his eyes, that indescribable sensation had vanished, replaced by the rhythmic sound of a heartbeat echoing in his ears: thump, 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 resounding like the beat of a drum. Subai felt a peculiar resonance emanating from every part of his body as he threw off the covers, stood upon the floor, and instinctively stretched his limbs. In the next moment, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted from within him, although the noise seemed terrifying. The comfort it brought compelled Subai to rise and repeat the experience. Once it subsided, he glanced down at his hands, squeezing them lightly, and in that instant, the strength befitting a level 20 surged back into his body. How delightful! Subai exhaled heavily, then, hearing footsteps approaching from outside, he raised an eyebrow and reclined back onto the bed. With a shift in thought, he utilized the magical ring to lower his outward level from 11 to 7. Previously, he had maintained his exterior level at 11, but after sustaining such serious injuries, it was only fitting to reduce it by several tiers. The door swung open. Su Meng entered, her head down, a bag of bone-strengthening powder in her left hand and a bag of nourishing oral solution in her right, her expression tinged with sadness. Upon noticing Subai beckoning from the bed, she froze momentarily before exclaiming, "Ah! Master!" Subai felt as though his ears were filled with her piercing shriek. Su Meng joyfully shouted and rushed to the bedside, her face alight with excitement as she inquired, "Master, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Subai gazed at Su Meng's cherubic face, which was a canvas of concern and elation, and smiled. Just as he prepared to assure her of his well-being, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the doorway. There stood a whirlwind of energy, a high and aloof beauty whose demeanor starkly contrasted with her current presence. "What happened, Su?" Anya, having heard Su Meng's sudden scream, hurried into the room, ready to ask what was amiss. Upon spotting Subai propped up against the head of the bed, she too paused for less than a second before her typically frosty expression returned to its usual composure as she entered. Casting a cool glance at Subai and stating, "Awake?" Subai, curious as to why Anya was here, looked towards Su Meng. Su Meng placed the bone-strengthening powder and nourishing solution on the bedside and informed Subai, "Master, Sister Anya rushed to the hospital as soon as she learned you were injured. She has been here with me all night." "All night?" Subai found it hard to believe Su Meng's words. He turned to Anya, asking, "Team leader Anya stayed here all night? Was it out of concern for me? This cold-faced tiger, when did she become so caring towards her colleagues? Wasn't she the one who most enjoyed investigating her own team and sending them to prison?" Anya replied expressionlessly, "I came for the case." There it was, he knew it, this cold-faced tiger had no genuine kindness. Subai smiled as he glanced at Anya. "Is team leader in here for those 4 corpses?" "Indeed," she replied. "I acted in self-defense, Su Meng can attest to that." "I understand, Su Meng has already informed me." Subai chuckled, "So, you should no longer accuse me of intentional wrongdoing and seek reasons to confiscate my firearm." Anya maintained a stoic expression. "I have no interest in your weapon. Since it was self-defense, I shall take my leave." With that, she made no further delay and turned to exit the hospital room. This cold-faced tiger. Subai observed Anya's departure, feeling somewhat perplexed. Just then, his gaze was drawn to a small vial that appeared before him. Blinking, he looked up at Su Meng. "What is this?" Su Meng pushed the lady's blood tonic towards him. "Master, drink this, it's for replenishing your blood." Subai. 41. Fortune bestows blessings, calamities warded off, please recommend. Upon leaving the hospital, Anya headed directly to Su Bancheng's office. With a loud thud, she entered, causing Su Bancheng and Chen Jin, who was seated on the sofa, to look up in surprise at the sight of Anya, who wore sunglasses and had a frosty demeanor. This visitor does not come with good intentions. Chen Jin noticed and glanced at Su Bancheng, then stood up with a smile. "Sister Anya, get lost." With a swift motion of her right hand, Anya sent Chen Jin, now a 9th-level martial artist, just one step away from entering the realm of true transcendence, crashing against the wall. She then turned her gaze to Su Bancheng behind the desk. Her right hand poised as if holding a sword, and struck downwards with a single, decisive slash. In an instant, a remarkably fierce sword light erupted, transforming into a tangible ice sword. Su Bancheng furrowed his brow slightly, spreading his hands to quickly form a seal. Just as the icy sword was about to descend upon him, he completed the gesture and raised his hands high, motionless as a mountain. A diagram of the 8 trigrams materialized, the symbols shifting rapidly. At the very last moment before the sword's arrival, it evolved into the Gen Mountain trigram, emanating a profound aura. With a muffled thud, the ice sword and the 8 trigrams collided, both dissolving into ethereal fragments, vanishing from the room. Hiss. Chen Jin, rising from the ground, rubbed her sore shoulder. "Damn it, I shouldn't have stood up. What business do I have in a celestial battle?" She glanced toward the door, contemplating an escape. Su Bancheng retracted his hands, lowered his head to adjust his glasses, then raised his head with a refined smile. "Team leaderin, has your anger subsided?" Anya regarded Su Bancheng with an impassive stare. "Did I not tell you not to involve him?" Su Bancheng sighed. "If I were to say that this matter has nothing to do with me, would you believe that it was Meng Meng who ran out on her own?" Anya scoffed repeatedly, clearly unconvinced by Su Bancheng's statement. Su Bancheng sighed once more. "This is the price of overindulgence in pretense. Day after day, he boasts of possessing profound insights, claiming to have everything under his control. The consequence is that, regardless of what occurs, suspicions arise that it all lies within his design. Yet, this matter is certainly not my fault." Su Bancheng pondered, rubbing his temples as he emerged from behind his desk and approached the liquor cabinet. He retrieved a bottle of fine wine, showing no concern for Anya's previous actions towards him. Instead, he invited her to take a seat on the sofa. "There is no need for me to lie about this matter. Anya cast a glance at Su Bancheng before settling onto the sofa. He poured a glass of exquisite wine for her, placing it before her. Then looked up to meet her gaze. Has he regained consciousness? Yes. Is his vitality depleted? What? You doubt it? To be honest, I have some reservations. Su Bancheng nodded. Observing Anya's furrowed brow, and disclosed without reservation, I even suspect that Sun Qinya was also murdered by him. Anya lifted her gaze, her cold eyes fixated on Su Bancheng. And after a moment, she spoke. What is your reasoning? A mere ordinary person, no matter how fierce, could not possibly have slain the 4 brothers of the picturesque mountains and rivers. At the very least, even I cannot assure that I could accomplish such a feat. Anya scoffed at his words, a hint of mockery crossing her features. Is this your rationale? You cannot do it, hence neither can anyone else? Su Bancheng merely smiled, disregarding the sarcasm, and looked at Anya. You visited him, is it true that his vitality has waned? Anya frowned. Is there any doubt about that? During our last meeting at the precinct, I was astonished that Su Bai had not engaged in any cultivation. His abundant vital energy was akin to that of a first-level martial artist. However, when I visited the hospital, that vigorous aura had completely vanished. If Su Bai at the precinct was like a cup brimming with water, then at the hospital, that cup was left with only a tenth of its capacity. Though it may seem a mere fraction, it signifies a depletion of vitality. Su Bancheng listened to Anya's words, unable to suppress a frown, after I learned of his disappearance. I consulted divination. Anya glanced at him. What was the result? Su Bancheng shook his head. It was an ineffective omen. What? Su Bancheng regarded Anya. I could not divine our officer Su. Anya understood. So, you believe Su Bai's vitality has not truly waned? Su Bancheng nodded. Indeed. Otherwise, aside from this explanation, I cannot conceive of any other. After all, he is not someone I am connected to, we have had no interaction. It would be absurd to suggest that he might become my family in the future, thus rendering me unable to divine his fate. Upon hearing this, Anya shot a glance at Su Bancheng. That may not be the case, your niece is quite fond of her master. At this moment, she should be administering a blood-replenishing tonic to his wife. Su Bancheng was momentarily taken aback. Madam, blood-replenishing oral solution? What is that? It hardly mattered. Anya shook her head and looked at Su Bancheng. Su Bai is a person of fortune. It is perfectly normal that your divination could not account for him. Su Bancheng gazed at Anya with suspicion. How do you know he is a person of fortune? Anya responded with an expressionless demeanor. You are aware of the car accident involving Su Bai's family, yet what you do not know is that on the very day of that accident 5 years ago, Su Bai was supposed to be in that vehicle. Su Bancheng was slightly stunned, then nodded in acknowledgement. Is that so? I was indeed unaware of this. If that is the case, it does suggest a degree of fortune. Fortune is an elusive concept. Everyone possesses it to varying degrees. Yet not all can be deemed as individuals of true fortune. The most perceptible manifestation of such fortune is when a person, walking along without a care, suddenly halts to turn around, only to find that a vase has plummeted from above, striking the very spot they would have occupied. Or, as Anya mentioned, Su Bai was indeed meant to board the vehicle that met with disaster, but an unforeseen circumstance prevented him from doing so, sparing his life. Su Bancheng pondered thoughtfully and nodded. If he is indeed fortunate, then my skills in divination are not so profound. But how do you know this? He had perused all the records pertaining to the accident from 5 years prior, and it seemed there was no mention of Su Bai's reasons for not being there. Anya's expression remained indifferent. I just know. Su Bancheng remarked. I know? That reasoning carries a tail? He cast a glance at Anya's impassive visage, lowered his gaze, and adjusted his glasses, a glint of cold light flashing across the lens. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to divine? You dare do so, and I shall not hesitate to end you. Su Banchang lifted his gaze to meet Anya's, who appeared to have discerned his thoughts. And a smile broke across his face as he chuckled, even if I wished to, I lack the capability. Anya responded with a cold laugh. You would do best not to entertain such thoughts. Su Banchang opened his mouth, then shifted the topic, waving his hand dismissively. All right. You did not come here to exact vengeance. Speak, what is it that you desire? Anya, hearing this, wasted no words. Leaning against the sofa behind her, she stated her purpose. Dragon heart grass. What? Su Banchang inquired. I know that your Su family ventured into the 10,000 Great Mountains a few years ago and discovered several specimens of dragon heart grass. You later sought out the old Taoist from the pill sect, but were unable to concoct what you desired. Do you wish to refine the rejuvenation pill? Su Banchang looked up at her. The role of dragon heartgrass in elixirs is minimal, even negligible in the market, however. It is an essential ingredient in the crafting of the rejuvenation pill. With the dragonheart grass, the true essence restoration pill comes to fruition. Capable of mending damaged foundations and enabling those whose innate or acquired roots have suffered to restore their completeness. However, Su Banchang shook his head, remarking, if the essence restoration pill were so easily concocted, I would not have sought to have Meng Meng join the Special Disaster Action Group for martial arts training. When Su Meng was born and her innate foundation was discovered to be impaired, the patriarch of the Su family contemplated the creation of the essence restoration pill to repair Meng Meng's roots. To this end, the esteemed elder personally led an expedition, traversing the treacherous 10,000 Great Mountains multiple times, expending immense effort and suffering the loss of 16 comrades, only to retrieve 5 dragonheart grasses. Yet, possessing the dragonheart grass is one matter, the ability to successfully refine it into the essence restoration pill is another. After acquiring the ingredients, the Su family, under 5 stringent conditions, approached the alchemist sect, but alas, all 3 attempts yielded nothing but duds. Thus, Su Banchang resolved to guide Su Meng along the path of martial cultivation. Although martial practice may not rival the refinement of essence into energy, it remains the sole pathway to transcendence given her foundational damage. After all, martial training imposes little demand on personal aptitude. The distinction lies solely in how far one can traverse the journey. As Su Banchang spoke, he noticed the expression on Anya's face, furrowing his brow in suspicion. Does your family possess the ability to concoct the essence restoration pill? Anya, her countenance devoid of emotion, shook her head. No. Then, Su Banchang opened his mouth. If you cannot refine the essence restoration pill, why do you seek the dragonheart grass? Surely, you do not covet it merely for its heart-like appearance? To chew on. What? It could be consumed directly. Anya met Su Banchang's gaze. Su Bai's foundation was damaged postnatally. Unlike Su Meng's innate impairment, the direct effects of dragonheart grass may not benefit Su Meng, yet it could potentially heal Su Bai. Su Banchang, somewhat speechless, replied, your hypothesis lacks any basis. Rising, Anya looked up at Su Banchang. Whether there is basis or not is my concern, providing it is yours. I shall give you 3 days. If you do not comply, I will procure it myself from the Su family. Do not forget. Su Bai suffered his foundation's damage while protecting Su Meng. With that, Anya offered no further words and turned to leave. Su Banchang, seated on the sofa, remained still, not rising to see her off, but rather sat in contemplation, furrowing his brow in thought. Chen Jin, standing nearby and striving to appear as an innocent flower, breathed a sigh of relief after Anya's departure, rubbing his still painful bear. Wait a moment. I hope I won't end up bruised. Chen Jin paused, unable to resist glancing down, tugging at his clothing as he attempted to examine his bear. Just then, Su Banchang came to his senses, observing Chen Jin's actions with a slight smirk. Could you refrain from acting inappropriately at this moment? Fortunately, there were no bruises. Chen Jin gazed at the still pristine bear and let out a sigh of relief. Turning to Su Bancheng, she said, "What on earth are you talking about?" "I was merely checking to see if you were injured while trying to protect you. After all, I'm no technological creation, I'm entirely natural. What would happen if I were damaged?" Su Bancheng inhaled deeply, choosing to ignore Chen Jin and instead fixated his gaze on the ceiling. "Damage to the foundation?" Su Bai reclined on the bed, sipping from a bottle of nourishing oral liquid while listening to Su Meng explain why her uncle wanted her to join the Special Disaster Response Team. A bit confused, he inquired, "But how does damage to the foundation relate directly to joining the Special Disaster Team?" Su Meng handed Su Bai another bottle from the box. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, observing the empty bottle in his hand before receiving yet another bottle of the nourishing tonic, his expression somewhat numb. "I've already had over 10 bottles, isn't that enough?" Su Meng, standing firm, replied, "Not enough, master. Your energy is depleted, you need to replenish your vitality. After you finish this box, there's also bone strengthening powder that I will prepare for you." Su Bai looked exasperated. "I'm already fine." He truly was well. Having spent 100,000 experience points, he had instantly revived to full health. While Su Bai might lack various other resources, experience points were never a concern for him. 100,000 was merely a drop in the bucket. Su Meng appeared somewhat irritated, turning her head away from Su Bai, who seemed reluctant to drink. "Then I won't say anything more." Su Bai opened his mouth, glancing at the nearly empty 13th bottle of the women's nourishing tonic in his hand. "Fine. I'll drink it, you can continue." He resigned himself to consider it a rather unpalatable beverage, determined to demonstrate his compliance with the treatment. He took a hearty gulp and gestured to Su Meng, indicating that he had indeed consumed it. Catching a glimpse, Su Meng turned her head back, pleased, as she began to unwrap another bottle for him. She continued, "Because my innate foundation is damaged, without the foundational replenishment pill, I will be unable to pursue the path of celestial cultivation." Su Bai nodded in response. In the next moment, he seemed to catch a familiar term. Looking up at Su Meng. "Wait a moment, the foundational replenishment pill?" The name rang a bell. Su Bai seized upon the key phrase in Su Meng's statement, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. This was the first time he had heard the term foundational replenishment pill from another's lips. After all, during his unconscious state yesterday, he had contemplated the pill but had not voiced it. He had been pondering when to inquire of the elderly physician regarding any news of the dragon heartgrass. Foundational replenishment pill? Indeed. Su Meng, oblivious to the expression on Su Bai's face, assumed he was merely asking a question while she tore open a new bottle of the nourishing tonic and continued her explanation. "My uncle mentioned that if I were to acquire the essence restoration pill, it could remedy the inherent deficiencies I was born with, allowing me to traverse the extraordinary path of immortality." And then? There was nothing more. Su Meng shook her head, explaining, "It is precisely due to the impossibility of obtaining the essence restoration pill that my uncle wishes for me to join the Special Disaster Response Team. By the way, Master." At this juncture, Su Meng seemed to recall something and turned to Su Bai, "You must not disclose these matters to anyone, or else, if the Department of Homeland Security learns of it, we would be in grave trouble." Su Bai furrowed his brow. "Trouble?" Su Meng affirmed, "The Department of Homeland Security has been diligently working to ensure that extraordinary beings do not come into the sight of ordinary people. Similarly, they assist in shielding ordinary individuals from any information regarding the extraordinary." A flicker of realization crossed Su Bai's face. So that was it. He had lived for 22 years without ever encountering an extraordinary being, let alone hearing of one. It turned out these facts had all been obscured by the Department of Homeland Security. Thus, the Department of Homeland Security essentially serves as a firewall? An invisible barrier positioned between ordinary people and the extraordinary. With Su Meng's explanation, Subai grasped the concept. In the next moment, Subai appeared momentarily stunned. As if a thought had struck him, and he looked at Su Meng. Wait, if that is the case, then back when Lu San. If. As Su Meng indicated, the Department of Homeland Security has been covertly acting as a firewall within the realm of ordinary people, theoretically. Lu San should never have had the opportunity for Subai and Su Meng to visit him. Subai pondered. Indeed. Su Meng, upon hearing Subai's assertion, playfully stuck out her tongue and gazed at him. Master, you truly are clever. No, I am not clever at all. Subai replied with a slight smirk, unable to restrain his curiosity. What is the matter? Is it my uncle? Or yours? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Meng divulged her uncle Su Banchang. Informing Subai, I too learned of this later. It was arranged by my uncle so that I could join the Special Disaster Response Team. While speaking, Su Meng candidly disclosed the criteria for recruitment into the Special Disaster Response Team. Subai listened attentively, silent in his astonishment. Especially when Su Meng elaborated on her uncle's uncanny ability to predict events. Your uncle foresaw what would transpire that day? No. Su Meng shook her head. His predictions are not at all accurate. Had it not been for you, Master, we might have perished. My uncle admitted he did not anticipate that the recently possessed Chao Jing Tian would possess such formidable strength. By the way, possession. Upon hearing this, Subai recalled Lu San, who had taken possession from the vast wilderness world, as well as Sun Xinya, who had reincarnated from that same realm. By the way, Meng. What was the story behind Lu San claiming to have seized control from the great wilderness? Compared to the intricacies of cultivation, his curiosity about the wilderness world was far greater. Initially, Subai assumed that Su Meng would be knowledgeable about this matter, but to his surprise, she shook her head in response. I don't know, she admitted. You don't know? I asked my uncle about it that day, Subai pressed on. Su Meng. With no reservations towards her mentor, Subai continued, but my uncle said that knowing these things wouldn't benefit me at this stage. If I wish to learn more, I'll naturally find out once I join the Special Disaster Response Team. Subai furrowed his brow. Speaking of which, Meng. Why does your uncle so strongly wish for you to join the National Security Bureau? Is it merely because of your weakened foundation? Su Meng nodded. Indeed. Without the rejuvenation pill, my only path to cultivation would be through the human realm, and I would be unable to ascend to the immortal path. The human realm has always been the strongest domain within the National Security Bureau. The immortal path, the human path? Subai inquired. Yes. Su Meng affirmed once more. As for the specifics, I am not well versed in them either. My uncle mentioned that I would understand when the time was right. In essence, due to my impaired foundation, the only way to attain the extraordinary is through human cultivation, also known as martial cultivation. The immortal path is simply out of reach for me. Curious, Subai asked, but if you had the rejuvenation pill, would you then be able to pursue the immortal path? Su Meng shrugged. Of course. Immortal cultivation is far superior to martial cultivation. Unfortunately, my grandfather has searched for many years and still has not found an alchemist capable of refining the rejuvenation pill. She remained quite optimistic about the situation. Subai pondered deeply. The immortal path? Human, martial cultivation? Su Meng glanced at the empty bottle of Tai oral solution in Subai's hand, rolling her eyes as she snatched the bottle away and replaced it with a fresh one. Master, you're being naughty again. Subai snapped back to reality, momentarily dazzled, and found himself holding another full bottle of the solution. Another one? I truly cannot drink anymore. Initially, Subai had thought of the concoction as a rather mediocre beverage, sufficient to satisfy his thirst. However, he soon realized how gravely mistaken he was. The taste was not only unremarkable, but drinking excessively also left a cloying sensation. After contemplating, Subai turned to Su Meng. "Could I have a sip of water?" "Absolutely not." Su Meng stood up to gather the numerous empty bottles littering the floor, stating firmly, "This is for replenishing blood, master. I spent a considerable amount of money on it. Drinking water would dilute it and diminish its efficacy. Now, drink up." Subai's expression soured. Su Meng rose, grabbed an unopened container of bone-strengthening powder, and, eyeing the nearby bottled water, snatched that as well. "No way. What if you try to sneak a drink of the mineral water? I'll take it first." As she spoke, fearful that Subai might attempt to find water after her departure from the hospital room, she lifted the bottle of mineral water and headed for the door. In the next moment, Su Meng's eyes brightened as she beheld the female doctor who appeared at her doorway after she opened the door. And she greeted her in surprise. "Dr. Gao, you've come." Gao Lan, pausing slightly at the door, quickly withdrew her hand that was poised to knock and smiled at Su Meng. Su Meng inquired, "Is Dr. Gao here to see my master?" Gao Lan glanced at Su Meng, who was preparing to dispose of some garbage. "Yes, I came to check on the patient's condition. How is he? Feeling better?" Su Meng replied cheerfully, "Much improved, Dr. Gao. Your recommendations have proven effective. I'll just take out the trash and prepare some bone-strengthening powder for my master. Please, make yourself comfortable." Gao Lan acknowledged her and, after Su Meng left, stepped into the ward. Subai, seated on the hospital bed and feeling a sloshing sensation in his stomach, listened to the exchange between the two women. He turned his gaze, somewhat exasperated, towards Gao Lan, who approached him in her white coat, sporting a ponytail and silver-framed glasses, with her hands in her pockets. He remarked, raising the bottle of oral iron supplement, "So, this is what you recommended Su Meng purchase? What grudge do you hold against me? I even agreed to be your fake boyfriend, and this is how you repay me?" Subai was at a loss for words. Gao Lan glanced at the packaging beside her, then back at Subai, suppressing a laugh. "You should actually be grateful that you're drinking this instead of receiving an infusion." "What do you mean?" Gao Lan shrugged, adjusting her white coat as she sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Subai. "When you were brought to the ward, your apprentice ran to the nurses' station, attempting to bribe the nurses to give you a blood transfusion when Dr. Du refused. If I hadn't been there, your little apprentice might have gone straight to the blood bank to buy several bags of plasma for you." Subai, listening intently, couldn't help but gape in disbelief. "What on earth? A transfusion?" Gao Lan chuckled, shaking her head. "Eventually, she asked me what could effectively replenish blood if a transfusion wasn't possible. I casually suggested this. And to my surprise, she actually bought it. This box is quite expensive, nearly 2,000 yuan. Subai was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the price. "So expensive? I thought it would only be a few hundred at most. 2,000 for a box? This is highway robbery." Gao Lan glanced towards the doorway of the ward before returning her attention to Subai, lowering her voice. "Who would have thought your little apprentice cares for you so much?" Subai regained his composure, observing the slight curve of Gao Lan's lips as she spoke with an enigmatic expression. He shrugged, "With my good looks, who wouldn't like me? If being handsome were a crime, I would undoubtedly be guilty of the most heinous offenses." As Gao Lan listened to Subai's response, she rolled her eyes but chose not to dwell further on the topic. Instead, her curiosity piqued, she inquired, "So what's the story this time? Last time you were hospitalized, agents from the Department of Homeland Security came to see you. This time, they even brought you to the hospital." Subai waved his hand dismissively, muttering, "Let us not talk about it," before rising to dispose of the empty bottle he had been drinking from. He didn't wish for this situation either. Noticing Subai getting up, Gao Lan reached out and took the empty bottle from his hand. After discarding it, she glanced at Subai, who seemed reluctant to speak, and shook her head. If you don't want to talk about it, that is fine. However, your recent hospital visits have been rather frequent. Subai looked at Gao Lan with a hint of helplessness. Do you think I haven't noticed that? He replied. He had been aware of this since he had just regained consciousness. Yet, being hospitalized was not something he could control. It wasn't as if he could simply decide against it. Moreover, he harbored no fondness for hospitals. His first visit had been 5 years ago when he had bid farewell to his parents. It was also then that he had seen his sister surrounded by numerous machines in the intensive care unit. Speaking of which, Subai thought of his sister and asked Gao Lan, "How has Xiaowei been these past few days?" Gao Lan smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. I'm keeping an eye on her. If anything comes up, I'll call you. As for you, take care of yourself, it's only been a few days. And you're back in here." Subai could only nod in response. "Don't worry, it won't happen again. Yesterday was an accident." He hadn't intended to feign unconsciousness. But who could have anticipated the arrival of the Department of Homeland Security agents? After Subai's assurance, Gao Lan chose not to pursue the matter further. Glancing at her wristwatch, she stood up. "All right, I still have duty, I must be off." Subai nodded, preparing to wish her a safe journey when suddenly he raised an eyebrow. Lan, is there something else?" Gao Lan turned to look at him, hands in her pockets. Subai's expression shifted to one of slight embarrassment. Could you lend me some money?" Yes, money. He had very little savings. And after nearly 2 years of work, his total assets, including cash, did not exceed 500. This was the reality. His monthly salary barely stayed in his account for more than 24 hours, promptly transferred to the hospital's financial department due to their relentless payment reminders. Subai had originally planned to wait until next month's salary, bonus, and injury compensation were all deposited before replenishing his sister's medical account and using the remaining funds to purchase the necessary ingredients for the restorative pill. After all, he didn't consider the restorative pill to be of utmost necessity. But at present, he felt that perhaps the restorative pill was indeed something worthwhile. Thus, Subai felt somewhat embarrassed as he offered an excuse to Gao Lan. "Well, once my bonus and injury compensation come through next month, I should be able to repay you." Gao Lan regarded Subai with a hint of skepticism. "You aren't feigning an injury just to deceive the agents for their compensation, are you?" Subai was momentarily taken aback, nearly rising from his bed. How could that be? The compensation for injuries in our department is hardly substantial. It's not worth my while. Naturally, had it been the federal agent's compensation standards, Subai might have contemplated a lengthy hospital stay. Unfortunately, federal agents are required to travel extensively, which does not suit him. Subai sighed inwardly. Observing Subai's expression, Gao Lan chuckled and shook her head. "All right then. How much do you need? Is 100,000 enough?" "That's all I have on hand, the rest is tied up in investments. If it's insufficient, I can borrow some from my brother." Subai gazed at Gao Lan, who at that moment was embodying the persona of a wealthy benefactor. And he opened his mouth as if to say, "Sister, I no longer wish to struggle." Of course, Subai merely entertained the thought. The notion of accepting a woman's financial support was, quite frankly, unacceptable to him. "I don't need that much," he finally replied, shaking his head at Gao Lan. "Just 20,000 will suffice." Initially, he intended to say that 10,000 would be adequate. However, considering the ancient physician's remarks about the rarity of the dragon heartgrass and its status as priceless, he hadn't inquired about its cost. Therefore, preparing an additional 10,000 seemed prudent. Gao Lan paid no heed to Subai's words, turning towards the door. "All right. I'll lend you 100,000 for now. If you need more, just let me know, and there is no rush to repay me. Su-bai raised an eyebrow, about to insist that he did not require such a sum when he caught sight of Su Meng entering with the prepared bone-strengthening powder. Su Meng paused in astonishment at Gao Lan's statement, 100,000? No need to repay? After Gao Lan exited the ward, Su Meng regained her composure and approached Su-bai's bedside, holding out the bone-strengthening powder. Master, have you caught the eye of Dr. Gao? Su-bai observed Su Meng, who was offering him the prepared powder while her cherubic face radiated curiosity and intrigue. He fell silent for a moment, furrowing his brow. He responded to Su Meng, if I say I haven tea, would you believe me, master? Not a chance. Su Meng gazed at Su-bai with admiration. Yet this did not deter her from shaking her head. If you weren't being supported, why would Dr. Gao give you 100,000? And without the expectation of repayment? Dr. Gao's money didn't come from thin air. I knew it. In his heart, Su-bai silently mused, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained, quietly accepting the cup of orange-flavored bone-strengthening powder that Su Meng handed him. Su Meng, with her charming large eyes narrowed in curiosity, observed Su-bai as he silently drank the concoction, unaware of the thoughts swirling in his mind. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Oh, master, she exclaimed, recalling the phone call she had received while preparing the bone-strengthening powder. Her eyes widened as she turned to Su-bai. The bureau just called. Those women have completed their medical examinations, and the individuals we brought back have confessed. Su-bai looked up at Su Meng, intrigued. Confessed? She nodded. The women found at the Night Rose nightclub, who bore injuries, had wept before the officers after Su-bai had seen them and instructed the patrolman to take them to the hospital. Although the Federation lacked specific laws against such crimes, any coercion of women was undoubtedly a crime. The individuals, like Lu Chang, who had claimed to be witnesses and were brought to the station for questioning, were the very culprits who had forced these women into disgraceful transactions. They had all taken out loans for cosmetic procedures, only to find themselves unable to repay, leading Lu Chang and his associates to forcibly keep them at the Night Rose nightclub. According to one victim, she had been confined for several days, and most of the girls there had been lured in by Lu Chang's tactics. Not just them? Su-bai inquired. Not just them. The team leader, upon hearing this, was particularly enraged and has already arranged for a thorough investigation into the illegal activities of the Night Rose nightclub. Su Meng expressed her sense of vindication, then turned to Su-bai, her curiosity piqued. Master, why do you think those women would go under the knife? And why would they take out loans just to alter their appearances? This question caught Su-bai off guard. He glanced at Su Meng, who had a slightly chubby face, large eyes, and fair skin, exuding the essence of a charming neighbor girl. You simply cannot comprehend. What do you mean? Because you are inherently beautiful. Upon hearing this, Su Meng immediately looked down, her earlobes turning a delicate shade of pink as she nervously fiddled with her clothing. She then lifted her head to gaze at Su-bai. Am I really beautiful? Su-bai opened his mouth, prepared to divert the topic, but upon seeing the unsettling emotion hidden beneath Su Meng's flushed cheeks, he nodded. Of course. Our Meng Meng is the most adorable and lovely. Su Meng's large eyes sparkled with joy, resembling a beautiful crescent moon as she took the empty cup from Su-bai's hands and turned to leave. I'm going to prepare another cup of bone-strengthening powder for you. Wait for me, master. Wait. Su-bai was about to reach out to stop her, intending to inform Su Meng that he could not drink anymore. But before he could speak, she had already dashed out, her spirits evidently high. He realized he could no longer lie down. If he continued to do so, he might not succumb to his injuries but rather suffer from excessive nourishment and be overwhelmed by it. As Su-bai pondered, he lifted the blanket and grabbed the clothes resting on the chair beside him, swiftly slipping into the bathroom of the hospital. By the time he and Su Meng returned to the 38th precinct, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Bai walked ahead, just stepping out of the elevator when he suddenly heard the exaggerated voice of the precinct's know-it-all, Chen Shan. Standing by his desk, Chen Shan, upon seeing Su Bai emerge from the elevator, dramatically exclaimed, "Look, our hero has returned." Applaud. Instantly, colleagues who had previously ignored Su Bai turned their attention to him, showering him with enthusiastic applause. "Well done. Impressive. It seems you've recovered splendidly." Su Bai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him but managed to force a smile, exchanging fist bumps and hugs with the colleagues who approached him. When he reached his desk, Chen Shan playfully produced a bouquet of flowers from behind him and presented it to Su Bai. "These are from the 56 female colleagues in our precinct, gathered to honor our hero. Here, take the flowers." Su Bai, maintaining a stoic expression, accepted the flowers with a forced grin, retorting, "You misspoke. It's not just 56 female colleagues, it should be 57. Chen Shan looked up, puzzled. "Did we get a new female colleague? When did that happen? I wasn't aware." Su Bai replied, "Not exactly new, she has been here for nearly 3 years. "Really? Who is she?" "That is impossible. Including the cafeteria auntie, we only have 56. Where does the 57th come from?" Su Bai chuckled softly, disregarding Chen Shan's confusion as he returned to his seat. Chen Shan remained baffled. Su Meng, who followed Su Bai, felt a bit sympathetic and turned to Chen Shan. "Brother Chen, do you know who it is?" Su Meng nodded. "You forgot to count yourself. Brother Chen. You just mentioned 56 female colleagues, so you are one of them, making it 57. Chen Shan was left speechless. Su Bai chose to ignore Chen Shan, who stood there like a statue after hearing Su Meng's words, and instead called the holding room to request that Lu Chang be brought to the interrogation room. Observing this, Su Meng looked at Su Bai and asked, "Master, are we going to interrogate Lu Chang?" Su Bai pushed his chair back and nodded. "Yes. But you should not go." "Ah. Go ask the team leader when the search warrant for Sun Qinya's residence will be ready." "Oh, okay." Su Meng nodded and turned to head towards the office of Ba Paizhou. Su Bai then made his way to the lounge, poured himself a cup of coffee, and subsequently proceeded towards the interrogation room. As he opened the door to the interrogation room and stepped inside, Lu Chang, who had been brought over from the Night Rose nightclub, was already seated in handcuffs. Su Bai glanced at Lu Chang, who was looking up at him, took a sip of coffee, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He looked across at Lu Chang and smiled subtly. "It's over for you." Su Bai observed Lu Chang, who, after hearing these words, briefly raised his gaze before lowering it again, even closing his eyes. Su Bai chuckled softly, placing his coffee cup on the table. "Don't believe me? Or do you still think someone will come to rescue you?" Lu Chang bowed his head, silent with his eyes shut. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, he could not help but open his eyes, staring at the documents that had landed in front of him. His gaze fell upon several photographs depicting women bearing the marks of whips. Su Bai, arms crossed and leaning back in his chair, regarded the now alert Lu Chang. "Kidnapping? Abuse, coercion. The prosecutor's office is contemplating whether to sentence you to 200 years without parole or to simply charge you with first-degree crimes and send you to the electric chair." Unable to restrain himself, Lu Chang looked up at Su Bai with disdain. "You're trying to scare me." Su Bai laughed mockingly, rose from his seat, leaned forward with a smile, and looked down at Lu Chang from his elevated position. Lu Chang, unwilling to back down, tilted his head back to meet Su Bai's seemingly profound gaze. In the next instant, Su Bai wiped the smile from his face, extended his right hand, and forcefully slammed Lu Chang's head onto the table. The loud bang reverberated throughout the interrogation room, and Lu Chang felt a sudden ringing in his ears, his surroundings spinning uncontrollably. Subai returned to his seat with an impassive expression, picking up his coffee cup once more, relishing the sight of Lu Chang, now dazed, with blood seeping from his nostrils and lips. He had two types of people he despised most: those who committed atrocities against women and those who inflicted harm on children, individuals even lower than beasts. Unfortunately, Lu Chang belonged to one of these categories. After a considerable pause, Lu Chang slowly regained his senses, feeling his throbbing head and the warm sensation beneath his nostrils. He touched it with his handcuffed hands, staring in horror at the blood coating his fingers, his eyes widening as he looked up at Subai. "Damn you!" Bang! The metallic interrogation table resonated with a low hum. Across the room, two agents responsible for documenting the interrogation exchanged uneasy glances at the unsettling scene before them. Should they remind Brother Bai to show mercy towards this scoundrel who forced himself upon women? The male agent, noticing the increasingly perilous look from his female counterpart, hastily shook his head. Absolutely not. I despise this kind of scum, and even if it weren't Brother Bai in there, I would do the same. Under the weight of her words, the gaze of the female investigator softened as she turned to look at her male counterpart. Yet she still let out a cold snort before returning her attention to the surveillance monitor. In the interrogation room, Lu Chang could not suppress a pained cry. "My nose." "Ah!" Subai leisurely sipped his coffee, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Chang, whose nose had been irreparably altered. "How careless of you. Knowing you were in the wrong. How could you possibly break your own nose?" Lu Chang clutched his injured nose, glaring at Subai with a look of hatred, though this time he refrained from uttering any profanities. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from continuing to make threats. Releasing his mangled nose, his bloodied visage contorted into a grotesque expression. "Subai, or should I say, Investigator Su, I shall remember this." Subai appeared unfazed, even allowing a chuckle to escape him. "I have encountered countless criminals, yet regrettably, I can never seem to remember them. Just you wait. You better hope I don't get out." Lu Chang snapped back. "Can you even escape?" Subai shook his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he gestured toward the interrogation table. "In your position, there are at least 50 others who have made threats just like yours. In the past, I would have eagerly anticipated your release. But I must apologize, I have never seen anyone walk out of here." Lu Chang wiped his nose with his cuffed hands and, in a somber tone, gazed at Subai. "What you fail to comprehend is who you are truly opposing. You have no idea whose side we are on." After much talk, they finally reached this pivotal point. Upon hearing Lu Chang's words, Subai felt a stirring in his heart, then set down his coffee cup, looking at Lu Chang with a perplexed expression. "Whose side are you on, exactly?" Lu Chang's bloodied face broke into a grin. "You are not worthy to know Xiao Jingnan?" Lu Chang's expression froze, and his eyes widened at a pace Subai could easily discern. Subai, noticing this, let out a laugh and adjusted his posture, regarding Lu Chang seated across from him. "What's wrong? Did you not expect that I would be aware?" Lu Chang regained his composure, squinting at Subai, his face betraying a flicker of hesitation and suspicion. "How do you know?" Subai replied with a smile, "What's the matter? No more threats? No more declarations about waiting for your escape?" Lu Chang fell silent. After Subai finished speaking, he chuckled softly, then retrieved a recording device from his pocket, turning it on as he looked at Lu Chang with a casual demeanor. "You ought to consider what the Department of Homeland Security is for. On federal soil, there is no room for you to act so brazenly. Now, tell me, where did those who took things from this room go? Remember, I am only asking this once more. This will determine whether you serve 200 years in prison or face the electric chair. On federal soil, there is absolutely no allowance for anyone to be more arrogant than the federal authority. In the territory of Fengcheng, the existence of individuals more formidable than those of the Fengcheng Police Department is utterly intolerable. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Lu Chang's expression instantly shifted. The mention of the Department of Homeland Security in Su Bai's discourse unsettled him. Although Lu Chang was not an extraordinary individual, that did not preclude him from being an ally of the Night Rose. He had volunteered to stay and deal with the police station. Believing this experience would be akin to previous encounters, spending a few days at the station before swaggering out as he had done before. However, the inadvertent mention of the Department of Homeland Security by Su Bai ignited a sense of apprehension within Lu Chang. Could it be that they had attracted the attention of the department this time? The thought made him swallow hard. He had taken the fall not out of desire, but rather to mitigate the inevitable wrath of his superior upon their return, especially after the incident involving Sun Qinya. Perhaps, if he bore the brunt of the blame, he might even find favor in the eyes of his leader and be ushered into the realm of the extraordinary. Was it possible that their leader, Xiao Jingnan, had already been apprehended by the Department of Homeland Security? A fleeting thought crossed Lu Chang's mind, prompting him to glance up at Su Bai, who sat across from him with an air of disdain. The more he observed Su Bai's demeanor, the more he sensed something was amiss, leading him to believe that his suspicions might indeed hold truth. No, he had assumed the responsibility for the sake of future benefits, not out of a penchant for martyrdom. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, entirely oblivious to the possibility that he was ensnared in Su Bai's trap. This was not surprising, after all. One could hardly expect a brutish figure to possess much intellect, as those who wield both strength and cunning are indeed rare. Lu Chang's thoughts shifted, and under Su Bai's subtle manipulation, he lost his earlier bravado. He lifted his gaze to Su Bai and began to speak, the group that took the note. Before he could finish, the door to the interrogation room was violently thrust open. A lawyer, clad in a suit and tie, with graying hair and glasses, entered and declared loudly, "Mr. Lu, from this moment on, you are to say nothing at all." Following closely behind, Su Meng, who had been thwarted in her attempt to intervene, offered Su Bai an apologetic gesture. Lu Chang stared at the newcomer, momentarily taken aback. Su Bai regarded the lawyer with crossed arms, narrowing his eyes. The gray-haired attorney placed his briefcase on the interrogation table and turned his gaze to Su Bai, saying, "Officer Su, this should be our second meeting, correct?" Su Bai smiled slightly, responding, "Indeed, Lawyer Zhang." The lawyer Zhang, whom I have recently encountered, was involved in a case just last month. It was during the time when a trafficker lodged a complaint against him for alleged excessive use of force. Zhang, acting as the trafficker's attorney, subsequently filed a complaint against Su Bai with the police department. Casting a glance at his bloodied client, Lu Chang, Zhang turned his attention to Su Bai, exclaiming in astonishment, "I never expected Agent Su's temperament to remain unchanged. He still has a penchant for administering vigilante justice." Rising from his seat while grasping his coffee cup, Su Bai directed his gaze at Zhang, retorting, "I, too, was taken aback. I initially believed that your defense of the trafficker stemmed from professional ethics. However, witnessing your continued defense of him has illuminated the truth. It appears that you are not motivated by ethical considerations, but rather that you, too, are a despicable person, nay, a being even lower than a beast." Standing at the door, Su Meng's expression shifted upon hearing these words, and she quickly cast a warning glance at Su Bai, wishing to urge him to tread carefully. After all, the legal profession is often regarded with disdain, particularly by law enforcement personnel. Countless suspects have walked out of police stations unhindered due to the unscrupulousness of lawyers like Zhang. It could be posited that, without such lawyers, the crime rate in Fengcheng might plummet by at least 30%. Zhang's face darkened as he absorbed Su Bai's unabashed insults. "Agent Su, are you insulting me?" he demanded. Su Meng, still at the entrance, frantically gestured at Su Bai to avoid falling into Zhang's trap. Su Bai glanced at Su Meng's frantic signals and smiled. Su Meng let out a quiet sigh of relief. In the next moment, Su Bai fixed his gaze on the loathsome figure of lawyer Zhang, retorting, "Have you not also slandered me? Your client is the one who slammed his own face into the table. If you doubt it, feel free to take him for a fingerprint analysis." With that, he flashed a radiant smile, removed his disposable gloves in front of Zhang, and proceeded to exit the room. Though the lawyer's arrival seemed rather fortuitous, it mattered little, he had gleaned all he needed to know. After leaving the interrogation room, Subai disregarded the raucous Zhang, who was once again clamoring to file a complaint, along with his disoriented client, and made his way with Su Meng to find Chen Shan. "Shan, what is going on?" Chen Shan glanced at Subai, his tone icy, a clear indication that he still harbored resentment over Subai's earlier comments regarding his 57th female colleague. Subai chose to ignore this. "Could you do me a favor and retrieve the call records of that lawyer Zhang who just came in? I want to check who has been in contact with him." "No search warrant, no help," Chen Shan replied, crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair, his expression devoid of emotion. He then looked at Subai, his gaze unmistakably clear. Unless an apology was forthcoming, any assistance would be a futile endeavor. Upon witnessing this, Subai did not hesitate. He snapped his fingers at Su Meng, who stood beside him, then turned to leave. Meng, let us seek out the information department." Chen Shan raised an eyebrow, interrupting, "Wait a moment." Subai offered a faint smile, pausing his steps and turning to Chen Shan. "Did you not mention that without a search warrant, you could not proceed?" Taking a deep breath, Chen Shan slightly lowered his demands. "For the next 2 days, you will cover all meals." Without a moment's hesitation, Subai replied, "Agreed." Chen Shan frowned slightly, casting a glance at Subai, who had readily accepted, sensing something amiss. After all, Subai was notoriously frugal. True, he was never stingy when it came to his sister's medical expenses, but in all other aspects, whether for himself or others, he was remarkably parsimonious. Chen Shan suspected that Subai might be trying to deceive him, yet lacking evidence. He could only regard Subai with a mix of skepticism and caution. "If you betray me, you shall never receive my assistance again," he warned. Subai chuckled. "Rest assured, that will not happen. If I come to the precinct tomorrow or the day after," he mused inwardly. 48. One among us has become a traitor. Third update, seeking data. Chen Shan sat at his computer, executing commands with remarkable speed, showcasing his exceptional computer skills. Subai and Su Meng stood silently behind him, observing the intimidating array of code flashing across the screen, feeling a sense of awe. Subai crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes. When he visited the Night Rose establishment the previous evening, he discovered that the so-called extraordinary individuals there were far more numerous than the 4 he had incapacitated. However, upon his return, all that remained at the scene were ordinary people, not a single extraordinary individual lingered. Clearly, these extraordinary beings had concealed themselves. This posed a potential threat that needed to be eradicated swiftly. Subai cast a sidelong glance at Su Meng, who mimicked his pose, crossing her arms like a supervisor, and pondered further. Moreover, he had deduced that the sole case linked to his main mission, the Great Wilderness Enigma, was that of the Night Rose nightclub. Logically reasoning, if the Night Rose was connected to the Great Wilderness, then pursuing this line of inquiry might lead to clues regarding the dual moons. Thus, upon his discharge from the hospital, Subai immediately sought to interrogate Lu Chang. He not only understood that Lu Chang had intentionally remained to take the blame, but he also suspected that Lu Chang might not stay in the department for long. After all, according to the testimonies of the victims, the loan for beauty treatments had been established quite some time ago, yet the Night Rose had remained utterly unresponsive, evidently emboldened. The forces behind the Night Rose were certainly more complex than merely Xiao Jingnan. There had to be others involved. If nothing unforeseen occurred, it was likely that those extraordinary beings who had vanished from the Night Rose had already aligned themselves with another party. Thus, Subai contemplated interrogating Lu Chang, hoping to extract some valuable information. Regrettably, as Lu Chang was about to speak, lawyer Zhang fortuitously entered, completely interrupting Lu Chang's attempt at dialogue. However, Subai felt no irritation, on the contrary, he was solely interested in the answer. The process mattered little to him, frankly, he was indifferent to it. Unfortunately, Lu Chang could provide the answer, and so could this lawyer Zhang. After all, Zhang was not engaged in philanthropy. He had come to the police station under instructions or financial inducement. If all went as planned, identifying the source of the directive or the financial backer would lead them to the true power behind the Night Rose. The crucial point was that Subai was unable to locate the murderer of Sun Xinya and the 4 brothers of Qi Tianda Shang. Yet, he could certainly stir the waters. While in the hospital, upon hearing Su Meng mention the accusations made by the victims, he conceived the idea of muddying the waters and shifting the focus onto the underworld influence of the Night Rose. This way, it would be a perfect win-win situation. How clever I am! Subai silently praised himself as he reviewed his entire plan, unable to resist giving himself a mental thumbs-up. Before long, Chen Shan, with impressive dexterity, successfully hacked into the back end of the telecommunications company and obtained the call records of the unscrupulous lawyer Zhang. With a flourish, the 24-hour call log of lawyer Zhang was displayed on the computer screen. Su Meng stared at the screen, astonished to see that in less than a day, there were over 100 incoming calls. So many? It was quite normal. Zhang Hao was a renowned lawyer in Fengcheng and certainly lacked for clients. Chen Shan explained to Su Meng. Filter the records, set the query time. Subai pondered briefly before addressing Chen Shan. Set the query time from midnight last night to half an hour ago, excluding calls shorter than 1 minute. Chen Shan nodded and resumed his operations. After a brief interval, the extensive call log on the computer screen drastically diminished, narrowing down to just over 30 numbers. Su Meng observed the remaining quantity and remarked, "There are still so many." Chen Shan shrugged, "What can we do? He is a prominent lawyer after all." Subai's gaze swiftly scanned the 30-plus numbers on the screen, remaining silent. In the next moment, Subai's eyes brightened, the 12th number from the bottom. Chen Shan quickly retrieved the 12th number as Subai indicated. Noting the call time, 2:15 in the afternoon, with a duration of 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Subai turned to Su Meng. "Did the bureau call to inform you about the women willing to testify?" Su Meng took her phone from her pocket, slightly taken aback, and looked up at Subai. "Master, it was 2:10. Subai raised an eyebrow. At 2:10, the bureau was engaged in persuading the victims, several of whom expressed their willingness to testify. A mere 5 minutes later, a call was made to lawyer Zhang's mobile phone. This certainly suggests the presence of an insider. Additionally, Chen Shan. Please retrieve the phone records I requested previously." "Understood." Chen Shan nodded. Meanwhile, Su Meng appeared perplexed, glancing at Subai. "Master, what previous instance are you referring to?" Subai cast a sidelong glance at Chen Shan, who was searching for the documents, and then addressed Su Meng. 2 months ago, I was the subject of a complaint, was I not?" Su Meng nodded. "Master, you mentioned that your firearm was confiscated at that time and was only returned a few days ago." Subai affirmed, "At that time, the despicable defendant's lawyer was none other than the unscrupulous lawyer Zhang Hao." Su Meng's mouth fell open in astonishment. Subai continued, after capturing that vile creature, "I returned to the bureau, and he had no opportunity to make a phone call. However, just as I was about to interrogate him, lawyer Zhang appeared, much like today. Previously, he had emerged just as I was about to break through the suspect's psychological defenses, preparing to confess. This time, it seems to follow a similar pattern." Subai had harbored an immature suspicion, as he was fond of films, particularly those revolving around suspense and crime-solving. Thus, he had instructed Chen Shan to obtain the call records of lawyer Zhang, yet at that time, there were no numbers that appeared suspicious. This time? There should be some. Damn! Chen Shan cursed, turning to Subai. "The 2 numbers are identical." Subai snapped back to attention, gazing at the computer screen. Before him lay 2 documents. Different timestamps yet the same number, glaring at Subai. Su Meng, noticing this, couldn't help but widen her eyes, exclaiming, "Master, do you mean?" Subai nodded. His gaze drifting over Su Meng's shoulder to the approaching Inya, narrowing his eyes. "We have an insider among us." Clack, clack, clack. Dressed in a white turtleneck suit, Inya, with her coolly elegant countenance, strode in high heels, accompanied by 3 colleagues from the Internal Inspection Office. Subai squinted as he observed Inya approaching. Su Meng, upon seeing her, first froze, then moved to stand beside Subai. Chen Shan, seated at his desk, caught sight of the scene through the screen's reflection, instantly returning to his computer desktop, and instinctively whistled. In an instant, colleagues in the major case office turned their attention simultaneously towards them. Upon seeing Inya and her companions, without exchanging glances, they all gravitated towards Subai. There was no other reason. The Internal Inspection Office, much like federal law enforcement agencies, was inherently their adversary. At times, the animosity from internal inspections surpasses that directed towards federal law enforcement agencies. The rationale is simple: federal enforcement merely seeks to usurp cases from their hands, while their own internal affairs office occasionally appears more inclined to incarcerate them. Anya, expressionless, cast a glance at the approaching agent before her gaze settled on Subai. "Agent Su," she greeted. "Captain," Subai replied, his arms crossed, observing Anya, who seemed to don a different outfit each day. "Is there something you need?" A slender man, clad in a brown suit and standing to Anya's right, who appeared barely over 5 feet tall and bore traces of acne on his face, addressed Subai directly. "Agent Su, we have received a complaint from Lu Chang's attorney alleging that you abused your authority during the interrogation, excessively, before he could finish." Subai swiftly drew his service weapon from his waist, discarding the magazine without a glance, flinging it toward the man. "What are you?" Bang! The weapon, now devoid of ammunition, struck the man's face with a sharp crack before tumbling to the floor with a clang. The man let out a yelp, clutching his bleeding nose. A nondescript female agent standing behind Anya produced a handkerchief from her pocket and offered it to her injured colleague. Subai tossed the magazine onto Chen Shan's desk and turned to Anya. "Isn't your intention to confiscate my firearm again, just like last time?" "No problem, take it." The bleeding man, regaining his composure, angrily pointed a finger at Subai. "Subai, you dare assault an officer?" Subai merely scoffed. Chen Shan and his colleagues could not help but chuckle at the remark. Subai regarded the injured man with a look of incredulity. Assaulting an officer? How novel. As if everyone here isn't an agent. After a brief pause, a look of realization crossed Subai's face as he turned to the bleeding man. "Oh, right. You lot are not actually agents. True agents risk their lives amidst gunfire to apprehend criminals. Meanwhile, you from the Internal Affairs Office? You sit in your suits, sipping coffee, eagerly watching for opportunities to undermine your own." The injured man trembled with rage. "Brutal, barbaric. I will file a complaint against you." "Suit yourself," Subai replied nonchalantly, turning to survey the crowd behind him. "Lili a brother Bai," Lili responded, pointing at the bleeding man. "Do you see him?" Lili nodded. "I see him. Inform our colleagues in the traffic office, and do me a favor, starting tomorrow, issue 3 tickets a day." "Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely, brother Bai," Lili exclaimed loudly. "Just wait and see. For anyone daring to bare their teeth at you, 3 fines a day are far too lenient. We shall turn their entire family into a comic strip." Instantly, Lili's declaration elicited laughter from the surrounding colleagues. Not to mention that Subai had garnered a reputation for his integrity among his many co-workers, but in this instance, when the Internal Affairs Inspection Office sought to create trouble, colleagues from other departments naturally banded together. After all, The Internal Affairs Inspection Office was regarded as the quintessential antagonist among these frontline departments. Subai smiled faintly before turning to the bloodied man. I am aware that Team Leader takes pleasure in causing me trouble, but alas, what can I do? Her rank surpasses mine. Yet you, a mere minnow, aspire to climb over me to gain stature. Are you not filled with folly? The bloodied man's expression was grim. Enough! Anya sharply reprimanded the bloodied man before turning to Subai, her demeanor as cold as ever. I have no interest in creating trouble for you. Our office is merely responsible for addressing issues. If there are complaints, we must investigate. Subai's lips curled into a sardonic smile. And what of it? I have just provided you with my service weapon, but regrettably, your colleague failed to catch it and instead broke his own nose. Yet still wishes to accuse me of violence. With a helpless shake of his head and a sigh, he added, Team Leader. It seems your office's agents have been cooped up for too long, lacking the requisite reflexes expected of an investigator. Anya appeared unfazed by his words. Glancing at Subai, who was being supported by a colleague, and shifted the topic. Agent Su, this is not your first encounter with our office. As per usual protocol, the service weapon must be surrendered until the investigation concludes, and you are barred from participating in any criminal case inquiries until we finish our investigation. With that, Anya turned away, casting a fleeting glance at the bloodied man, still fuming but now silent, before she departed. The bloodied man shot Subai an indignant glare and, in a fit of impotent rage, snorted derisively before hastily following their team leader. Soon, like a chilling breeze, Anya vanished from the main hall of the Serious Crimes Office. Chen Shan, Subai shifted his gaze to him. Can that number be tracked? Chen Shan shook his head. No, I've just checked, that number belongs to a prepaid phone with no records, and it has not been activated. Su Meng whispered nearby, Master. You don't suspect that Anya, the team leader, is the one, do you? Subai glanced at Su Meng and shook his head. No. Really? Yes. Anya is at most a cold-faced tiger. An insider? Unlikely, considering the magnitude of an bank. It would be improbable for the jewel of the An family to stoop to becoming a traitor. However, the three individuals accompanying Anya present a different narrative. Particularly the one who is bleeding. Subai narrowed his eyes, and a translucent task notification materialized before him. Task generation in progress. Task name, identify the traitor. Task attribute, investigation. Task reward, character experience 5000, skill experience 5000, unique divine weapon 1. Accept decline. Indeed. Subai listened to the voice echoing in his ears, realizing with a sense of dread that there truly was a traitor among them. The enemy lurked within the police station. As a law enforcement officer, nothing incites greater fury than the discovery of a traitor colluding with suspects from within. After all, attacks from suspects can be evaded. But a person from one's own ranks launching a covert assault is the most terrifying of betrayals. Subai squinted, his gaze fixated on the elevator that had just halted at the 10th floor Internal Affairs Office. At that moment, Su Meng paused, then pointed in the distance, exclaiming, Master, look. Subai turned his attention to the direction indicated. There, Lu Chang, his face cleansed of blood yet still covering his nose with a handkerchief, was escorted out by Lawyer Zhang. Subai raised an eyebrow and approached. Lawyer Zhang. Agent Su. Lawyer Zhang. His hair tinged with gray and accustomed to dealing with such individuals, adjusted his bespoke glasses worth tens of thousands and addressed Subai with a smile. My client has sustained serious injuries and requires bail for medical treatment. Ignoring Lawyer Zhang, Subai turned his contemplative gaze toward Lu Chang, asking, Lu Chang, are you certain you wish to step outside? Upon seeing Lawyer Zhang and realizing he had nearly fallen into Subai's trap, Lu Chang regained his defiance. He released his handkerchief, revealing his disfigured and crooked nose, and sneered at Subai, Subai, Agent Su, I will remember you. Su Bai's expression remained impassive. You've already uttered that before. My inquiry pertains to your assurance of stepping outside to meet your demise. What? Agent Su. Lawyer Zhang interjected, his tone low, blocking Lu Chang from advancing, and he gazed at Su Bai with a serious demeanor. Am I to interpret this as a threat against my client? Su Bai smirked, glancing at Lu Chang before addressing Lawyer Zhang. Threaten? I have issued no threats. I fail to recall when a word of caution morphed into a threat. What? After your departure, you will not report to your benefactor that had you not intervened in time, Lu Chang would have divulged everything? Lawyer Zhang's voice grew somber. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Su Bai smiled as he directed his gaze towards Lu Chang, whose expression had drastically changed after hearing his words. I spoke with him, didn't I, Lu Chang? Do you believe that if your masters behind you were to learn that you confessed everything, how would they deal with you? Or perhaps you think our avaricious lawyer, Zhang Hao, would keep this matter from your masters? Do not forget, you are not his patron. Lu Chang's complexion shifted into a vivid array of colors, becoming quite striking. Nearby, Lawyer Zhang, witnessing this, let out a cold snort towards Su Bai and proceeded to lead Lu Chang, who had just paid a bail of 500,000, towards the exit, stating, Agent Su, you will receive my second complaint letter tomorrow. Su Bai stood at the doorway, watching Zhang escort Lu Chang to the parking lot, and called out, fine. I await your complaint that leads to my dismissal. With that, Su Bai turned away. Standing beside him, Su Meng observed as Lu Chang and Lawyer Zhang departed the police station and hurried after Su Bai. Master, are we just letting them go? Back at his desk, Su Bai tossed his magazine into the drawer and replied to Su Meng, what else can we do? They paid the bail, and don't forget, I am currently unable to handle cases. He sighed internally, reflecting on the absurdity of a law enforcement agency establishing a department to investigate its own. Su Meng drew her chair closer to Su Bai's desk and whispered, but master, didn't you say Lu Chang would die if he left? Su Bai acknowledged her with a grunt. Then why did you let him go? It's futile to counsel a fool on their demise. What do you mean? If he seeks his own destruction, no amount of words will matter. Of course, Lu Chang might survive this time. But one thing is certain, once Shang reveals that Lu Chang was prepared to confess upon arrival, even if he does not die, he will certainly be beaten to a pulp. That was the only certainty Su Bai held. However, this was no longer his concern. Su Bai pushed his desk, causing his chair to slide back with a screech, and rose from his seat, hands gripping the armrests. Meng. Master? Keep up. Without looking back at Su Meng, who remained seated, he waved her over and strode directly towards their team leader, Pa Paizhou's office. Su Meng snapped back to reality, quickly rising and jogging a few steps to catch up with her master, Su Bai. The next moment, with a crash, Su Bai burst through the door of his office. Pa Paizhou, who was comfortably seated with a goji berry cup, resembling a retired bureaucrat, was startled, causing him to spill the nutritional drink he had just sipped. Damn! Pa Paizhou stood up, pulled out a piece of paper, and wiped the water stains from the tabletop. With a resigned expression, he looked up at Su Bai, who had entered without knocking. Su Bai, what are you doing? How many times must I remind you to knock before entering? Su Bai paused, met Pa Paizhou's gaze, turned around, walked to the door, knocked twice, and then looked back at Pa Paizhou with a gaze that seemed to ask, are you satisfied now? Is that enough? Pa Paizhou took a deep breath, glanced at the time on his wrist, and finally sat down, directing a weary look at Su Bai. What is it? Speak quickly. Your sister-in-law is waiting for me to cook for her at home. Su Meng, who had followed in, appeared to be hearing this for the first time and looked at Pa Paizhou with disbelief. Captain, you can cook for your sister-in-law? Pa Paizhou, noticing the admiration in Su Meng's eyes, waved his hand dismissively. When your sister-in-law married me, I promised I would pamper her like a little girl. A man must keep his word. Su Meng's eyes sparkled with even more admiration. Subai rolled his eyes, unwilling to expose Pa Paizhou's pretense, and walked straight to the desk, glancing back at Pa Paizhou. I want to investigate the internal inspection office. I suspect we have a mole among us. With a puff. 51, I am a professional. Subai swiftly dodged, anticipating the scene, and narrowly avoided Pa Paizhou's splash of nutrient water. Pa Paizhou, this time, did not even wipe the water from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Subai with wide eyes, seemingly not comprehending what Subai had said. What did you say? I said I want to investigate the internal inspection. Pa Paizhou opened his mouth, glanced at his cup of goji berries, looked back at Subai, and after a moment of silence, capped his cup with 1/3 of the water still remaining. Forget it. I'll drink it later to avoid wasting it. Taking a deep breath, Pa Paizhou closed his cup and looked at Subai. Do you even understand what you're saying? Investigate the internal inspection? Please, do you know what the internal inspection is for? Subai shrugged. I know. It's specifically for investigating our own people. Exactly, the internal inspection is meant to investigate us, not the other way around. There is wrongdoing, why can't we investigate? You've been suspended. Hearing this, Subai stroked his chin, contemplatively gazing at Pa Paizhou, who sat behind the desk. So, boss, you're aware of this situation, yet you sit behind your desk sipping goji tea while allowing your most capable subordinate to suffer the humiliation of a cold-faced tiger outside? Beside them, Su Meng's eyes widened, staring at Pa Paizhou. In an instant, the admiration that had previously filled Su Meng's gaze began to dissipate at a visible speed, swiftly transforming into skepticism and disdain. After all, whether a boss is commendable is not determined by self-promotion but by his ability to shield his subordinates from the storm. Clearly, he was failing in that regard. Zhou, the one who strips away facades, is not merely providing shelter from the storm, he is, in fact, reveling in the comfort of his own goji berry tea, while keenly observing Subai, who is drenched in the rain. In a single statement, you are unworthy of the role of elder brother. Zhou glanced at Su Meng's profoundly meaningful gaze, then turned to Subai, somewhat exasperated. Brother Bai. May I call you that? I genuinely wish to shield you from the elements, yet you leave me no opportunity. You have been beaten to such a state. The internal inspection did not take you away, and that is already my assistance. What more do you expect from me? Sign here. What? Subai, prepared for this moment, swiftly produced a freshly printed document from behind him and handed it to Zhou. I wish to investigate. Zhou glanced down at the specialized internal investigation approval form directed at the police station, his lips twitching as he looked back up at Subai. Indeed, Subai had been suspended. However, this suspension pertained to matters outside the police station, concerning the public. As long as Subai had not been dismissed, he remained an investigator in the Serious Crimes Unit of the 38th Precinct of Fengcheng. The initiation of an internal investigation required the signature of the unit leader, and the appointment of an investigator was not contingent upon the status of suspension. Zhou felt a twinge of discomfort. You intend to confront the internal inspection team? They provoked me first, Subai shrugged. To borrow a phrase from that cold-faced tiger, she only appears to resolve issues after they arise. Now, the tables have turned, and I am here to assist them in solving their problems. You handled the initial matter, while I tackle the aftermath. It is quite equitable. Subai had long sought an opportunity to reclaim his ground since the cold-faced tiger, and her internal inspection office had first troubled him. However, despite both their teams being housed in the same building, their interactions were limited due to jurisdictional constraints. Even the elevators were separate for the internal inspection team. This arrangement rendered Subai's attempts to create mischief futile until now. Zhou examined the document before him and the expressionless Subai standing at his desk. feeling not only discomfort in his jaw but also a growing unease in his stomach. Tentatively, he suggested, "Shall I make a call to summon team leader in?" Subai smiled and nodded. Joe exhaled in relief. The next moment, Subai turned to Su Meng and said, Meng, while our leader makes the call, let me share the true reason why he prepares meals for his wife every day." Before he could finish, Joe abruptly stood, grasping Subai's shoulder with a smile. "All right, I'll sign it for you." Subai returned Joe's smile, which was brimming with cheerfulness. "Do not feel pressured, boss." "Not pressured at all." Joe, known for his steely resolve, smiled and shook his head as he seized the documents, extracting his pen to swiftly inscribe his signature. He then lifted his gaze to Subai, inquiring, "Brother Bai, is there anything else you require?" "I still need 32 police investigation orders." "How many?" 32. Including the Stoichania from the Internal Inspection Office, there will be a total of 32 agents, enabling us to sweep the entire Internal Inspection Office clean. If a search of someone's residence necessitates a court-issued warrant, then a search of an agent's quarters merely requires a police-issued warrant. This is a stipulation that every law enforcement officer must acknowledge upon their induction, confirming that the authority of police investigation orders is equivalent to that of court-issued warrants. Joe's composure faltered. "That is impossible." "Are you jesting?" "While I possess the authority to issue 32 warrants, I question whether I could continue to lead a peaceful existence afterward." Joe outright refused. "No. Absolutely not. My resolve is unwavering. If I say no, then it is no." "Very well," Subai replied with characteristic straightforwardness, turning to Su Meng. Meng, do you wish to learn why our chief is nicknamed Peeling Joe?" "Come, I shall enlighten you. It's because 1 year." Joe's brow furrowed, and he interjected hastily, "I will do it." Subai fell silent, glancing at Joe with a twinkle in his eye, unwavering resolve. "Ha! Is that so? Where is the firmness? Where is the resolve?" Joe's brow twitched uncontrollably, and he glared at Subai, panting with indignation. "Brother Bai, I have addressed you as such. If you wish to play, I shall allow it, but must you escalate it to such heights? 32 search warrants? That is unfeasible. At most, 3, but there can be no warrant for Anya." Subai smiled at Joe. 3, are you certain? Do not regret your decision." Joe slumped back into his seat, adopting a defeated posture. "Only 3. Not a single one more. Once you have your fun, I cannot afford to disregard my responsibilities. I am counting on my pension." Subai narrowed his eyes, observing Joe's despondent demeanor. After 5 seconds, a radiant smile spread across Subai's face as he snatched the investigation orders Joe had just signed, turning on his heel to stride toward the exit. Meng, 10th floor, apprehend them, let us go. They are coming." A crucial single sheet. Writing novels is arduous. There is uncertainty, concern, and sorrow. The recent readings will determine whether Xiaomi will receive recommendations next week. Therefore, I implore you all, as you pass by, take a moment to peruse Xiaomi's latest chapter. Please. A crucial single sheet. Currently being typed, please wait a moment. Once the content is updated, refresh the page to access the latest updates. Remember the website for comprehensive novel updates. 52. I am merely seeking personal vengeance, seeking continued reading support. After Subai obtained the investigation order issued by Papai Zhou, he promptly returned to the Major Crimes Unit's office with Su Meng. His gaze swept across the colleagues in the hall. In the next moment, he began to call out names. Xian Hao. Present. Seated at the left corner of the office, with impressive biceps, Qian Hao instinctively rose. Resting his chin on one hand while perusing the volunteer application requirements for a stray cat rescue organization. Chan Pang. Here. Just entering the room. Chen Pang tossed a suspect file to a nearby agent. Clad in a black leather jacket and sporting short hair, he rolled up his sleeves and acknowledged Subai. Gaoi. Yes, Bai Gu. Originally not expecting to be called, Gaoi, wearing glasses and bowing his head, instinctively stood up to regard Subai. Seated at his desk, Chen Shan sensed something significant was occurring. He squinted at Subai, desperately trying to catch his attention. Look at me, look at me. Chen Shan wished he could thrust himself right in front of Subai. Subai scanned the room, catching a glimpse of Chen Shan, who resembled an ant on a hot skillet, attempting to maintain his composure. Subai smiled. Chen Shan. Hey! Chen Shan leapt from his seat, only to realize he might have overreacted. He cleared his throat and said, I mean, what do you need me for? Beside him, Su Meng stifled a laugh. Considering Chen Shan was her senior, ultimately lowering her head to suppress her smile, Subai raised the investigation order he held in his right hand. Addressing those he had just summoned, 10th floor, Internal Affairs Office, apprehend the suspect. Who's interested in joining me? Chen Shan's eyes widened as he gazed at the investigation order, disbelief evident on his face. Shen Hao, rugged in appearance but passionate about volunteering at animal rescue centers, stepped up to Subai. I'm with you, Bai Gu. Chen Pang, who appeared fiery yet could remain still for 5 days to apprehend a suspect, approached as well. Feel free to tell me what you need. Gao Yi, a recent graduate recruited as a technical investigator, adjusted his glasses and silently walked over. Noticing this, Chen Shan glanced at Subai. Do you have a suspect? Found any evidence? Subai smiled slightly and turned towards the elevator. Yes and no. He already had a suspect in mind, though he lacked evidence. However, based on the phone number similar to that of lawyer Zhang's, although it was a prepaid, unregistered mobile, it indicated that the individual likely carried the phone with them. Even if not on their person, it would be hidden in an easily accessible location. Considering the timeline, this person would have had no time to dispose of it. Therefore, evidence? Currently none, but soon enough, there would be. Subai clutched the investigation warrant, leading Su Meng and the following Chen Hao, Chen Shan, and others directly into the elevator, pressing the button for the 10th floor. Soon, with a chime, the elevator doors opened. Subai raised his gaze towards the sight that greeted him, a place that could be deemed the least favored by the 38th Bureau, the Internal Affairs Inspection Office. The agents present, engrossed in their duties within the inspection hall, momentarily paused as they beheld Subai and his companions emerging from the elevator. One bleeding agent, still seated and receiving treatment for his injured nose, abruptly stood up, astonished. How dare you come to my territory? He exclaimed, hastening towards Subai, his nostrils stuffed with cotton. Stop! You are Bang! The agent, unable to finish his sentence, found himself abruptly thrust against the wall by Subai's kick, leaving his colleagues in stunned silence. In the next moment, the sound of rustling stirred the air, as the Internal Affairs agents snapped back to reality, fumblingly drawing their sidearms. Su Meng, Chen Hao, and Chen Peng, however, were swifter, their weapons already drawn and aimed at the agents before they could even disengage their safeties. Subai raised the investigation warrant in his hand, his expression unyielding as he surveyed the Internal Affairs agents, who were more inclined to apprehend their own than the suspects. This is a police operation. An operation? The agents were momentarily taken aback by Subai's declaration. Just then, a commanding voice pierced through the tension. Put down your weapons. The agents turned towards the source of the voice, spotting Anya, who emerged from her office with an impassive demeanor. The sound of her high heels echoed crisply in the charged atmosphere as she approached Subai, her expression as frosty as ever. Subai scrutinized the so-called Ice Queen without restraint, perplexed by her persistent disdain since his arrival at the precinct. Anya's gaze briefly examined Subai's face before settling on the warrant in his hand. Without uttering a word, she extended her hand towards him. Subai hesitated. then withdrew his hand with a sardonic smile. Team leader in, your imposing demeanor is commendable, but it holds no sway over me. Enya raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Officer Su, you arrive unannounced to apprehend someone in my domain. I believe I deserve an explanation. Subai responded with a smile, certainly. It is only fitting that we assist Team Leader in. Oh? You mean to say that Team Leader N's greatest passion lies in unearthing the traitors hidden among us? Coincidentally. That is precisely my objective today as well. The revelation sent shockwaves through the internal affairs agents present, erupting in a cacophony of disbelief. What? A traitor? Is there a misunderstanding? Have they come to investigate us? Do not listen to his nonsense, I believe he is simply seeking revenge. You guessed correctly. Subai glanced at the bleeding agent he had kicked, a radiant smile gracing his lips. I have indeed come for retribution, feel free to file a complaint against me. The injured agent's face turned a shade of dark liver. You. Subai, uninterested in further conversation, turned his attention to Enya standing before him. Casually brandishing the investigation order in his hand, Team Leader in, here is the investigation order, do scrutinize it carefully. In the next moment, Subai raised his left hand and waved lightly towards Su Meng, Chen Shan, Chen Pang, and others who had followed him, smiling at Enya as he spoke. Search for me. Yes. Understood. Move. With Subai's wave, Chen Hao, Chen Pang, Gaoi, and Chen Shan surged forward. Police station operation. Everyone. Leave your posts, no one is permitted to depart. Men to the left, women to the right, stand in formation. Regardless of whether it stemmed from a sense of duty to solve the case or the sheer joy of retaliating against the Internal Affairs Office, the atmosphere instantly transformed. It felt less like the 10th floor of the Internal Affairs Office and more akin to a raid on a site suspected of illicit activities. Internal agents, who typically maintained a detached position within the police station, had never witnessed such a scene. They observed Xian Hao, with muscles like a horse, and Chen Pang, whose mere gaze could evoke shame, particularly noting the loaded firearms in their hands. The internal agents harbored no doubts. If they did not comply, a bullet might very well be fired. With arms crossed and an expression devoid of emotion, Enya watched as Qian Hao and others rummaged through her office. Her gaze shifting to Subai, her tone notably calm. I hope Agent Su is aware of what he is doing. Subai beamed. Did I not mention? I am here for revenge, is it not obvious? Enya chuckled. In that case, perhaps Agent Su would like to come to my office and inspect my belongings? Well. Hold on a moment. Subai instinctively prepared to nod, only to clear his mind and smile at Enya. Of course, I must inspect your office. But I know you are eager, however, do not rush. What a jest! If I were to enter with you now, you might shut the door behind me and proceed to give me a thorough beating. Subai was audacious but not foolish. Give me a moment to elevate my standing. Not only will I search your office, but I also intend to explore your bedroom, your wardrobe, and even your washing machine. Why would I need to search her washing machine? Subai paused slightly. At that moment, Su Meng did not join Chen Pang and the others in their search of the internal inspection office. Instead, after exchanging a glance with Subai and receiving a nod of approval, she made her way towards the nearby restroom. Gao Yi. Brother Bai. Subai remarked. Enter with Su Meng and remember to record everything. He glanced at Enya, who stood before him. We must prevent Team Leader N from accusing us of orchestrating this ourselves. Gao Yi adjusted his glasses perched on his nose and nodded in agreement. Accepting the enforcement camera handed to him by Qin Shan, then hastened to catch up with Su Meng, who was already waiting at the entrance of the ladies' restroom. Upon seeing Gao Yi approach, Su Meng confirmed the camera was active and boldly stepped into the restroom. Gao Yi followed closely behind. At this moment, Enya spoke up. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to Subai. Whom do you suspect? Subai smirked. Team Leader N, do you trust me now? Is there indeed a traitor in your office? Anya's expression remained icy, as inscrutable as before, offering no insight into her emotions. I believe in evidence. All right. Don't rush. I shall provide you with evidence, Subai replied just as a gasp erupted from within the restroom. Moments later, Su Meng shouted, I found it. She emerged, her right hand gloved and holding a prepaid phone encased in a waterproof bag. Master, Su Meng exclaimed excitedly. Hastening towards Subai and presenting the phone she had just discovered, it was in the water tank of the second stall. The internal investigators, who had previously harbored grievances yet felt powerless, now stared in astonishment at the phone in Subai's hand. Could it be that we actually have a traitor among us? This cannot be real. The investigators exchanged incredulous glances. Subai examined the phone encased in the waterproof bag, fidgeting with it as he powered it on. Glancing at Anya, so, team leader and, weren't you seeking evidence? Here it is. Anya's expression remained nonchalant. A single phone does not prove anything. Subai chuckled. Indeed, one phone alone may not signify much, but a prepaid phone, stored in a waterproof bag, hidden within your restroom's toilet, certainly raises questions. As he spoke, he noticed the phone had powered on with 30% battery remaining. After opening the dialer, he raised an eyebrow and looked at Anya. Oh. The call history hasn't been deleted. With that, Subai dialed the most recent number that had been called from this phone. Almost instantly, the sound of ringing echoed in the otherwise quiet office. Soon, the call connected, and a slightly hoarse male voice came through. What's up? Subai glanced at Anya, a subtle smile on his face, lifting the phone to his mouth. Lawyer Zhang is quite efficient. Subai has already been suspended. Very good. No, wait. The male voice on the other end sighed in relief, but upon realizing something was amiss, he spoke in a low tone. Who are you? Subai smiled, introducing himself, Subai. The voice fell silent, and the next moment, the call was abruptly terminated. Subai gazed at the disconnected call. A faint smile gracing his lips as he tossed the now useless prepaid phone to Su Meng beside him. He then turned to Anya, inquiring, So? Is the evidence sufficient this time? Anya remained silent, her gaze contemplative as she scrutinized Subai. You intended to make that call, didn't you? Subai shrugged nonchalantly. Team leader and, you requested evidence, and I provided it. How could one assert that I made this call with ulterior motives? Anya's piercing eyes lingered on Subai's face. You must understand, with that call, both Lu Chang and his bail lawyer, Zhang, are likely beyond salvation. Subai blinked in surprise. Is that so? In the next moment, his expression shifted as a thought occurred to him. He looked at Anya. If what you say holds true, does that mean my suspension could be lifted? No body, no case. Likewise, if the complainant is absent, the issue at hand ceases to exist. This was a statement made by the unyielding figure of the cold-faced tiger standing before him. Subai continued, a subtle smirk forming. Well then, team leader and, I have completed my task and shall not impede your work further. You wouldn't mind if I took the individual with me, would you? After all, if your assertions are accurate, this is our sole breakthrough. Anya smiled but offered no response, instead turning to walk towards her office. Although she remained silent, her intentions were unmistakable. On the 15th day of the double moon, the two realms converged. Subai observed Anya, who had entered her office without uttering a word. Her expression inscrutable, yet he could not help but smile faintly. Indeed, Anya was correct, that call was made with deliberate intent. The rationale? She had already articulated it for him. Without a doubt, that call would spell doom not only for Lu Chang but likely for the esteemed lawyer Zhang as well. With Lu Chang gone, and potentially Zhang as well, the foundation for any complaints against Subai would crumble entirely. What? Is it too cunning to use another's blade? Ha! He conceded that his tactic was indeed a form of using another's weapon, yet he staunchly denied any insinuation of treachery. There are as many interpretations as there are individuals. Naturally, one could employ various and adaptable approaches when dealing with different suspects. Su Bai had previously afforded Lu Chang the opportunity for confession. Yet it was Lu Chang who failed to seize it. As for the esteemed lawyer Zhang, Su Bai had no doubt that even if apprehended in the act, Zhang would likely charm the jury with his eloquence, securing an acquittal. Thus, when justice falters, there are always those who emerge to enact it. Su Bai regarded the closed office door with a smile, then snapped back to reality, surveying the hall where agents exchanged glances, seemingly searching for the owner of the phone. In the next moment, Su Bai lifted his foot and strode directly towards the bleeding agent, whom he had recently struck in the nose with the butt of his gun, and this time, he delivered another kick. The injured agent gazed at Su Bai, utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the internal affairs agents, who were speculating about the identity of the mole, shifted their focus to the bleeding agent, their expressions gradually morphing into disdain and anger. It is undeniable that there exists discord between the frontline agents and the internal affairs officers. However, one must acknowledge that, despite their role in investigating their own, the latter genuinely believe they are upholding justice. The distinction lies in the fact that the frontline agents champion the justice of the law, while the internal affairs officers defend the justice of the team. Thus, although they were infuriated by Su Bai's vigorous search, their anger intensified upon discovering that the mole was indeed among them, not towards Su Bai, but towards the traitor. After all, the betrayal within the Internal Affairs Department, which is responsible for monitoring the police precinct, is not merely a slap in the face, it is akin to smashing one's head against the wall. As the bleeding agent felt the scornful and furious glares from all directions, he snapped back to reality and hurriedly exclaimed to Su Bai, "Damn it! You don't think I'm the mole, do you? I am not the mole. How could I possibly be the mole?" Su Bai regarded the agitated bleeding agent with an impassive expression and replied, "I never said you were." The bleeding agent, now at the pinnacle of his rage, retorted, "What the hell, wait. I'm not?" Su Bai chuckled softly. In the next moment, his gaze shifted from the bleeding agent to the side, landing on a seemingly ordinary female agent who had been the first to assist the bleeding agent earlier. Name, Bai Chi. Gender, female. Friendship level, hostile. Bai Chi had kept her gaze lowered until she sensed Su Bai's eyes upon her, at which point she slowly lifted her head. In an instant, their eyes met. Su Bai smirked. "Quite clever of you to push this fool forward in an attempt to shield yourself. This tactic might work on others, but alas." "Fool?" The bleeding agent, hearing Su Bai's words, was momentarily taken aback, then gaped at his colleague beside him. "Damn it, Bai Chi, how could it be you? They must be mistaken, right?" Bai Chi shot him a blank glance, her expression betraying disbelief towards the bleeding agent, before turning her gaze back to Su Bai and inquiring, "How did you know it was me?" Upon hearing this, the bleeding agent stood frozen in shock. Well then, it truly was her. The other internal affairs agents in the hall, hearing her words, also wore expressions of disbelief, struggling to comprehend how this diligent and unassuming Bai Chi, who had maintained amicable relations with everyone since her arrival, could possibly be the mole. Su Bai smiled gently as he observed Bai Chi, who was looking up at him with a stoic expression. It was only then that he realized, upon lifting his gaze, that the previously unremarkable Bai Chi suddenly exuded a distinctive aura. How should one articulate this? Su Bai perceived a glimmer of wildness between Bai Chi's brows, to be precise. A suppressed ferocity yearning to be unleashed. How did he discern this? Su Bai mused internally, a smile gracing his lips. Of course, it was evident. He was, after all, a human-shaped detector of sentiments. Just moments ago, when Anya brought the bloodied agent and Bai Chi into the Major Crimes Unit office, Su Bai sensed something amiss. He possessed the ability to gauge levels of camaraderie. While Anya's elevated standing was not immediately apparent to him, he could certainly discern the affections of others toward him. Though the bloodied agent was boisterous and exuded an aggressive demeanor, his sentiment was not one of friendliness, rather, it bordered on enmity. However, this seemingly quiet Bai Chi, who had not uttered a word and could easily be overlooked, harbored a profound animosity towards Su Bai. He understood why a man would harbor such hostility. Indeed. Throughout his life, almost every male around him had initially viewed him with disdain, a reality he had grown accustomed to. After all, being strikingly handsome had always been a double-edged sword. Wherever he went, the gaze of women would inevitably land upon him. Thus, it was only natural for men to view him with hostility, a basic response, one might say. Yet, from a woman? This was the first time Subai encountered a female, whom he had never even glanced at before, glaring at him with such aversion upon their first meeting. Initially, he wondered if Bai Qi might be a former girlfriend he had forgotten due to the brevity of their relationship. However, after perusing his list of ex-girlfriends and dismissing that possibility, one option remained. She was the ghost he needed to find. Subai turned to Bai Qi. I have answered your question, now it is your turn to respond. Why choose to be a ghost? Bai Qi's expression contorted, her face flushing slightly as she fixed her gaze upon Subai. Damn it, you are merely investigating the death of Sun Qinya. Why do you persist in pursuing us? Especially when there is just 1 month left? Subai furrowed his brow. What does a month signify? Of course, it referred to the same day of the upcoming lunar month, and by then, we shall welcome Pht. Before he could finish, Bai Qi's face turned crimson. And with a sudden gasp, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion swiftly paling as she collapsed backward. 55. No one can thwart my ascension. Thud. The female agent Bai Qi's face underwent a rapid transformation from flush to ashen, before she fell to the floor with a resounding thud. She was no more. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by the scene before them. Subai stood frozen, his brow twitching. The dual moons in the sky confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, it had come to pass. He had pursued the lead regarding the Night Rose nightclub because it was the only organization he knew to be linked with the vast wilderness. Hoping that by investigating the Night Rose, he could uncover clues pertaining to the main storyline quest. As anticipated, the hint of the dual moons had emerged. However, it was only a fragment. Subai inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the unyielding taskbar displaying main quest, the mystery of the wilderness dual moons. His gaze settling on the lifeless body of Bai Qi, who had expired before completing her final words. Damn it! Could she not have revealed a little more before taking her own life? Subai felt somewhat exasperated. Just then, Anya, alerted by the commotion outside, re-emerged from her office. Upon seeing Bai Qi's corpse, her eyes flickered with surprise before she knelt beside it. Anya glanced at the floor, observing the bloodied angel, and withdrew her right hand, slightly frowning. 7 poisonous worms? Beside her, Su Meng inquired, Sister Anya, what do you mean by 7 poison? It's a type of poison, Anya replied, rising as if unwilling to elaborate further, dismissing Su Meng with a perfunctory response before turning to Subai. Agent Su, I regret to inform you that Bai Qi cannot be taken away. Subai raised an eyebrow. Team Leaderin, do you know what Bai Qi meant when she mentioned dual moons? Is it not a suicide? He pondered the implications of Anya's words, though he was more intrigued by the main quest than the details of Bai Qi's demise. Anya furrowed her brow. What do you mean by dual moons? Su Meng, noticing Anya's confusion, quickly reiterated Bai Qi's last words. Subai had been quietly observing Anya's expression, noting the flicker of bewilderment in her eyes as Su Meng spoke. After Su Meng finished, Anya pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I'm sorry, I do not know. She recognized that Bai Qi had not committed suicide but had been made to do so. However, she was indeed unaware of the significance of the dual moons. Subai's gaze lingered on Anya's face for a moment longer, ensuring her expression was genuine before he averted his eyes, nodding. This indicates that the Night Rose nightclub harbors significant issues. What do you think, Team Leaderin? After instructing 2 agents to remove Angel's body, Anya regarded Subai. It is evident that they do not wish for you to continue your investigation. Subai queried, What is your stance, then, team leaderin? Anya placed her hands in her pockets. Given the current circumstances, until further complaints arise, Agent Su's law enforcement authority can be temporarily reinstated. Lu Shui. Return Agent Su's firearm to him. Su Bai's smile blossomed. There would be no further complaints. He was certain that, judging by Anya's words, Bai Qi had not taken her own life voluntarily. If that were the case, it meant she had been murdered from a distance. If so, would Lu Chang and that esteemed lawyer Zhang Hao still be alive after eliminating Bai Qi? Without a corpse, there is no case. Without a party involved, there are no complaints. Bloodied investigator Lu Shui took the service pistol, recently acquired, from his drawer and approached Su Bai, handing the weapon over with the grip facing Su. Investigator Su. Su Bai glanced at the bloodied investigator, smiled faintly, and accepted the pistol, inspecting it before securing it back at his waist. He turned to the few individuals he had brought along. Let's go. With those words, Su Bai pivoted and strode towards the elevator. He had achieved what he set out for, and in fact, exceeded his expectations. Not only had he completed the military inspection achievement, but he had also regained his law enforcement authority. Most importantly, Su Bai was now assured that he was on the correct path. As long as he could locate others connected to the Night Rose nightclub, he would be able to fulfill the task, the Great Wilderness Mystery, dual moons on the same day, and subsequently unlock further upgrades. With a click, Su Bai returned to the Major Crimes Unit office, opened his drawer, and reloaded the magazine he had just detached from his service pistol. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Su Meng and the others. Chen Shan. Present. Retrieve the 24-hour surveillance footage from the Night Rose nightclub. Investigate, even if it requires the most tedious methods. Tracking each individual to see where they went after the incident occurred. This is quite a significant undertaking. I am aware. Su Bai nodded, looking at Chen Shan with a smile. However, considering the momentum, the accolades upon resolution will be substantial. The case had scarcely commenced when an internal traitor emerged. Merely identifying a mole would yield more credit than a typical homicide case, not to mention the recognition that would follow the case's resolution. Chen Shan's eyes brightened as he ran his hand through his thinning hair, gritting his teeth. All right, I'll work overtime in the surveillance room tonight. The monitoring is in my capable hands. Su Bai acknowledged with a grunt and turned his attention to Qian Hao and Chen Peng, who were eager to spring into action. Haozi, Da Peng. Brother Bai, just say the word. Su Bai addressed the two of them. Contact your informants and inquire if they have any information regarding the Night Rose nightclub. Qian Hao and Chen Peng exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. No problem, Brother Bai. Su Bai nodded in approval. Go ahead. Without further ado, Chen Hao and Chen Peng turned, grabbed their jackets, and exited, ready to seek out their informants for leads. Brother Bai. Noticing Qian Hao and Chen Peng's departure, Gao Yi, who bore a slight resemblance to Gao Lan, quickly turned to Su Bai. What can I do? Su Bai contemplated for a moment before addressing Gao Yi. In that case, you should assist Chen Shan in reviewing the surveillance footage. Gao Yi nodded and looked at Chen Shan. Brother Shan. Chen Shan and Su Bai exchanged a few words before Su Bai waved to Gao Yi and proceeded towards the surveillance room, intending to spend the night reviewing the footage. Once they departed, Su Meng glanced at Su Bai, who was also grabbing his coat, and blinked. Master, what about us? Su Bai donned his coat, checked the time on his watch, and then turned to Su Meng. We're going home. Su Meng was taken aback. Ah, it's time to leave work. We'll address any matters tomorrow. Indeed, home it is. The thin monkey is still at his place. Su Bai pondered that perhaps the thin monkey had information regarding the double moon on the same-day clue. Conveniently, it was getting late, and he could inquire about it. Before long, after exchanging "see you tomorrow" with Su Meng, Su Bai discreetly took a key for a patrol car from the station and drove away towards the old factory community. Just as he parked the car, Gaolan called. Hello. Where are you headed? Home. Subai secured the vehicle and walked towards the community while asking, "What's up?" On the other end, Gaolan couldn't help but chuckle. You've already gone home, yet you ask Gaoi to work overtime? Is that how a leader behaves? Subai smirked. Well then, shall I call him to let him leave? Don't. If he finds out, he'll surely blame me. You finally brought him along for some fun. This is work, not play. Subai smiled faintly, shaking his head as he greeted passing neighbors. Rest assured. This case poses no danger, and he won't be on the front lines. Gaolan countered, You know that's not my concern. I worry more about you. Subai laughed heartily, You're overthinking it. Gaolan's expression turned serious, twice in a week, twice hospitalized. I hardly think that's overthinking. Subai opened his mouth, eager to retort, but found no justification. After all, Gaolan spoke the truth. These two instances were mere accidents, it won't happen again. Subai affirmed, nodding, yes. It won't in the future. The first hospitalization was due to his struggle at level 9, just beginning to confront the harsh realities of this world. Such initial bleeding is entirely normal. If one doesn't bleed the first time, that would indeed be a concern. As for the second time, it stemmed purely from inexperience leading to a depletion of vital energy, also a common occurrence. After all, once someone experiences the first time, they become enamored and relentless, making a second hospitalization quite typical. With the wisdom gained from the first and second experiences, a third occurrence is unlikely. After all, things seldom happen in threes. After sharing a few more words with Gaolan, Subai ended the call, retrieved his keys from his pocket, and opened the door. Upon entering, he was met with a chilling gust of wind. Subai raised an eyebrow, gazing at the slender monkey clutching a pitch-black frying pan, poised to strike him. What do you intend to do? With a creaking sound, the slender monkey hoisted the frying pan high above his head, frozen in place. Their eyes met. Brother Bai? I seem to have twisted something. After putting down his phone, Subai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. After a moment, the slender monkey, supported by Subai, resumed his seat on the sofa, grimacing as if he resembled a genuine monkey. Ouch, take it easy, brother Bai. Ignoring the monkey's howls, Subai moved to a corner of the living room, lit an incense stick for his parents, and then retrieved 2 bottles of beer from the cabinet. Here. Hiss. Thank you, brother Bai, hiss. Subai opened a bottle of beer, took a sip, and settled onto the sofa, leaning back before turning to the slender monkey. All right, speak. The monkey leaned against the sofa, hearing this remark, looked at Subai and opened his mouth. Brother Bai. I don't know where to begin. Subai nodded. Fine, I will ask, and you shall answer. Okay. Subai glanced at the monkey, leaned back, contemplated for a moment, and then spoke. Let's start with the easier questions. Sun Qingya's partner is Xiao Jingnan? Yes. What level is Xiao Jingnan? What level? Subai observed the bewildered expression on the slender monkey's face and raised an eyebrow. Should I refer to Xiao Jingnan's cultivation realm? Or perhaps his status? Who knows how to describe these things? He was well versed in gain levels, but when it came to matters of cultivation, he was utterly perplexed. Upon hearing Subai's inquiry, the slender monkey immediately understood and furrowed his brow. I don't know. But I once heard the 4 brothers of Shangqingshu say that Xiao Jingnan is an extraordinary being at the Tongmai realm. Tongmai realm? Yes, all meridians open. The veins like the sea, known as Tongmai. The slender monkey explained, then looked at Subai with curiosity. Brother Bai, aren't you also an extraordinary being? Don't you know? Subai waved his hand dismissively. I am different from you all. The slender monkey opened his mouth, eager to inquire about the differences, but seeing Subai lost in thought, hesitated to ask. Subai raised an eyebrow, looking at the slender monkey. So, after a martial apprentice, one reaches the Tongmai realm, correct? The slender monkey nodded. Indeed, a 10th level martial apprentice can ascend to Tongmai, which is divided into lower and upper martial apprentices. Lower martial apprentices primarily focus on external training of muscles and bones to strengthen the body. It is only after reaching the 5th level of martial apprenticeship that one begins to pave the way to becoming extraordinary, cultivating true energy to achieve a state of perpetual existence. Subai responded with an O. He was currently at the 20th level, which translated to the 5th level of martial apprenticeship, meaning that an extraordinary being at the Tongmai realm should at least be around the 30th level. Hiss. A level difference exceeding 10? If that were the case, it seemed that the offended Xiao Jingnan was indeed quite formidable. Subai's gaze flickered. He had no channels through which to acquire the information he sought, he could only rely on his own explorations. He had contemplated confronting Anya or the two individuals from the Department of Homeland Security. However, the risk was perilously high. Who could predict the uncontrollable circumstances that might arise from such a confrontation? Thus, even though navigating through his thoughts felt cumbersome, at least everything remained within his realm of control. Subai relished this sense of mastery. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the lean monkey and inquired about the dual moons on the same day. The lean monkey appeared slightly taken aback. What do you mean by dual moons on the same day? Subai raised an eyebrow, observing the monkey's bewildered expression. You don't know? Weren't you reincarnated from that vast wasteland? The lean monkey wore a rueful smile. Brother Bai, in the wasteland, I was just an utterly ordinary commoner, no. I was even lesser than a commoner, I was a pauper. Subai's expression shifted to one of astonishment. A pauper? How did you arrive in our world then? I don't know, replied the lean monkey, shaking his head. I genuinely have no memories of the wasteland since my birth. It wasn't until 3 years ago that I began to recall fragments. Listening to this, Subai gazed at the empty beer bottle in his hand, stood up, and walked toward the liquor cabinet. Wait, let me grab a can of beer, and you can tell me about the wasteland. The lean monkey responded with a sigh. He had always been curious about the nature of the wasteland, not merely because it might signify another distinct realm, nor solely due to the fact that its inhabitants seemed capable of traversing into his world through methods such as possession or reincarnation. It was fundamentally because the wasteland was intimately tied to his main quest. To ascend from level 9 to 10, he needed to undertake the main quest of the wasteland. Now that he was at level 20, he found that he must first complete the mystery of the wasteland, the dual moons on the same day, to continue leveling up. What about level 30? Level 40? Initially, Subai thought that since he had already accepted the main quest, he could complete it at his leisure, there was no urgency. However, that was no longer an option. To prevent the main quest from hindering his progress later on, Subai was eager to uncover all information regarding the wasteland. Yet, as he observed the lean monkey returning with a half-consumed beer, there was a prolonged silence before the monkey shook his head with a wry smile, indicating that he too was unaware of what their world entailed. Upon hearing this, Subai fell into silence. In the next moment, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the glass bottle resting on the coffee table. It seemed that without resorting to coercion, he would find it difficult to extract the needed information. Given his profession, this thought naturally surfaced in Subai's mind, igniting within him a compelling urge to act. Upon witnessing the scene, the thin monkey followed Subai's gaze and was immediately taken aback. Shaking himself from his stupor, he quickly turned to Subai and said, "Wait a moment, Brother Bai. Trust me, I speak the truth. I am merely a lowly figure in the great wasteland, otherwise, I would not have come to this world seeking refuge with Night Rose." Subai, upon hearing these words, regained his composure and scrutinized the expression on the thin monkey's face with skepticism. "Is it true?" "Indeed, Brother Bai. The thin monkey replied with a wry smile. We have both attended history classes. The backdrop of the Great Wasteland is akin to that of ancient times. I am but a minor character, nay, in the Great Wasteland, I am not even a passerby, merely a backdrop. After finally leaving my village, I was captured and refined by a demonic cultivator. Demonic cultivator? Subai seized upon this key term, raising an eyebrow. Is it akin to the antagonists in novels? Sort of, the thin monkey replied. Sort of? In the Great Wasteland, strength reigns supreme, and the extraordinary dwell high above. For ordinary individuals like us, no. We are mere backgrounds, merely surviving is already a stroke of luck. The thin monkey shrugged with a bitter smile and continued, that is all I know. The rest is mostly hearsay from the village elders and others. I cannot guarantee the veracity of what I share. Subai nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, the thin monkey took a moment to reflect seriously before commencing his narration of tales about the Great Wasteland he had gleaned from others. In a word, the Great Wasteland is perilous. To put it plainly, once you leave the villages and towns, danger lurks everywhere. Of course, this is particularly true for ordinary individuals who have yet to ascend to the meridian realm. In the Great Wasteland, only those who achieve all acupuncture opened. Meridians like an ocean can be deemed extraordinary. This milestone effectively bars 80% of ordinary people. After all, cultivation is an endeavor that demands substantial resources in various forms. For ordinary people in the Great Wasteland, merely surviving is an act of fortune, let alone aspiring to cultivate. Moreover, even if one is fortunate enough to become extraordinary, they still live in fear, haunted by demonic cultivators practicing sinister arts lurking in the shadows, monstrous creatures in the mountains, or terrifying beings that have transformed into demons. Not to mention various bizarre entities. For these malevolent extraordinary beings, an ordinary person brimming with vitality yet lacking self-defense is a prime target. However, those who have just ascended to being extraordinary, possessing vast meridians and abundant vitality, are the most coveted by these nefarious beings. After all, these malevolent extraordinary beings can continually augment their strength simply by devouring their vitality. Demonic cultivators. Monsters. Demons. The bizarre. Subai gasped in astonishment, gazing at the thin monkey. Is the Great Wasteland truly so terrifying? It is more terrifying than you can imagine. The slender monkey nodded incessantly, gazing at Subai, and solemnly remarked. I had just exited the village, preparing to journey to the Martial Alliance, when I was unexpectedly seized by a passing demon cultivator, who drained my life essence, leading to my demise. As he recounted the cause of his death, a shiver ran down the slender monkey's spine. The mere thought of that scene sent waves of unease through him. Subai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Good heavens! Truly, this is a primary quest. The level of difficulty appears to be exceedingly high. Subai mused internally, then seemed to recall something, looking up at the slender monkey. Wait a moment. Based on what you've said, that world of the great wilderness is utterly inhospitable to ordinary lives. The slender monkey shook his head. Indeed, that is accurate. However, our village is situated at the fringes of the Martial Alliance's influence, allowing us to survive by a thin margin. Beyond that, I cannot say. Martial Alliance? The slender monkey nodded. Our village possesses a rudimentary cultivation technique that has been passed down orally. After learning it, I intended to grow stronger within the Martial Alliance. But I never anticipated. Subai raised an eyebrow. Cultivation technique? What sort is it? The slender monkey glanced at Subai, instinctively thinking him a potential thief of his cultivation method, for in the great wilderness, such techniques are among one's most treasured possessions. Yet, the slender monkey shook his head with a wry smile. Brother Bai, it is hardly worth your attention. Do share, Subai urged. Very well. The slender monkey paused, looking at Subai before speaking directly. Ding! NPC Ho Liang imparts body refinement technique to you. Technique, body refinement technique attribute, cultivation quality, white requirements, none possible levels, 5 effect, each level enhances the player's physique attribute by 0.001 times their level. Upon reaching the maximum level, it enhances the physique attribute by 0.005 times their level. Note, this can be described as a technique devoid of any remarkable features or prospects. Its sole purpose is to instill in the practitioner the belief that it is indeed a cultivation technique and nothing more. Accept reject. Reject. Subai listened, momentarily stunned by the voice that echoed in his ears the instant the slender monkey began to speak, then abruptly interrupted Ho Liang. Enough, no need to continue. The slender monkey looked momentarily taken aback. Brother Bai? It's utterly worthless, not worth my time. 58. What does it mean to be a pay-to-win player? Please recommend. Subai was no stranger to skills originating from the great wilderness. The mountain crushing technique was his initial encounter with such skills. However, the slender monkey spoke of a cultivation technique this time. To put it succinctly, skills are akin to moves. Independent of their potency, as long as they are usable, they suffice. Yet, a cultivation technique? Even if Subai were a novice without any technique, he understood that the quality of a technique dictates the speed of one's cultivation and the heights of one's realm. He had also encountered the system's sharp-tongued critiques. When it came to evaluating the Bengshan technique, he remarked that it surely could only shatter a mountain of tofu. Yet, a tofu mountain, at the very least, is still a mountain. And what of the technique possessed by the thin monkey? Good heavens! Its sole purpose seems to be to instill in its users the belief that it is indeed a legitimate cultivation method. Upon merely reading this description, Subai felt a disquiet in his path of cultivation, let alone the thought of actually practicing such a thing. It dawned on him that perhaps he did not require a technique at all, merely ascending in levels would suffice. As this thought crossed his mind, he exhaled in relief. At that moment, Subai's eyebrows shot up as he sensed something unusual about the thin monkey. He looked up to see the thin monkey, who, after Subai's evaluation of his technique, had opened his mouth wide, plunging into an eerie silence. In truth, the thin monkey yearned to tell Subai that this technique had been a cherished inheritance in their village for nearly a century. There had once been an orphan from their village who had escaped its confines through the mastery of this very technique, rendering it far from worthless. However, he recalled that night, the image of those he held in high regard being effortlessly vanquished by Subai, as if they were mere livestock, silencing him instantly. Indeed, in Subai's eyes, this cultivation method was undoubtedly a pitiable one, likely a waste of time. The thin monkey shook his head, then turned to Subai, saying, "Brother Bai, after I joined the Night Rose nightclub, they provided me with another cultivation method, which I will share with." Subai interrupted him. "If they gave you a cultivation method, why not practice that one?" Undoubtedly, the technique the thin monkey had just mentioned, body refinement technique, was the least effective of all. Any other technique would likely surpass it. The thin monkey grinned and responded, "Because this technique is our village's heritage. We believe it can transform our precarious existence." Subai opened his mouth, looking at the thin monkey, realizing his previous words had been somewhat inappropriate. "I apologize, thin monkey. I did not intend to disparage your cultivation method. A technique that might not even qualify as the lowest tier, yet treasured by a village for over a century?" From this statement alone, Subai could almost envision the dire circumstances of ordinary people in the Great Wasteland. After all, if the lives of the common folk in the Great Wasteland were even a tad more bearable, they would not cling to a method that lacked any foundational merit, placing their hopes upon it to alter their fate. In other words, this technique, devoid of any cultivation value in the eyes of the system and Subai, had become the singular faith and hope of the thin monkey in his village over the past century in the Great Wasteland. The lean monkey gazed apologetically at Subai and quickly waved his hand, revealing a faint smile. "It's all right, Bai Gu. The Night Rose members have also mentioned that this cultivation method is worthless. However, I have no desire to adopt another. Our village chief once stated that this technique was bestowed upon us over a century ago by a down-and-out master who visited our village. Over the years, we have all come to realize that this method is rather ineffective. Subai frowned. Then why do you still? Because it is the only technique our village possesses, our beacon of hope. I aspire to become an extraordinary individual through this method and return to share the news with everyone. Yet, I never anticipated that I would venture beyond the village and... Listening to these words, Subai fell into silence. After a moment, he raised his gaze, took a deep breath, and looked at the lean monkey. Do you truly intend to practice this technique? Yes. Very well, Subai sighed. Please reiterate what you just said. The lean monkey was momentarily taken aback. What? Subai's expression betrayed a hint of impatience. Speak quickly before I change my mind. I will enhance your technique, no matter how diligently you train. Reaching the 5th level of martial apprentice is merely the pinnacle. The lean monkey was stunned once more. In the next instant, realization dawned upon him. And he trembled with excitement, nodding vigorously. I will speak now. Quickly. Ding. NPC Ho Liang is currently. Accept. At the moment the system notification echoed again. Subai silently chose to accept, subsequently closing his eyes to open his attributes panel. The bear technique, body refinement technique, which had consumed less than 100 skill points, materialized above the Bengshan technique. It was stark, merely a name. Technique, body refinement technique attributes, cultivation quality, white training requirements, none available cultivation level, 5 Subai focused on the arrow button next to quality, white. And with a single thought, he selected it. Ding. Skip the process. Maximize the quality. I want it golden. With another mental command, Subai interrupted the system prompt once more. Don't ask. Just know that Subai possesses an abundance of skill points, an exorbitant amount. In an instant, with the deduction of 200,000 skill points, a brilliant golden light flooded Subai's vision, illuminating the entire world. The next moment, a melodious system notification chimed in his ear, and the upgraded body refinement technique materialized before him, now gleaming with golden quality. Subai raised an eyebrow in response. Ding. Technique, 9 transformations body refining art attribute, cultivation quality, gold cultivation requirements, none available cultivation levels, 9 current level, 0 current experience, 0 experience required for skill upgrade, 20,000 effect, increases experience gain from cultivation by 20. For each level increased, enhances physical attributes by 2, and boosts defense by 4. Note, upon achieving the pinnacle of 9 transformations, internal energy self-generates. This is an exceptional foundational body refining technique, and it is hard to believe that it has evolved from a lackluster and featureless method of cultivation. The 9 transformations body refining art? Subai gazed at the name of the technique, now elevated to a golden quality. Accompanied by the system's sardonic commentary, what else could it be attributed to but my unrestrained wealth? 59. Pinnacle of 9 transformations, internal energy self-generates, seeking recommendations. Subai had never encountered transcendence of this world and was unaware of the profound significance embedded within a cultivation technique. However, through the words of the lean monkey, he could surmise that even the most rudimentary and seemingly worthless cultivation method in the vast wilderness could represent a village's hope spanning over a century. The lean monkey might be capable of deceit, yet it was unlikely he would lie to Subai. Subai held firm to this belief. When he visited the Night Rose nightclub, the lean monkey was on the verge of death, yet he remained steadfast, refusing to divulge to Sun Shinya whom he was serving. Thus, Subai contemplated and convinced himself that he indeed required a cultivation technique, one that would upgrade and enhance the ancestral body refining art of the lean monkey's village, which had been passed down for over 100 years. Evolution of body refining art. 9 Transformations Body Refining Art. Pinnacle of 9 transformations, internal energy self-generates. Subai regarded the quality-enhanced 9 transformations body refining art and, noting its effects, raised an eyebrow. Elevate me to the highest level. With those words uttered, in an instant, accompanied by the swift depletion of 100,000 skill experience points, 5 streams of power began to manifest within him, permeating throughout his body as sinews and bones. Permeate. Integrate. Sublimate. Subai could distinctly feel an indescribable power melding into his sinews and bones, seemingly undergoing a profound transformation. In the next moment, buzz. Subai stifled the impulse to shudder, feeling a sudden warmth in his dantian, accompanied by a sound akin to a pop, and his vision brightened unexpectedly. Before him, at the dantian, a gas-like substance materialized, roughly the size of a soybean, coalescing after the 5 transformations. Pinnacle of 9 transformations, internal energy self-generates? This is internal energy? Ding. Technique, 9 transformations body refinement technique attribute, cultivation quality, gold cultivation requirements, none available cultivation level, 9 current level, 5, please enhance character level before proceeding with upgrades. Effects, increases experience gained from cultivation by 20. Enhances physical attributes by 10, boosts defensive attributes by 15 additional effect, increases attack power by 5. Not bad. Subai slowly opened his eyes. Under the gaze of the lean monkey across from him, he clenched his right fist. At that moment, boom! The sound of air being explosively compressed echoed forth. He indeed possessed ample skill experience points to elevate the 9 transformations body refinement technique to its maximum level. However, his level remained too low. Subai squinted at the system prompt before him. Was it the level that brought both triumph and defeat? If Subai's conjecture was accurate, the 9 transformations body refinement technique corresponded to the martial disciple realm. Mastering the technique to its 9th transformation would elevate him to the pinnacle of a level 10 martial disciple. Currently, at level 20, he was at the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations body refinement technique. Yet, his upgrade button was locked. Were it not for this restriction? Subai estimated that even without undertaking tasks, simply enhancing the level of the 9 transformations body refinement technique could swiftly raise his character level to around 30. Perhaps even beyond. Resolving the enigma of the dual moons must be prioritized. Subai mused internally. In the next moment, the system initiated the transfer. Subai focused his thoughts, rose, and extended his right hand, pointing directly at the lean monkey's forehead, much to the latter's astonishment. The lean monkey, seated on the sofa, trembled slightly as he felt the familiar yet distinct energy of the 9 transformations body refinement technique surging from Subai's fingertip into his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a while, the lean monkey regained his senses, his eyes filled with astonishment as he looked up at Subai. Aha? Where's Brother Bai? The lean monkey glanced at the empty sofa across from him, momentarily perplexed, then turned his head and scanned the surroundings, eventually spotting Subai, who had inexplicably returned to the liquor cabinet. Brother Bai. You're awake? Subai turned to observe the lean monkey rising from the sofa. Raising an eyebrow, do you realize how long you've maintained that position? The lean monkey was taken aback and shook his head. No idea. 2 hours. Subai chuckled and returned to the sofa, looking at the lean monkey. His gaze fell upon the lean monkey's status bar, which had undergone certain changes. Name, Holiang gender, male level, 14 technique, 9 transformations body refinement technique friendship level, loyal, constant. Note, characters with a constant loyalty level can be recruited by players after joining a faction, allowing them to fight alongside you. Has a fanboy truly emerged? Subai mused as he glanced at the golden-hued inscription of radiant loyalty above the skinny monkey's head. One of the reasons he chose this path was indeed due to the monkey's loyalty level. To be candid, had the monkey's loyalty been even merely friendly, He might have still proceeded but would not have hesitated as he did before. At present, exchanging a plethora of unused skill experience for a die-hard fan seemed a remarkably lucrative transaction. Subai took a sip of his beer and then turned his attention to the skinny monkey. How does it feel? Incredible! The skinny monkey exclaimed eagerly, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at Subai. Brother Bai, is this truly the ancestral body refinement technique of our village? Subai chuckled softly. Haven't you mastered it already? Why don't you enlighten me? The skinny monkey's expression was one of incredulity. He was certainly aware that this was a derivation of their village's ancestral body refinement technique. Yet, he found it hard to believe that after merely one cycle, he could perceive the stark contrast. If prior to this, the skinny monkey had invested 6 months honing their ancestral technique to transform from an ordinary person into a first-level martial disciple, then with this 9 transformations body refinement technique, he was confident that he would require no more than 4 months. This represented a significant reduction of 2 months in training time. Moreover, this was merely the time needed for a first-level martial disciple. As one progressed, relying solely on the 9 transformations body refinement technique would yield an enormous savings in time. The skinny monkey was so overwhelmed with excitement that he gazed up at Subai. Brother Bai, I'm at a loss for words. Subai chuckled lightly. If you're unsure what to say, then let us discuss the Night Rose. They must have other strongholds, right? The skinny monkey nodded. I heard from the 4 brothers of the Monkey King that they indeed have an apartment. Subai replied. 60, Su Menges divination, please recommend. Brother Bai, master. The following morning, upon returning to the bureau, Subai was quickly approached by Qian Hao, Qian Peng, Qian Shan, Gao, and his apprentice Su Meng. They all had something to share. Qian Hao and Qian Peng spoke up. Brother Bai, last night we contacted several informants associated with the Night Rose nightclub. They provided an important lead, besides renting an employee apartment on Peace Avenue. The Night Rose also has an apartment building on East 8th Street, but they have not visited it and do not know the exact address. Through the night, Chen Shan, with weary red eyes, diligently reviewed the surveillance footage. Upon hearing the mention of Dongba Street, his eyes brightened. That was indeed the right place. He and Gao Yi had worked tirelessly, scrutinizing a dozen individuals who had exited from the Night Rose establishment, and they had traced the footage to Dongba Street. It all aligned. Just yesterday, the slim monkey had mentioned that the 4 brothers of the Chow family, known as the Monkey King, resided in the same vicinity as the 4 brothers of the Mountain and Water family on Dongba Street. However, the slim monkey was unaware of the exact address, suggesting that only the elite members of Night Rose would inhabit the apartment building on Dongba Street. Subai responded with a thoughtful hum, turning to Chen Shan. Any addresses? He inquired. Still searching, Chen Shan replied, observing Subai's expression. He quickly added, Dongba Street is near the Shuangshan community, but the surveillance cameras there are largely ineffective. Just as one was repaired, it was vandalized within half an hour. Shuangshan community is notorious in Fengcheng. Despite the community's infamous reputation as a hub of darkness, no one sought to change it. As long as the inhabitants of Shuangshan community remained within their bounds, Fengcheng turned a blind eye. Subai listened to Qin Shan's explanation and nodded in acknowledgement. However, he insisted, we must expedite our search. If my estimation is correct, we need to act swiftly, lest the Night Rose personnel relocate. Even if they chose not to move, the Department of Homeland Security might intervene and seize the case. Subai was indifferent to the department taking over the case, as long as he had approval from higher-ups. However, if their intervention hindered his ability to complete the main mission, that would indeed be a cause for concern, and a significant one at that. Therefore, it was prudent to act before either the Night Rose or the Department of Homeland Security became aware of their intentions. Chen Shan nodded in agreement. Very well. Gao Yi and I will brainstorm for alternative surveillance options. At that moment, Su Meng raised her right hand high. Master, I know. Su Bai, who was about to accompany Chen Shan to the surveillance room, paused in surprise at Su Meng's exuberant declaration. Chen Shan, Gaoi, Chen Hao. And Zhao Peng exchanged skeptical glances with one another, and Su Bai looked at Su Meng with equal doubt. You know? He asked. Yes, she affirmed eagerly. How do you know? He probed further. I divined it, she replied confidently. Without hesitation, Chen Shan and Gao Yi turned towards the surveillance room, while Chen Hao and Zhao Peng exchanged bewildered looks before following suit. Su Bai, taken aback by Su Meng's assertion, fell silent, unsure of how to respond as he regarded her proud expression. Su Meng had a penchant for divination. Su Bai perceived no fault in this. Akin to how some girls take pleasure in makeup while certain stoic individuals enjoy scrutinizing their associates. When comparing oneself to those beneath and finding oneself lacking. At least in contrast to Anya, the cold-faced individual with a penchant for targeting her own kind, Su Meng's fondness for divination appeared rather commendable. Indeed. Su Bai contemplated this for a moment, finally articulating a response with a smile, before preparing to head toward the surveillance room. Su Meng, taken aback, instinctively positioned herself in Su Bai's path, her slightly chubby cheeks puffing up in what seemed to be indignation. Master, I am serious. I truly calculated their whereabouts on Dongba Street. Indeed. She had arrived at this conclusion independently, without the aid of her uncle Pu Xin. This realization left Su Meng in disbelief, for her foundational skills were inherently lacking. Although she had been studying the family art of Tianning technique, her progress had been slow. Prior to yesterday, her phone had been lost, and the results obtained through Tianning technique had been absurdly far-fetched. Yet last night, gazing at the results she had derived, Su Meng found it hard to believe. To verify her findings, she had called her grandfather to confirm. Upon hearing her, he too was astonished and found the situation rather curious. However, Su Meng was solely concerned with the outcome of her divination, and after receiving affirmation, she promptly hung up and made her way to the office. Su Bai observed Su Meng, whose face was etched with earnestness, and smiled. All right, where is it? Number 34. Dongba Street, an 8-story apartment building with an orange facade. In the surveillance room, the drone's footage revealed the striking orange exterior of the 8-story building, undeniably prominent. It truly exists. My divination was indeed accurate. Su Meng lifted her chin, resembling a proud swan. Nearby, Chen Hao, whose biceps could easily compete in a marathon, remarked. Ever since the last time I went on a blind date and you declared that person my perfect match, only for me to discover he was a crossdresser, I have ceased to trust any of your predictions. Chen Shan and Chen Peng could not contain their laughter at this statement. Su Bai, standing nearby, also allowed the corners of his mouth to curve upward. Su Meng's expression stiffened, her cheeks slightly flushed as she retorted to Chen Hao. Weren't you the one who only realized he was a crossdresser when you were in a hotel room with him? Tell me, after that blind date, did you not feel a flutter? My prediction was not wrong, it was your own bias against him being a crossdresser. Chen Hao's expression turned dark. Is this even a matter of bias? I am a man, and he is also a man. It is impossible for us to be a suitable match. You are nothing but a charlatan, and I regret having indulged you with 3 days' worth of desserts. Su Meng staunchly refused to concede any error in her prediction. Regardless, you only asked me to determine whether it was a suitable match, not whether your match was male or female. Chen Hao's mouth twitched, and his biceps began to tremble. Just then, gazing intently at the drone footage, Gao Yi, who had refrained from intervening, suddenly brightened. Pointing at the screen where a figure emerged from the yellow apartment across the road, Brother Bai, look, isn't that Lawyer Zhang? The crowd turned their attention to the drone's display. Captured under the watchful lens, the balding attorney Zhang, dressed in a sharp suit, hurriedly crossed the street and entered the orange 8-story apartment building. Indeed, it was him. They had found him. What now? Brother Bai. Xianhao and Shen Ping jolted with newfound energy, quickly turning to Su Bai. What shall we do next? Su Bai raised an eyebrow. What to do? Just let it be. He had just concluded his train of thought when he glanced at Chen Hao. Haozi, contact the Special Operations Team. Alright, huh? Xian Hao hesitated, momentarily taken aback by the suggestion. Brother Bai, the Special Operations Team? The Special Operations Team was not part of the 38th Precinct but belonged to the Phoenix City Police Headquarters, comprising 4 fully staffed units. Each armed with the finest equipment and training, designed to combat violence with force. However, Chen Hao was unaware of the true nature of the Night Rose personnel, merely perceiving them as a group of inconsequential criminals. He felt that deploying the Special Operations Team to apprehend such minor figures might be an overreaction, considering that their interventions typically addressed matters involving various gang families and organizations. Su Bai shook his head. In an 8-story building, for safety's sake. We need to take them all down at once. He was at a loss on how to explain the concept of extraordinary beings to Qian Hao and the others. After all, even though the thin monkey had shared some insights with him the previous night, he still grasped the matter only superficially. Despite hailing from the great wilderness, the thin monkey was merely an uninformed character. Nevertheless, Su Bai recalled an individual who had engaged directly with firearms. He was also a martial artist. That person, who had usurped Lu San's body, was indeed a first-tier martial artist. The result? A stunning display of bare-handedly bending a firearm. As for Su Bai, he believed he should be immune to bullets, at least the smaller calibers. This notion was based on his self-assessment prior to the augmentation of his defensive capabilities from the 9 transformations of body refinement, which provided a 15% boost, without any practical trials. Yet, if that enhancement were to be applied? Su Bai estimated that while he might not withstand the impact of assault rifles, he could certainly endure damage from small-caliber bullets. This was merely in his current state at level 20. From this perspective, the strength of Xiao Jingnan, who was at least level 30, was indeed formidable. With this thought, Su Bai felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. After all, he had personally taken the life of Xiao Jingnan's brother. Thus, to err on the side of caution. Given the few individuals involved, even if he were to reveal his prowess, he would be unable to safeguard them. At this juncture, mobilizing a fully armed special operations team equipped with medium-caliber assault rifles emerges as the most prudent and optimal choice. No matter how formidable one's martial skills may be, one still fears the blade, how much more so when it comes to firearms. Can they be penetrated? Ha! As long as the firepower is sufficiently overwhelming. Under such a barrage, what can even a martial practitioner withstand? Hearing Su Bai's words, Shen Hao presumed Su Bai was merely being cautious and nodded, alright. But will the Special Operations Team assist us? After all, their actions are dictated by the headquarters, and a regular bureau cannot issue commands. Su Bai displayed no concern regarding this. Rest assured, just head over, I will call Zhang Ro. Xian Hao was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Ro? The vice captain of the Special Operations Team? Chen Shan, standing nearby, chimed in, Haozi, you might not know this, but Zhang Ro is one of Brother Bai's ex-girlfriends. Xian Hao turned to Su Bai with disbelief. Really? Su Bai, sensing the astonished glances from his brother-in-law Gao Yi and his apprentice beside him, maintained his composure, sort of. Just head over directly. Xian Hao nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and proceeded with Chen Peng towards the door. Su Bai then turned to Su Meng. We are heading to the courthouse. The courthouse? Yes, to obtain a search warrant. Su Bai stated. Beckoning Su Meng to leave while addressing Chen Shan and Gao Yi. Chen Shan, Gao Yi, you two will be responsible for monitoring with drones here. Do not let them escape. If there's any movement, call me. Having said that, Su Bai exited with Su Meng, entered the car, and swiftly turned right, racing towards the local courthouse in the DC district. Inside the vehicle, Su Meng blinked and looked at Subai. Master, that Zhang Ro from the Special Operations Team. Is she your ex-girlfriend? Subai nodded, his expression nonchalant. Sort of. But isn't she already 30 this year? Su Meng exclaimed. Her mouth agape in disbelief. Master, you are 8 years younger than her. Subai chuckled lightly, glancing at Su Meng. Indeed, that's why we broke up. Su Meng wore a somewhat exasperated expression. Master, you know that's not what I meant to ask. She was aware that her master was reputed in Fengcheng as a connoisseur of women. However, this was merely hearsay since joining the police department. Yet, over the past month, Su Meng had serious doubts that all of this was an attempt by others to tarnish her master's reputation. After all, in this span, she hadn't seen her master behave flirtatiously with any woman. Then, unexpectedly, an ex-girlfriend surfaced. Moreover, regarding age, Subai cast a sidelong glance at Su Meng, whose expression seemed tinged with a hint of melancholy, and let out a hearty laugh, returning his gaze to the road while shaking his head. This matter is quite intricate, and it cannot be elucidated in a brief moment. Su Meng pouted. Master, you can always condense your words. Subai glanced at her once more, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Very well, I shall confide in you, but you must not divulge this to anyone else. Su Meng nodded vigorously. Rest assured. Master, I am indeed your disciple. Subai chuckled, turning to Su Meng as he recounted. Last year, Zhang Roa's parents came to visit her boyfriend, but in truth, Zhang Ro deceived them. Hence, I was dragged in to impersonate her boyfriend. Consequently, a certain individual from the general administration caught sight of us, and the tale spread like wildfire. Now, everyone believes that Zhang Ro and I are a couple. Su Meng gasped. Is it really that simple? Subai shrugged. What do you expect? I was short on cash, Zhang Ro had plenty, and she paid me to be her boyfriend. Why would I decline? Can money truly buy such a role? After all, it is merely a means of earning. Subai continued, aside from his duties at the police station, impersonating the boyfriends of various young women served as a rather lucrative side job for him. As for the negative reputation that this side job might incur, it had never been a concern for Subai. As he stated, it is about making money. Nothing to be ashamed of. So, Master, when you speak of a side job, is it essentially being someone else's boyfriend for a fee? Absolutely. Subai raised an eyebrow. The pricing is fair. And there is no deception involved. All the women I have worked with have spoken highly of me. This was not mere self-praise, it was a reflection of market demand. Among the elite single women of Feng City, he was exceedingly sought after. Firstly, Subai is undeniably handsome. Secondly, he is a man who performs tasks for payment, adhering strictly to directives without taking liberties. Thirdly, he is undeniably attractive. Thus, not only does he have a plethora of repeat clients, but these clients often refer him to their friends, generating business for him almost effortlessly. Naturally, this has also led to some reputational repercussions. After all, the elite single women are well aware of the nature of their arrangement, yet their mothers remain blissfully ignorant. Feng City is not overly large, and while not every family of these elite single women is interconnected, there are certainly a few that are. Hence, as time passes, mothers do not suspect their daughters. Instead, they label Subai as a rogue, bestowing upon him the dubious title of the Casanova of the human realm. Subai has never felt compelled to clarify the situation. The essence of his reputation dictates that if he is referred to as a boyfriend, then he is a boyfriend. Even when a husband arrives, Subai would not claim he was merely a hired impostor. Furthermore, after Subai refrained from explaining himself the first time, that elite single woman, in a gesture of goodwill, presented him with a substantial red envelope as an apology. Afterward, Subai felt increasingly reluctant to offer any explanations. What was the point of reputation? Isn't wealth sufficient? Soon, the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the local courthouse in the D.C. district. Su Meng, with a pensive expression, exited from the passenger seat, turning to gaze at Su Bai as he emerged from the car. "Master, what's the matter? Please be my boyfriend." "Just a little." Before Su Meng could finish her sentence, a voice from a distance interrupted her. "Who is it?" Su Meng, somewhat irked, followed the sound with her gaze. Before her stood a woman clad in a professional business attire that accentuated her curves, adorned with black-rimmed sunglasses, and boasting a cascade of sleek black hair, embodying the essence of an elegant and mature woman. As she approached, a flicker of surprise graced her delicate features, her gaze briefly sweeping over Su Meng before settling on Su Bai. "Su Bai, it really is you." Su Bai smiled upon recognizing the woman. "Xia Shuang. Long time no see." The woman, named Xia Shuang, was a prosecutor from the Phoenix City District Attorney's Office. Her primary role involved filing public prosecutions following the apprehension of criminals by the police. Renowned for her fervor in pursuing capital punishment for suspects, she had garnered a reputation for advocating against the abolition of the death penalty throughout Phoenix City, and indeed, across the entire Federation. In her words, "No verdict could ever compensate the victims, only the death penalty could provide a belated solace to those wronged." Of course, Xia Shuang was also a part-time client of Su Bai. Embracing him briefly while holding a stack of documents, she released him with a smile. "It's been a while since I've seen you at the courthouse. Are you here for a search warrant?" "Yes." "Looking for Judge Wang?" "Indeed." Su Bai inquired. "Is he in his office?" Xia Shuang patted the files in her hands. "Yes, I just came from his office. It's yet another case of a husband murdering his wife. You know, aside from him, other judges are reluctant to take on my cases." Su Bai chuckled. "Not all judges are inclined to handle capital cases, especially since you never consider life imprisonment, only the death penalty." Xia Shuang's expression turned serious. "Life can only be compensated by life, time can never buy back existence. Regardless of how lengthy a life sentence may be, the suspect remains alive. As long as they live, it is an affront to the innocent victims, suggesting, to some extent, that the life of the murderer holds more significance than that of the victim." Su Bai merely smiled and nodded, choosing not to delve into the topic. Glancing at his watch, he said, "All right, I'm pressed for time. I'll go find Judge Wang now. We'll talk another day." Xia Shuang nodded in acknowledgement. Su Bai turned, waved to Su Meng, and after bidding farewell to Xia Shuang, they descended the steps and entered the courthouse. Su Meng glanced back at Xia Shuang as she departed in her car. "Master, is that the infamous Black Widow of our Phoenix City District Attorney's Office?" She is known for advocating death penalties for suspects, and she is also a stunning beauty with an alluring figure. "Isn't she the epitome of the Black Widow?" Su Bai nodded, leading Su Meng up the stairs towards Judge Wang's office on the second floor, while addressing Su Meng's inquiries. "Yes, last year. I testified several times for Xia Shuang." "Several times. Master, what were the outcomes? Were they as rumored outside?" Su Bai paused at the office door, contemplating before responding. Approximately 6 times, in 5 of those instances, the defendants were sentenced to death. Su Meng's mouth fell open in astonishment. 5 death sentences? What about the 6th? That individual received a sentence of electrocution. Su Bai chuckled at Su Meng's bewildered expression and knocked on the office door. A voice soon called from within, "Come in." Su Bai smiled as he entered, greeting Judge Wang, who sat resolutely at his desk, known for his stern demeanor. "Old Wang. I'm here to request a search warrant again." Every independent investigator has a close relationship with a judge. Although search warrants from the police department can be processed through standard procedures, they require time. Under normal circumstances, waiting is acceptable, but in urgent situations like today, By the time the warrant is issued, the opportunity may have long passed. Thus, having a well-connected judge friend proves invaluable at such moments. Judge Wang removed his glasses, glancing at Su Meng, who had followed Su Bai inside. I received your fax. Who is this? Your apprentice? Yes, Su Bai replied with a smile. Turning to Su Meng to jest, Meng, you should bring Judge Wang a couple of fine bottles of wine sometime. Cultivating a good relationship will ensure that even if you need to search in Sushan's mansion, old Wang will expedite the warrant for you. Judge Wang shook his head in amusement while Su Meng respectfully greeted him. Hello, Judge Wang, I am Su Meng, the apprentice of Master Su. 3 minutes later. Su Bai grasped the signed search warrant, effective immediately, and together with Su Meng, left the courthouse and entered the car, preparing to rendezvous with Qian Hao and the others to head to Dongba Street. At that moment, he received a call from Qian Hao. Brother Bai, there's been an incident. An incident? Su Bai's brow furrowed slightly at Qian Hao's voice. Did I not instruct you to find Zhang Ro? I called her. What could possibly go wrong? Team leader and has us cornered. Su Bai's heart sank at the mention of Anya, the mole from the 38th precinct, known as the cold-faced tiger of the police department. He abruptly hung up, pressed the accelerator, and executed a sharp turn, racing towards the Special Operations Team's base. 20 minutes later. After rounding a corner, Su Bai spotted a white SUV parked ominously at the entrance of the Special Operations Team. What a predicament! Su Bai gazed at Anya, who had rushed to block the door, inhaling deeply. After parking his car, he swiftly exited and addressed her from a short distance. Team leader In. I am beginning to suspect that there is more than one traitor in our bureau. Anya turned to face Su Bai as he approached. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, Team leader In, if I fail to apprehend my target this time, I assure you, even should the case reach the Director General, I shall not spare you. Typically, he would accept the cold-faced tiger's provocations, recognizing that he had given her leverage. Acknowledging one's mistakes is part of integrity. However, this time was different. The Special Operations Team obstructing his exit was simply unacceptable. Mildly put, Anya was acting as an insider, allowing the adversary ample time to escape. To put it bluntly, this was a matter of obstructed vengeance. Indeed, a matter of obstructed vengeance. Su Bai's intentions extended beyond merely dismantling the Night Rose's stronghold to divert attention from the cause of Sun Qinya's death. He was pursuing his main mission. If these individuals eluded capture, Su Bai would find himself devoid of the meaning of dual moons in the sky, unable to fulfill his primary objective. Failure to achieve this would hinder his ability to level up, leaving him stagnant at level 20. Let us not forget, he had yet to encounter Xiao Jingnan, who sought vengeance for his brother, a confrontation that could arise at any moment. Anya, arms crossed, silently observed Su Bai approaching her with palpable anger, ready to hold her accountable. Su Bai noted her continued demeanor of indifference and elegance, which only heightened his agitation. At that moment, Qian Hao unexpectedly sprinted from behind, positioning himself before Su Bai with a grin. Brother Bai, I misspoke. Team leader and hasn't he come to obstruct us, rather. She has come to provide us with upgraded equipment. Equipment? Upgraded? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, glancing at Qian Hao. The latter eagerly handed over a pistol. Brother Bai, this is yours. Team leader and thought you were absent and asked me to deliver it to you. Mine as well? Su Bai inquired, intrigued. Item name, black gold gun quality, blue description, this is a handgun enhanced by the Spirit Talisman sect. Although mass-produced, it can penetrate defenses of characters below level 15. Note, provided you possess accurate marksmanship. Su Bai absorbed the information displayed about the gun as he accepted it from Qian Hao, ignoring the system's usual sarcastic remarks. He promptly unloaded the magazine, examining the 20 black gold bullets within. He could not help but glance at Anya, who stood nearby, observing him intently. Meanwhile, Chen Peng produced a brand new black gold gun, complete with a holster, and handed it to Su Meng. Meng, this is yours. Mine? Thank you, Brother Peng. Su Meng's face lit up as she received the handgun. Upon withdrawing it from the holster, she immediately sensed its distinction and glanced at the inscription on the firearm, An's weapons. Is this from your family, Anya? It is well known. Anya has an elder brother named Su Shang, who happens to be the helm of the prestigious An Group, the foremost conglomerate in Fengcheng, and arguably, the entire federation. Under the An Group, the wholly owned subsidiary, An Weapons, serves as a contractor for the Federation's military, renowned for its motto, An's products are synonymous with excellence. Anya glanced at Su Meng and smiled, saying, 5 days ago, An Group secured a contract with the Fengcheng Police Department, commencing with the Special Operations Team for an equipment upgrade. I happened to come by today to collect our gear to take back for you all. I ran into Qian Hao and Chen Peng here, and upon hearing you were heading out on a mission, I thought to stop them and ensure you received the new equipment first. Su Meng beamed with joy. Sister Anya, you are simply wonderful. Anya smiled again and then turned her attention to Su Bai, her demeanor shifting instantly to one of cold elegance. What did Agent Su just mention about going to the headquarters? Su Bai snapped back to reality and shook his head. No, team leader An, you misheard. I meant to say, you've worked hard. Is that so? Certainly, Su Bai replied earnestly, his expression sincere. It was no jest. They had indeed brought business into the precinct, and it was evident that even if this case reached the highest echelons of the headquarters, it would yield little consequence. Although Su Bai sensed a flaw in Anya's statement, he could not pinpoint it at that moment. Moreover, he had more pressing matters at hand. With a swift motion, Su Bai sheathed the ebony gun back at his waist and turned to Chen Hao. The search warrant is ready, can we proceed? Qian Hao nodded. We can set off at any time. Su Bai acknowledged. All right, then Anya interjected, Agent Su. Su Bai fell silent and looked at Anya. Team leader An. Is there something else? Anya replied, this batch of ebony guns is the first set of equipment for our 38th precinct and the Special Operations Team. The An Group hopes I can observe the practical effects after the equipment is issued, so any necessary improvements can be communicated to them promptly. Su Bai grasped the implication of Anya's words. Team leader An. Are you planning to accompany us on this operation? Anya maintained a composed expression. Yes. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, a peculiar look crossing his face as he regarded Anya. Team leader An. I can't help but suspect that you are using the pretext of delivering equipment as a guise to join us on this mission. Anya smiled, her expression blooming like a rare flower on a high peak. Agent Su, you are overthinking it. Am I? Su Bai pondered further, convinced that his suspicions were valid. After all, from any perspective, Anya's timely delivery of weaponry capable of breaching defenses of level 15 or lower could hardly be dismissed as mere coincidence. A graceful smile graced Anya's lips. This new batch of weapons is valued at over 1 million. Agent Su. Do you truly believe I would invest 1 million Federation coins merely to accompany you on this operation? Su Bai opened his mouth to respond. Anya ultimately found herself in Su Bai's car, compelled by the compelling rationale she presented. After Anya articulated her reasoning, Su Bai pondered extensively yet could not identify a single counterpoint to dispute her claims. If Anya wished to partake in this apprehension operation, she had numerous avenues at her disposal, the simplest being to leverage her connections with the Peeling Zhou faction. Even if Su Bai harbored reservations, he would acquiesce to the collaboration. Thus, Anya had no substantial justification for her extravagant expenditure on equipment valued at over 1 million federal coins, merely to participate in this endeavor. Nonetheless, Su Bai found the situation somewhat peculiar. The timing seemed too fortuitous. Their target was likely to be a formidable adversary, rated above level 10, and coincidentally, Anya had arrived with a cache of equipment fortified by some arcane inscriptions capable of breaching defenses. Subai had never believed in mere coincidences, yet lacked immediate evidence to substantiate his suspicions. He sighed, furrowing his brow, and glanced at the destination that was merely 5 minutes away, temporarily setting aside his concerns as he adjusted his earpiece and commenced the operational briefing. Chan Shan. Brother Bai. Is there any unusual activity from the target? No, since lawyer Zhang entered, there have been no comings or goings from the target building. All right, maintain constant surveillance. Understood. Qian Hao. Here. Upon arrival, proceed with the special operations team through the rear of the apartment building. Ensure no one escapes while I and Meng Meng enter from the front. Understood. Qian Hao, seated in the special operations armored vehicle, acknowledged and then suggested, Brother Bai, would you like me to send a team to rendezvous with you? Subai shook his head, no need, let's stick to the plan. Qian Hao nodded in agreement. Subai then withdrew his hand from the earpiece and turned to observe Su Meng, who sat in the passenger seat, diligently laying out her tarot cards on her lap despite the pressing timeline. With her eyes closed and an expression of devout concentration, she began her incantations. After a while, Su Meng's right hand glided across the cards, suddenly pausing to focus on one in particular. She grasped it, revealing the illustration upon it, her eyes lighting up as she turned to Subai, their gazes meeting. Elated, she exclaimed, Master, it's the Wheel of Fortune. Subai shrugged, remaining silent. Su Meng elaborated. Master, the Wheel of Fortune appears upright in the tarot, signifying a fortuitous omen. It represents a pivotal moment. If the inquiry pertains to love, it indicates destined connections. While in terms of career, it symbolizes a turning point, and concerning health, it foretells improvement. In essence, the Wheel of Fortune signifies that all will transform for the better. Subai responded with a non-committal "oh," neither endorsing nor dismissing her interpretation. He had never been particularly fond of divination. Yet that did not imply he was a staunch advocate of scientific rationalism. Even if he wished to be, it would be quite difficult for him to embrace such a stance, having been raised with a gamified perspective on life. However, Subai did harbor a certain curiosity. He turned to Su Meng and remarked, Meng Meng, I've noticed that every time you engage in divination, you always draw auspicious cards. Indeed. Su Meng had a habit of consulting her tarot cards whenever a matter arose, and upon reflection, Subai realized that she had never drawn a negative or ominous card. Each of her initial draws had been a fortuitous one. Subai seriously pondered whether Su Meng discreetly removed the adverse cards before each reading. Upon hearing this, Su Meng appeared somewhat displeased. She opened her freshly organized tarot deck and, after searching for a moment, turned over a card. Look, Master, this is. Just as she was about to speak, Anya, who had been seated in the back, swiftly reached out and pressed the card back into Su Meng's hand. Why must you seek out the ominous cards when the auspicious ones are so pleasing? Su Meng blinked in surprise. At that moment, Subai caught sight of the orange 8-story apartment building that had come into view, raising an eyebrow. We have arrived. Prepare for action. Su Meng snapped back to attention and tucked the tarot cards into her pocket. The special operations vehicle behind them accelerated, overtaking Subai's car, executing a sharp turn to park at the rear entrance of the emergency escape staircase of the orange apartment building. With a swift motion, Subai parked his car directly at the entrance of the apartment, quickly unbuckling his seatbelt. As he opened the car door and stepped out, he grasped his ready weapon with both hands. Action. Understood. Move, move, move. Breach the door. Fengcheng Police Department, open up. Bang. As Qian Hao and the special operations team forcefully broke through the back door, Subai, alongside Su Meng, kicked open the front door of the apartment. Who are you? Intruders. Damn it. In the lobby of the first floor, a group of individuals gathered around a table playing cards had no time to react. They merely witnessed the moment the front and back doors burst open, as one of their comrades was swiftly subdued by a fully armed member of the special operations team. By the time they instinctively reached for their weapons, the bullets from Subai's gun had already claimed several lives with precision. Xian Hao and the Special Operations team quickly swept through the first-floor lobby, then aimed their weapons at the elevator and stairwell leading upstairs. One member of the team kicked a handgun away from the body nearby, announcing, "Clear. Clear. Clear." Subai strode over to the subdued gang member pinned to the ground. Squatting down with an impassive expression, and asked, "Which floor?" The younger brother struggled in fury. "What floor?" "I do not know." Crack. "Ah!" The younger brother trembled violently, crying out in agony. Subai, expressionless, held his arm, which had been twisted 60 degrees, and said, "I will ask you once more. If you do not answer, then there is no need to speak." The younger brother shouted, "Fifth floor, fifth floor." "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Subai smiled faintly. "Thank you." Thud. Ding. Kill successful. Gained character experience 360, 9th turn body refinement technique bonus 20. Subai rose expressionlessly, ignoring the wide-eyed corpse of the red-named character. Lying on the ground as if silently condemning his deceitful nature, Chen Peng is watching here, the rest, to the 5th floor. A red-named character is bound to have blood on their hands. Such a scoundrel is not worth mourning. After giving his orders, Subai took the lead, boldly heading towards the staircase. This operation was led by him. He must take the central position. At the 2nd floor of the apartment, a group of people, hearing the commotion from the lobby below, stepped out of their rooms, exchanging glances, deliberating whether to investigate. Suddenly, they spotted Subai ascending the stairs. They were momentarily taken aback. The next moment, upon noticing the gleaming bulletproof vest of the Fengqing Police Department on Subai, their eyes widened in alarm. And they hastily opened their mouths. Enemies. Thud. Thud, thud. Bang, bang, bang. Number 8, 9, 10, control. Understood. The 3 Special Forces members designated by number nodded, stepping out of the line to prepare for a sweep of the 2nd floor. Subai, meanwhile, continued to ascend the staircase with the remaining personnel. Su Meng and Xian Hao followed closely behind Subai, their weapons trained on either side of him, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. In truth, no search and arrest operation had ever been conducted with such unyielding intent to kill as this one. However, the Night Rose had committed a grave transgression this time. Regardless of the location, any crime against law enforcement would invariably escalate the combat readiness of the enforcement team to near maximum levels. Although the Night Rose had not killed any law enforcement officers, turning one into an insider was a far graver offense than merely slaying an officer. Thus, shoot first, interrogate later. As Subai set foot on the 3rd floor, he unexpectedly encountered 2 assailants clad in black leather jackets. They were martial artist-level criminals. Damn. Government personnel. One of the 2, at level 13, and the other at level 14, upon seeing Subai's bulletproof vest, instinctively shouted upstairs, "Brother Phone, it's the cops." Without wasting a moment, the 2 criminals, with fierce expressions, charged at Subai with their fists raised, snarling, "Damn cop, you go." Thud. What? The bullet swiftly surged from the gun, striking the forehead of the 13th level scoundrel with a resounding pop. The 14th level villain gasped in shock, then, like a wraith, deftly evaded the bullets fired by Su Meng and Xian Hao. How could this be possible? They were martial practitioners, no ordinary individuals. As the 14th level fighter gazed at his comrade sprawled on the ground, struck in the forehead, his heart surged like a tempest upon a 10-level sea. In the next instant, with a loud bang, the 14th level warrior felt a blur before his eyes. As he lifted his head, he was met with the swift figure of Subai, who appeared before him in an instant, delivering a crushing fist to his chest. Boom! His back collided forcefully against the wall behind him, producing a thunderous sound, accompanied by the ominous crack of shattered bones. His complexion flushed crimson as he expelled a torrent of uncontrollable blood. Subai swiftly aimed his gun at the man's forehead and pulled the trigger. Bang! It sounded like a watermelon bursting. Ding! Kill successful. Obtained character experience 600, martial skill bonus 20. Obtained skill experience 500. The higher the level, the greater the experience gained. Subai's expression remained impassive as he holstered his weapon and called out to the three left on the third floor, adding a caution, "Be careful. Don't engage these fellows in close combat." Though Inyez's ebony spear was a fine weapon, as the system's notes had humorously remarked. A good weapon is only valuable if it can hit its target. A firearm that cannot strike the enemy is no better than a mere stick for stirring the fire. Moreover, while the ebony spear might bypass defenses below level 15, once these martial practitioners closed in, it would be rendered ineffective, leading to certain doom. The recently possessed Chao Jingtian had only been at level 10, and had it not been for Subai's cleverness, both he and Su Meng could have met their demise that day. Understanding this, the three special operatives had also observed the reaction speed of those two individuals earlier. Hearing Subai's words now, they nodded solemnly, taking his caution to heart. Subai, sensing their understanding, chose not to elaborate further and ascended the staircase once more. Those two had already signaled for help. They needed to reach the 5th floor without delay. Additionally, it was imperative to leave a survivor who knew about double moons on the same day. Subai silently reminded himself to remain focused on the critical mission at hand, lest he forget the utmost priority in the heat of the moment. If that were to happen, he feared his composure might shatter. To Subai's surprise, upon reaching the 4th floor, he had initially expected it to resemble the 3rd floor, with corridors connecting rows of rooms. However, the 4th floor unfolded into a spacious hall, reminiscent of a sports arena, save for the absence of various athletic equipment. Subai surveyed the desolate hall, his gaze eventually settling upon the staircase to the 5th floor, now barred by a formidable iron door. A sardonic laugh escaped his lips as he turned to the two special agents trailing behind him. "It's blown," he stated. Nodding in acknowledgement, the agents approached the iron door. One of them swiftly crouched down, while the other quickly unzipped the tactical backpack of his crouching comrade, retrieving a tactical explosive device which he affixed to the door before activating its mechanism. In an instant, a green light flickered to life. The agents rose, signaling Subai and the others to retreat. 3 seconds later, the green light transformed into red, accompanied by a sharp beep. The next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the iron door into fragments that scattered like shrapnel in all directions. The wind howled fiercely. "Be careful!" Subai exclaimed, raising an eyebrow as he noticed the incoming debris. He instinctively pulled the nearby Su Meng into his embrace. The shards whirled like lethal blades, and with a flash of sparks, one embedded itself into the very spot where Su Meng had just taken refuge. Clinging to Subai, Su Meng gazed at the embedded metal with wide, fearful eyes. At that moment, a familiar, anguished scream pierced the air. Subai followed the sound, and through the smoke that lingered from the explosion, two figures emerged. "My leg!" "Ah!" This time, Subai distinctly recognized the voice. Belonging to none other than the infamous lawyer, Zhang, who defended the very beasts that haunted them. "Ah, still alive, are we?" Subai mused, raising an eyebrow. Just then, he witnessed Zhang, after pleading for help, darting through the smoke towards them. As he drew closer, Subai's vision revealed a name: Han Feng gender, male level, 20 friendship, unbreakable. Subai's brow furrowed at the sight of Han Feng charging out of the haze like an unstoppable tank. A fierce expression adorned Han Feng's face as his gaze locked onto Subai, who felt as though he were being stalked by a ravenous tiger, an alarm ringing in his mind. Beside him, Chen Peng sensed the impending danger and shouted, "Open fire!" Gunfire erupted, bang, bang, bang. The ominous roar of the black gold guns belched flames as bullets were unleashed, striking true upon the charging Han Feng emerging from the smoke. However, the bullet struck Han Feng, who resembled a heavy tank, producing a sound akin to shots fired against a steel plate. The sound was piercing and astonishing. Ha ha! Han Feng emitted a quintessential villainous laugh, his figure resembling that of a tank, yet devoid of any cumbersome heaviness. In a mere breath, he lunged before Su Bai. "You're the one who called me, aren't you?" Su Bai narrowed his eyes. Han Feng delivered a punch. A fierce wind rushing towards him. The wall crumbled. Boom! The explosive sound erupted as Han Feng's right fist sank into the wall, which disintegrated like tofu. The visual was utterly breathtaking. Down! Quickly! Su Bai swiftly darted to the side of Su Meng and Xianhao, turning to shout at the few individuals behind him. They snapped back to reality, hastily setting aside their thoughts on why this man was impervious to bullets, and swiftly descended the stairs towards the third floor. With a casual demeanor, Han Feng extracted his seemingly metallic right fist from the wall, his expression twisted as he gazed at Su Bai and the others who were descending. His body sank, and the steel-reinforced concrete floor groaned under his weight, cracking ominously. Trying to escape? It wouldn't be that easy. Die. Like a tank taking flight. Han Feng leapt forward, his hands clawing like an eagle swooping down on its prey, charging towards Su Bai and the others retreating down the third floor. Su Bai swiftly backpedaled. Han Feng landed on the stairs, instantly causing the steps to groan under his unbearable weight, collapsing the front half connecting the third and fourth floors. Master! Brother Bai! Su Meng and Xianhao barely made it to the third floor just as the stairs began to give way, glancing back at Su Bai, who had not yet descended. Boom! 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 Su Bai squinted, deftly dodging Han Feng, who completely obstructed his view, and shouted to Su Meng and Xianhao, "Hold the outside. Don't worry about me." Han Feng's menacing gaze locked onto Su Bai. Each footfall shattering the stairs connecting the third and fourth floors, relentlessly pursuing Su Bai up to the fifth floor. Upon reaching the fifth floor, Su Bai scanned his surroundings and spotted the escape stairwell window. Several individuals, around levels 13 or 14, were lined up, preparing to descend the escape stairs. He raised his weapon, firing. Bang! 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 Flames erupted from the muzzle as the obsidian bullets pierced through the air, striking 3 thugs in the forehead who had turned upon hearing the commotion. 500 experience points credited. How dare you! Die! Su Bai swiftly rolled away from his original position just as Han Feng, like a tank, crashed down onto the spot where he had stood moments before. The ground sank instantly, spiderweb cracks spreading across the surface. Su Bai slowly rose from the ground, gazing at Han Feng, who loomed before him like a tank. Han Feng cast a fleeting glance at the 3 corpses that Su Bai had dispatched with a single bullet, then narrowed his eyes and fixed his stare on Su Bai. "I will tear you in half," he threatened. Su Bai remained expressionless, under Han Feng's scrutiny. He discarded the empty magazine of his black gun to the side and gradually began to remove his bulletproof vest. A handgun devoid of ammunition was hardly more than a mere stick. With a thud, Su Bai tossed the vest aside and turned to Han Feng, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Do you possess the capability to tear me apart?" Han Feng momentarily hesitated. In the next instant, he bellowed, "You're bluffing." With that, he lunged forward once more, resembling a tank, devoid of any flamboyance, and raised his fist, which was as large as a cooking pot. Breaking gold. Opening the mountain. The ground shook with a resounding boom as Su Bai was propelled backward by the immense force, sliding 5 meters before coming to a halt. Han Feng, however, was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a load-bearing column with a thunderous impact. In an instant, the column shattered. With a deafening roar, the ceiling of the 5th floor began to collapse, the weight of the 6th floor crashing down upon it, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air and enveloping Han Feng, who lay prone on the ground. In a heartbeat, a shadow burst forth from the smoke. It was Han Feng, somewhat disheveled, raising a fallen stone slab above his head, his muscles taut as he hurled it towards Subai. Opening the mountain. Subai did not flinch. He observed the stone, hurtling towards him like a small mountain, and retaliated with a punch. His current level did not permit him to unleash the pinnacle of the crumbling mountain technique, but the opening the mountain move was within his grasp. Moreover, having enhanced its quality to a golden standard, the power of this first move surpassed that of the original crumbling mountain technique by several degrees. In an instant, the stone, akin to a small mountain, splintered upon contact with Subai's fist, shattering into two pieces that soared past him, crashing into the windows behind and plummeting to the ground below. With a thunderous crash, the situation unfolded as Anya, who was merely observing the spectacle of Subai's prowess beside his vehicle, looked up in astonishment at the stones cascading from a fifth-floor window. The noise, the energy emanating from this scene. Damn it! Su Bancheng is utterly unreliable. Weren't they supposed to avoid danger this time? What is this aura of a fifth-level martial artist that now permeates the air? Anya's aunt, seeking recommendations, was overwhelmed by the atmosphere emanating from the fifth floor of the apartment. It could be said that ever since Su Meng had pulled Subai into the Night Rose case, Anya had been closely monitoring the developments. Indeed, even before Subai uncovered the mole from her office, Anya had already discerned that the orange apartment building belonged to Night Rose. However, her role at the Fengcheng police station was limited to the Internal Affairs Department, devoid of any law enforcement authority. Moreover, by the time she identified the orange apartment, Xianhao and Shen Shan had already arrived there as well. Anya had intended to prevent Subai from going to that location, but it was too late. Understanding Subai's character, she was convinced that her warning would not only be disregarded, but that Subai would launch an immediate assault without waiting for backup from the Special Operations Team. Thus, as Anya drove toward the Special Operations Team, she placed a call to Incorporation to request the delivery of newly developed weapons specifically designed to combat lower-tier superhumans. In truth, Anya was not fabricating her claims regarding the weapons, and Corporation had indeed signed a supply agreement with the Fengcheng police station 5 days prior. This initiative was not confined to Fengcheng alone, as police departments across the Federation were gradually adopting similar measures. It could be said that this endeavor was advancing under the tacit approval of the Federation, aimed at discreetly equipping law enforcement agencies with firearms tailored for lower-tier superhumans. This was a precautionary measure. After concluding her conversation with Incorporation, Anya contacted Su Bancheng to perform a divination, seeking confirmation that their operation would encounter no peril. Once reassured, she planned for Subai and the others to be equipped with these weapons for a practical exercise to assess their effectiveness. However, at that moment, the notion of encountering no danger seemed naive, given the presence of a fifth-level martial artist. Anya's forehead throbbed. If Su Bancheng were before her now, she would have been tempted to snap the divination coins in half in frustration. Cursed be the circumstances. Anya's gaze remained fixated on the commotion emanating from the fifth floor of the apartment. She gritted her teeth. Were it not for the full moon in the sky, she would have charged in without hesitation. Just then, several figures burst forth from the apartment's entrance. Anya quickly looked over. Meng. Sister Anya. Su Meng, her face dusted with grime, rushed out, exchanging only a brief greeting before following Qianhao, Peng, and several special operations members as they dashed toward the back door with the escape stairs, intending to ascend to the fifth floor via the emergency exit. Boom! Watch out! Above! Fall back! With a tremendous roar, the group looked up to see a corner of the apartment, weakened and suspended in midair, finally give way, splitting apart and plummeting toward them. As a few individuals observed the scene, they hastily retreated, and almost instantaneously, as they departed, the ground beneath them trembled, sending a cloud of dust swirling upwards like a sandstorm that engulfed them entirely. Coughing and sputtering, they emerged from the tempest, their faces coated in grime, spitting out the sand that had infiltrated their mouths. Anya rushed forward, exclaiming, Meng Meng, where is Su Bai? Sua Meng, regaining her composure, turned to gaze at the partially collapsed apartment building. Master. Her mentor was still trapped within. In a flurry of urgency, Sua Meng addressed Anya, Sister Anya. Master is being held up by a transcendent being. To protect our escape, he is cornered on the 5th floor. We must devise a plan quickly. Anya inhaled sharply, her eyes darting towards the 5th floor of the apartment. Su Bai remained there. The clash of fists reverberated through the air, creating a sound akin to an explosion as their strikes met, compressing the atmosphere and sending shockwaves radiating outward, dislodging debris and shattered furniture that crashed against the walls and windows. It was the mountain-crushing fist. Han Feng's feet seemed to sink into the floor as he steadied himself against the force of Su Bai's blows, his previously uncertain expression now transforming into one of astonishment as he regarded Su Bai, who stood his ground without faltering. How could you possibly wield the mountain-crushing fist? This is inconceivable. The mountain-crushing fist was the exclusive skill of their leader, Xiao Jingnan, who had claimed it was a family secret of the Xiao clan, inaccessible to outsiders. Initially uncertain, Han Feng had witnessed Xiao Jingnan's mountain-crushing fist, yet the aura emanating from Su Bai's technique felt distinctly different. But at this moment, Han Feng was convinced. This was indeed the mountain-crushing fist. No, the version Su Bai employed seemed to surpass even that of their leader, Xiao Jingnan. This was impossible. With a look of horror, Han Feng scrutinized Su Bai. You are not even a martial apprentice. No, you have concealed your true aura. Damn it. Playing the fool to deceive the tiger? Han Feng's mind raced as he regarded Su Bai, who appeared, in all respects, to be no more than a novice, lacking even the essence of a first-tier martial apprentice. Yet, if Su Bai were indeed that weak, he would have already crushed his skull with a single blow. How could he possibly engage in such a fierce exchange now? No, he felt an underlying pressure weighing down on him. What is your true level? Guess, Su Bai replied, opening his inventory to catch a glimpse of the transformative mask resting quietly within one of the compartments. He flashed a grin at Han Feng. Answer me one question, and I shall reveal my realm. How does that sound? Through their recent encounters, Su Bai had come to a realization: this individual was not his match. That was all that mattered. Upon grasping this notion, Su Bai began contemplating the aftermath. Cursed cold-faced tiger, why must he abandon his well-appointed office to join the fray here? Su Bai had no qualms about revealing his level of prowess, but only under the condition that he possessed a preliminary understanding of the so-called extraordinary realm. What if, in his impulsiveness, he unveiled himself, and the circumstances deviated entirely from his expectations? Fortunately, a mask lay within his backpack. Su Bai mused to himself, then turned to Han Feng. If you enlighten me on the meaning of dual moons sharing the same sky, I shall divulge my own realm to you. Does that sound fair and just? Han Feng fixed his gaze intently upon Su Bai, his thoughts racing. In the next moment, it seemed a realization dawned upon him as he looked at Su Bai. I understand now, you acquired the crumbling mountain technique from Xiao Jingtian. You are the one who killed him. Su Bai remained silent. The crumbling mountain technique could only be mastered by Xiao Jingnan and his brother Xiao Jingtian. No one else could possibly learn it. Han Feng was certain of this. Thus, if an outsider wished to learn the crumbling mountain technique, they could only do so through Xiao Jingnan and Xiao Jingtian. According to the report from the Fengcheng police station, upon receiving the report, they arrived at the scene and fatally shot Lu San, the agent who had just possessed Xiao Jingtian's body, a female agent named Su Meng. Since learning of Xiao Jingtian's untimely demise shortly after his possession, they had been utterly shocked and fearful, secretly gathering information on this matter. And now, an agent proficient in the crumbling mountain technique appeared before him. The answer seemed glaringly evident. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and spoke solemnly, you are indeed the one who killed Xiao Jingtian. Su Bai scoffed lightly, I am an agent. A murderer? Such a label has no bearing on me whatsoever. A guardian of justice standing in the sunlight, upholding law and order. Sees those I have taken down as deserving of their fate, the notion of guilt is irrelevant. Han Feng seemed to have an epiphany. So, your announcement was entirely fabricated. Or rather, the announcement is a trap. Precisely. The Fengcheng police station's report claimed that Su Meng killed Xiaojing Tian, and they have been diligently collecting intelligence on her. This way, once their leader Xiaojing Nan returns, he will be able to locate Su Meng and avenge his brother. However, this Su Meng is merely a trap set by the Fengcheng police station. A rudimentary snare. Surely, there must be police forces protecting her once Xiaojing Nan appears. The Fengcheng police station will move to ensnare him. It must be so. Han Feng then considered another matter and looked at Su Bai. In that case, you are also responsible for the deaths of the 4 brothers of Scenic Heights. On the fateful night of Sun Xingya's murder. He was not at Night Rose but rather here. When he finally received the news and sensed something amiss, he sent someone back, only to find that everyone had returned. Except for the 4 brothers of Shan Qingshui. Upon inquiring, he learned that the brothers, fearing the return of Xiaojing Nan, had killed them under the pretext of failing to protect Sun Xingya. That night, they had spotted Su Meng in the police report and contemplated killing her to redeem themselves. However, Shan Qingshui was dead. As Han Feng made this connection, his gaze shifted to Su Bai, solidifying his hypothesis. It was you who killed Xiaojing Tian. And you were also responsible for the demise of the 4 brothers of Shan Qingshui. That Su Meng was merely a trap and a bait you released. Su Bai was momentarily speechless. You are correct, yet my suspicions were indeed accurate. Han Feng interrupted Su Bai. His eyes glinting with a wisdom that pierced through the atmosphere. The Su Xian who left his name is also one of yours, isn't he? Su Bai paused. Momentarily taken aback. Su Xian, spare me the charade. Han Feng observed Su Bai's seemingly dazed expression, as if he could see through him. And interrupted once more. The National Security Bureau has long been monitoring us at Night Rose, but they feared my boss and hesitated to act. Now it appears they have colluded with your Fengcheng police. With the dual moons approaching, you deliberately killed Xiaojing Tian and hastily eliminated Sun Xingya to lure my boss back into your trap. Do not attempt to deny it, I have seen through your scheme. Su Bai felt numb. Every word and phrase that Han Feng uttered resonated within him. Yet, why was it that when these statements coalesced, he found them somewhat incomprehensible? What collusion? What deliberate murder of Xiaojing Tian? That was merely an unfortunate accident. Before I killed him, I had no inkling that you and your ilk even existed. As for the intentional murder of Sun Xingya? Well, yes, that was indeed deliberate, but it was she who struck first. He could swear that when he visited Night Rose that night, he bore no murderous intent, he merely wished to sit down and engage in a candid conversation. After all, it is better to resolve enmities than to harbor them. If their views aligned, perhaps they could set aside their grievances and become good friends. What happened next? As soon as he entered, he saw someone attacking the skinny monkey. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to lethal force. And what of the National Security Bureau conspiring with the Fengcheng police? Ha! The National Security Bureau? Do they even measure up? This is Fengcheng. Here, the police station is the unequivocal number 1. Within their own territory, do they need to conspire with other law enforcement agencies? To suggest such a thing is an affront. Su Bai's thoughts raced wildly. He opened his mouth, contemplated for a moment, but ultimately chose to abandon the discourse, unwilling to waste time on the matter. Tilting his head, he gazed at Han Feng. Think as you will, but what exactly is this dual moon phenomenon? Think whatever you like. He came here to fulfill the main quest, not to engage in any conjectures. Moreover, these speculations are merely fabrications of the mind. Han Feng let out a cold laugh. Of course. It refers to the concept of shifting offense and defense. Su Bai remains silent. After a moment, he realized he had not received any notification from the system, confirming that this did not count as completing the task. He shook his head. Speak in the language of the Federation. Please refrain from uttering things I do not comprehend. A hint of derision flickered across Han Feng's face. You have all cooperated with the Department of Homeland Security. Yet you remain oblivious to the significance of the twin moons on the same day. Is it not true that your intention is to prevent this day from arriving, thus attempting to provoke my boss into falling into your trap? Su Bai frowned. Could the Department of Homeland Security be aware? That seemed implausible. He recalled yesterday, when Anya emerged from the office after Bai Qi uttered those fateful words. He had asked Anya if she understood their meaning, but she had claimed ignorance. Furthermore, he had observed Anya's expression closely. He was confident she had not lied. After all, during his academy days, his micro-expression analysis skills ranked second only to his marksmanship. Yet now, Han Feng asserted that the Department of Homeland Security was in the know. Had he misjudged Anya? Was she not the insider planted by the department in the police station? A flurry of thoughts raced through Su Bai's mind. Shaking his head, he looked at Han Feng with growing impatience. Either explain yourself or I shall send you on your way right now. What does the twin moons on the same day truly signify? Han Feng grinned widely. The twin moons on the same day, the secrets of the heavens are boundless, the portal shall open. The meaning of the twin moons on the same day is, naturally, the arrival of the Holy Maiden of the Great Wilderness sect. Su Bai. 69. The holy fire shines brightly, the holy fire radiates. A portal opening? The Great Wilderness sect? What could that possibly mean? As Su Bai absorbed this statement, he furrowed his brow and pressed Han Feng. Are you implying that on that day, your holy maiden will come here? He wished to dismiss it as impossible. Yet he recalled the innate system he possessed, along with the soul that usurped Lu San from the Great Wilderness, and the reincarnated figure awakening memories of the Great Wilderness, the lean monkey. At that moment, Han Feng gazed at Su Bai with surprise. You are unaware of this? Or are you merely stalling for time? Su Bai honestly shook his head. I truly. Before he could finish, Han Feng interrupted him once more. Regardless of whether you are stalling or not, it is of no consequence to share the information. In fact, I also wish to buy some time. Su Bai opened his mouth, about to declare his genuine ignorance, but upon hearing Han Feng's words, he reconsidered and raised a hand to signal him to continue. After all, setting aside their conflicting positions and Han Feng's earlier intent to kill him, Han Feng was nonetheless a competent NPC capable of guiding him through the main quest. Han Feng shot Su Bai a glance and snorted once again. Indeed, you heard correctly. On the same day of the dual moon, the passage shall open. Next month, on the night of the full moon, the route connecting the Federation and the Great Wasteland will once again be unveiled. On that day, the saintess of our holy cult will lead our followers to descend upon the Federation. At that moment, Han Feng's voice brimmed with fervor. Akin to a zealous devotee intoxicated by faith, or a participant in a pyramid scheme who had ascended to the rank of a golden lecturer. However, just as Han Feng's passion was reaching its zenith, Su Bai interjected. Wait a moment. With a gasp, akin to a mage interrupted mid-incantation, Han Feng's face flushed with a sickly hue as he glared discontentedly at Su Bai. Had he not sensed that Su Bai's strength was on par with his own? He would have lunged at him without hesitation, rather than wasting time in this exchange. Su Bai, wearing a perplexed expression, remarked, You claim to be from the Great Wasteland. Yet you do not seem to belong to that world. Moreover, what reason would the people of the Great Wasteland have to venture into our territory? Han Feng's countenance turned icy. I am indeed of the Great Wasteland. No, you are not. I am. You are not. I. Enough. Su Bai raised his hand once more, interrupting the self-proclaimed traitor of the Federation, who insisted on being from another world. If you assert it to be so, Then what brings your esteemed holy cult to our federation? Han Feng opened his mouth to speak. That is because the three sects of the Taoist school are oppressing us. Before he could finish, he abruptly fell silent, snorting disdainfully. Our holy cult values this place, it is your honor. Su Bai stroked his chin, regarding Han Feng with a bemused expression. What you intended to convey earlier was that your holy cult is struggling in the Great Wasteland, hence your arrival here, correct? If I heard correctly, you were about to mention the oppression by the Taoist sects, were you not? Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Thus, the term holy cult is merely your own nomenclature, I presume? In the eyes of others, you would not be referred to as a demonic cult, would you? As these words left his lips, Han Feng appeared to be caught off guard. The holy fire shines brightly, the holy fire radiates, we are the holy cult. One day, when we welcome back our Lord, the Taoists and Buddhists will understand that the holy fire endures, and the holy cult is eternal. Su Bai nodded vigorously, realization dawning upon him. Indeed. It is a demonic cult. You. Han Feng shot a furious glare at Su Bai, whose words had besmirched the name of his holy cult. His eyes blazed with indignation, yearning to ignite the holy fire and cast this heretic into the flames. Yet, there was something peculiar about this individual. Han Feng recited the Great Light Sutra in his mind, cooling his thoughts as clarity returned to his gaze. He looked at Su Bai. One answer for another. You spoke first, now it is your turn. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Indeed, one answer for another. I am a man of my word. And since we have agreed to a fair exchange, it must be upheld. After Su Bai uttered a phrase, he silently recited a mantra, activating his status bar and temporarily removing the disguise level displayed next to his rank. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted. Another 5th level martial apprentice? How could this be? Standing outside the apartment, Anya, who had been gazing upward at the seemingly motionless 5th floor for approximately 3 minutes, harboring grave doubts about Su Bai's survival, suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the 5th floor. She was momentarily taken aback. Could it be Su Bai? In the next heartbeat, she dismissed the thought. Anya recalled that during Su Bai's first hospitalization, she had noticed that, despite his unrefined state, he had seemingly stepped into the realm of martial apprentices through sheer vitality. Initially, she had intended to guide him toward the path of the extraordinary. However, before she could take action, Su Bai was hospitalized once more, this time to protect Su Meng, sacrificing his own foundation to eliminate the 4 brothers of mountain and water. When she next beheld Su Bai, lying unconscious on the hospital bed, it was evident that the robust vitality he once possessed had been completely drained, rendering him more akin to an ordinary person than ever before. This was the reason she sought out Su Bancheng for the dragon heartgrass. Regrettably, even with the dragon heartgrass, Su Bai had irrevocably severed his ties to the path of immortality. This was also why, when Su Bancheng exerted pressure regarding the Night Rose case, Anya outright rejected it. With the path of immortality close to him, he could only pursue the path of humanity. Historically, the best opportunities for such a path resided solely within the public domain. Moreover, while Anya might struggle to discern others' extraordinary natures, she was confident in her assessment of Su Bai, whom she had observed closely for 5 years. Thus, who could possibly be the one exuding the aura of a 5th-level martial apprentice from the 5th floor? Anya's gaze remained fixed on that floor, frustration boiling within her. Why had her days turned tumultuous at this moment? With the arrival of the Tian Kuei in the full moon, a moment of carelessness could easily unveil her true self. Damn it! At that moment, Su Meng, beaming with joy, dashed over from the already established perimeter, pointing towards a helicopter rapidly approaching from the distance. Sister Anya! The support helicopter has arrived. Anya turned her gaze to the incoming helicopter, and her brow furrowed once more as she glanced at the 5th floor. It was gone. What? 70, a person as fine as jade, unmatched in the world, please recommend. Ding! Kill successful. Gained character experience 12,000, 20 skill enhancement, gained skill experience 10,000, acquired the skill book Breaking Gold Hand. Subai narrowed his eyes, watching Han Feng, who no longer struggled in his grasp. At this moment, Han Feng found himself suspended in midair, his neck ensnared within his own grasp, his countenance etched with disbelief, his eyes reflecting the same astonishment. Yet, his breath had vanished entirely. Just then, a helicopter, dispatched in haste from the police station for urgent support, soared through the sky, its roar resonating from afar, gradually reaching Subai's ears. In the next instant, Subai's left hand, hanging low, flickered, and an object resembling a mask materialized in his palm. Item name: Shape-shifting mask. Item quality: blue, non-upgradable. Item effect: allows the wearer to freely edit up to 10 different faces. Upon donning the mask, it automatically alters the player's appearance to achieve a remarkably realistic disguise. This item had dropped from one of the 4 brothers of Shang Qingshu after he had defeated them. Its efficacy was commendable. The previous night, around 11, Subai had taken it out for a brief examination, spending a moment to craft a visage slightly less attractive than his own before stowing it away and preparing for work. Approaching. Closer still. Downstairs, Su Meng, alongside Qian Hao and others, anxiously awaited the live feed from the helicopter on the tablet. As the internal scene of the 5th floor began to clarify from its initial blur, before long, the image on the tablet sharpened into focus. Su Meng, staring at the figure revealed on the screen, paused momentarily. Who is this? Where is my master? Standing behind her, sensing the lone 5th-level martial artist, Enya, who remained on the 5th floor, caught Su Meng's question. She first glanced at the unharmed helicopter before turning her gaze toward the tablet resting on the car's hood. Upon seeing the image displayed, Enya too fell into a moment of stunned silence. The scene within the 5th-floor apartment depicted a man with his back to the helicopter, clad in an immaculate white robe, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, gripping the throat of a seemingly lifeless man. That's him, Su Meng declared, pointing at the deceased figure. This is the guy who almost killed us. Enya remained silent, her expression grave as she scrutinized the white-robed man's back, her mind racing to connect the dots. Although martial artists were not deemed true extraordinary beings, this perspective was reserved for those well-versed in the field. To the layperson, even a novice martial artist was considered extraordinary. Thus, the National Security Bureau harbored a keen interest in such individuals, especially one who had attained the 5th level, practically impervious to conventional firearms. However, as Enya scoured her mind for any relevant connections to the man facing away from the helicopter, she found no suitable suspects. Unconcerned with this individual, Su Meng continued her diligent search through the footage, only to voice her frustration. Wait, where is my master? Why isn't he in the footage? Beside them, Xian Hao and Shen Peng exhibited a similar indifference towards the man in the white shirt, diligently searching the footage for any trace of Subai. At that moment, the man, who had been facing away from the helicopter, gradually turned, lifting Han Feng as if he were a lifeless rabbit, revealing his visage to the camera. With an ethereal charm like that of a jade figure, he captivated the onlookers below, who were gathered around the tablet, their thoughts echoing, who is this? Another handsome face, yet not as striking as my master. Su Meng, in defense of her mentor, shook her head, exclaiming, No, where is my master? Has anyone seen him? Tears threatened to spill as her only concern was the absence of her master. Subai turned to glance at the camera suspended beneath the helicopter, and under its watchful gaze, he released his grip with his right hand. Thud! Han Feng's lifeless body, with wide-open eyes and crushed throat, plummeted to the ground, raising a cloud of dust anew. The swirling debris, stirred by the helicopter's whirling blades, intensified, rising like a miniature tornado, gradually engulfing Subai, who stood there in his white attire, adorned with a myriad of masks. As the dust enveloped him, Xian Hao and Shen Peng, fixated on the tablet, found themselves momentarily stunned by the vanishing white silhouette. When the dust settled, the screen revealed no trace of the man in white. Hey! Wait a moment. Where did he go? Xianhao and Shen Peng rubbed their eyes, desperately trying to locate the elusive figure. Nearby, Anya, witnessing the disappearance of the man in white on the screen, raised her gaze towards the 5th floor of the apartment. A flicker of bewilderment crossed her eyes. Gone. Departed? Almost simultaneously with the man's vanishing act on camera, the presence of the martial artist on the 5th floor faded without a trace. But how did he leave? Anya furrowed her brow, perplexed. How could a mere martial artist vanish so silently from her perception? Could it be he was not a martial artist at all? Where is my master? Where is he? Su Meng was nearly in tears, clutching the tablet. Her eyes almost pressing against the screen as she anxiously searched for Su Bai's whereabouts, inch by inch. Suddenly, Su Meng was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze fixated on the tablet screen where the suddenly shifting ruins caught her attention. Her breath became involuntarily rapid as she exclaimed, "Master!" Xianhao and Shen Peng hurriedly inquired, "Where? Where?" Upon hearing this, Anya swiftly turned to look at the tablet in Su Meng's hand. To their astonishment, the debris of the collapsed 5th floor staircase seemed to stir more violently. Then, under their watchful eyes, a hand emerged from the rubble with a resounding thud. Inside the ward, the atmosphere bore a semblance of a hellish battleground. The ceiling, not only pristine white but almost ethereal, exuded a peculiar blend of antiseptic and an exotic fragrance. Lately, my hospital visits have become increasingly frequent. Su Bai lay expressionless on the hospital bed, his eyes wide open, fixed on the ceiling as myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Indeed, he found himself hospitalized once more. Yet this time, it was entirely intentional. He was aware of how he had arrived at the hospital. When the fire brigade reached the scene, Anya and Su Meng immediately ascended to the 5th floor via the fire truck's ladder, just in time to see Su Bai, covered in dust and debris, extricating himself from the wreckage. Subsequently, he was pulled onto the ambulance by a distraught Su Meng, who coaxed him amid her tears, and taken to the hospital, reluctantly undergoing yet another comprehensive examination within the span of a week. As the ward door swung open, Gao Lan, clad in a white coat with her hair tied back, adorned with silver-framed glasses, approached Su Bai's bedside. She stood quietly, observing him as he lay motionless, gazing at the ceiling. Su Bai's attention shifted to Gao Lan, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. "If I were to say that I deliberately came to the hospital this time, would you believe me?" Gao Lan, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded, "I believe you." Su Bai propped himself up on the bed, "Really?" "Of course," she replied, her demeanor still serious. Agent Su merely found himself inadvertently buried under the rubble. It is hardly a matter of concern. The precinct is overreacting, considering your remarkable physical condition. Isn't that so? Su Bai's lips curled slightly. He harbored serious doubts about the veracity of her statement, yet he possessed no evidence to refute it, for there was indeed an element of truth within her words. For instance, his physical condition was commendable. He shrugged, "Indeed, my physical condition is quite good, you should be aware of that." "Stop jesting," Gao Lan retorted, rolling her eyes. She glanced toward the ward door before turning back to Su Bai, taking a deep breath. "You should resign." Su Bai was taken aback. "What?" "You should join my brother S Corporation as the head of security. The pay is substantial and the risks are minimal." Su Bai's expression was somewhat peculiar. "Is that appropriate? With nepotism involved, I fear what others might say if I were to enter." The proposal was indeed tempting. The Changi Group, a well-known real estate company, was recognized for its lucrative office salaries, even if wages on construction sites were less impressive. However, after contemplating for a moment, Su Bai shook his head. "Never mind. I still aspire to be an agent. In a few years, if all goes well, Zhou will retire. And I should be able to take up the role of team leader. Gao Lan rolled her eyes. At the rate you're going, spending 3 nights in the hospital every week, I seriously doubt you'll see the day you become a team leader. Su Bai shook his head, about to retort when suddenly, with a loud bang, the door swung open. Su Meng, clutching a large stack of documents and dusting off her face, burst in. Master, the checkup. Oh, doctor. Gao, you're here. Gao Lan turned to look at Su Meng, her gaze landing on the pile of examination reports in Su Meng's hands. The reports are out? Su Meng snapped back to reality and nodded, handing over the documents. Gao Lan accepted the freshly printed reports and began to peruse them. Su Meng gazed at Gao Lan with wide eyes. Dr. Gao, is my master all right? Without replying, Gao Lan continued to sift through the documents. After a moment, she finally looked up, casting a glance at Su Bai before addressing Su Meng. There are no significant issues. His internal organs and bones are fine, just some abrasions. And there's a slight excess of adrenal hormones. I wasn't injured at all. Just a minor apprentice. What can they do to me? Su Bai tossed back the covers. See, I told you I'm fine. Now let me know, absolutely not. Both Gao Lan and the recently arrived Anya responded in unison. Su Bai raised an eyebrow at Anya as she entered the room. Gao Lan also turned to look at Anya, a flicker of light passing through her eyes before it was quickly concealed, and she smiled in greeting. Team leader in. Dr. Gao. Sister Anya. Meng. Anya nodded at Gao Lan, smiled at Su Meng, and then her gaze settled on Su Bai, who was attempting to get out of bed. You can't be discharged just yet. Su Bai frowned. Are you serious? I can't even decide when I can leave? Because. Anya began but seemingly recalled something and glanced at Gao Lan. Dr. Gao, have the examinations concluded? Gao Lan returned Anya's glance and nodded before looking back at Su Bai in the hospital bed. Given the excess adrenaline, it's best to remain here for observation overnight. With that, Gao Lan smiled at Su Meng. Then her expression turned serious as she glanced at Anya before slipping her hands into her pockets and exiting the room. Soon after, the door to the ward closed. Su Meng blinked rapidly after Gao Lan left, sensing an odd tension. It felt as if both Dr. Gao and Sister Anya did not particularly like each other. Was it just her imagination? Within Su Meng's heart, the spirit of gossip ignited, leading her to instinctively reach for her tarot cards to conduct a divination regarding the rumors. However, she recalled Dr. Gao's earlier instructions. Observing Su Bai, who intended to rise from the bed after Dr. Gao's departure, she snapped back to reality and firmly pressed her hand upon his shoulder, gently pushing him back onto the bed. Pouting, she stated, Master, Dr. Gao just mentioned that you need to stay in the hospital for observation overnight. Su Bai glanced at his stubborn disciple, who was insisting on keeping him down. And the corners of his mouth twitched. I'm fine. You're not a doctor, Master. It's my own body. That is not permissible, Su Meng declared resolutely. Her large, glistening eyes filled with determination, exuding an aura that suggested she would cry if Su Bai dared to resist. Su Bai opened his mouth, wishing to protest, but was interrupted by Anya, who stood nearby. You cannot be discharged yet. Su Meng turned her gaze towards Anya, then back to Su Bai. See? Sister Anya feels the same way. Master, you need to stay for observation, you were trapped under the rubble. Anya shook her head. That's not what I meant. Su Meng was momentarily taken aback. Su Bai studied Anya, furrowing his brow at her words. What do you mean? Han Ling is looking for you. Han Ling? Who is that, Sister Anya? Su Meng blinked, sensing the gravity in Anya's tone. Why is this person seeking out Master? Han Ling? Han Feng? A mountain seen from different angles? Su Bai, leaning against the headboard, felt a peculiar sensation wash over him. Could Han Ling possibly be Han Feng's brother or something? Han Ling is indeed Han Feng's elder brother, Anya replied, her gaze fixed on Su Bai, her tone serene as ever. And Han Feng is the person you encountered in the apartment. Indeed. Su Bai silently acknowledged Anya's revelation. Su Meng, filled with curiosity, inquired, Sister Anya. It has only been an hour, how could this Han Ling know about his brother's demise so swiftly? Anya explained, when the support agents were searching the apartment. They discovered a secret passage leading to the basement on the 6th floor. In that basement, there was also a hidden door that provided direct access to the underground sewer system of Feng City. The sewer system beneath Feng City is not only densely interconnected, resembling a spider's web, but also boasts considerable space. Some homeless individuals even choose to reside there. Su Meng was momentarily stunned. Wait a moment, Sister Anya. Are you suggesting that someone managed to escape before our apprehension operation began? The forensic team found several sets of fresh footprints on the ground near the hidden door connecting to the sewer in the basement. It is preliminarily assessed that at least 3 individuals fled during your operation. What? Upon hearing this answer, Su Meng was quite astonished. Then why didn't that massive behemoth, akin to a tank, make its escape? Leaning against the headboard, Su Bai interjected just as Anya was about to speak. He deliberately stayed behind to draw our attention. Su Meng turned to look at Su Bai, then at Anya, who nodded in affirmation. Su Bai furrowed his brow. He had sensed that Han Feng was merely stalling for time when they were on the 5th floor together. However, he had not paid much attention to it at the time. In fact, he felt a sense of relief. As if Han Feng had not been delaying for the sake of waiting for reinforcements or preparing some grand, time-consuming maneuver. Yet, after he had crushed Han Feng's throat, it became evident that there were neither reinforcements nor any extraordinary abilities forthcoming. Initially perplexed, Su Bai wondered why Han Feng would delay when he had nothing to gain. However, upon hearing Anya's words, he grasped the reason behind Han Feng's actions. It was as if he was sacrificing his own life to buy time for the others to flee. Undoubtedly, as long as he and Su Bai remained on the 5th floor, the police's focus would be directed there, allowing those who were escaping through the secret passage ample time to vacate the premises. But was it truly worth risking one's life to delay? Who would do such a thing? Uncertain. Su Bai scrutinized Anya's expression, his tone calm. You are lying. Once again, he found himself repeating the same sentiment. While he may not perceive Anya's true level, he could still discern whether she was being truthful through subtle expressions, second only to his shooting prowess. Beside them, Su Meng tugged at Anya's right hand, pouting, Anya, who exactly are those people escaping? Please tell us, Master is not an outsider. Anya glanced at Su Bai. I cannot be certain of its authenticity, but based on the clues we discovered in one of the rooms on the 6th floor, it likely pertains to the arrival mentioned by the Great Wilderness Holy Sect. Su Bai narrowed his eyes. Holy Sect? Arrival? Su Meng, still holding Anya's hand, appeared bewildered. What is that? Ignoring Su Meng's question, Anya continued to observe Su Bai's expression after she spoke. You are not surprised at all, it seems you are already aware. Su Bai replied. I heard Han Feng mention it while I was trapped on the 5th floor. He did not deny it. His reasons were twofold. Denial would only lead others to suspect he was hiding something, and he also hoped to glean more information about the Great Wilderness and the extraordinary realm from Anya. It was a difficult situation. Though the thin monkey hailed from the Great Wilderness, he was merely a background figure there, akin to a complete illiterate. Su Meng is indeed capable. But as she herself puts it, it was only after meeting Lu San that she became aware of certain truths. Had it not been for Lu San's incident, she would never have learned from her uncle that her congenital foundation was compromised, a matter her family had long concealed from her. Thus, Su Bai pondered. This opportunity might serve to extract further information from Anya. After all, to know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. Subai inquired, "What is the situation in the great wilderness?" Enya shook her head in response, "I'm sorry." Subai was not surprised by this answer. A smirk crept onto his lips as he remarked, "You know, yet you refrain from sharing because of my insufficient level, do you not?" Enya nodded affirmatively. "Yes. I am already aware of the Great Wilderness and the affiliations of Han Feng and the others with the Great Wilderness Holy Sect. Furthermore, I know what plans they are preparing and even when these plans are set to unfold." "You are aware of their day of arrival?" "Indeed," Subai said, leaning against the headboard and smiling at Enya, who seemed somewhat astonished by his declaration. "Perhaps my level is inadequate. But I believe I have earned the right to know about this matter, such as through information exchange." He had previously ascertained that Enya was unaware of the meaning of double moons in the sky, and now, listening to her tone, his confidence grew. Enya fixed her gaze upon Subai and solemnly asked, "Do you truly know their day of arrival?" Subai replied with a smile, "Of course, information for information. A trade, wouldn't you agree, Captain?" Enya remained silent, turning her attention to Su Meng. Su Meng, taken aback, looked at Enya's penetrating gaze and said, "Sister Enya, you're not suggesting I should leave too, are you? I am one of us." She had learned a little from her uncle. Enough to be aware of the situation. After a moment of consideration, Enya redirected her focus back to Subai, taking a deep breath, "You best truly know. If you do not, even if you become aware, we can ensure you remain in the dark." Subai raised an eyebrow. Her words were rather convoluted. Just then, Enya spoke again. "The matter of the Great Wilderness traces back to an incident 50 years ago. On the night of the 73rd, when spiritual energy surged." Please continue reading. 50 years ago, to be precise, on December 20th of the year 3025 of the Federation, a significant event transpired. This incident directly led to the establishment of the National Security Bureau. On that day, an explosion occurred at the Quantum Collision Experimental Center located on the outskirts of the Federal District. The following day, the Federal Senate convened an emergency meeting, passing a draft proposal, which subsequently culminated in a resolution at the beginning of the following year that established the National Security Bureau. It was widely believed that the explosion at the Quantum Collision Experimental Center was the catalyst for the creation of the National Security Bureau. However, this interpretation is both accurate and flawed. Do you know why the explosion at the Quantum Collision Center prompted the establishment of the Department of Homeland Security? I am aware. Before Subai could utter a word, Su Meng, like an eager student, raised her hand and spoke. The explosion at the Quantum Collision Experiment Center was deemed a terrorist attack, in order to prevent such a catastrophe from occurring again. The Department of Homeland Security was formed. Anya glanced at the diligent Su Meng and nodded, "Indeed, but that is not the entirety of the matter. A terrorist attack is a terrorist attack." However, the explosion at the Quantum Collision Experiment Center, while classified as a terrorist act, was, contrary to common belief, not perpetrated from within the Federation, nor even from the world of the Federation, but rather from another realm entirely. This realm is known as the Great Wasteland. This was the first time Subai had heard of such a thing. He furrowed his brow and looked at Anya. "Are you suggesting that people from the Great Wasteland had already entered our world 50 years ago?" Anya shook her head, "No. It should be said that 50 years ago, we discovered the Great Wasteland, which subsequently led to all that transpired." "We discovered the Great Wasteland?" Subai raised an eyebrow. Anya smiled but refrained from elaborating further, continuing her narrative. Within the scientific community of the Federation, there has long been a notion that the universe is vast and peculiar, possibly harboring numerous worlds unknown to them, including parallel worlds. This is not merely the fanciful thinking of scientists. If parallel worlds do indeed exist, they could potentially rescue them in the billions of years to come. According to the Federation's scientists, in several hundred years, the universe will undergo a great contraction, rendering their home planet a lifeless dead star. Therefore, if they could locate a parallel world, they might, in the future, open a portal to relocate humanity from their home planet to that parallel realm. Thus, the question arises, where exactly are these parallel worlds? Or rather, what must they do to discover them? The Quantum Collision Experiment Center was established with this very objective in mind. Discovering parallel worlds became the primary and sole mission of the center following its inception. 50 years ago, on the very day of the explosion, all personnel at the Quantum Collision Center were in an exuberant state of anticipation for this experiment, filled with confidence that they would prove the existence of parallel worlds and even directly open a portal to them. As the experiment commenced, everything unfolded according to their expectations. From collision to subsequent collision, ultimately capturing signals and successfully opening the quantum space portal, everything proceeded with astonishing smoothness. It was, how shall I put it, quite seamless. In summary, everything was utterly flawless. They discovered a signal, successfully capturing it and opening the quantum spatial channel, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. However, within this seemingly smooth narrative, there exists a turning point, and this tale is no exception. Following the quantum collision that unveiled the portal to parallel worlds, they beheld everything within that realm and encountered the creatures inhabiting it for the first time. At that moment, they were unaware of what they had witnessed. Now, they are enlightened. The creatures of the great wilderness. These terrifying beings emerged into the collective consciousness after the inception of the quantum spatial channel. As the experimental personnel marveled at this spectacle, celebrating in unison, the great wilderness beasts simultaneously gazed back at them. The cheers lasted scarcely 3 seconds before the roars of the great wilderness creatures transformed jubilation into screams. As these beasts descended into the Federation's world through the dimensional breach. Like wolves among sheep, a mere glance transformed the Quantum Collision Experiment Center into a veritable slaughterhouse. This marked the Federation's first encounter with the creatures of the great wilderness. The outcome, as you well know, was catastrophic. 3 missiles obliterated the Quantum Collision Center, reducing it to rubble, along with the quantum spatial channel that could not be shut down in time. In the aftermath, the Federation convened an emergency meeting, unifying their narrative and designating this calamity as a terrorist attack by hostile forces. Yet, Anya paused, shaking her head. The story had merely begun. Due to the rapid destruction of the channel, the energy from the explosion caused the quantum spatial channel to overflow, enveloping the entire planet in an instant. Concurrently, the air around the Quantum Collision Center revealed the presence of an element that had not existed before, but now manifested and spread with alarming swiftness. This element, Anya turned to Subai, speaking in a grave tone, is known as spiritual energy. Subai raised an eyebrow. Spiritual energy. Indeed, spiritual energy. To put it simply, it was once present within the Federation but inexplicably vanished, only to re-emerge now. An element capable of catalyzing a leap in the levels of human existence. Furthermore, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, entities previously deemed fictitious in history re-emerged into our sight. On the 10th day following the explosion of the Quantum Experiment Center, certain individuals residing on Federation soil were the first to sense the spiritual energy. That night, a Taoist meditated deeply, attuning himself to the heavens, transforming spiritual energy into liquid form to forge a foundation of Tao. That night, a monk sat in Zen, cultivating a tranquil heart, allowing wisdom to arise from within, perceiving the essence of reality. On that fateful night, amidst the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, there existed demons, their bloodlines awakening, essence coalescing, and demon cores forming, capable of human speech. On that night, there were also warriors standing in the courtyard, their stance reminiscent of a whale swallowing the sea. With all acupoints opened and meridians flowing like oceans, stepping into the realm of unobstructed channels in a single night. The era of spiritual energy resurgence had arrived. The following day, the Federation received news and recognized the gravity of the situation. Our world had irrevocably changed. Myths were no longer mere fables, rather, they had resurrected once more. Taoist sects, Buddhist schools, and martial artists, every piece of information corroborated one profound truth, in the words of the Taoists and Buddhists. The era of the end of the Dharma had passed, and spiritual energy had indeed revived. Anya spoke with a calm demeanor, recounting a matter that was deeply intertwined with their lives, yet her tone bore the quality of a storyteller. Subai furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Su Meng, upon encountering the reincarnated Shao Jingtian from the Great Wilderness, became aware of certain truths that she ought to have known but had been oblivious to due to her weakened foundation. However, after absorbing this information, Su Meng did not dwell on it for long. Instead, she blinked and turned to Anya, saying, "Sister Anya, the resurgence of spiritual energy must be a good thing, right? It means we can cultivate and achieve the extraordinary. Cultivation leads to longevity." Though the Federation had always been governed by science, the inhabitants had grown up hearing the ancient myths, and how could they not harbor dreams of cultivation? She was no exception. Had she not cherished her master's words? Su Meng would have long since pestered her mediocre uncle to join some special disaster relief group. As she spoke, she looked at Subai and asked, "Master, don't you agree?" Subai remained silent, his gaze fixed on Anya, for he sensed that her tale was far from complete. "Indeed." Anya glanced at Su Meng and smiled, shaking her head gently. "Yes, the resurgence of spiritual energy allows us to pursue myths and even become legends ourselves. Which is indeed a good thing. However, what if this resurgence of spiritual energy is not, in its essence, a literal revival?" Su Meng was momentarily taken aback. "Sister Anya, what do you mean?" "Because the spiritual energy in our Federation is not a revival at all, its source originates from the Great Wilderness, which has opened a quantum spatial channel." "What?" Su Meng gasped in astonishment. Subai's brow twitched involuntarily as he turned towards Anya. "The spiritual energy comes from the world of the Great Wilderness?" "Indeed," Anya affirmed. "Moreover, since the explosion at the quantum laboratory, the Federation had increasingly confirmed one critical fact: the world of the Great Wilderness was gradually merging with our own." Although Subai had speculated on this outcome after hearing Han Feng's explanation of the phenomenon of dual moons in the sky, he was still struck by the weight of the revelation. However, speculation is one matter, while the confirmation of such speculation is an entirely different affair. "Are two worlds converging?" Subai furrowed his brow, fully aware that Anya could not possibly speak falsehoods, yet still found himself incredulously inquiring, how could this be? Anya smiled lightly and turned to Subai. "The Lu San you encountered, if I am not mistaken. You are already aware that he has been possessed by Shao Jingtian from the Great Wilderness world." As she spoke, Anya's gaze inadvertently flicked towards Su Meng. Subai noticed Anya's gesture but neither confirmed nor denied it. Anya continued, however. "What you have witnessed is merely one method by which individuals from the Great Wilderness world traverse into ours. They can ascend through possession, though such occurrences are relatively rare. Most from the Great Wilderness undergo reincarnation, and those of higher prowess can directly cross their corporeal forms into our realm." Possession? Subai understood this concept. Having seen it himself, Lu San had indeed been possessed by Shao Jingtian, albeit his misfortune led him to the underworld immediately after. Reincarnation? Ah, the thin monkey. Subai was also aware that the thin monkey had awakened his memories of the Great Wilderness after reincarnation. But corporeal crossing? Yes, and this individual. You should also know Shao Jingnan? As Anya uttered this name, Subai's mind instantly conjured up the only two individuals from the Great Wilderness he knew to be alive. Namely, Shao Jingtian's brother, Shao Jingnan. Shao Jingnan crossed over in his corporeal form? Precisely. Anya affirmed with a nod. Shao Jingnan is a martial artist of the Meridian realm. And a high-ranking one at that, For him, corporeal crossing is not an insurmountable feat. The challenge lies in how he managed to cross over in his physical form. The dual moons in the same sky? Subai recalled what Han Feng had stated before his demise. That they intended to seize the opportunity of the dual moons in the same sky to bring their saintess from the Holy Church into this realm. Anya nodded once more. Xiao Jingnan was discovered by the National Security Bureau 10 months ago, and at the time, we were quite astonished. This is because corporeal crossing requires a passage. Even the most powerful individuals from the great wilderness cannot traverse the void to reach here, thus necessitating the use of a conduit. That conduit was the quantum spatial passageway established by the Quantum Experiment Center in those years, linking the great wilderness with the Federation. However, that location is now under stringent surveillance, guarded by formidable figures from both the Tao and Buddhist sects. It would be utterly impossible for Xiao Jingnan to elude their watchful eyes. Therefore Subai listened intently to Anya's narrative, as she continued, thus. The only means by which Xiao Jingnan could have entered our world is through the so-called dual moons in the same sky? Anya nodded affirmatively. Yesterday, after you left the Internal Inspection Office, I sought out Su Bancheng. He indeed knows of the dual moons in the same sky, but like me, he is unaware of what it truly signifies. I understand, Subai chuckled softly. Anya looked at Subai and said, now it is your turn. I have shared with you everything I wish to know, now you must enlighten me about the meaning of dual moons on the same day, Subai responded with a smile. Of course. While I may lack in other virtues, one principle I steadfastly uphold is my commitment to honesty. A person without integrity cannot stand. As he spoke, Subai began to recount to Anya the conversation he had with Han Feng on the 5th floor of the apartment regarding the dual moons on the same day. The only alteration he made was in the context of Han Feng's words, transforming Han Feng from a mere procrastinator into a quintessential villain, who, like all villains, relished the opportunity to gloat over their plans before vanquishing the protagonist. The essence of the content remained unchanged. Subai recounted Han Feng's words verbatim. Upon hearing this, Anya's brow furrowed in concern. Dual moons on the same day, a portent of boundless mysteries. Will the next full moon herald the opening of the interdimensional passage? With the saintess of the great wilderness sacred church arriving? Snapping back to reality, Anya gazed at Subai and inquired, Subai, are you certain that Han Feng truly said this? Subai frowned, is there something amiss? Anya's delicate brows knitted tighter. The great wilderness sacred church, also known as the Bright Church, was referred to as a demonic cult by the righteous transcendents of that realm, who proclaimed themselves as the bearers of the holy flame. Yes, yes. Subai's eyes sparkled as he nodded. That somewhat juvenile slogan, Holy Flame, resplendent and radiant, was indeed uttered by Han Feng. What a ridiculous slogan, Subai mused inwardly. Yet, he had to admit, it was quite catchy. In the next moment, Anya regained her composure and shook her head. No, that's not right. The saintess of the great wilderness sacred church is a figure of great significance, second only to the saint. Subai, upon hearing this, felt no discrepancy. Han Feng clearly stated that the saintess would descend upon us on the night of the full moon next month, coinciding with the dual moons. After a moment of serious reflection, Subai confirmed in his memory that this was indeed how Han Feng had conveyed it. Is there something wrong? I believe Han Feng had no reason to deceive me. I observed his facial expressions closely. At that moment, he showed no signs of deceit. At least, from his micro-expressions, it appeared he was speaking the truth. However, Anya seemed unconvinced. This is serious. What could be wrong? The saintess of the great wilderness is already dead. Dead. Subai contemplated various possibilities but did not anticipate such an answer. The saintess is dead? Could it be the second saintess of the sacred church? But there is only one saintess in the great wilderness sacred church. Subai inhaled sharply, contemplating a possibility. Could it be that the saintess is not dead? Perhaps she is merely feigning death. After all, she is the saintess of the great wilderness sect. The events transpired in the great wilderness, a realm separate from their own. And without first-hand witness, the notion of feigned death remains plausible. Anya shook her head. This is impossible, the saintess is indeed dead, of that I am certain. Are you certain? Subai queried. Yes. Subai cast a skeptical glance at Anya. She took a deep breath, meeting Subai's gaze, and spoke solemnly, the saintess of the great wilderness perished 5 years ago, ambushed by the Taoists, Buddhists, and the demon clans in that world. Subai's curiosity piqued upon hearing this. You seem well informed about this matter? Anya let out a cold laugh. Because it was our Federation's Taoists, Buddhists, and demons who executed the ambush, naturally, we are aware. Subai observed Anya as she spoke, sensing her agitation. Anya, recognizing her own emotional state, took a deep breath to steady herself. Subai stroked his chin thoughtfully. However, Han Feng did indeed say that on the night of next month's full moon, the saintess would descend into this realm. Anya shook her head once more. That is not just as she was about to dismiss this possibility again. She suddenly halted and turned to Subai. Are you certain Han Feng said descend and not come over? Subai furrowed his brow. I have consistently said descend. Anya's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, a realization seemed to dawn upon her, and she turned sharply, striding out of the hospital room. Anya's departure was swift. Before Subai and Su Meng could register her actions, Anya had already slammed the door behind her, leaving in a haste. Su Meng blinked. Sister Anya, what just happened? I don't know, Subai replied, shaking his head. Descend, or traverse? Is there a distinction between the two? Moreover. Subai lowered his head, stroking his chin as he pondered Anya's earlier information. The saintess of the great wilderness had indeed been assassinated by their Federation 5 years prior. Moreover, it was Federation members who had ventured into the great wilderness to carry out the assassination. What prompted such drastic measures? What had the saintess done to incite the Federation's resolve to traverse quantum space to eliminate her? Most intriguingly, Anya and her companions seemed particularly anxious regarding the saintess of the great wilderness. Subai furrowed his brow, initially hoping to glean insights about the great wilderness from Anya to dispel his confusion, only to find that while some mysteries about the great wilderness had been unraveled, even greater enigmas had emerged thereafter. Forget it, he decided. I shall not dwell on this for now. The main quest, the mystery of the great wilderness, dual moons on the same day, has been completed, and it is time to continue leveling up. For now, I shall focus on enhancing my level. The Meridian Realm. Level 30. It will not take long. Subai regained his composure, took a deep breath, and set aside his myriad of questions for the moment. He lifted the covers once more, intending to return to his novice village, the old factory community. Su Meng, observing Subai's actions, also snapped back to reality. Master, what are you doing? Discharging myself, he replied. But Su Meng instinctively attempted to push her master back onto the hospital bed. However, this time, Subai was evidently prepared, just as she was about to act. He had already thrown off the covers and risen from the bed. Su Meng pouted. Master, the doctor said you need to stay here for observation overnight. Subai chuckled heartily. Do not worry, I am perfectly fine. To assure her, he extended his right hand into a fist, and at that moment, the air around him crackled as if it were being explosively compressed. See? I'm doing splendidly. Subai raised an eyebrow, grabbed his clothes from the side, and headed towards the bathroom, not allowing Su Meng the opportunity to respond. That settles it, I'm discharging myself. Su Meng remained silent. After dressing, Subai visited the intensive care unit, standing at the door of his sister Su Wei's room. He glanced at his sister, lying quietly on the hospital bed, as serene as a sleeping beauty. The machines beside her bed beeped rhythmically. Just wait. Brother will soon reach level 30. Subai looked at his sister, who had been in slumber for 5 years, took a deep breath, and silently vowed to himself. Then, he turned and walked outside. Once he reached level 30, the game system's marketplace would unlock, and perhaps within it lay something that could save his sister. Exiting the hospital building, Subai approached the parking lot, opened the passenger door, and sat down, addressing Su Meng at the driver's seat. "Let us go." Su Meng opened her mouth, attempting to persuade her master to heed the medical advice, but upon realizing Subai's stubborn nature, she reluctantly started the car. Before long, as Su Meng drove away, they passed a familiar black SUV, leaving the hospital grounds. The SUV parked, and a man and a woman emerged, Zheng Sen and Gu Hongyu. Clearly, they had come to inquire about Subai's condition once more. However, upon their arrival at the ward, they found it already tidied up by the nurses. Zheng Sen and Gu Hongyu stood frozen in the doorway, bewildered. "Where is he?" The nurse, who was finishing up in the room, looked at the two standing at the entrance and curiously asked, "Who are you looking for?" Zheng Sen snapped back to reality. "Nurse, hello? Where is the person from this ward?" "Discharged." "What?" Gu Hongyu furrowed her brows and inquired, "When was the discharge?" The nurse, tidying up the removed sheets and duvet covers, glanced at Gu Hongyu and replied, "Just a moment ago, about 10 minutes ago." "Is there something wrong?" Gu Hongyu shook her head in response to the nurse's answer, saying, "No, it's nothing. Thank you, nurse." The nurse cast a peculiar look at the two, whose expressions conveyed urgency despite their verbal assurances of calm, yet chose not to elaborate further as she pushed the cart away from the ward. Zheng Sen and Gu Hongyu exchanged glances as they observed the now immaculate hospital room, both perplexed. "Wasn't he here?" Zheng Sen murmured. "What do we do now?" "Let's leave for now," Gu Hongyu suggested. After a brief exchange, they turned and exited the ward. Upon re-entering the elevator, Zheng Sen took out his phone and dialed their operations deputy supervisor, Su Bancheng, at the Homeland Security Bureau's Fengcheng Operations Command Building. Su Bancheng received the call from Zheng Sen and Gu Hongyu. He did not elaborate, merely responding with a brief acknowledgement, instructing them to return before hanging up. Moments later, Su Bancheng set down his phone and looked up at Anya, who had entered his office about 5 minutes earlier and was seated on the sofa. "Agent Su has been discharged," he stated. "Really?" Anya frowned upon hearing the news but nodded shortly thereafter. "I see." Noticing her reaction, Su Bancheng expressed curiosity. "You don't seem particularly concerned about Agent Su's absence from the hospital. Aren't you worried?" Anya turned to Su Bancheng with an expressionless demeanor. "Worried? Why should I be? Your niece happens to be his capable disciple. As long as she is by his side, I hardly see a reason for concern regarding his safety. If anyone should be worried, it would be you." Anya regarded the expression on Su Bancheng's face. With a Foundation cultivator and a Meridian Realm martial artist discreetly protecting him, those unaware of the circumstances might assume Su Meng to be a prodigious talent with an innate foundation, rather than someone with compromised roots. "Indeed," she continued. "Upon arriving at the hospital, I sensed those two presences, devoid of any hostility. Once I entered the ward and saw Su Meng, it became clear why they were present. They are undoubtedly sent by the Su family to protect her. When I learned that Su Meng was your niece, I assumed the Su family had abandoned her due to her compromised foundation," Su Bancheng remarked. "Impossible," Anya replied firmly. "We are not in the wilds. Even if Meng Meng's innate foundation is damaged, she remains a member of the Su family. The Su family does not adhere to such disgraceful customs. In the world of the wilds, among those prominent families, if a child is deemed to lack sufficient foundation at birth, they would be discarded without hesitation, deprived of any family resources. However, in the Federation, perhaps other families might operate similarly, but the Fengcheng Su family does not follow such disgraceful practices. As long as they are children of the Su family, they enjoy the same privileges, which pertain to both their living conditions and employment. Anya did not engage with Su Bancheng's statement, but instead shook her head and returned to the unfinished topic. What are your thoughts on the recent events? Su Bancheng retracted the smile from his face. The dual moons on the same day, infinite secrets of the heavens, the pathways open, and the arrival of the saintess? Anya nodded in agreement. Indeed. No wonder. Su Bancheng stroked his chin. Do you recall when I last mentioned my suspicion that Su Bai was not suffering from a depletion of vital energy? Anya furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Su Bancheng affirmed, I trust you, but I also believe in my celestial divination. After you left, I performed another calculation. And indeed, this time it was not an ineffective reading. Initially, I thought it was a coincidence, but this morning, you sought my readings again. In fact, I performed 2 calculations, one favorable and one ineffective. Anya narrowed her eyes. You did not mention this before. Su Bancheng, meeting Anya's seemingly perilous gaze, raised his hands in surrender. The first reading was favorable, while the second was calculated after you hung up. Subsequently, I visited my grandfather, as you know. He is not fond of modern technology, so I did not bring my phone. Anya shook her head. I have no interest in your grandfather. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Su Bancheng chuckled heartily, then, seeing Anya preparing to rise, quickly added, the celestial secrets have been obscured. Anya frowned. Obscured? By whom? Not by anyone in particular. Su Bancheng shook his head. Initially, my grandfather suspected that a powerful being had intervened to obscure the celestial secrets. However, he later concluded that this was a natural obscuration of the heavens. To quote my grandfather directly, he said, the celestial secrets have fled. If there are no celestial secrets, then naturally, one cannot divine them. Anya instinctively shook her head. In the next moment, she seemed to recall something and looked at Su Bancheng. Has the great wilderness's heavenly path begun to merge with ours? Su Bancheng nodded gravely. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, this is indeed the only possibility. After all, the subterranean paths of the great wilderness have been intertwined with the federal world for 30 years. Over the years, those awakening memories of their past lives as natives of the great wilderness serve as the best proof. The reincarnation of the subterranean paths between the great wilderness and the federal world has been completed. Naturally, the next step is for the heavenly paths of the two realms to merge. Once the heavenly path of the great wilderness integrates with that of the federal realm, the two worlds shall embark on a formal journey of fusion. And this is an inevitability. To be precise, even if they devised a way to prevent it now, some individuals within the federal world would likely oppose their efforts. 76. The innocent Su Bai caught in the crossfire. One fact remains clear: the federal world is devoid of spiritual energy. The notion of the resurgence of spiritual energy is fundamentally flawed. The emergence of spiritual energy within the realm of the Federation is attributed to the activation of a quantum spatial passage to the Great Wasteland 50 years ago by the Federation's Quantum Experiment Center. The opening of this conduit between the two worlds has facilitated the influx of spiritual energy from the Great Wasteland into the Federation. It is akin to two bottles of water. The Federation represents an empty vessel, while the Great Wasteland is a bottle brimming with liquid. Initially, these worlds existed in parallel, devoid of any interaction, until the passage united them. Consequently, the spiritual energy, which was nearly overflowing from the Great Wasteland, began to seep into the spiritually desolate Federation through this newly established channel. However, it is a universal truth that nothing occurs without reason, as the saying goes. No pies fall from the sky. Everything in existence has been preordained with a concealed price, awaiting the arrival of a certain day. That day refers to the moment when the first individual in the Federation awakens to their past life memories and discovers their previous existence as a being from the Great Wasteland. It is on that day that humanity realizes the cycle of reincarnation from the Great Wasteland has intertwined with the Federation. And the celestial order of the Great Wasteland is poised to merge with that of the Federation. The objective is clear: the celestial order of the Great Wasteland requires enhancement. And what could serve as a more fitting catalyst for such an upgrade than a world suffering from spiritual depletion and the absence of a celestial order? As the number of extraordinary beings in the Federation increases, the celestial order of the Great Wasteland can more swiftly converge with that of the Federation, culminating in a unified celestial order. This is an overt scheme. Unless the denizens of the Federation renounce the pursuit of extraordinary paths and cease to absorb the spiritual energy from the Great Wasteland, the fusion of the two realms will continue unabated. Yet, such a relinquishment is utterly implausible. If I had never witnessed the light, I could have endured the darkness. But having seen the light, how could I willingly return to the shadows? Thus, even though the Federation has begun to grasp this reality, they find themselves powerless to alter the outcome. Their only recourse is to accept this fate and, led by the spiritual and monastic orders of the Federation, initiate communication and negotiations with the powers of the Great Wasteland. As time progresses and more reincarnated beings from the Great Wasteland are uncovered within the Federation, plans to disclose this revelation to the public have been set in motion. The Infamily-S weaponry, developed in collaboration with the Federation's law enforcement agencies, is designed specifically for extraordinary beings below the 5th rank, stemming from this initiative. Nevertheless, such considerations lie within the purview of the Federation's high-ranking officials, not those of Su Bancheng and Anya. After discussing this matter, Su Bancheng turned to Anya and remarked, "If the merging of the celestial orders has indeed commenced, it elucidates why, despite our prior knowledge of the dual moons sharing the same sky, we have been unable to decipher its significance through celestial calculations." Anya furrowed her brow and inquired, "When is the full moon night next month?" Su Bancheng extended his right hand and calculated for a moment before arriving at a conclusion. "The 25th. December 25th? Indeed." Su Bancheng nodded. "If the information is accurate, then the full moon night next month will fall on the 25th. Coinciding with the terrifying event of the dual moons appearing on that very day, both the Great Wilderness's moon and our Federation's moon will be visible simultaneously." "Dual moons on the same day," Anya echoed, realizing that it referred to the moons of both realms. Initially, they had not considered this angle, but now, with the knowledge that the celestial laws of the Great Wilderness were beginning to merge with those of the Federation, this speculation arose naturally. However, the Holy Maiden of the sacred religion is already dead. Anya shook her head, still struggling to comprehend how a deceased person could return. Furthermore, the representatives of the Een sect from the Great Wilderness had personally visited the underworld, confirming that the Holy Maiden had only a remnant soul that escaped into reincarnation. How could she possibly reappear? Su Bancheng shook his head, equally perplexed about the machinations of the Great Wilderness sacred religion, lacking any clues. "The only thing we know for certain is that ever since Xiao Jingnan appeared in our world a year ago, he has been preoccupied with the dual moons on the same day affair. Thanks to Agent Su Bai, we have gathered some insights." At this point, Su Bancheng glanced at Anya and, with a smile, continued, "What Xiao Jingnan refers to as the dual moons on the same day signifies the descent of their Holy Maiden. And we now have a timeline, the 25th of next month." Anya nodded in agreement with Su Bancheng's assertion. In the next moment, Su Bancheng's eyebrows shot up, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes as he looked at Anya. "I think I may have discerned how the Holy Maiden of the Great Wilderness is to descend." Upon hearing this, Anya quickly turned her attention to Su Bancheng. "What have you figured out?" "Be patient," Su Bancheng replied, focusing on Anya. "We know that after Xiao Jingnan arrived in our world, he has been roaming throughout the Federation, correct?" Anya nodded. "Yes, so what? We have struggled to find any rationale behind Xiao Jingnan's behavior. However, could it be possible that his incessant wandering through the Federation is an attempt to locate the remnant soul of the Holy Maiden, which has entered reincarnation?" Are you suggesting that the Holy Maiden's remnant soul has reincarnated in our world? Yes. That is impossible. Anya resolutely shook her head. The Haotian mirror, crafted through the collaboration of Tao, Buddhism, and demons, can observe any extraordinary being that has reincarnated from the great wilderness into our world. If the Holy Maiden truly reincarnated here, do you think the Haotian mirror would remain unaware? Su Bancheng countered, while a typical soul reincarnation is indeed observable. Let us not forget that this Holy Maiden only possesses a remnant soul that has entered the cycle of reincarnation. Anya paused momentarily, her tone no longer exuding certainty. This possibility indeed seemed plausible. The Haotian mirror, crafted through the combined efforts of the Taoist sect, the Buddhist order, and the demon tribes, had been classified as a treasured artifact by the Federation upon its emergence. Every reincarnation of a transcendent being from the great wilderness had, without exception, been located by the Haotian mirror. What about the thin monkey? That one could be disregarded, as only the foundational cultivators of the Taoist sect, the of the Buddhist order, the demon core realm of the demon tribes, and the of martial artists could truly be deemed transcendent beings. Martial disciples, in contrast, were merely extraordinary in the eyes of ordinary humans, but did not qualify as true transcendent entities. After all, even in the Federation, the daily death toll exceeded 10,000 on average, and this was under the circumstances of a law-abiding society. In the great wilderness, the number of daily deaths would be at least double that. If every soul from the great wilderness were to be scrutinized, the Haotian mirror would have long since malfunctioned due to excessive usage. Thus, when the Haotian mirror was fashioned, it was designed to automatically filter out the souls from the great wilderness that were not transcendent beings. After reincarnation, transcendent beings had the opportunity to pierce the mysteries of their origins and awaken their past lives. Ordinary individuals, however, were entirely incapable of unraveling such enigmas. As for those from the great wilderness who were not transcendent but had undergone some cultivation, even if they awakened memories of their past lives, it was of little consequence. The Special Disaster Department of the National Security Bureau was specifically established to address such situations. Yet, as for the remnants of souls, Anya furrowed her brow and remarked, even if the remnant soul of this saintess were to reincarnate here, what difference would it make? After reincarnation, due to the fragmented nature of the soul, she would be a dim-witted individual. Although the cycle of reincarnation in the great wilderness had merged with that of the Federation, the heavenly laws had yet to align. The merged reincarnation process could not entirely cleanse the dust of past lives, which was why reincarnators from the great wilderness often awaken memories of their former selves. Similarly, due to the incomplete merging of the heavenly laws from the great wilderness and the prior absence of such laws in the Federation, the remnants of souls could not be fully completed by the power of the reincarnation cycle, rendering them incomplete souls post-reincarnation, destined to remain dim-witted. Contemplating this, Anya shook her head in dismay. The great wilderness sacred cult sought that ambitious saintess, not a dim-witted one. But what if they possessed secret methods to restore the soul of the saintess? What? Su Bancheng turned to Anya. Do you recall why, after we ambushed the saintess, it was imperative for them to verify her remnant soul's entry into the reincarnation cycle? Anya raised an eyebrow, seemingly grasping something. The holy fire rebirth technique? Su Bancheng nodded. The holy fire rebirth technique was a closely guarded secret of the great wilderness sacred cult and the origin of the cult's motto. The sacred fire shone brilliantly, illuminating with divine light. The cult possessed this esoteric technique, allowing even deceased disciples to summon their souls back and be reborn through the purifying flames of the holy fire. This is precisely why, 5 years ago, the inhabitants of the great wasteland insisted on witnessing the remnant soul of the saintess enter the cycle of reincarnation before they could be at ease. Only in this manner could the followers of the holy sect be prevented from utilizing their arcane techniques to resurrect their saintess. And now, Su Bancheng shook his head and remarked, if the heavenly Tao has yet to merge, the holy sect can indeed deploy this secret method. However, according to current information, next month, on the night of the full moon, when the two moons share the sky, the heavenly Tao of the Great Wasteland will manifest in the Federation. Therefore, even within the Federation, the Holy Sect could potentially reclaim their saintess through that remnant soul's reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Anya could no longer remain seated. They must not be allowed to restore their saintess. Do not rush, Su Bancheng replied, observing Anya abruptly rise from the sofa. He shook his head, adding, even if they locate that remnant soul's reincarnation, they still lack one essential element, a medium. A person of fortune who possesses ties to both the Federation and the Great Wasteland to initiate this ritual. With that, Su Bancheng shifted his gaze back to Anya, saying, now, you may feel anxious. Anya was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, a thought seemed to strike her. Su Bai. Success. The marketplace has been activated. Ding. Upgrade successful, level 1. Current level, 22. Ding. Upgrade successful, level 1. Current level, 23. Upgrade successful, level 1. Current level, 29. Ding. Upgrade successful, level 1. Current level, 30. As Subai disembarked from Su Meng's vehicle and returned to his novice village, the old factory community, he took a brief tour. Upon re-entering his home and shutting the door behind him, he discovered that his level had surged from 21 to 30. An impressive ascent of 9 levels. In that instant, a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar surge of warmth unexpectedly coursed through his body, igniting within him a sense of inexplicable vigor. The meridians opened, the pathways flowed. Yet, it seemed as though a thin membrane lingered, ready to burst with the slightest touch, yet it remained intact. The next moment, ding! Player level has reached 30, exiting the novice protection period, system readjusting. Please wait. Ding dong. System adaptation complete, now synchronized with the current world. New attribute module successfully imported. Players may check at their discretion. Ding dong. Detected player level at 30, activating lifestyle module and marketplace module. Subai felt a momentary blur before a system panel, reminiscent of the previous one yet imbued with a sense of novelty, reappeared before him. His first impression was that this new system panel seemed to be more comprehensive. At a glance, the panel's general structure remained unchanged, the left frame still contained a miniature, realistic version of Subai. However, unlike before when he merely bore the insignia of level 30, this time, atop mini Subai's head, not only lay the emblem of level 30, but beneath it, a small line of text proclaimed, Martial Apprentice Realm, Great Perfection. Could it be that the system has successfully paired him on its own? Subai settled onto the sofa, contemplating the newly manifested line of text. Ding! Detected that the player is cultivating the 9 transformations body refinement technique as a human cultivation method, to facilitate a more intuitive understanding for the player. The system has automatically matched it to the corresponding human cultivation realm in this world, however, this is for reference only. The player's true strength is still based on character level. Indeed. Subai mused upon the prompt that flashed within his retina. He couldn't help but commend the system for its thoughtfulness. After all, prior to this, he had been piecing together information from various sources to make estimations himself. Now, the correlation between level and the corresponding realm in this world was crystal clear and exceedingly straightforward. Yet, he had initially believed that level 30 corresponded to the Meridian Opening realm, only to discover that it actually aligned with the Martial Apprentice realm. Thus, he would need to ascend to level 31 to achieve the Meridian Opening realm? Subai stroked his chin, pondering this. Though he did not rush to rise and grind for experience points, after all, it was nearly 1 in the morning, and even in the bustling old factory community, the streets were devoid of life at this hour. Not to mention, venturing out in the dead of night to seek assistance from others hardly seemed like the actions of a rational individual. Shaking his head, he redirected his gaze to the right side of the panel. While the left side of the panel had undergone minimal changes, merely an additional realm description beneath the character level, the right side's attributes had undergone significant alterations. Before his eyes appeared, player, Subai. Title, Agent of the Phoenix City Police Department, 10 Deterrence against lawful NPCs in the Phoenix City region, level, 30 Character experience, 0 experience required for level up, 44. 000 stored experience, 4, 560, 000 stored experience level up explanation. When the player possesses upgrade experience, the excess can be drawn from stored experience until it is exhausted, at which point normal upgrade requirements will resume. This section, however, bore little change. If any, it was the increased experience required to ascend from level 30 to 31. Subai stroked his chin, scrutinizing the experience needed for this upgrade. Previously, the experience necessary for leveling up had risen in increments of 2,000, and now he calculated that if the base of 2,000 were to remain, then the experience required to elevate from level 30 to 31 should be 42,000, not 44,000. An increase of an additional 2,000 in upgrade experience? Hiss. Subai inhaled deeply. From what he could observe, it appeared that the experience required for leveling up increased by 2,000 for every 10 levels. Following this pattern, by the time he reached level 51, the necessary experience would soar to a staggering 146,000. Quite exaggerated. Nevertheless, upon further contemplation, he realized that, apart from his nearly 4 million in reserves, he merely needed to ensure a sufficient amount of experience to continue leveling up without encountering any bottlenecks. This realization brought him a sense of relief. After all, regarding cultivation, Subai was utterly clueless. However, when it came to acquiring experience, he could confidently assert that at 22 years of age, he possessed nearly 2 decades of experience in that domain. Moreover, he currently had access to a cultivation technique that allowed him to earn additional experience points, the 9-turn body refinement technique, which enhanced experience acquisition by 20%. With this newfound clarity, Subai redirected his gaze to the interface, where the changes in character experience were most apparent. Firstly, the 9-turn body refinement technique had been distinctly separated and placed under a category labeled Cultivation Techniques. Cultivation Technique, 9-turn body refinement technique. Technique quality, Gold current level, 5 maximum level, 9 current technique attribute bonuses, Constitution 10. Defense 20. Technique effects, increases character experience acquisition by 20. Each level up increases character constitution by 2 and defense by 4. Skills owned, skill name, mountain shattering force. Skill quality, Gold skill attribute, active skill category, offensive skill level, 10 skill effects, increases damage by 10 for mountain opening, 25 for mountain splitting, and 50 for mountain shattering. Passive effect, overall increases player's unarmed skills damage by 20. The techniques and skills had been distinctly categorized. His current skill, mountain shattering force, was now positioned below, with its attributes and category clearly delineated. As for other changes, there were no notable alterations. Next to the backpack icon, a new icon resembling an overlapping hammer and alchemical furnace, labeled Life, had illuminated. Subai clicked on it, revealing the furnace and hammer icons. Instinctively, he selected the furnace, prompting a notification to appear before him. Ding! Please complete the alchemy task, supplementary essence pill, before unlocking the life alchemy skill. Ah! He had forgotten that there was still a pill task pending completion. Subai then shifted his focus to the grayed out hammer icon. While the furnace icon provided a prompt upon selection, the crafting icon remained unresponsive. It seemed he had yet to reach the required level. The alchemy skill revealed itself automatically when he reached level 20. Similarly, the forging skill should likewise manifest at a certain level, allowing for the activation of a task associated with this life skill. Subai pondered this as he clicked on the life icon, which shimmered with golden light, resembling a scroll, indicating a new task available for acceptance. Current task list, main quest, The Mystery of the Great Wasteland Phase 1, twin moons on the same day. Completed. Phase 2, the origins of the Holy Sect. In progress. Task description. You have become aware of the existence of both the Great Wasteland and the Federation world, as well as the Holy Sect of the Great Wasteland. But do you truly understand it? Is it really the so-called evil sect? Task rewards. Character experience 20,000. Skill experience 20,000. Treasure refresh ticket 1 foot life task. Restore Yuan Dan task description. After reaching level 20, the life, alchemy, skill is unlocked. Players must concoct their first elixir according to the formula to successfully unlock the life, alchemy, skill. Task rewards. Unlock life, alchemy, skill. The origins of the Holy Sect? Subai mused as he reviewed the refreshed main quest, stroking his chin. Did the system imply that the Holy Sect was not truly an evil sect? People's worldviews often follow the whims of the masses. He had understood this since childhood. Right and wrong, good and bad, these notions are relative, lacking any definitive answers. Subai muttered to himself, not particularly concerned about the main quest, as long as it did not hinder his progression in leveling up. If he could disregard this main quest and directly ascend to level 100, he would still maintain his disinterest in the twin moons on the same day task. At present? Subai cast a glance at the upgrade button, which was not locked but dimmed due to a lack of experience. He shook his head and shifted his gaze to the task icon, which also shimmered with golden light, revealing an icon that closely resembled a gold ingot. The game shop. It had arrived. Subai raised an eyebrow, contemplating the shop icon that had unlocked upon reaching level 30. He took a deep breath and chose to click it open. His sister's condition of being lost in spirit. There was hope. Rank 78, nearly 3rd place. Name, Sue. Gender, female. Status, lost soul. Remarks, soul detached. Devoid of pain or sensation. In medical terms, this state is referred to as a vegetative state. As Subai accessed the shop, he gazed at the interface displaying a swirling animation of initialization, reflecting on his sister Sue's condition. At that moment, her status bar indicated she was indeed lost in spirit. The hospital staff had informed him that although they had exhausted every effort to save his sister, they could not ascertain when she might awaken. At that time, the chief surgeon advised Subai to brace himself psychologically. His sister, Sue, was highly likely to remain unconscious for the rest of her life. Consequently, relatives at the time urged the 17-year-old Subai to consider his own well-being and make a more pragmatic decision, to relinquish the attempt to save his sister. Rather than pouring all available compensation into an abyss of despair, with no visible hope or conclusion, it would be far better to utilize the funds to sustain his own life. However, how could he possibly entertain such a thought? She was his sister. The one he had watched grow up, the one who sweetly called him Guagua. He could never forsake her. Not even when the compensation ran dry and his meager police salary fell short. He would take on part-time work to ensure that his sister's medical care would not falter. Subai held no resentment towards the hospital, nor did he perceive it as a mere money-grabbing establishment. The hospital had already informed him of the grim possibility of exhausting funds without saving her life, a reality he had come to accept. The hospital could not save his sister. That was all right. I will save my sister myself. At that moment, Subai placed his hope in a system that had stalled at level 9, unable to progress due to the lack of a main quest. He firmly believed that if there existed any possibility in this world of saving his sister, it would undoubtedly lie within the system. At present, Subai's eyes sparkled. His breath quickened as he gazed at the game shop that appeared before him after 3.5 rotations. For so many years, he had relentlessly accumulated experience points, character skills, and amassed a staggering 2 million game currency. What was it all for? It was for this day. To ensure that when he discovered a way to rescue his sister, he would not be thwarted by insufficient levels, inadequate skills, or a lack of currency. Sister, wait for me. I will soon find a way to save you. Subai's breath quickened as his gaze settled upon the refreshed game shop. Before him, From left to right were weapons, armor, magical artifacts, techniques, skills, elixirs, miscellaneous items, and treasures, all laid out in a dazzling array. Without a glance at the others, Subai's focus honed in on the elixirs. With a swift motion, the categories of elixirs materialized before his eyes, a cornucopia of choices. Elixir name, 9-turn golden elixir. Quality, supreme price, 1 billion game currency. Description: this elixir was concocted by an unparalleled master. Upon its completion, radiant light illuminated all dimensions. 9 turns lead to divinity. A mere mortal consuming one will ascend in glory. Recipe name, 9-turn golden elixir. Quality, supreme level requirement, alchemy skill must surpass the supreme realm. Price, 500 million game currency. Description: should you possess confidence, you may attempt to procure this recipe and concoct it yourself. This price is solely for the recipe. It does not include the necessary ingredients, nor does it guarantee a success rate. Once sold, no returns or exchanges will be accepted. Elixir name, bewildering immortal pill. Quality, gold. Price, 100 million game coins. Description: this is indeed an elixir, yet it is a poisonous one. Embodying a form of cultivation technique. Consuming this pill enables the user to execute the lost immortal technique, which can sever the spirit from the body, deplete the essence, ensnare the form, and diminish the original vitality of the immortal, ultimately sacrificing the corporeal form. Recipe name, bewildering immortal pill. Subai gazed upon the myriad of dazzling elixirs. But upon noticing the prices, he felt an inexplicable sense of awe. He opened his mouth and directed his attention to a search bar above. Lost soul. After inputting the current status of his sister, he promptly clicked search. In no time, a multitude of elixirs and corresponding recipes vanished from view, leaving behind only a solitary pill along with 2 recipes. Subai raised an eyebrow and focused his gaze. Elixir name, Lost Soul Pill. Quality, red. Price, 200,000 game coins. Description: this is a poisonous pill. Upon ingestion, it can immediately separate the soul and spirit from the user, exhibiting a potent and instantaneous effect. A poisonous pill? Subai furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing at the remaining 2 recipes. This is not what I seek. Among the 2 recipes, one undoubtedly corresponded to the Lost Soul Pill, available for half the price at 100,000 coins. Yet this was not what he desired. The final recipe left Subai feeling somewhat anxious as he examined it closely after the search. Ding! Recipe name, Reviving Soul Pill. Quality, red. Level requirement, alchemy skill must reach an advanced level to concoct. Price, 100,000 game coins. Description: where there is a lost soul, there shall be a reviving one. Due to the peculiar nature of this elixir, the market does not sell the finished product, only the recipe. Required materials must be procured independently. And no success rate is guaranteed, players may choose according to their needs. He found it. Subai felt a surge of excitement upon swiftly scanning the recipe. He realized this was precisely what he needed and instinctively clicked purchase. The next moment, a notification interface instantly appeared. Ding dong. Detected that the player does not meet the requirements, purchase not permitted. Subai was taken aback. What? He then re-examined the Reviving Soul Pill recipe, only to notice the noted level restriction beneath its quality. Alchemy skill advanced level? What level am I at now? Subai frowned. Ding. Upon successfully unlocking the alchemy skill, the player's level defaults to a novice stage, and advancement to the next tier requires the successful concoction of a single elixir. Exiting the marketplace, Subai glanced at his life skills panel and, after reviewing his alchemy level, inhaled deeply as a notification sprung forth once more. Damn it! A curse escaped Subai's lips. The following day, just as dawn began to break, Subai opened his eyes, rose from bed, and after a brief wash, drove directly to a traditional Chinese medicine shop named Runhatang located on 33rd Street. Indeed, it was on that very day that Subai had inquired at numerous establishments. Not only learning what dragon heartgrass was but also discovering that an old friend of his seemed to know a seasoned herbalist who possessed this rare herb. However, as Subai drove towards 33rd Street, he noticed in his peripheral vision a black SUV trailing him at approximately 200 meters. His brow furrowed, he was being followed. He recalled having seen this black SUV when he exited Old Factory Street, parked precisely where Zheng Xin and Gu Hongyu had once been. If departing in succession was mere coincidence, then after traversing 5 blocks and 8 intersections, the persistent presence of the SUV behind him was increasingly dubious. Who is following me? Why? Thoughts raced through Subai's mind. He cast a glance at the Runhatang shop, which had just opened its doors, but remained composed. Making no sudden stops or accelerations, maintaining a steady speed as he passed by the pharmacy. At the next intersection, he turned right, heading onto 3rd Street, directing his course towards the precinct. Trailing Subai, the black SUV contained a male and female duo. The man, Zhang Hua, was a 6th-level martial artist, while the woman, Xu Ting, was a 5th-level martial artist. Like Zheng Xin and Gu Hongyu, they were members of the Special Disaster Response Team under the National Security Bureau. Zhang Hua, driving with precision at a 200-meter distance, observed Subai's vehicle, while Xu Ting, seated in the passenger seat, held a notebook in her hands. As Zhang Hua chewed on a betel nut taken from his pocket, he scrutinized Subai's car with a furrowed brow. Where is this guy headed? He pondered. Based on the trajectory, there was an 80% likelihood he was returning to the precinct. Heading back to the precinct? Zhang Hua mused. He could easily turn left onto Route 5 after leaving Old Factory Street and head straight back to his office. Xu Ting glanced up at the steadily moving vehicle and frowned. Do you think it's possible we've been detected? At this, Zhang Hua immediately shook his head. No way. Please. How could a mere junior officer possibly uncover our presence? Xu Ting cast a glance at Zhang Hua. Have you not reviewed his profile? What? Subai graduated from the Agent Academy with outstanding achievements, first in shooting, second in criminal psychology analysis, and third in tracking and counter-tracking. Pfft, only 3rd place. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hua raised an eyebrow. I achieved 2nd place. With a slight smile, Xu Ting responded to Zhang Hua, Subai's 3rd place is the 3rd highest in the history of the Agent Academy, which has seen over 500,000 graduates to date. Zhang Hua, 79, 1T you shake them off? As Subai's vehicle entered the parking lot of the 38th precinct, the black SUV, maintaining a standard distance of 200 meters behind, did not advance further. Shaner. By Gu LJ 4848. Upon exiting the elevator, Subai found Chen Shan, who had just arrived at the office and was booting up his computer. He revealed the license plate number of the SUV trailing him. Look this up. After taking a bite of his bun, Chen Shan nodded, placing his hands on the keyboard. But suddenly paused, glancing at Subai beside him. Wait, didn't you say you'd treat me to breakfast? I meant afternoon tea. All right then. Chen Shan shrugged and utilized the police department's system to connect to the vehicle management system. He entered the license plate number and clicked search. Soon, the details of the black SUV appeared on the screen. Jingzhou Labor Dispatch Company. Chen Shan looked at the displayed information and turned to Subai, the Department of Homeland Security? Subai nodded, indeed. While the black SUV's registration was under Jingzhou Labor Dispatch Company, they were aware that this company was merely a FAA for the Department of Homeland Security, which stubbornly refused to acknowledge its true identity, much like a stubborn duck. Chen Shan, intrigued, found another matter even more curious. But you mentioned afternoon tea. Yet you've never been in the office during that time. Subai, regaining his focus, smiled at the now aware Chen Shan and turned toward the office of Ba Paizhou. I know, if I'm not around, how can I bring you afternoon tea? No worries, 3 days will pass swiftly. Chen Shan's mind momentarily froze, and by the time he snapped back to reality, Subai had already vanished from his sight. Damn! Chen Shan opened his mouth, wanting to utter a curse. The Department of Homeland Security is tailing me? As Subai walked towards Ba Paijo's office, he pondered. If the Department of Homeland Security sought to inquire about the incident at the apartment building yesterday, they could have approached him directly regarding the case. There would have been no need for surveillance. No, this time, it seemed less like stalking and more akin to covert protection. Subai raised his eyebrows, recalling the previous day when Su Meng drove him back to the old factory community. He too had sensed, albeit vaguely, that someone was trailing them. The reason it felt indistinct was that Subai could not pinpoint its source, nevertheless. His intuition suggested that the pursuers bore no ill will and were not particularly focused on him. Given Su Meng's familial background, it was evident that the elusive observer was covertly safeguarding her. And what of the two individuals following him? Similarly, if their intent were malevolent, they would have had ample opportunity to intercept him. Yet, from the moment he departed the old factory community until his return to the bureau, these two maintained a consistent distance of 200 meters, taking no overt action. Covertly protecting me? For what purpose? Subai shook his head and pushed open the door to Ba Paijo's office. Bang! Ba Paijo, seated at his desk with a cup of goji berry tea in one hand and a bun that resembled charred coal in the other, paused momentarily. His gaze fixated on the fallen door latch. As Subai picked it up, he noted its abrupt fall and cast a curious glance at the uneven doorframe. Boss, why are you closing the door in broad daylight? What do you think? Privacy? But your lock is inadequate. I hardly exerted any force before it fell off. Just look at the doorframe, there's no extra space for a lock. How many times have I told you, knock before entering? Don't sweat the details. Subai waved his hand, tossing the bent latch into the nearby trash bin. He approached Ba Paijo's desk and glanced at the charred bun in front of him, regarding Ba Paijo with a measure of sympathy. Boss, your wife's culinary skills, after nearly 2 years, they haven't improved at all. Since I joined last year, it has been nothing but charred meals. You don't have any peculiar tastes, do you? Get lost. Ba Paijo snapped the lid of his lunchbox shut, inhaling deeply as he turned to Subai. Speak if you have something to say, otherwise, leave me be. Don't interrupt my breakfast. Subai chuckled and settled onto the sofa, observing Ba Paijo. The personnel from the Department of Homeland Security have been trailing me since I left this morning. I know. Ha? Subai looked up at Ba Paijo, who was savoring a sip from his goji berry cup. You are aware of this? Ba Paijo placed the cup lid back on. Of course. If the Department of Homeland Security is tracking someone, they wouldn't notify me first. It's not like I wouldn't get furious. Subai's gaze drifted upward, landing on the top of Ba Paijo's head. Name, Zhou Tianjin. Gender, male level, target level difference exceeds 5 levels, currently unavailable for viewing. Realm, target level difference exceeds 5 levels. Currently unavailable for viewing. Friendship level, target level difference exceeds 5 levels, currently unavailable for viewing. Ah! What level is this fellow, really? At level 10, it appeared as gibberish. At level 20, it was still gibberish. Now, at level 30, it still looks like a heap of nonsense. Surely, the level of this character cannot exceed 40. But if this individual were truly that high in level, why maintain such a solemn demeanor, always clutching a bottle of goji berries, never letting it out of his sight? Zhou Bapi, the stoic tiger. What merit does our 38th district have to boast of 2 legendary figures? Subai's mind was racing. In the next moment, he wondered, why? Zhou Bapi rolled his eyes and remarked to Subai, did I not mention that the Department of Homeland Security desires the Night Rose case? Subai nodded. You did. But what does that have to do with following me? How can it not be related? Aren't you looking to transfer to the Department of Homeland Security? Subai felt a jolt in his forehead. Join the Department of Homeland Security? Who would do that? He was baffled. Why abandon his position as the top investigator in the 38th district to become a mere rookie in an unfamiliar department? When did I ever say I wanted to join the Department of Homeland Security? Then why are you so fixated on the Night Rose case? This is my case. Subai raised an eyebrow. This is Feng City, we cannot allow any organization to surpass our police department. Joe Boppy nodded, congratulations. The Department of Homeland Security thinks the same. We manage Feng City, while they oversee the entire federation. Subai shook his head. No, Chief. You simply agreed to let them follow me? Joe Boppy shrugged. There is no law prohibiting the Department of Homeland Security from tracking you. I cannot find a reason to prevent their surveillance, and besides, you have nothing to hide. Pausing for a moment, Joe Boppy opened his goji berry cup. Seemingly struck by a thought, and looked at Subai. Do you have anything to hide? Of course not. Subai replied without a second thought. Even if he did. He had to deny it at this moment. Joe Boppy took a sip of his tonic, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. So, what's the problem? Isn't it obvious? I'm an investigator, and there's an inexplicable tail following me. How can I continue my work? Then just hand the case over to the Department of Homeland Security. Impossible. Subai immediately rejected the suggestion without a moment's hesitation. He had finally shifted his focus back to the Night Rose case. What if handing it over to the Department of Homeland Security led them to scrutinize Sun Chinya's death again? Subai turned to Joe Boppy. In any case, this is out of the question unless you give a direct order. If you say to give it, then I shall. I won't issue that order. If I did, what if you decide to abandon your duties later? I've worked hard to cultivate your skills and hope you continue to perform well. Joe Boppy. What did you just say? Nothing, Subai shook his head. Joe, with a skeptical gaze, cast a glance at Subai, who had just murmured something under his breath. He shook his head and sighed. I recall that someone achieved the third highest score in tracking and counter-tracking during their time at the Agent Academy. Upon hearing this, Subai looked up at Joe. Boss, are you implying? I said nothing, Joe replied with a faint smile, lifting his goji berry cup. I have seen academic prodigies toy with underachievers, but I've yet to witness an underachiever outsmart a prodigy. Subai, disregarding Joe's tea-serving gesture, sat on the sofa. Stroking his chin, finally grasping Joe's implication. Tracking, after all, requires a certain level of skill. While one cannot prevent the Homeland Security from tailing them, evading their pursuit is quite another matter. Joe maintained his posture of serving tea, observing Subai, who remained still on the sofa. With a sigh of exasperation, he placed the goji berry cup back on the table. Only then did Subai rise, offering Joe a slight smile as he turned to exit. All right, boss. I won't keep you from enjoying your wife's delightful breakfast. I'm off now. Joe opened his mouth, speechless and shaking his head in disbelief. As Subai opened the door, he nearly collided with Su Meng, who was rushing toward him. With quick reflexes, he extended his hands to steady her just before she would have tumbled into his arms. Su Meng, gazing at the chest of her master, felt a pang of disappointment. She was so close to falling into his embrace. Su Meng, what's wrong? Snapping back to reality, Su Meng looked up at Subai. Master, there has been a homicide at a traditional Chinese medicine shop called Renatang on 33rd Street. Ding. Task name, Renatang case. Subai. Upon their arrival once more at 33rd Street, the area surrounding Renatang was cordoned off, with police officers preventing onlookers from encroaching. Major Crimes Unit. Sir. One officer, initially mistaking Subai and Su Meng for mere spectators, was about to disperse them when he recognized Subai's credentials. He promptly saluted and opened the barricade. Su Meng expressed her gratitude to the officer and quickly followed her silent master. Su Bai entered the pharmacy expressionlessly, ascending to the second floor, where his gaze immediately fell upon a forensic expert crouched on the floor beside a corpse. The body, with its gray hair, exuded an ethereal presence. It was that of the elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Su Bai briefly glanced at the body before shifting his focus to a figure who, though unexpected, was indeed present: Anya, the esteemed officer from the Internal Affairs Department, who was not typically assigned to fieldwork. Upon entering, Su Meng's eyes widened at the sight of Anya, clad in fitted jeans and knee-high boots. "Sister Anya, what brings you here?" Su Bai also looked at Anya, inquiring, "Indeed, what brings team leader in here?" Anya's tone remained as cold as ever. "I reported the case." "What?" Su Meng was momentarily taken aback by Anya's revelation. "Sister An, you reported it?" Su Bai, though silent, shared her astonishment. Anya glanced at Su Bai before her gaze settled on the lifeless body of the old Chinese medicine doctor on the floor. "I had arranged to meet with Dr. Huang to collect something. I arrived here half an hour ago, and the pharmacy staff informed me that Dr. Huang was still on the second floor, likely still asleep. As I was pressed for time, I asked the staff to accompany me upstairs. Upon opening the door, we discovered he was already dead." Listening to Anya's account, Su Meng nodded, accepting it without suspicion. After all, Anya was one of their own. The field agents, unlike those in internal investigations, seldom doubted their colleagues unless absolutely necessary. Su Bai shared this sentiment. Having heard Anya's explanation, he refrained from further comments and instead focused his attention on the forensic expert conducting a preliminary examination of the body. "Old Su, what do you have?" "The time of death appears to be between 1 and 2 o'clock this morning." "I meant the cause of death." "Oh." The bespectacled forensic expert. Old Su rose, removed his gloves, and regarded Su Bai with a composed expression. "I cannot say." Su Bai frowned. "Cannot say?" Old Su instructed his 2 apprentices to package the body and turned to Su Bai. "There are no apparent external injuries. Therefore, to ascertain the cause of death, I will need to perform an autopsy before providing an accurate answer." Su Bai opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately shook his head. "All right, once the results are available, inform me immediately." His system allowed him to perceive the condition of every living entity, yet the deceased remained beyond his reach. Old Su nodded and beckoned his apprentices, who had finished packaging the body, to follow him to the van parked outside. Su Bai then shifted his gaze around the room. The sight before him as screens, ornaments, drawers were either askew or pulled wide open, giving the impression that a petty thief had rummaged through the place. Su Bai turned to Anya. "Was the room in this state when you arrived?" Anya affirmed, "Yes, upon seeing the body. I immediately secured the scene and did not allow anyone from downstairs to come up." Su Bai nodded in acknowledgement. Su Meng. "Master. Locate the last employee to leave yesterday and the first to arrive this morning." "Understood." Su Meng nodded and descended the stairs. Shortly after, she returned with a male staff member. The young man appeared somewhat apprehensive, yet his perceptiveness was commendable. He immediately recognized who held authority in the room and greeted Su Bai respectfully, "Sir." Su Bai offered a gentle smile. "Do not be anxious. I merely have a few questions. Were you the last to leave yesterday and the first to arrive this morning?" "Why, yes." "What time did you leave last night?" "Around 11. So late. What time does your shop usually close?" 8 o'clock. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, glancing at the male clerk. "See, the issue has arisen." The male clerk was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, looking up at Su Bai and hastily explaining, "Sir, this is not my fault. I stayed late because I had to wait for the boss to return. Typically, the shop closes at 8 in the evening, but the boss That seemingly ethereal Huang traditional medicine practitioner had an unexpected matter to attend to last night, which is why he asked me to remain until his return. Subai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Was there anything unusual about your boss's departure and return last night? No, the male clerk instinctively shook his head. In the next moment, a spark of realization lit up the clerk's face as he looked at Subai. Oh, right. When the boss left around 7:30. I remember he didn't take anything with him, but when he returned, he had a wooden box in his hands. I even asked him what it was at the time. What did your boss say? He said it was something a customer had reserved. Subai nodded subtly. Turning to the male clerk, did he mention which customer? The clerk pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, however, when I was leaving, the boss received a phone call, and I felt it must have been from that customer. Subai raised an eyebrow, looking at the male clerk. Is that so? The clerk affirmed, yes, because I heard the boss telling the person on the other end that they could come directly tomorrow to wait for him. Subai turned to Su Meng. Meng before he could finish, Su Meng had already nodded. Understood, master. I'll contact the telecommunications company to retrieve the call records. Subai nodded in agreement. At that moment, Enya, who had been observing like a bystander, cleared her throat and addressed Su Meng. Who was about to call the telecommunications company. Meng, don't bother. Su Meng turned around. Sister Enya? At that time, it was likely I who was on the phone with Huang traditional medicine. Subai waved his hand towards the male clerk, indicating that he could leave. The clerk felt no oddity, only relief, and swiftly exited the second floor. Once the clerk departed, Subai shifted his focus back to Enya, team leader in. Should we discuss this here or head back to the office for a cup of coffee first? Well, since you took my firearm this time, it's my turn now. Enya met Subai's expectant gaze regarding coffee but ignored it, continuing, I went to see old Master Su last night. I initially intended to obtain the dragon heart herb from him, but I arrived too late. Old Master Su informed me that the last dragon heart herb had already been given to this Huang traditional medicine practitioner. My dragon heart herb. The old doctor indeed acquired it. Wait a moment. What does Enya need the dragon heart herb for? Subai pondered quietly, observing Anya with an inscrutable expression. Su Meng furrowed her brow and inquired, my grandfather, Long Zinko. Anya, what do you need Long Zinko for? Anya shook her head. That is of little importance. What matters is that old Master Su mentioned that recently, a customer of Huang Zhongyi sought Long Zinko, which, when combined with other medicinal herbs, can precisely concoct the Buyuan Dan. Buyuan Dan. Su Meng's lips parted in surprise, her eyes sparkling. Is it true, Anya? The Buyuan Dan you speak of. Is it the same one I am thinking of? Anya smiled. What else could require Long Zinko if not the Buyuan Dan? Su Meng's eyes widened. Since her encounter with Lu San, she had learned of the extraordinary realm from her ordinary uncle and discovered the reasons behind her family's previous concealments. Although she often claimed to want to be with her master and indeed acted upon it, she secretly yearned for the extraordinary, to absorb the essence of wind and dew, to ride the clouds, and to command the winds. However, knowing that her grandfather had toiled for years without success to restore his foundation for her sake, she did not wish to burden him further, thus she feigned indifference. Yet the prospect of such an opportunity stirred her excitement. Just as quickly, her thoughts cleared. And she frowned. Wait, my grandfather has searched for so long without finding anyone capable of crafting Buyuan Dan. How did this Huang Zhongyi manage to find someone? Anya shook her head. It is not Huang Zhongyi who found this person, but rather this person who sought out Huang Zhongyi. Su Meng's eyes gleamed. Who is he? Even Subai, standing nearby, could sense the unspoken anticipation radiating from Su Meng. Anya shook her head once more. I do not know. What? Huang Zhongyi did not disclose the identity to me, citing customer confidentiality. However, he agreed that he would call this customer today, and I could wait here for their arrival. You all know the rest. By the time I arrived, Huang Zhongyi was already deceased, and the wooden box containing Long Zinko had vanished. Wah! Su Meng's mouth opened, the light in her eyes fading at a visible pace. I don't know. It's gone. Su Bai observed Su Meng's expression, contemplating whether to inform his adorable yet naive apprentice that he was indeed the individual Huang Zhengyi had sought regarding Long Xingkou. However, as he mulled this over, Anya's cold tone broke through. I suspect that the person who killed Huang Zhengyi and took Long Xingkou is this customer. Su Meng looked up at Anya, while Su Bai wore a bewildered expression. What on earth? What does this have to do with me? I was home alone from 3 to 4 this morning, nowhere else. So how could I have possibly come to kill Huang Zhengyi? Moreover, he is wealthy, he just borrowed 100,000 from Gaolan. It is inconceivable that someone with such means would resort to murderous acts for illicit gain. Su Bai found himself speechless, feeling as if he were merely an observer, only to realize that he had inadvertently become the focus of the spectacle. Furthermore, your suspicions lack any substantial evidence, do they not? Su Bai couldn't help but shake his head. Anya noticed the subtle movement of Su Bai's head and recalled his impressive track record from 2 years ago. Agent Su, what are your thoughts? If one were to consider the efficiency of case resolution in the 38th precinct, no. In the entire Fengqing Police Department, Su Bai would boldly assert that no one would dare claim the title of first if he himself were to be second. Had he not chosen to remain in the 38th precinct, the department would have long since promoted him to oversee major cases citywide. Hence, even Anya had to concede that if anyone could solve this case swiftly, it would undoubtedly be Su Bai. Su Bai met Anya's gaze and calmly remarked, your suspicion regarding this customer is plausible, however, what of the motive? According to your assertion, this customer merely sought to purchase the Longxin herb from Dr. Huang. Anya hesitated briefly and nodded, true, but at present, the primary suspect remains this customer, do you agree? Su Bai affirmed, if Dr. Huang was indeed murdered, then this customer certainly warrants suspicion. Damn! While Su Bai discreetly concurred with Anya, his mind erupted with frustration. He had just redirected the investigation of the Night Rose case towards the Night Rose herself, successfully diverting attention from Sun Xinya's death. And now, here we go again. Moreover, this case was different from that of the Night Rose, as he had had no direct contact with her prior. Thus, even if the Night Rose case were to be handed over to the Department of Homeland Security, he felt no trepidation about their ability to trace it back to him. But this case? When he had inquired, he had done so without any pretense, laying all his cards on the table. If an investigation were to be conducted on this customer, he would find it impossible to evade scrutiny. Should he just admit that the customer is himself? Su Bai pondered. The next moment, he dismissed that thought vehemently. It was not that he did not want to, nor that he could not, rather, he was uncertain of the repercussions that would ensue should he voice such a revelation. Su Bai despised situations that eluded his control. Nonetheless, he realized he ought to prepare himself for the inevitable revelation. Anya, observing Su Bai's silence after he spoke, assumed he was deep in thought regarding the case. She furrowed her brow and inquired, Agent Su, do you have confidence in solving this case within 48 hours? Su Bai snapped back to attention and replied, are you ordering me, Captain Anya? Anya shook her head. No, I merely wish to remind you that, if possible, it would be best to resolve this case within 48 hours. Why? The dragon heart herb is an exceptionally rare medicinal plant, and its storage conditions are exceedingly stringent. Beyond 48 hours, the active ingredients will dissipate. Is that so? Hence, I expressed my hope that the individual who took the dragon heart herb is indeed the customer in question. If the suspect is not that customer, and instead it is someone unaware of its value who has taken it, that would pose a significant problem. Su Bai furrowed his brow. Since old Master Su was able to procure a dragon heart herb, acquiring another should be relatively simple, should it not? If memory serves him correctly, during their time at the hospital, Su Meng had mentioned that her grandfather had harvested the dragon heart herb from the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. However, at that moment, Su Bai did not associate Old Master Su with the traditional healer Huang, for he was unaware that the old friend Huang referred to was indeed Old Master Su. Anya shook her head. Old Master Su has only this one dragon heart herb remaining, and harvesting it requires a journey to the 10,000 Great Mountains, which are currently. Now, the 10,000 Great Mountains, spanning from the south to the north of the Federation, have been occupied by the Demon Clan. Furthermore, according to the Federation's Accord, demons are not permitted to easily enter urban areas, and they have been granted dominion over the 10,000 Great Mountains. Thus, even for her, attempting to return to the 10,000 Great Mountains to procure the dragon heart herb is an arduous endeavor. After all, Anya shook her head. In summary, it is exceedingly difficult. Su Bai nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Understood. He has merely 48 hours to unravel this case, otherwise, the medicinal properties of the dragon heart herb will vanish, rendering him incapable of completing his alchemical task. Meng. Master. Have the patrol officers retrieve the surveillance data from this location back to the precinct. Understood. Su Meng nodded and turned to descend the stairs. Su Bai then addressed Anya. I am not fond of others interfering in my investigations, particularly those from the Internal Affairs Department. Moreover, I cannot guarantee that I will solve this case within 48 hours, even if I assure you that I will. I cannot promise that the dragon heart herb will retain its active properties. Anya nodded. I understand. Su Bai inquired, Team Leader Anya, is there anything else I need to be aware of? Anya shook her head. No. She did not disclose to Su Bai the true reason for her presence, as she deemed it unnecessary. If the dragon heart herb is recovered, then it could be mentioned. However, if it is not found, speaking of it would be akin to offering empty words after the fact. Su Bai glanced at Anya, nodded, and also turned to descend the stairs. He was determined to uncover which wretched thief had pilfered his dragon heart herb. Just wait, for this time, the cold-faced tiger will not relent. Once I capture you, you shall learn the true meaning of cruelty. To dare steal now, will you next attempt murder? No. A heavy hand must be dealt. 38th Precinct. Forensic Office. After Su Bai instructed Su Meng to retrieve the surveillance footage and seek out Chen Shan, he directly descended in the elevator to the forensic office located on the basement level. It appeared that every precinct's forensic office was invariably situated in the same subterranean tier. Was it perhaps due to the grounded nature of the basement? Su Bai pondered as he encountered the forensic expert, Old Su, who had returned earlier. Already donned in his attire and engaged in his work, Old Su was busy. Su Bai smiled faintly and approached the autopsy table. Casting a glance at the individual lying there, now exposed, any findings? Old Su paid no heed to Su Bai. Instead, he carefully held a specimen, placing it among the tools prepared by his assistant. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. This one appears significantly more appealing than the part from that 20-something young man. Old Su shot Su Bai a glance, gesturing to his assistant, then removed his gloves and proceeded toward his desk. How old is he? Su Bai followed closely. 72. The traditional Chinese medicine practitioner is named Huang Yangsheng, 72 years old. Su Bai had been taken aback by this information. After all, judging by appearances, the elderly practitioner seemed no more than in his 40s. Hearing this, Old Su regarded Su Bai with surprise. 72? What of it? His condition does indeed suggest a man in his 40s. Had he lived on, I wouldn't have been surprised to see him reach another 60 years. Isn't that 130? Indeed. Old Su pulled out a chair, sat down at side, and shook his head. What a pity. Su Bai nodded in agreement. It was indeed a tragedy. But then he shook his head, turning to Old Su, lamenting is futile now, the man has departed. Have you determined the cause of death? Old Su removed his glasses from the bridge of his nose. Looking at Su Bai, Do you wish to hear the forensic findings or my personal assessment? Subai blinked. Aren't you the forensic expert? Incorrect. Old Su's expression turned grave as he faced Subai, speaking earnestly. Do not conflate the forensic technicians outside with me, they are unworthy of comparison. I hail from a distinguished lineage of forensic practitioners. Subai displayed admiration. My apologies, I stand corrected. Seeing Subai's humble demeanor, Old Su softened slightly. Rising and guiding Subai toward the autopsy table where the elderly practitioner lay, continuing, if it were any other forensic technician, they would tell you that the deceased succumbed to a sudden cardiac event. Subai looked at Old Su, inquiring, so, what is your conclusion? He was murdered. Old Su stated. Moreover, it was a particularly cunning murder. Had I not frequently perused the ancestral texts of forensic knowledge, I might have been deceived. Deceived? Subai opened his mouth, eager to express that referring to this as an appraisal was rather inappropriate. However, after a moment's contemplation, he chose to remain silent. Old Su donned his gloves, meticulously restoring the skin of the deceased traditional Chinese doctor. He then grasped a magnifying glass and beckoned Subai over. Come take a look. He instructed. Subai approached and observed a minuscule pinhole, visible only under the magnification. He raised an eyebrow, questioning, a pinhole? Old Su nodded and shifted the magnifying glass to the side, directing it towards the vibrant but motionless heart that lay nearby. Examine it closely. Does it not possess a similar pinhole? Subai focused intently, and indeed, he discerned a conspicuous pinhole on the heart's component. Illuminated by the forensic expert Old Su's magnifying glass. Yet, upon removing the glass, the pinhole on the heart became nearly imperceptible, as did the one on the skin. Should someone happen to notice it, they would likely dismiss it as a mere speck. Impressive. The old man was no ordinary forensic expert, churned out from a production line. Subai cast a sidelong glance at the two assistants, fresh graduates from a medical school's forensic program, who stood by with nonchalant expressions, not engaging with Old Su's remarks. After all, Old Su was only 2 years away from retirement. While they were still young, aligning with him at this moment was acceptable. However, what about 2 years hence? It was prudent to prepare for future uncertainties. Subai stroked his chin and turned to Old Su. So, your conclusion is that someone injected something into the deceased's heart through this pinhole, resulting in a cardiac event that led to death? Old Su removed his gloves once more and nodded, affirming his conclusion. Correct. Now I understand, Subai replied, raising an eyebrow before inquiring, in your opinion, is this individual a professional or an amateur? Old Su shot Subai a glance. You must have missed my earlier point entirely. I stated that the forensic experts from outside would merely attribute the death to a pre-existing heart condition. Understood. Subai genuinely grasped the implication this time, chuckling lightly before turning to leave the forensic office. Thank you, Old Su. Soon after, Subai exited the elevator and made his way directly to the surveillance room. Su Meng was intently reviewing the store's surveillance footage alongside Chen Shan, their expressions serious and focused. Master, Su Meng called out, turning to face Subai as he entered. She quickly stood to offer her seat. Brother Shan and I have been watching, the store clerk did not lie. The footage shows that at 9:51 p.m. last night, Huang Yangsheng returned to the store carrying a wooden box, after which the clerk left. Subai waved his hand towards Su Meng, indicating that he would not take a seat, instead standing behind Chen Shan while observing the surveillance footage that was playing at double speed. Was that staff member the last person? Su Meng nodded in affirmation. Yes, after the staff member left, Huang Yangsheng lowered the shop's roller shutter, then brewed a pot of tea at the cash register. After finishing his tea, he went upstairs at 11:15. However, the second floor is Huang Yangsheng's living quarters, and there are no cameras there. When we arrived, the window near the stairs on the second floor seemed to be slightly ajar, not locked, right? Is that so? Su Meng pondered seriously, then appeared somewhat apologetic. Master, I didn't pay attention. Subai waved his hand dismissively. It's all right, I noticed. Su Meng was momentarily taken aback and glanced at Subai. She recalled that she had gone upstairs with her master and had been closely observing his every move. In her memory, Subai had merely scanned the area twice without particularly focusing on the window. Su Meng was somewhat astonished, muttering to herself, Master's observational skills are remarkable. Chen Shan, who was engrossed in the surveillance footage, spoke without turning his head, Don't take it to heart, your master was notorious for his exceptional memory back in school. He could memorize the layout and objects of an unfamiliar room in just 10 seconds. Su Meng's mouth fell open in admiration. Master, you never mentioned that before. Don't listen to that nonsense, it's not that exaggerated, Subai replied, lightly tapping Chen Shan on the back of his head. Are there any surveillance cameras around the shop? Chen Shan scratched the back of his head. No, I inquired with the municipal monitoring department. There was originally a camera at the back of the shop. But it was temporarily removed due to line renovations, it was just taken down the day before yesterday. Subai stroked his chin thoughtfully, then turned around. Pulled up a chair, squeezed next to Chen Shan, and gestured for Su Meng to sit down before addressing Chen Shan. Retrieve the deceased's family relations for me to examine. Chen Shan complied, minimizing the surveillance footage and accessing the system. After a few operations, the images of a 52-year-old man and a 30-year-old man, who bore some resemblance to Huang Yangsheng, appeared on the screen. This is Huang Xingyan, Chen Shan stated, first retrieving the photograph of the 52-year-old man. Huang Yangsheng's son. 52 years old, previously the deputy director of our Eastern District Public Hospital, passed away last November due to a sudden heart condition. Subai gazed at the photograph of Huang Xingyan on the screen. Another sudden heart condition? In the next moment, Subai said, Let's take a look at that younger man. Su Meng, overhearing this, asked, Master, do you have any leads? Subai acknowledged her question with a grunt but did not respond directly. Instead, he focused on the profile of the 30-year-old man that Chen Shan had retrieved. Chen Shan operated on the computer for a while, observing the information that emerged, Huang Yanqing, son of Huang Xingyan, grandson of Huang Yangsheng, 30 years old this year, divorced. Previously employed as the chief of neurosurgery at the South District Neurosurgery Hospital, dismissed last year. The reason for dismissal, failure to pay alimony to his ex-wife? Goodness. Subai furrowed his brow. How could his alimony obligations to his ex-wife concern the hospital? I must investigate. Chen Shan shared his curiosity, and after a thorough search, he soon uncovered the answer. His ex-wife had taken the hospital to court, claiming that she had requested the court to freeze Huang Yanqing's personal accounts. Yet the hospital disbursed salaries and bonuses in cash, thereby enabling Huang Yanqing to evade his alimony responsibilities, prompting the request to freeze his bank account. Subai fell silent. Beside him, Su Meng spoke up, a chief surgeon should earn a substantial salary, surely he wouldn't be unable to afford alimony for his ex-wife. Chen Shan glanced at Su Meng and returned to the computer, operating it once more until he found the divorce decree of Huang Yanqing and his ex-wife, along with the alimony ruling. The next moment, Chen Shan gasped in astonishment. Goodness! How much? 250,000 a month? What? Subai was equally taken aback upon hearing this figure. How could it be so high? What was his salary? 15,000. Subai fell silent at this revelation. Chen Shan shook his head, clearly unsettled. Well, I now have another reason to avoid marriage, if things go awry. I fear I might go bankrupt merely by tying the knot. The Federation does extend certain protections to women. For instance, after a couple divorces, the husband is required to pay a certain amount of alimony to the wife, which continues until she remarries. In other words, if the ex-wife never remarries, he must continue to pay her alimony, regardless of whether she has a new partner. This law is rather unfriendly. Subai shared this sentiment, which is why he preferred to discuss love without easily broaching the topic of relationships. Su Meng, observing her mentoress nodding in agreement, felt a bit anxious and interrupted. It can't be that exaggerated, this is merely an isolated case. By the way, why is his alimony so high? I recall there being regulations that determine it based on salary. Chen Shan snapped back to attention, gestured, and resumed typing on the keyboard. Shortly after, Chen Shan's eyes lit up. He found it. During the divorce proceedings, Huang Nianqing's ex-wife presented a document, which was a ledger Huang Nianqing had calculated with her at the time of their marriage, clearly detailing his acknowledged assets and the inheritance he would receive after his grandfather's passing, including a collection of rare paintings and calligraphy valued at over 100 million. According to the video files provided by his ex-wife, Huang Nianqing explicitly acknowledged in the footage that the rare calligraphy and paintings belonged to him, albeit stored under the care of his grandfather. Thus, Chen Shan remarked, turning to Su Bai and Su Meng. Shrugging his shoulders, the court deemed Huang Nianqing to have deliberately concealed his assets, accepting the evidence his ex-wife provided, and consequently ordered a maintenance payment of 250,000. As he spoke, Chen Shan shook his head. It was evident that the ex-wife had come prepared. Su Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed, she had evidently been well equipped for this. It was mere bluster on his part. He had mentioned it before. Therefore, Su Bai could comprehend Huang Nianqing's motivation for boasting, stemming from his desire to impress a charming lady, intending to convey that being with him would be advantageous. Little did he anticipate that the woman was no innocent lamb, but rather a cunning widow who had recorded his boastful declarations. How remarkable! Huang Nianqing had clearly encountered a professional black widow. However, proving her as such would be another matter entirely, as this black widow could assert that the assets he claimed did not align with his actual holdings, particularly concerning certain priceless antiques and artworks. The ownership of such items is not easily established, and while Huang Nianqing may have admitted to lying, there is no guarantee that he himself is not lying again. After all, evidence indicates that he verbally claimed those items as his, albeit temporarily stored with his grandfather. The court cannot ensure that after the divorce, he did not persuade his grandfather to assert that those items were never his. Moreover, the so-called antiques and paintings were inherited from the family, lacking any formal property documentation. Naturally, the court would lean towards the testimony of the party providing valid evidence. After expressing his thoughts, Chen Shan shook his head once more, declaring, "In this lifetime, I would never marry, not even under duress." Su Meng opened her mouth, glancing at her mentor, and upon noticing signs of agreement on his face, she immediately sought to interrupt. Her mentor should not harbor such thoughts. However, Su Bai shook his head, looking at Su Meng. "It's him, let us go apprehend him." Su Meng. "Let him marry, that's enough." The head of neurosurgery. Dismissed. Required to pay his ex-wife 250,000 in maintenance each month. Capable. Motivated. Upon merely observing Huang Nianqing's profession, Su Bai instinctively deemed him the suspect, and upon reviewing the subsequent information, he felt no inclination to reconsider. It must be him. Possessing capability already raises suspicion, especially when one also has motive. Huang Nianqing's level of suspicion had reached a critical peak. Buzzing with determination, Su Bai drove, reaching a speed of 80 miles per hour, swiftly taking Su Meng away from the precinct's entrance and heading towards Huang Nianqing's residence. His home was also situated in the eastern district, not far from their precinct, a drive of less than half an hour. Originally, Huang Nianqing resided in the central urban area. But, given the divorce, who would have thought that his ex-wife possessed such high standards, compelling him to pay a staggering monthly alimony of 200,000, and even taking away all his properties? Consequently, Huang Nianqing found himself residing in an old house that had long been vacated and was now devoid of inhabitants. As for why Huang Nianqing did not return to live with his father, Huang Shengyang, or his grandfather, Huang Yangsheng, the situation was complex. Meanwhile, Chen Shan, while assisting Su Bai in tracking Huang Nianqing's phone signal, was engrossed in perusing documents in the monitoring room. A tabloid had previously followed this matter. And according to its reports, after his ex-wife presented recordings of him in court, Huang Yanqing's father, during an interview, declared that he had severed ties with him, stating that as an adult, he would not provide a single cent for him. Su Bai shook his head, remarking, "If I were in his position, I would do the same. No, if Huang Yanqing were my son, not only would I refuse to give him any financial support, but I might also feel the urge to start anew with a different son." Incredible! An alimony of 250,000 a month amounts to 2 million a year. What is the average salary in Fengcheng? It is likely that the average annual income does not even reach 200,000. Chen Shan grew increasingly anxious, thinking, "Forget it. I might as well look for benefits online. Marriage seems utterly impossible for me now. If things go awry, I might end up with no money even to buy a toy." Su Bai jested, "A toy? I fear that by then, you might lose interest altogether." Observing this, Su Meng quickly interjected, "Master, we're approaching the location." Su Bai glanced at the old-fashioned residential complex not far away and nodded. "The signal hasn't changed, has it?" "No." "Good." Su Bai halted the car, ended the call with Chen Shan, and opened the car door, saying, "Let's go apprehend him." Su Meng felt a wave of relief and unbuckled her seatbelt, stepping out of the car. She feared her master might be swayed by Chen Shan's words to declare that he would never marry. That simply wouldn't do. How could her master not marry? Su Meng pondered as she exited the car, scanning her surroundings before pointing at the weathered exterior wall of an old 9-story building labeled B3. Its paint peeling and showing signs of neglect. "Master, over there." Su Bai withdrew his gaze from behind, nodded, and together with Su Meng, they made their way toward building B3. Before long, they reached the 3rd floor. Su Bai and Su Meng climbed the stairs, and upon arriving at the 3rd floor, his eyes fell upon the door of room 301 on the left. Su Meng stepped forward and knocked on the door. No answer. "Master, allow me." "All right." Su Meng stepped aside, and Su Bai approached the door lock, producing a paperclip from his pocket. Su Meng's eyes widened in astonishment. "Master? My goodness! How many hidden skills does my master possess that I am unaware of?" Just as her words fell, a click echoed as the door successfully unlocked, leaving Su Meng agape in disbelief. Su Bai tucked the paperclip into his pocket and, while pushing open the door, cast a glance at Su Meng, whose face was filled with astonishment. Unable to resist, he reached out and gently ruffled her hair. "Want to learn? No problem. Whenever you have the time, just tell me what you wish to learn, and I shall teach you. These are merely trivial tricks." To put it succinctly, throughout his 2 decades of diligently acquiring character experience, skill points, and in-game currency, he never shied away from any task, never one to be picky. The skill known as one-click unlock was nothing more than a minor ability he had amassed over the years, one he would ordinarily not even spare a glance. Su Meng's large eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Master." Su Bai retracted his right hand. "Let us go." Su Meng nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. The next moment, as soon as Su Meng stepped into the room, she could not help but cover her nose. "Oh my, it's so foul. What is that smell?" Su Bai remained silent, surveying the living room where instant noodles lay uneaten on the coffee table, a sight accompanied by a plethora of trash strewn across the floor. Had he not known whose home this was, he might have thought he had stumbled into a hoarder's lair. No! Even the tiddiest of hoarders would likely maintain a space less chaotic and odorous than this. Su Bai's gaze fell upon several wriggling little insects on the coffee table. It was December, for heaven's sake. He fought against the discomfort brought on by the sight and quickly focused on a narrow pathway leading to what appeared to be the only habitable room. There, he noted. Su Meng, following closely behind, released her hands, took a breath, and immediately covered her mouth once more. The stench was unbearable. She felt as though the foulness had seeped into her very being. Subai, unfazed, approached the door of the room, pushed it open, and beheld a solitary mobile phone resting on the bed, which was relatively clean. His eyebrows arched in curiosity. Just then, a voice echoed from outside, "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" Turning her head, Su Meng beheld a middle-aged man, freshly groomed, standing at the door with two bulging shopping bags in hand. His expression decidedly displeased. Realization struck her. "Huang Nian," she began, but her words faltered as she was once again overwhelmed by the stench. And she covered her mouth to stifle a gag. The man at the door was indeed Huang Nianxing. Hearing the commotion, Subai stepped out of the bedroom, his gaze locking onto Huang Nianxing and his head. Ding! Name, Huang Nianxing, read. Gender, male, friendship level, 101, a heart with gaps, indeed. He had not erred in his pursuit, the system's prompt confirmed that he had come to the right person. In the 2 years of his work as an investigator, Subai had only encountered elusive evidence and had never apprehended the wrong suspect. With a smile, he approached Huang Nianxing, who stood at the doorway. Huang Nianxing? It's me. But who are you? Fengcheng Police Department. As Huang Nianxing listened to Subai's introduction and observed the identification card Subai retrieved from his pocket, he was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, Subai distinctly noticed the expression on Huang Nianxing's face, which had initially been filled with confusion and anger due to the presence of a stranger in his home, swiftly transform into one of terror, fear, and panic. In less than the blink of an eye, the look of dread completely overtook Huang Nianxing's features. Startled, Huang Nianxing instinctively hurled the 2 bags of newly purchased essentials he had intended for a fresh start at the nearest person, Su Meng, and then turned on his heel to dash down the stairs. Subai stepped forward, grasping Su Meng's right arm and pulling her into his embrace, twirling her around in the process. The sound of the shopping bags crashing against Subai's back echoed as they fell to the nearly impassable floor, spilling tomatoes, cucumbers, and cut winter melon. It seemed that Huang Nianxing had decided to forego instant noodles from that day onward. Are you all right? I'm fine. Su Meng, cradled in Subai's arms, shook her head. For some reason, nestled against her mentor, she found the air around her suddenly less offensive. Subai released her. But in the next moment, Su Meng's expression shifted again as she covered her mouth. All right, this wretched smell is creeping back into my nostrils. Thundering down the stairs, Huang Nianxing flung open the iron door at the building's entrance and sprinted desperately towards the outside of the community. It wasn't until Huang Nianxing had raced more than 100 meters from the building that Subai emerged alongside Su Meng. Glancing at the nearly escaping Huang Nianxing, Su Meng turned to Subai, who appeared unhurried. Master, aren't we going to chase him? Subai shook his head. No need. Why not? Look. Subai smiled, raising his hand. Su Meng quickly followed his gaze. Just as Huang Nianxing, in a frenzy and flailing his arms, was about to exit the community, a man with a band-aid on his nose leapt out from a nearby car and forcefully pinned Huang Nianxing against a wall. Su Meng's eyes widened. Master, isn't that the bleeding investigator whose nose you broke? Subai chuckled softly as he and Su Meng walked toward the exit. Meanwhile, Huang Nianxing, pinned against the wall, shouted in a frenzied and desperate tone, "Let me go! I didn't kill anyone, let me go!" Subai's gaze settled on the white SUV from which the bloodied agent had just emerged. In the next moment, the rear door swung open, and the ethereal Anya stepped out, her expression as frigid as the winter air. As Subai observed Anya's entrance, his face bore no trace of surprise. A knowing smile graced his lips, as if he had anticipated her arrival. He had sensed her presence the moment he exited the vehicle. This time, trailing behind him was not merely a vehicle masquerading as a labor dispatch company, an entity of the Department of Homeland Security, but also a poorly equipped white SUV dedicated to surveillance. Subai's discernment of the tracking technology indicated that it was operated by an individual whose proficiency in tracking and counter-tracking was barely adequate. Thus, it was likely a member of the Internal Affairs Oversight Department. Team leader and, he chuckled softly, his gaze lingering on Anya, his expression imbued with an elusive meaning. Seeing you here, I cannot help but feel utterly unsurprised. How ironic, we had agreed you would refrain from intervening, yet here you are. It seems the more beautiful a woman, the more adept she is at deceit. Anya's skill in this regard had reached a level where she could fabricate lies with her eyes wide open. Anya chose to disregard Subai's jest. Casting a glance at Huang Yanxing, who was being pinned against the wall by the bloodied agent, his frantic self-incrimination echoing in the air. Have you found what you were looking for? She inquired. No, Subai replied, shaking his head, his gaze shifting back to Huang Yanxing, who struggled against his captors yet remained immobile. Huang Yanxing was indeed murdered by him, but he may not have been the one to take the item in question. This Huang Yanxing possesses a compelling motive for murder, yet lacks any incentive to steal. The rationale is simple: he is the grandson of Huang Yansheng. With his father, Huang Shengyang, already deceased, upon the death of his grandfather, all assets would automatically be bequeathed to him. In such circumstances, Huang Yanxing would have no need to draw attention to himself by acquiring anything, he could simply await his inheritance. Upon hearing this, Anya furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze fixed on Huang Yanxing. An hour later, the door to the interrogation room swung open. Anya emerged, followed by Huang Yanxing, who sat in the interrogation chair. His demeanor appearing decidedly off-kilter, expression vacant, resembling that of a simpleton. Anya closed the door behind her and turned to push open the door to the adjacent observation room where Subai and Su Meng were seated. Su Meng was still reeling from the recent revelation that upon Anya's entry into the interrogation room, Huang Yanxing, who had initially protested vehemently, repeating phrases like "I didn't kill him and I know nothing," had transformed into a marionette, recounting the details of his crime in stark honesty. This individual had not only confessed to murdering his biological grandfather, Huang Yangsheng, but had also voluntarily divulged information regarding another case. His father, Huang Shenyang, was, in fact, also a victim of his own hand. What a revelation! Su Meng could not help but exclaim, momentarily rendered speechless, unable to conjure any fitting adjectives to encapsulate the gravity of the situation. If Chen Shan were present, upon hearing this, he would likely be utterly disillusioned with the concept of marriage. Not even the threat of death would compel him to wed. Upon Anya's entrance, she stood beside Subai, gazing through the one-way glass at Huang Yanxing, who still bore a look of bewilderment. Subai cast a glance at Anya. What ails him? He inquired. He is merely in a daze, he'll recover shortly. When did you administer the drug? Subai furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Anya. From that source over there. Is its efficacy truly so remarkable? Do you have more? This drug is exceptional, she affirmed, her cold gaze fixed on him. It surpasses the effects of the great memory restoration technique he typically employs. His technique has its flaws. If one is not meticulous, any remnants may be exploited by the opposing counsel. Yet, for the past 2 years, Subai had exercised utmost caution, ensuring no trace remained when employing his method. However, the hassle was undeniably burdensome. If he could achieve results like Anya, it would be considerably simpler. Would you desire some? Is it available? Indeed. Anya nodded, her icy eyes scrutinizing Subai. Where is your current girlfriend? I currently have 3. Subai began, but then a jolt of realization coursed through him. Narrowing his eyes, he turned to Anya. What did you just do? He reflected on the sensation he had just experienced. Subai was baffled as to why he had instinctively responded to her inquiry. Remembering only that Anya had posed a question, prompting an impulsive desire to answer. Had it not been for the sudden chill in his mind at the moment he began to speak, he might not have grasped the situation so quickly. Beside him, Su Meng was astonished. Master, you have 3 girlfriends now? Anya regarded Su Bai in silence. Dating 3 girlfriends simultaneously? Truly impressive, Agent Su. Su Bai's lips twitched slightly. Let us not divert the topic, Directorin. What was it that you did to me? Anya shrugged. You may interpret it as my charm. No one can resist the allure of a 9-tailed fox. At least, it had been so until this point. Su Bai winced at her response. Just as he was about to continue, his gaze shifted back to Huang Nianqing seated in the interrogation room, prompting a change in subject. He did not speak falsely. I have stated before. Su Bai, still pondering the implications of Anya's previous statement, glanced at her and shook his head. He possesses a motive for murder, yet lacks any incentive to steal. Huang Nianqing's intention was for his grandfather, Huang Yangsheng, to experience a sudden heart attack, much like his father, allowing him to inherit wealth discreetly without drawing any suspicion. However, it seems Huang Nianqing never anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner. This was evident from the transformation of Huang Nianqing's expression, which displayed a complete lack of preparedness after Su Bai introduced himself. While Huang possessed the audacity to commit murder, he seemed utterly unprepared for the eventuality of an investigator arriving at his doorstep. Su Bai recalled the information he had recently unearthed in the surveillance room regarding Huang Nianqing's father, who had succumbed to a sudden heart attack. He pondered the words of the forensic expert, Old Su, who would undoubtedly recognize this as a case of the deceased suffering a cardiac episode. Truly, he hailed from a lineage of coroner expertise. Su Bai contemplated whether he should pay a visit to Old Su's residence to peruse the coroner's manual, hoping to glean some of that knowledge for himself. In the event that Old Su retired, it would be prudent for him to be equipped to handle similar cases independently. Anya was oblivious to Su Bai's musings and furrowed her brow. If the items were not taken by Huang, then who had claimed the Longxing grass? Upon hearing that Su Bai had left with Su Meng, her first instinct was that Su Bai had identified a suspect, hence his departure with the investigator. Although Anya was mentally prepared for Su Bai's swift resolution, she was nonetheless astonished that, from the moment of the incident until now, nearly 3 hours had passed, he had already uncovered a lead. However, Anya had presumed that capturing this suspect would lead them directly to the Longxing grass. To her surprise, while they had indeed apprehended a suspect, the outcome diverged from her expectations. The individual, Huang Nianqing, had committed the murder, yet the item in question had not been taken by him. Anya's gaze flickered with uncertainty. In the next moment, she refocused her attention on Su Bai. Investigator Su, do we have any leads regarding that customer? Was team leader and still suspicious of that customer? Yes, Anya nodded, presenting her rationale. Perhaps Huang had contacted that customer, who, unable to wait until the following day, rushed over upon receiving the call and, upon arrival, unexpectedly discovered Huang's lifeless body, leading them to seize the Longxing grass. Su Bai shook his head. That seems unlikely. Why so? We've contacted the telecommunications company and retrieved Huang Nianqing's call records. Last night, aside from your conversation with him, there were no other calls. Su Bai stated, feeling a small sense of relief within. He was indeed speaking the truth. Huang Nianqing had his mobile number. If Huang had attempted to call him last night, he mused that he would have had no other recourse but to speak the truth. As he considered this, he looked at Anya, who remained fixated on the customer, and remarked, moreover, your suspicion lacks substantial grounding. Anya furrowed her brow, turning her gaze toward Su Bai. Su Bai remarked, if that dragon heartgrass was indeed taken by the customer you mentioned, according to Huang Nianqing's account, the wooden box was merely placed on the desk on the second floor. The customer could have simply taken the dragon heartgrass without necessitating the scene to appear as though it were a burglary. Listening to Su Bai, Su Meng turned to Anya and nodded. Indeed, Sister Anya, Master has a point. Anya glanced at Su Meng before addressing Su Bai. If it wasn't this customer, then who? What should we do next? How do we investigate? Subai shrugged. We wait. Anya frowned. Wait? Yes, wait. Subai nodded. Then shook his head with a chuckle. In truth, this case is quite comprehensible. There is nothing particularly remarkable about it. If anything stands out, it is merely a matter of coincidence. To put it simply, the murder involves one individual, while the theft pertains to another. Huang Yanqing, burdened by exorbitant alimony, was driven to bankruptcy by his ex-wife's lawsuit. Rather than contemplating harm against her, he resorted to drastic measures to inherit his family's fortune by eliminating his father and grandfather. This might sound preposterous, yet the suspect, Huang Yanqing, has already confessed to it. Thus, there is no fault to be found in the murder case. What remains is the theft, which is equally understandable. Let us not forget that Chen Shan mentioned last year, Huang Yanqing's divorce case was quite the sensational news. Not solely due to the staggering monthly alimony of 250,000 yuan, but also because he possessed a collection of rare and priceless artworks worth over 100 million. In tumultuous times, treasures become even more coveted. Moreover, we are discussing a collection valued at an astounding 100 million. While the onlookers may merely express their astonishment at the exorbitance, for certain circles, the implications run deeper. Ordinary individuals might only harbor envy. But these specific groups likely ponder how to convert that envy into opportunity. The delay in their actions could be attributed to the robust security measures of Huang Yanqing's shop, coupled with the high-definition surveillance cameras positioned at all four corners. Most crucially, Huang Yanqing's habitual presence at the shop left little opportunity for the lurking thieves. However, recent changes in the wiring have resulted in the closure of the rear door's surveillance, possibly reigniting the ambitions of these petty thieves and robbers. When it comes to patience, these thieves are indeed among the most astute. Perhaps last night, a small-time thief, inadvertently observing Huang Yanqing, became intrigued and decided to follow him. Afterward, he crouched in a corner, listening to the sounds emanating from within. Once Huang Yanqing departed, the thief stealthily entered through an unlatched window, ransacking the valuables on the second floor. To the thief's mind, Huang Yanqing was not the one he had killed, even if the police were notified. They would investigate the cause of Huang Yanqing's death. Subai leaned towards this possibility. After all, Huang Yanqing had a motive for murder but lacked a motive for theft. As for Subai, he possessed a motive, yet he had a solid alibi. He had remained at home the entire night, going nowhere. Anya listened to Subai's analysis, wanting to interject, but after a moment's thought, she felt somewhat perplexed. Could it really be that simple? Subai chuckled. Directorin. While you may consider Long Zinco to be of great value, not everyone is aware of this. Moreover, from the perspective of internal affairs investigators, many cases appear quite complex. However, in the eyes of us frontline professionals, 90% of cases are rather straightforward. The motives are clear-cut, and the suspects are equally obvious. There are not as many high IQ crimes as one might think. Even if such crimes exist, should the right person be apprehended and brought back to the precinct, a session of memory recovery will invariably compel even the most cunning suspects to kneel and confess without exception. Anya pressed her lips together and nodded. So what comes next? Close the case, Subai replied. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, as soon as the workday began, major media outlets in the Eastern District received an invitation from the 38th Precinct. In a flurry, reporters hurriedly grabbed their cameras and rushed to the second-floor media reception hall of the precinct. Soon, the precinct's press liaison, dressed in a conspicuous white uniform and carrying a statement, approached the stage with a smile, addressing the gathered journalists to announce the results of the investigation. The suspect, Huang Yanqing, driven to desperation by exorbitant alimony payments, had attempted to orchestrate an accident to kill his grandfather, Huang Yansheng, in hopes of inheriting a substantial fortune. In a remarkable turn of events, the lead investigator of the 38th Precinct, known for his detective prowess within the Fengcheng police station, Subai, uncovered the case's clues in under 3 hours, successfully apprehending the suspect, who confessed to the crime. During the interrogation, they unexpectedly discovered another case of accidental death linked to him. Huang Shengyang, who had also been deemed a victim of sudden cardiac arrest last year, had similarly fallen prey to the same method of murder employed by Huang Nianqing. Of course, further clues related to the case were still under investigation. Following the announcement, the media reporters filling the second floor wore expressions of collective astonishment. In the next moment, at nearly the same moment, numerous journalists became acutely aware of the unfolding situation, eagerly raising their hands, their expressions brimming with excitement and fervor. A momentous news story, undoubtedly deserving of the front page, had emerged. In an instant, reporters clamored to be acknowledged, gazing with a hint of longing at the beautiful news liaison on stage, vying for her attention. The commotion from the second floor was audible even within the confines of the Major Crimes Unit's office. In the lounge, Subai stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, conversing on the phone. Master, Su Meng entered, cradling 2 steaming cups of freshly brewed milk tea, handing one to Subai. Wow! There are so many media reporters on the second floor. Subai ended the call, accepted the tea with a grateful nod, and ambled over to a nearby sofa, settling down with a smile. It's quite normal, after all, this case is far from ordinary. Throughout any era, the murder of one's own kin will always provoke a sensation. Su Meng, clutching her tea, took a sip and gazed at Subai. I see you seem entirely unfazed, master. Subai chuckled. Neither are Chen Ping and the others. Once you embark on your own investigative journey after your apprenticeship, you'll realize this case scarcely qualifies as shocking. Su Meng blinked. Then, master, could you share with me the most astonishing case you have handled? Subai furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a brief pause, he recalled an incident from the previous May. Last May, I apprehended a 15-year-old suspect who murdered 2 classmates. Su Meng's mouth fell open. 15? That seems similar to this case, apart from the age. Different in nature, Subai corrected. Huang Nianqing was motivated by financial gain. Do you know the motive behind this 15-year-old's actions? Su Meng shook her head. What was it? Subai's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at her. It was simply a bet. He wagered with someone that he could kill his parents, and that was all. Su Meng's pupils dilated in disbelief. Just because of a bet? Indeed. Su Meng's expression morphed into one of incredulity. What happened next? At 15, he could only be sent to a juvenile detention center, right? Subai shrugged. Reclining against the sofa, taking a sip of his milk tea. He never made it to a juvenile facility. Su Meng's eyes widened. They didn't release him, did they? Subai waved his hand dismissively. He died. Ah. Yes, he died. Su Meng blinked rapidly. How did he die? Subai shook his head. At that time, the case was still progressing through the legal system, and the holding room at the precinct was overcrowded. I temporarily placed him in Fengcheng prison for one night. And the next day, the prison informed me that he had hanged himself. Su Meng's mouth formed an O. In the next moment, Su Meng appeared to have an epiphany, her eyes widening as she could not help but glance at Subai. Subai merely smiled again, choosing to sip his milk tea in silence. After a brief moment, a cacophony of animated voices emanated from below the precinct, soon followed by the sounds of various vehicles revving their engines in the parking lot. Su Meng promptly rose, extricating her thoughts from her mentor's discussion of the case, and approached the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze down. Before her lay a multitude of vehicles, akin to an army rushing across a narrow bridge, hastily departing from the precinct for the press conference. Mentor, the press conference has concluded. Su Meng blinked and remarked, turning to Su Bai, who was seated on the sofa. I expected you would disseminate false information. Su Bai lifted his gaze to Su Meng, a scrutinizing expression in his eyes. Such as? For instance, issuing a statement claiming the case is resolved, asserting that Huang Yangxing succumbed to a sudden heart attack, thus allowing the thief to feel secure. Enabling us to lay in wait for him to make his next move. Indeed, Su Bai acknowledged her notion with a smile, before shaking his head. However, that is not the course I would take. The strategy you propose is feasible, yet it is applicable solely to Huang Yangsheng. If we know he committed the murder but lack evidence, we could employ such tactics to coax a confession. Yet, this is not suitable for our current situation. Su Meng blinked, settling back down with an earnest desire to learn. I do not comprehend, mentor. It is quite simple. This murder case and the theft incident are two distinct entities, not occurring concurrently. Let us hypothesize that the thief observed Huang Yangxing's movements last night. Do you suppose he might have continued to watch him today? He likely would. Now, if we were to apprehend Huang Yangsheng, would the thief not also be privy to this? If we were to announce that Huang Yangxing's death was accidental, what do you think would be the thief's reaction? He would surely realize we are setting a trap. Su Meng raised an eyebrow, pausing as she glanced at Su Bai. Su Bai's lips curved upwards. If we were to declare Huang Yangxing's demise an accident, it would be evident to the thief that we are baiting him. However, what if we reported the truth? He would understand that we have captured Huang Yangsheng, who has confessed, thus leading us to know that the stolen items were not in his possession. What would he do then? Lie low until the commotion subsides? No. Su Bai smiled and shook his head. If we report an accidental death, he will choose to lie low, for he understands that we have discerned that the murderer and the thief are not the same individual. However, our current report might give him the illusion that we have apprehended Huang Yangxing, while he may still remain unknown to us. In such a scenario, what do you think he will do? Su Meng interjected, their essay saying, "Isn't there? Surrounding the enemy must have a gap." If this little thief sees the police report as an accidental death, he will certainly comprehend that the authorities have recognized the distinction between the murder case and the theft case. The present report from the police will offer this little thief a glimmer of hope, a notion akin to the thrill of "she likes me" in reality. Or I can counterattack in the game, and the vibrancy of a vibrating phone. After all, if the police announce an accidental death, the thief with no hope would likely retreat and remain hidden until the storm passes, before even considering selling the stolen goods. Yet, at this moment, it provides the little thief with the notion that he still has time to manage the stolen items. Listening to her master's explanation, Su Meng blinked in admiration. Yet a tinge of confusion crossed her features. But master, how can you be certain that this little thief will act according to your expectations? She queried, somewhat incredulously. What if that little thief chooses to hide away for 10 days, half a month, or even longer before attempting to dispose of the stolen goods? That is entirely plausible. After all, the items are already in his possession, and due to the malfunctioning surveillance cameras, the police have no leads. What if that little thief simply opts to lay low? Su Bai detected Su Meng's concerns and chuckled softly as he gazed at her. Meng, have you ever been a thief? What? Su Meng blinked in surprise. Of course not. Stealing hearts, that shouldn't count as theft, right? Upon realizing her own thoughts, she looked at Su Bai with skepticism. Master, could it be that you have? Su Bai smiled but remained silent. Not only had he experienced it, but his practical knowledge was also quite extensive. As he had previously stated, he boasted 20 years of task acquisition experience, during which he adhered to a singular principle: no task was to be declined. Whenever he spotted a person with a glaring exclamation mark above their head, Su Bai could not help but approach them to inquire if they required assistance. It was when he was 6 years old. Subai was playing outside his community when he noticed an elderly man, clad in a military coat and sporting a handlebar mustache, leaning against a utility pole. The exclamation mark above his head exceedingly conspicuous. With just a glance, he was certain that this individual possessed a wealth of task experience. Thus, Subai approached him, eager to offer his help. Initially, the individual was startled, but upon discerning that the newcomer was a mere 6-year-old child, appearing both obedient and charming, he promptly lowered his guard. At first, he expressed that he did not require Subai's assistance. However, Subai was not one to easily concede. As Subai prepared to summon the adults from the community to vouch for his eagerness to help, the individual, taken aback, quickly pulled Subai aside and tentatively inquired if he could visit room 802 on the 8th floor of Building 1 to check if anyone was home. Subai immediately patted his chest and agreed. Subsequently, as a reward for his task, Subai acquired the skill paperclip lock-picking blue. By the following day, he learned from a neighbor about the burglary incident at room 802, yet he chose to remain silent. This was not out of fear of potential trouble, but rather because just as he was about to speak, the police arrived and took the couple from 802 back to the station, having received evidence suggesting they had embezzled funds intended for the kindergarten's construction. It was evidently the work of the thief. Upon hearing this news, the residents of the community applauded, showering praises upon the anonymous informant. While thievery may be deemed an undesirable profession, Subai believed that one's occupation should not be judged by societal standards. If a thief could garner such admiration from the public, perhaps he was indeed a thief, yet not a villain. This conviction led Subai to withhold the name of the individual and, in the days that followed, he repeatedly collaborated with him, heroically infiltrating the homes of various wrongdoers. The individual imparted much knowledge of the trade to Subai and, on one occasion while inebriated, attempted to persuade him to join their ranks. Subai, of course, declined. He merely sought to complete his tasks, nothing more, and certainly did not intend to become anyone's apprentice. He firmly rejected the proposition. In summary, while Subai could not fathom the psychological workings of the thief, he possessed a profound understanding of the thief's mindset. Just earlier, when Su Meng had descended to procure bubble tea, he had thought of the old fellow, sought out an acquaintance, and obtained the address, while Subai was pursuing his university studies in another city. This self-proclaimed 53rd-generation master of the art of thievery chose to retire, leveraging his reputation and resources to become a professional broker, opening a pawn shop and spending his twilight years with his granddaughter. Half an hour later, the prosecutor from the Fengcheng District Prosecutor's Office, accompanied by 2 investigators, arrived at the 38th precinct. They took from Su Meng the still-dazed Huang Yanxing, along with the surveillance footage and case files pertaining to the interrogation room. The moment the prosecutor accepted the materials related to the suspect, a notification interface appeared before Subai. Ding! Task completed, Renha Hall case status, completed difficulty, level B rewards, experience points 2400, 9th transformation body refining technique bonus, 400, skill experience 2000, gain currency 500 done. Subai raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging his accomplishment, and turned to Su Meng. Meng. Su Meng hurried over, Master. Subai said, let us call it a day. Come back tomorrow. Su Meng looked up at the clock on the wall. It's only 4 o'clock, Master. It's fine, lingering here serves no purpose, Subai replied. As a frontline field agent, he was required to clock in punctually when there were no cases. However, when a case needed to be solved, he had the flexibility to adjust his hours. After some contemplation, Su Meng declined her master's kind offer, expressing her desire to stay and assist Qin Shan in reviewing the surveillance footage, hoping to uncover a clue about the little thief. Despite Qin Shan's repeated refusals, he could not withstand Su Meng's goodwill and reluctantly agreed, albeit with a heavy heart. After all, he had found 3 gentlemanly websites during his break today and planned to work overtime that evening to critique them and subsequently shut them down. I just bought 3 packs of tissues at noon, he lamented internally while tearfully acquiescing to Su Meng's offer. Subai ignored Qin Shan's pleading gaze and smiled without uttering a word, instead grabbing his coat from the chair and heading towards the precinct's entrance. Moments later, a blue pickup truck, which had undergone a severe accident 5 years ago but had since been repaired, albeit with ongoing minor issues, drove out of the precinct. It's out. Quickly. Follow it. Understood. Inside a black SUV parked not far from the entrance of the 38th precinct, Xu Ting, seated in the passenger seat, brightened at the sight of the departing pickup and roused Zheng Hua, who had been dozing at the wheel. Zheng Hua jolted awake, instinctively starting the vehicle, releasing the handbrake, and pressing the accelerator to hastily follow. 1 minute later, a patrol car exited the 38th precinct. Sir, the intern agent in the patrol car glanced at Subai, who was removing his SIM card. Where are we headed? Subai closed his phone, looked at the intern with a smile, and said, Just take me to the subway station. The intern nodded in agreement. He was still somewhat puzzled as to why the Department of Homeland Security had dispatched personnel to monitor him in what seemed like protective surveillance. However, the advice from Ba Paizhou had proven quite useful. He was now aware that those trailing him were from the Department of Homeland Security. While eliminating them was out of the question, no one had stipulated that the person being followed had to comply passively once they became aware of the surveillance. Thus, Subai accepted Ba Paizhou's counsel, recently recruiting an intern to drive his vehicle back to Old Factory Street while he followed another intern's car to the subway station. After 3 subway stops, Subai emerged from the subway station and made his way towards the bustling commercial street nearby. The area was teeming with people, creating a lively yet congested atmosphere. It seemed that a special event was taking place today, drawing in a large crowd that resembled a sea of humanity. Subai furrowed his brow, becoming just another face in the throng. He typically shunned crowded places, rarely venturing into such bustling locales, even on weekends. In the past, however, he had been more amenable to these outings, as his younger sister delighted in bringing him to the mall, where she would indulge in shopping and leave him to foot the bill. Suddenly, with a thud, a woman approaching from the opposite direction accidentally collided with Subai. Oops! She exclaimed, nearly losing her balance as she steadied herself against him. Subai looked at the young woman, dressed in athletic attire and sporting a ponytail, radiating a youthful vibrancy, and smiled. Are you all right? At that moment, she lifted